Point Lincoln and West Point Liggett of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Time. They get their work in, man.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby. Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
This ball hit by Nicky Lopez to right, and the Astros are going to win this series and have a 7-3 road trip. What a trip for the Astros. They had struggled on the road all season long, but they go to Minneapolis. They play the Cubs in Chicago, and they come here to Arlington and take 3 out of 4. Plummer, that is quite a trip after starting out 1-2 against the Twins.
Yeah, tripping is definitely what it is, and I am happy that the Astros end up with a winning road trip. I'm happy the way they played these games. They played well here in Arlington to finish off. Now get me home.
All right, Todd Callis on the call. Jeff Blum on the call. Boy, we sipped and savored that final call on that game. We got everybody in that one.
That was fun, man. That was a whole lot of fun. That was
just last night or the whole series?
Oh, the entire, well, both series,
except
really.
for the loss.
Nobody's been better to the Astros this year than the Rangers. Generous, I would say.
Yep.
I mean, that everything kind of turned around when we reset the season at the beginning of the first Rangers series.
Good. I'm glad you are allowing us to continue to take credit for this.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
No, and well, look. Let's not be selfish. We have to give the Rangers some credit too. You know,
we couldn't have done it without them.
I mean, it would have been hard to make it through this season without the Rangers. So thank you to the Texas Rangers.
So that makes the Astros 5-2 against the Rangers this year. They're 2 wins away from clinching the Silver Boot, which, as we all know, is the greatest trophy in the history of sports.
Yeah.
That was fun last night.
No, that was look, and you get it started off immediately with Pena.
Yeah.
Jordan, I didn't realize that it was going to be a record if he'd hit another home run.
Record for a series.
For a series, in a 4-game series.
Yep.
It would tie the record?
No, would have set the record for the Astros.
Okay.
Yeah,
right.
Yep.
Oh, just for the Astros? Or for Major League Baseball?
Was it MLB? Oh, okay.
Which seems kind of odd for me. But no, because I was watching the highlights this morning, and the Rangers broadcasters said, basically framed it like it was in all of baseball.
Oh, okay.
But who knows?
Yeah. I just know there's been games where people have hit 4 home runs before, so I'm like, the Astros announced team made it sound like it would be a team record, but whatever the case may be, either way, Jordan has been amazing lately. No home runs for him last night, but 2 in the first inning, and that was enough. In fact, that might have been the greatest first inning ever. That was fun last night because it was Nathan Eovaldi, who they've had some trouble against. You know, Eovaldi's been a good pitcher.
Yeah.
Houston's own son. Alvin, Texas's second greatest pitcher of all time behind Nolan Ryan. And they got to him right away. They had 3 runs on the board before he got anybody out last night. Mm-hmm. Let's relive some of the magic for those of you who may have missed it, because there's still some of you who are like, until the Astros do I'm out on them. Well, you missed a hell of a series by the Astros, taking 3 out of 4 from the Texas Rangers. And you missed a hell of a start, again, by Spencer Arrighetti last night, who held them to 1 run over 6 innings. Still got an ERA in the 1.3s. He's got 7 wins now. Arrighetti's on his way to the All-Star game. If he has a June like he had, if he has a June like he had in May, he might be in line to start the All-Star game. He's been incredible since he got called up from Sugar Land. Here was Joe Espada on the first inning last night, and then we'll relive some of the magic via Todd Callis.
Yeah, that was huge. That was a big swing by Paredes. And I thought another big play in that first inning was Ken Smith play in right. We scored 3. We want to keep the momentum on our side. That ball leaves the yard. They're getting a run back, but Ken Smith made that play. We play really good defense this road trip. Really good defense, and we're known playing good defense, and it really showed in this past road trip.
That is the one thing all year, Seth, is as inconsistent as the pitching has been.
Yeah.
Horrible at the beginning of the year, really good over the last several weeks. As inconsistent as the hitting's been, otherworldly for the first 2 or 3 weeks, and then just serious, concerning lulls, but it's been better lately. The defense has been a constant all year.
The defense has been a constant. I mean, last night, Cam, again, yes, with a magnificent play, a stolen home run there. Pena's made some great plays in this series, too. And last night, Bryce Matthews had a little bit of a glove flip. There's a little bit errant, and Pena had to adjust on the fly, barehand it, and throw it to first on a double play.
Yep.
It's been really, really good. And Arrighetti, I like Arrighetti because Arrighetti, very demonstrative when somebody helps him out in the field.
Yes.
Yeah, just he's clapping his eyes.
Yeah.
It looks like he's a fan in the stands.
He's got a face that pops for that sort of thing.
I like Arrighetti's got that nastiness to him that you just love to see, especially when he's dealing the way he is.
His hair's all flying all over the place.
Flying. He's
you
getting
pointed
angry.
that
He's
out all
excited.
season. Yes.
Yeah. There's a caveman quality to
There's
him.
There is a definite caveman quality to him.
So yeah, as you pointed out, a bunch of people have hit 4 home runs in a single game.
Yeah.
And so you'd think that there'd be that it would be higher the record for home runs in a series in a 4-game series.
Yeah.
It's still it's 7 home runs.
Okay.
It's weird to say that sounds low, but for a record in the history of Major League Baseball,
so he was going.
Feels like,
he was going for an Astros record then, because he was going for his 6th home run.
It would have been an Astros record. 7 would have been 7
MLB
would have tied Sean Green.
Oh, I remember Sean Green.
2002.
Yeah, Sean Green. Astros, Dodgers, right fielder for the Dodgers.
Astros.
40-40 guy. All right, so let's relive some of the magic of that first inning last night. If you didn't get to see the game, this thing was over in the first inning. In retrospect, here was Jeremy Pena. This is encouraging to see, by the way. Here's Jeremy Pena going all George Springer on fools.
First at bat tonight against Evaldi, which is usually better for Jordan. And Jeremy delivers deep to left field, all the way back. Asuda, that ball's in the second deck. JP3 with his 2nd home run of the series, and right away puts the Astros in front 1-0.
He smoked that one, man. Second deck, so you're up 1-0. Little taste, a little homage to George Springer with the leadoff home run of the game. And then Jordan works a walk after going down 0-2. He went down 0-2 in that count and then works a walk, so he gets on base. So up comes Isaac Paredes.
Here's Isaac Paredes. Delivered one deep down the left field side. If it stays fair, it's trouble. It's gone. Isaac Paredes hits a 2-run home run, and just like that, the Astros out in front 3-0 against a guy who had a 0.66 ERA against them in his last 4 starts.
Yeah, that was the biggest thing to me last night, Seth, and you felt it early. They jumped on a guy who has dominated them.
Yeah.
And that was because the Rangers, I'm sure, came into that game going, okay, we can at least get a split out of this thing. And then we'll, we move on. Taking 3 out, the Astros taking 3 out of 4 on the road up there and jumping on Uvalde early while you have the guy who's essentially become, with Hunter Brown out, he's become your ace.
Yeah.
Spencer Arrighetti's the guy you trot out there every 5 days going, all right, we know we've got a great chance of winning this game based on how he's pitched this year. That was huge to jump on them early like they did. One more here from Todd Callis, and then we'll break it down even more. But you mentioned it, and Espada mentioned it. Cam Smith in the bottom of the first, just gold gloving things.
It's this ball deep to right field. Cam Smith going back to the wall, and he will jump up. Does he make the catch? No, it's just over his glove. No, he got it. He got it. Cam just robbed him of a home run. He dinked me initially. I did not think he brought that back, but he did. Cam Smith, the best right fielder defensively in 2026, saves a run.
He's awesome.
He's really. The fielding for the Astros, as you pointed out, it's been good for a long time. It's one of the reasons. The sneaky, sly reasons that they've been able to be competitive, even if they've had disastrous stretches in the last 3 seasons.
Well, and it's a big reason why, like some of these pitchers whose numbers have not been great, you feel like, okay, well, even when they're giving up hard, like Imai the other night, Imai in the no hitter, needed 2 or 3 really good defensive plays to keep the no-hitter alive.
You know where I'd been hoping when they made all the rule changes and they got rid of the shift and everything. One of the thoughts was, it's gonna be a return to the days of the base hit, and I thought that was going to be another real, it would become more of an advantage for the Astros to be so good in the field. Mm-hmm. But by and large, baseball teams are saying, yeah, cool. We're still going to try to hit home runs. Yeah. They're just they're not. It hasn't turned everybody into a bunch of Ichiros out there.
No.
So the Ichiro-fication of MLB has failed.
That would be the worst.
Because teams, all the analytics tell you should just still be trying to put the ball in the air.
Dude, yeah, Cam. How about Eric?
To wit, it helps that Cam is so great in the outfield because it still matters a whole bunch.
It's really incredible, and we've been hard on Cam because of the offensive stuff, and in particular, his
challenges,
proclivity to challenge pitches that are clearly strikes.
He's like a lawyer who objects too much. Objection, who doesn't even know what he's a lawyer. He's like a lawyer who doesn't really know what he's doing, so he just objects. And he doesn't know on what grounds.
Well, and he objects at like the worst times in the trial. You know, like the time where you do.
Yeah.
Why you don't?
Objection! This works out poorly for me.
That's the equivalent of the 0-1 count that he's objecting. Like, why are you?
Objection! This makes me uncomfortable.
Objection! The air conditioning's not up high enough. Like, no, just worry.
Objection! Late torque this morning.
So you and I have been plenty hard on Cam about that part with the numbers and everything else. He is outstanding defensively, and this is where I would love to talk to somebody who's actually won a Gold Glove as a lifetime right fielder, and just really get a gauge for just how difficult the degree of difficulty to what Cam Smith has done defensively, which is immediately become an elite right field. He was elite last year. Mm-hmm. He was a finalist for a Gold Glove last year. He's going to win it this year.
He was elite right from the jump.
Yeah.
I mean, he ended up being within the first couple months. You know, people were making comparisons between him and Tucker, but it was at the very least. And this is the kind of thing that if you pointed out at the time, Cubs fans would jump on you immediately. You could say something like on Twitter, something like, hey, I know this isn't the thing that matters the most, but for whatever it's worth, look at Cam's defensive numbers versus Kyle Tucker's.
Yep.
And Cubs fans would immediately say, no, we're winning. Well, I can't do a Chicago accent. I jumped right into New Jersey.
Yeah, Cam Smith there. Chicago's more like a Minnesota, Wisconsin kind of accent.
Oh, nasally.
Yeah, nasally and kind of just not real on women especially. Not a very attractive accent.
Ew.
Yeah.
Oh, gross.
Yeah.
Just these Chicago women.
I can deal with a woman with a good New York accent. That's it gives you a little bit of Marissa Tomei vibe from My Cousin Vinny.
Oh yeah.
There's no sexy Chicago accents out there.
It's pretty obnoxious pretty quick, I can tell you.
Oh yeah. No, I'm not saying.
Having played a lot of downstate New Yorkers.
Not for a long-term relationship, but for a night or two. Yeah. So Cam's great. Astros are playing really well right now.
You can only hear it pronounced mozzarella so many times before you flip out.
I'm getting picky. What are we doing here? So Texans started out OTAs yesterday. Here was D'Amico Ryans on the start of organized team activities.
Yeah, so far for where we are in our off-season program, I think we started off to a really good start, have some really great practices. Day two, but it's good to just be out there, have everybody on the field practicing, going through some team drills, doing actual football, because I believe you get better at football by doing football. So having an opportunity to do that, our guys are taking advantage of it. Both sides being very competitive, offense and defense. Both sides are making plays, which is good to see from my perspective. And we're in a much better place than we were a year ago at this time. So I'm excited about the growth for where our team is, and I'm excited about the depth that we have and all of our young guys.
I will say the part I like about that, Seth, is D'Amico saying you get better at football by doing football things.
Yeah.
For OTAs, I thought it was kind of spicy yesterday.
Oh yeah, there's
7-on-7 and 11-on-11.
Little scuffle at one point.
Yeah.
With some nondescript individuals, and
was that after the Josh Kelly touchdown over there on the far side of the field?
I can't remember when it happened. I didn't actually see it. I was doing something else.
It was because the Texans social media put out some of the plays from OTAs. And one of them was that.
It looked like was it with Jarrett Kingston and somebody?
Oh, Jarrett Kingston and Cade McDonald got into it a little.
Is that what it was?
But then was after Josh Kelly got a touchdown on some backup cornerback and spun the ball at his feet.
Yeah. Oh.
That wound up on social media. So if you go find that, but that so it was for OTAs, and we'll go through your things you were genuinely excited about at 7:00, and how much did D'Amico Ryans and the Texans titillate the things that they scratch you where you were itching
yesterday? Bad news for you. Based on yesterday's OTA, the Texans aren't going to win more than 3 games this year.
Hot takes a coming.
No, yeah, there's some good stuff.
Yeah,
I always caution myself of getting too excited about OTAs, but I was on with the afternoon show yesterday afternoon, and Ron asked me basically, just kind of like, what's your overall impression of the way the team operates? And I hadn't really thought about it from that perspective in a while, because I think that this team has always practiced pretty crisply. And
was that the gist of the question?
I think so.
Yeah.
But like it's not like I'm going to go out there at OTAs and say, well, this is a championship caliber practice.
Sure.
But I think there's a
to be clear.
Like there is a tempo about the way they do things it's been good ever since D'Amico got here. Some teams it's not quite like that.
Yep.
You go out and sometimes when you watch combined practices, you're looking at the other team and you're like, what the. Jeez, these guys there's no attention to detail out here. But ever since D'Amico took over, and including with Bill O'Brien ran pretty tight practices.
Yeah.
I think the biggest thing yesterday, with no pads on, obviously things are going to be different, but I think that there's a much better chance that we actually see competition between the defense.
Yeah.
That's other than Will Anderson destroying drills.
We'll get to him in the next segment. Yeah. If anybody was worried about Will Anderson's engine somehow revving down after he signed a big contract, worry not.
No. Will Anderson looked like a coach had come up to him before. Like he was an unrestricted, like he was a rookie free agent.
Yeah.
And a coach had come up to him and said, hey, man, you got to do something.
You better make an impression.
You're getting cut today.
Yeah.
Look, Will Anderson looked like the guy who was most afraid of getting cut yesterday. That's how hard he was
He's
playing.
the highest paid non-quarterback in the NFL.
He worked like he got no money.
Yeah.
And what was that? Love like you never been hurt.
Yep.
Work like you got no money.
Right.
And dance like no one's watching.
I bet
Will Anderson is a
solo dancer
on the dance floor is incredible. There's never been a wedding that Will Anderson has been at where his tuxedo was not soaked.
Just untucked,
soaked out there.
Untucked.
Yeah, untucked for sure.
Cummerbund around his head like a bandana.
There's no chance in hell he didn't either put his cummerbund or his bow tie around his head like a bandana.
Like a bandana. Yeah. Oh no, that's 100%. 100%. So, Will Anderson was wrecking shop. We'll talk about that. Here's one more from D'Amico, and we'll get to C.J. Stroud and the contract talk in the next segment as well. Don't worry. This was one more from D'Amico Ryans. I'm curious if you agreed with this after watching the 40 or 45 minutes you and I got to watch yesterday.
Yeah.
D'Amico was asked what's the biggest difference between this year's OTAs and last year's OTAs?
Yeah, for us, I feel we're much further along with our installs, what we're able to install. Year 2 of the offense, now going into year 4 of the defense, we're just able to speed things up when it comes to an installation process, and our guys are able to absorb a lot more, mentally. So when you can do a lot of the things that we're doing now on the first day, it's just we're light years ahead of where we were last year.
Okay. So two things. I'll tackle that defensively and offensively. Defensively, what I'm intrigued by this year is that. Yeah, I have to remind myself sometimes how young that secondary is. Mm-hmm. That, Derek Stingley and Jalen Petrie have been in the league a while now. They're veterans. But Kalen Bullock and Kamari Lassiter were just second-year players last year. Yep. And you remember all those graphs and charts last year that would show that the Texans disguised less than any other defense in the league.
Oh, yeah.
They basically just line up and play football. They don't care if the offense knows what they're going to do.
Yep.
And it was a point of pride, really. It's like, nope, we're just going to go out and execute, and we're going to be better than you. I would imagine that D'Amico, in self-scouting, is probably going to want to disguise more this year. And that's where it's hard with young guys in the secondary because you're trying to nail everything down, and you don't want to add too much complexity at the expense of making mental errors. Mm-hmm. With the addition of Reed Blankenship especially, I think they're going to be able to be a little bit more either complex or disguise a little bit more this year. And then on the offensive side of the ball, one thing D'Amico mentioned, we'll play it later, is the importance of the pre-snap communication, being loud, being clear, being concise. Yeah. So everything we've complained about, how, man, it just looks like it just has not looked with this offense like the quarterback line is image with enough time and enough authority in making the calls. And I'm not specifically blaming it on CJ. I mean, ultimately, he's responsible for the pre-snap execution.
Yeah.
But like all of that's something that I can remember the defense coordinator in D'Amico's rookie year, Richard Smith, as much criticism as I have for him in general. One of the things I loved Richard Smith was he would constantly stress the importance of loud communication before the snap. And it was I think that was drilled into D'Amico's head because he was the middle linebacker, making the calls. And as he got over to the offensive side of the ball more last year, I'm guessing that was kind of something that jumped out at him.
Yep.
Like, why are you guys speaking like timid
library or something?
Yeah. You're speaking and communicating like timid librarians.
Yep, yell at each other. All right.
Yeah, be a body librarian.
That's right. The sexy librarian.
Those body librarians.
Right, not one of those.
Yeah, like the
old maids.
Hot for Teacher librarian.
Yeah, oh yeah.
She was a teacher.
I don't know what I'm watching during the break now. All right.
Hence the name, teacher, not a librarian. It wasn't Hot for Librarian.
That was the sequel, Hot for Librarian.
Hot for Librarian.
Was CJ Stroud sending a message yesterday when he got asked about his contract? No, it's for the audience. It's coming up next is what that is. We'll get to Will Anderson wrecking shop again as well in the next segment. It was fun out there yesterday at OTAs. Look, if you want to be, D'Amico just said we're light years ahead of where we were last year. If you want to get light years ahead of where you've been in the old bedroom.
Studio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Oh, Seth, Champ Slice, loyal listener of the show. Champ Slice, we appreciate him. He texts quite a bit. He's a little upset with us. He's got a bone to pick with us, he says.
Okay.
PNP got a bone to pick with you guys. Why didn't you reset the Astros season earlier?
Oh, yeah. Sorry
true.
about that.
Yeah,
you
that's
know
not
what?
bad. He said I love it. He does say he loves the show.
This is where Sean and I, back when we used to book curses, we didn't realize we had that power.
Right.
We didn't realize all we had to do was go Cam Smith on the season and just challenge it and say, I'd like to start over. and
we sit there and watch the reveal.
Lo and behold.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what stat nerd Seth thinks about Cam Smith?
What does he think?
I'm just looking at his batting stats on, the advanced stats on Baseball Savant. 98th percentile in bat speed. Everything about Cam Smith now.
That's really good, right? 98th percentile.
Yeah. It's not the bad way. It's the good way. Well, except that everything about him now screams that he's just trying too hard. This is where I worry about young people not drinking alcohol anymore.
That's right.
There's a long tradition in baseball of sometimes so the best thing you can do is just be up there and barely be in your right mind.
That's it, man.
Because there's a fog from the night before, and you're just out there and unconscious. So he's awful in everything else, but Batsby's like, he's trying to murder the ball every single time.
Seth Payne here. A minute for my friends at alcohol. Yes.
No, but I'm joking about the alcohol, kid. Seriously, it'll kill you.
Moderation.
It'll kill you dead.
Yeah, moderation.
No, not even that. I don't know.
Moderation.
Moderation now. I have a strict policy on moderation. Moderation.
I have a strict policy of wanting endorsements. Moderation.
All things in moderation, including moderation, Sean.
Yes. Yep.
So no, I think he's he's trying way too hard.
Yeah.
And
That's a good theory.
That's why baseball and quarterbacking are the hardest things in life. You just got to find that balance
Hitting
between
a baseball,
letting the game come to you and trying too hard.
Quarterbacking a team. Speaking of which, good segue, Seth. Quarterback of the Houston Texans is C.J. Stroud. This was C.J. Stroud yesterday when this was the question that I've been waiting for 5 months now for C.J., and I didn't think it was going to get asked. This was the very last question of the press conference. He walked off after this. Not in a huff or anything, just because it was the last question. What's the deal with your contract situation right now?
Yeah, I mean, I let my agent handle it, and, if it's time to do it, then it is. If it's not, my job is football, so that's what I focus on, is just getting better. And I think I've held my bargain up on that edge, so, whatever happens. I'm excited to be a Texan this year and, go from there.
Okay, two things. One of the top two answers that we had on the board was using David Mulligetta as the shield on this.
That's the standard one. Not even a shield, just the.
I don't mean it in a bad way.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, he's deferring.
David
to
Mulligetta
David
is
Mulligetta.
the human shield.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. Not in a bad way. I approve of the answer. I approve of the answer. The other part that's interesting, and I'm going to assume that he meant held up my end of the bargain when he said, I think I held up my bargain on the edge or whatever it is he said. He kind of butchered the saying a little bit. Yeah. I'm going to assume he was saying...
Held up my end of the bargain.
Held up my end of the bargain. That part... I'm listening to the answer yesterday. I'm listening to him going, okay, he's doing really good. This is good. This is exactly what I thought. He's just kind of putting it off to the side, and I'm focused on football. My job is to play football. And then he drops in, I held up my end of the bargain. Yeah. And then that gives you maybe a little bit of a window into how he feels about this thing.
Right. Well, the part... the part I think where you gotta put it in context a little bit, and I just I hate parsing these out so literally sometimes, because even in that very phrase, he didn't even get the phrase right. So
he's
obviously,
very casual.
So it's easy to criticize exactly the verbiage. But he did say I've held up my end of the bargain. Yeah. When he was he had been talking about improving as a player. Yeah. So he's like, my job is to just play football and improve. I'll let my agent handle it. But he said, my job is to improve, and I've held up my end of the bargain on that. And so I think that I listened to it 3 times before. You hear held up my end of the bargain, and immediately your brain goes to, boy, it sounds like he's saying that he deserves to get paid.
That's what a lot of people thought.
And I think that's what I thought initially, except that the literal thing that he said was, my job is to keep improving, and you could rephrase it as, I think I've done that, but my agent's the one who's in charge of whether or not I should get paid.
It's a 20-second cut. Can we play it again?
Yeah,
I can listen to it through this now Seth Payne prism that I have?
Yeah.
Okay, one more time.
Yeah, I mean, I let my agent handle it, and, if it's time to do it, then it is. If it's not, my job is football, so that's what I focus on, is just getting better. And I think I've held my bargain up on that edge, so, whatever happens. I'm excited to be a Texan this year and, go from there.
Okay. Your way of looking at it is not sexy for talk radio.
Right.
But it is valid. It is a valid way to listen to that cut.
We've got a guest on the show later today, somebody we skewered yesterday, Farmer. We skewered him based on just one little odd turn of phrase because he said something kind of weird. And I'd say we spent, 3 minutes on it?
We can go back and look at his replay of it.
I stand up. He called us slimy. He said we were conducting ourselves slimy.
Yeah.
He also tried to say we were journalists, which that was the biggest insult of all. No, not because I hate journalists, but because I never tried to be anything
close.
like a journalist. Yeah. So. That's what we do. It's fun. So he's coming on with us after calling us slimy.
He is 9:20 today. Tony Farmer. We said he's the Mike Florio of the Rossini-Vrabel.
We're going to give him at least 3 minutes, but not more than 7 minutes of time.
That's right.
Yesterday in the press conference, I thought
Tony, if you're listening, we're not being literal right now. You'll get more than 7 minutes.
I kind of, and I was thinking about this. With D'Amico or with the CJ and the way he phrased it there, because even in that very press conference, I asked Kamari Lassiter a question, and what I had meant to ask was, hey, you guys in the secondary, the starters are all homegrown. You've all been drafted by the Texans, and now you've got Reed Blankenship coming in. What's it like with the onboarding, the culture? When I asked the question, I just said, you guys are all homegrown. Which is clearly not true on the defense. There's lots of free agents and Aziz and Daniil and everything. But I screwed that stupid little thing up.
Yeah.
And if we wanted to, we could dissect that. What the hell's Seth Payne talking about? All homegrown.
Yeah.
Does he not know that Daniil Aziz?
Someone's probably doing that right now.
Yeah.
So you're
I'm
saying give CJ a little bit of grace when it comes to
and especially
hold up the end of the
literally
bargain.
The way that statement was by CJ, it was, my job is to keep improving, and you could interpret it as, my job is to keep improving, and I believe I've done that. And he's left it at that.
Let's look at it through that prism then.
Yeah.
Do you believe he's done that?
I think he did improve in a lot of ways last year.
Okay.
We've talked about this, the big shock for me in the playoffs was a lot of the improvements he made are ones that aren't statistically impressive or anything, but they just all flew right out the window.
It felt like they had an expiration date.
Yeah, and it felt like
sorry, that's CJ. The expiration date. We look at the side of CJ, the expiration date was the playoffs. Mm-hmm. He's going to start throwing interceptions and fumbling the ball now.
He threw it all out. He was like that 1980s anti-littering commercial. There might as well.
Oh yeah.
There was CJ was driving out of New England, and there was a Native American crying.
The tear was streaming down his face
as CJ is throwing judgment, ball security, accuracy, all these things out the window, littered on the highways of Foxborough.
And there's a Native American standing on a hill,
just like
this here,
look at what's
rolling
happened to
down
my
his
land.
face.
Yes.
What is happening to my football team? Oh, my God. Hey, here's one from D'Amico Ryans. We mentioned it in the open that Will Anderson Jr. was just wrecking shop yesterday. Whoever they put in his wrecking shop on them, didn't matter who it was. D'Amico said, D'Amico's asked, what's he seen from Will Anderson Jr.?
Yeah, Will continues to wreck practice. I'm probably going to have to sit him out here soon because we have to be able to actually practice. So he just keeps wrecking practice. So just keep doing that, keep causing havoc. That's what he does. And I was showing guys that's what he does on Sundays as well. So it's no surprise with Will. Is the guy for everyone to watch of the intensity at which we operate. That's how Will Anderson plays. That's how I want everybody to be.
You know whose answer was really funny about Will that we'll play later? I should have had it here. Is Jalen Petrie.
Yeah.
When you were there yesterday, we were both at the press conferences, And they brought up D'Amico's quote to Jalen Petrie about Will wrecking practice. And Jalen's like, Will wrecks everything. Will wrecks practice. Will wrecks workouts. Will wrecks meetings.
The meetings was the funny part.
That was the funny part, yeah.
No, and the thing is, too, it's funny because somebody might accuse him of a tempo violation if you're out there playing like a fiend with no pads on.
Yeah.
But the rule is, the understanding is that you're not relying on bull rushes and stuff. You tamper down your power moves in settings like this. And I think for Will, who, he's just done a brilliant job of becoming a guy who can mix up and use speed or power as a way to offset each other, that he's probably really working on more of his speed stuff. He was playing, it was hard to see him all the time because he was away from us on the sideline. Yeah. I out there rushing Ariante Ursary.
No.
And he was just beating guys with skill.
Well, and the thing I saw, too, was when he wasn't out there a couple of times, like he is walking up and down the sidelines, like hyping guys up like it's a practice for a playoff game next
the
week.
cool thing for me was, remember when I first got out there?
Session 2.
I don't think I was standing next to you. I was like, where is Will Anderson not out here? I said, are Daniil and Will not out here? Because I was looking around at the defensive line.
Daniil was not, by the way.
Right, Daniil wasn't, which isn't a big deal for OTAs. I think Sarge pointed. He said, he's right over there. And I looked, and I was like, those are defensive tackles. And lo and behold, I couldn't see him because all the big defensive tackles were in front of him. But he was in a drill with defensive tackles, working with them on their pass rush stuff and everything. Wow. Yeah, I think he and Kamari both, it looks like maybe one of the real points of emphasis for them this offseason is the leadership side of things, because Kamari's talked about it. Kamari's mentioned it a couple times.
I did an interview, a one-on-one with Kamari after practice yesterday, and we'll play it at 7. We'll play it in about an hour at about 7:45. I literally asked him, I said, you've mentioned this in interviews. Take us on a little deeper dive as to how you're doing that with Kamari. So we have him talking about that a little later in the show. But you're right, it's like those two guys, and they're right at that stage, man. Like, these are the foundational guys. Like, it feels like those are the two guys D'Amico brings up all the time.
Did he go to do Navy SEAL training or something?
That would be, can you imagine? That would be amazing.
You know what it is? It's interesting that I do like. Oh, we got to get going.
Yeah, it's okay.
Oh no, that's all right.
All right. We'll get back to it. All right, let's do headlines coming up next. Astros win. We will have some more sound from Texans OTAs, NBA last night. We got a lot to get to in headlines. Brought to you by the Men's Tea Clinic, who I want to tell you about right now, the Men's Tea Clinic. I will be there in about 3.5 hours or so.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
This ball hit by Nicky Lopez to right, and the Astros are going to win the series and have a 7-3 road trip. What a trip for the Astros. They had struggled on the road all season long, but they're to Minneapolis. They play the Cubs in Chicago, and they come here to Arlington and take 3 out of 4. Lumber, that is quite a trip after starting out 1-2 against the Twins.
Yeah, tripping is definitely what it is, and I am happy that the Astros end up with a winning road trip. I'm happy the way they played these games. They played well here in Arlington to finish off. Now get me home.
7-3 road trip. Didn't start out well. Lost 2 out of 3 to the Twins, but then you sweep the Cubs. You take 3 out of 4 from the Rangers, and off you go, man. You're 7-3. They are now, Seth. We don't need to distinguish between, hey, where are they in the division? Where are they in the wild card?
Yeah.
They're 2.5 games out of both right now. Same deficit in both.
And as we reset the season on May 18th, and they're 11-4.
Not 9-4.
9-4 since
9-4. Yep.
Why don't you just say 11-4? They're 9-4 since then. Yes, so they're 9-4 since we reset the season. But it's which is a fun little thing to do in a way to think about it. And yet at the same time, I'm not going to be a snob about how weak this division is. As long as they're playing now, it would be one thing if the Astros had started off on a tear in the first half of the season and then they really fell off and all of a sudden they win a division that with a slightly above 500 record. Then I'd be turning my side eye at it. But if they keep playing the way they have been playing, and as they get some guys back from the IL, I'm not gonna be a snob that this is an atrocious division this year.
No.
I'm just gonna be happy.
Those days are gone.
Right? Yeah.
Those days are gone.
I'm not comparing this team to the 2019 Astros anymore.
If 84 wins gets you the division, 84 wins gets you the division. Mm-hmm. I'll take it for sure.
I'll compare them to the 2019 Nationals is what I'll do.
And what happened with them?
Huh?
Yeah, I don't
ever hear of them?
Why'd you got to bring that up? All right,
go seek out that kid that snubbed me, that Nationals fan that snubbed me after Game 6 of that.
Did someone snub you?
I tried to congratulate the kid, and he just didn't even. Oh, because I'm a stranger. He was standing next to his parents.
Right.
I was like, hey, good job. Congratulations,
Did
guys.
you have candy in your other hand by any chance? Like maybe they misinterpreted it.
I didn't have a picture of my white van or anything. The kid just looked at me like, get away from me, scum.
Just because I pulled up alongside them in a white van.
The kid's, let's see, it was 2007 years. If he was, maybe he was 11. If he's 18 yet, I'm going to go whip his ass.
If you're listening,
I'm going to go beat him down like an adult.
Better be careful.
What?
He might be bigger than you now. You never know.
No, not this kid. He was a rich kid.
Was he?
We were sitting in good seats.
Okay.
Yeah, this kid's never been in a fight in his life.
I like that you were congratulating him after the game.
I know. Seemed like a pretty solid thing to do.
That was very cordial of you.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, so the Astros have Milwaukee.
Rich kid.
Yeah. They have Milwaukee coming to town this weekend. Hey,
enjoy your pill addiction in college, little trust fund baby.
We could come in on Monday with the Astros inside the velvet rope of the postseason.
Yeah.
Mathematically, that can happen.
And then we're going
to find that kid. I'm with you on this
I'm
stuff.
with you. I'm back to reality.
Yeah. So the Astros take 3 out of 4 from the Rangers. Milwaukee coming to town tonight. Texans OTAs yesterday. Second session of OTAs. First ones that the media had a chance to take a look at. It was spirited out there, man. Some 7-on-7, some 11-on-11. I would say from what I watched, and from what I saw from people who were watching things before we got there, the offense with CJ moved the ball pretty well in 7-on-7. 11-on-11 was a bit more of a slog.
And it's it's red zone 7-on-7, so you're gonna score touchdowns.
Dalton Schultz was piecing yesterday.
Right. Nice pass to David Montgomery over the middle for a touchdown.
Yep.
That was nice to see because there were a bunch of checkdowns at times, where especially in team when CJ had to pull the ball down just because the defense was
a lot
had
of
everybody
times,
covered up. Yeah, that would be the one. That would be the one. Okay, this looks a little bit like I remember from last year, but I thought it was pretty competitive. Now with no pads on, impossible to say, but I'm more optimistic that we're going to see actual competition in the offensive versus the defense.
That's what I'm waiting for,
I think the defense is still going to be better, especially early, but I'm more optimistic about it so
Me
far.
too. Here was, if you missed it in the previous segment, because there's a lot of you just getting in your cars this morning. I know a lot of you wondering, was CJ asked about his contractual situation? He was. Here was his answer.
Yeah, I mean, I let my agent handle it, and, if it's time to do it, then it is. If it's not, my job is football, so that's what I focus on, is just getting better. And I think I've held my bargain up on that. So, whatever happens. I'm excited to be a Texan this year and, go from there.
The more I listen to it, the more I think your interpretation of that is accurate.
Yeah, people hear the phrase, I've held up my end of the bargain, or a version of that phrase, and they think, oh, he's saying that he deserves to get paid. I literally, he's talking about, my job is to improve, and basically, I think I've done that. That's the way I interpreted that, and it wasn't as much of a salvo in negotiating or anything.
If you just saw the transcript, that sentence would pop just because of the nature of it.
Yeah.
But you're right. There's been nothing about the way he's conducted himself.
Yeah.
Both like things that we've heard anecdotally, like from teammates, and things that the little morsels that we've seen on social media, the things we've heard from Nick Caserio and DeMeco Ryans, and nothing in that 20 seconds really, in terms of his posturing or his mood of that answer.
I mean, literally interpreting that little sentence that he had right there was, my agent's job is to worry about the contract stuff. My job is to improve as a football player, and I think I have done that.
Yeah.
So then, however you want to tie one phrase to the other or anything, it's up to you. But I personally think that's what he meant. Like, hey, I'm just out here trying to improve, and that's what I'm working on, and that's what I do.
For the YouTube audience, we will be diagramming these sentences in the 9 o'clock hour.
I wish I remembered some of the parts of a sentence. I remember subject and predicate.
That's the only thing I remember.
I don't remember what any of the phrases are called
either.
or anything.
I could never diagram one now either. I mean, I could back in the day, but not anymore. All right, a few more headlines here. This is ugly on this one.
I'll tell you what's up with a preposition.
MLB Players Union, we know, put forth their proposal in collective bargaining to the owners 2 days ago. As predicted, the owners came back yesterday with a proposal that includes about a $250 million salary cap. So dig in, folks. We're going to be in this for the long haul.
Yeah, keep it in the back of your mind, it'll happen. I think the last time there was a lockout, the fact that it was resolved in the course of the offseason probably has people maybe feeling a little cockier about whether there's going to be a work stoppage.
The owners have not even broached the subject of a salary cap since 1994.
1994?
What happened in 1994? We missed the World
Prince's,
Series.
Was that the album?
There was no World Series that year.
That's right.
Yeah. So but you're right. Don't let it affect your enjoyment of this current reset Payne and Pendergast Astros season.
Thank God.
9-4.
Oh boy.
Yeah. No, don't let it seep in. I shouldn't have even said it. You're letting it. You're doing the thing you were advising the audience not to do right now.
Sean, I'm not even in the same room as you right now. I'm playing out
into your
scenarios
head,
in my head.
Quick NBA headlines: Western Conference Finals. If you're into Game 7s, which I am, you'll get one on Saturday night at 7 o'clock between OKC and San Antonio. San Antonio blew them off the floor last night, beat them by double digits. Since that double overtime game in Game 1, this series has not been super exciting. I mean, it's exciting in that
the individual games. Exciting.
Yeah. I mean, we're going to get a Game 7, so it's been a very even series. But there haven't been any games like that. I mean, it's hard. That was one of the greatest games in playoff history. New lottery rules. Just know this: that if you finish in the bottom 3, you have a worse chance of winning the lottery than if you finish 4 through 10. So they're punishing the really bad teams. So that's going to keep things popping in the NBA come March and April next year.
That won't be annoying at all.
Yeah.
People trying to game exactly how bad can we be, but not too bad.
Yeah, somehow this works out really well for the Rockets next year because they've got 2 picks of lottery teams.
Yeah.
So I've been told in tweets this is the most annoying topic in sports right now, is the NBA trying to get their guys to try.
It's going to be but it's going to be even more annoying because it'll turn into it's going to be an even more intricate version of teams either pulling or putting in their starters at various times. There might be a game where all of a sudden they see that somebody else lost, and they've got a chance to actually not be one of the worst 3 teams, so they reinsert their starters.
And Shams selling this thing on Twitter yesterday.
Like it's a big victory for the league.
The NBA made this revolutionary step where they're the only draft where the 3 worst teams don't have the best chance of getting the number 1 overall pick. I'm like, okay. Tillman Fertitta purchases Caesars for $17.6 billion, or reached agreement to yesterday, I guess.
That's an expensive salad.
That's a...
What is Caesars?
It's a casino chain.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
How much did he purchase it for?
$17.6 billion. He didn't ask me for any money. Well, he knows he'll get some of my money via the blackjack tables.
Oh, wow.
So there you go. Yeah, $17.6 billion. So your Rockets owner now owns, or soon, and once the ink dries, will own all of...
Why can't I $18 billion?
I asked myself that same thing yesterday.
What the hell?
Why can't Seth have $17 billion? All right.
Because
it's a perfect segue
because
into
I
your
would
library.
spend each billion as it came in. I can never get to $17 billion because a billion in my pocket is a billion spent.
That's right. All right. We're sitting on a perfect segue opportunity for you here, but let's tease. Yeah. Seth had 9 things he was genuinely excited about OTAs yesterday. How well did the Texans do at scratching his itch?
Yeah.
That is coming up next.
And I'll tell you another thing. Yeah. Look, I'm closer to... I call up Trajan Wealth every day. And
Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast, into the 7 o'clock hour we go. If you want to text the show, you can, 713-572-4610. Do you have any recommendations on how Seth and I can accumulate $17.6 billion in wealth so that we can also buy a competing casino chain?
And don't tell us live to be 300 years old and let compound interest do the work for you.
Right.
Okay.
Well, it may be a correct
we know
answer.
that.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for nothing.
I was thinking about that the other day. I was like, if thinking about traveling at the speed of light and all that stuff, and I was like, okay, if you just made a bunch of investments, and then just go travel at the speed of light, come back, and yes, everybody you know and love will be dead.
Sure,
but all of your investments, if the United States still exists and our economy and everything still exists, I probably have some precious metals.
You were sitting around thinking
crypto
about it.
And everything, and then you just be sitting pretty. You could buy all the casinos and sports teams you want.
Were you under a tree thinking about this? I want to think.
Oh no, just driving in traffic.
Just driving,
and in heavy traffic. Yeah, but that's
That's a good plan. I like it. All right, so you had 9.
I feel like if I could figure out how to travel at the speed of light, I wouldn't have.
You wouldn't have to
be worried about the $17 billion.
No, you.
I would sell out to whichever superpower wanted that.
That's exactly right.
I would sell out. And you hear me? You hear me? Elected officials, you better. I will go to China with this crap if they're willing to pay.
Oh yeah, highest bidder.
My patriotism knows it has its limits.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right. The almighty dollar. All right, so you had a long list of things yesterday that you were genuinely excited about. They're your exact words.
Traveling at the speed of light.
Aside from that, you had 9 other things from Texans OTAs that you were excited to see going into OTAs. So I want to go through some of these here, and we'll have some audio kind of mixed in. The number one thing was C.J. Stroud. Quarterback takes precedence.
Yeah.
You had all sorts of different things about how he's moving.
His physique and how he's moving and everything. I thought everything looked good. He checked all the boxes. He had that one interception to Jalen Petrie, but by and large, I thought it was a pretty crisp day for him. Yeah,
First play of 11 on 11. I'm like, oh no.
Right. No, that's what practice is for. Interceptions. That's it. You want your quarterback. Remember, my golden rule.
Yeah, but when we last saw him,
I know. No, remember Marcus Mariota? People were gushing about him not throwing any interceptions his rookie year.
Yeah.
Most people, most quarterbacks and coaches and everything hear that and they're like, that's kind of weird. Like this kid, it sounds like he's being way too cautious.
Practice is the time to try things.
This is the time to try things.
That's right.
So, no, but by and large, I thought he looked good. Yes, I did think that he looked a little bit sleeker athletically. And it's not like I thought he was fat or anything last year.
Yeah.
He had consciously put on some mass last year. And he probably felt like, I like it a little bit better this other way.
Does CJ get a ding here or a buzz?
In terms of, I also wanted to hear what he said at the press conference, and I thought he gave the textbook reply, which was, I'm going to let my agent handle it. And then he said, my job is to improve as a football player, and I think I've held up my end of the bargain.
Do we still have that open, Ben? Let's play it one more time, just so people know exactly what Seth's talking about.
Yeah, I mean, I let my agent handle it, and, if it's time to do it, then it is. If it's not, my job is football, so that's what I focus on, is just getting better. And I think I've held my bargain up on that edge, so, whatever happens. I'm excited to be a Texan this year and, go from there.
Damn you, Seth Payne. I wanted something salacious, and you gave an explanation that makes perfect sense as to why that's not salacious.
The knee-jerk reaction is you hear, I've held up my end of the bargain, and because it's a question about his contract, you immediately think, oh, he's saying that he deserves the contract.
That's what I did.
I don't think that's what he was saying at all. He was saying his job is to improve as a player, and basically that's what I've done, and that's what I'm working on doing. You could debate about all of that, whether he has or has not, but I didn't. I thought that was the appropriate response. I guess he could have done it in such a way that didn't, leave it up to interpretation.
Yeah, that actually, if you're going to interpret it that way, that is the interesting part. Has he improved?
Right.
Because some would say his best football was 3 years ago.
I thought he improved in a lot of ways that he had to improve this year in terms of maturing as a quarterback and understanding how to manage a game, like how to understand situations, when not to take risks. I thought he made a lot of improvements in the regular season.
Yeah.
It was the postseason, which is a bit of a hang-up on all of that. It's just everything went flying off the rails in the postseason.
In the worst possible way. Here was CJ.
So I give so CJ gets
CJ gets a ding there. Yeah, Tronic ding also. There we go. See, here was CJ Stroud. One more from CJ, and then we'll move on. Here was CJ on just how incorporating the offense, how things are going with the install heading into season 4 here.
I watched a lot of our self-scout, just try to, fix some things, try to introduce some things that I'm used to, that I've done in my past, that I like to do, so we can do that a little more. But I think we're both growing, we're great, creating a better relationship and, growing as an offense, and just trying to make it the offense for the 2026, 2027 Texans, and trying to doing things that everybody, is good at, and doing things that, we've done in the past. So, we're growing in that area.
And I said season 4 it's CJ, obviously season 2 of Kaylee and CJ.
Right, yeah. And I think that it was interesting there because that's a perfectly natural and normal thing. The anecdote that I thought of immediately was Matt Ryan going into his second season with Kyle Shanahan. Mm-hmm. Remember there was the story that, they got together and hashed everything out had a couple of beers at a bar. And, Matt Ryan would later explain it was longer than that. It was a whole off-season long process and it wasn't contentious. It was just, okay, this is what I like doing in this offense. This is what, and Kyle Shanahan working with him. And I think that's the normal and natural thing you want going into a second season. It doesn't necessarily have to be a gripe session or something. And I think that, I think with CJ, and this is the thing that I thought he did a good job of last year. Remember in the first half, it was almost like he was grudgingly acknowledging that sometimes you got to check the ball down. Sometimes you got to take what the defense gives you and everything. And it felt like he kind of flipped a switch at one point to where he was embracing it because he's wired to want to be aggressive downfield. So I think, and it's hard to do that when all of a sudden when you get stuffed, you run the ball on first down and it's 2nd and 10. And it gets that much harder to be aggressive downfield because defenses are just taking that away from you. So I think Kaylee understands that part of CJ, and the biggest thing that they can do for their working relationship is to actually have a good rushing attack this year.
Yep.
And to be a more balanced offense, and then they're going to have their opportunities downfield.
All right, number 2 on your list was Tank Dell. What did they have Tank Dell doing out at practice? And I had said that the best case scenario, like the thing that would get me the most excited that I thought was feasible was he's participating in some of the drills out there. Maybe not 11 on 11, but maybe he's 7 on 7 or, the wide receivers are doing drills. He's over there. I said the thing that would have me the most concerned would be if he was working out by himself on a side field over there. If we looked at Lonely Tank over there, just with a couple of trainers, it was even less than that. He was in the bubble the whole time.
It was lonelier than that.
It was lonely for me that Tank wasn't out there.
Okay, so this has been my policy. I'm not going to be upset or disappointed when I don't see Tank Dell out there at practice because I think they're going to be as conservative as they can be because there is zero hurry right this moment. So that we're only out there for some of the practices. So whatever he is doing, I would imagine maybe the first time they have him out in team drills, they're probably going to do it in one that's not open to the media. So
that's probably a good guess.
Now we know by D'Amico that Brevin Jordan got a lot of work yesterday, or in the first one, the closed practice.
Made some plays
with
too.
The team and made some plays. Yeah. We didn't see him yesterday, but he's out there doing it, and Tank Dell isn't. But I'm not. So I guess I'm disappointed, but not like I'm distraught over the process. It's just I'm excited to see Tank Dell out there.
I am too.
It will happen at some point. I don't look at this as a setback or anything.
Yeah, I hope so. Here was D'Amico Ryans with his update on Brevin Jordan and Tank Dell.
Brevin's out. He's rolling, doing a great job. Back to where he's been. Always here, big smile on his face, excited to practice. We're easing him back in. He had a really big play yesterday on a choice route. He got to the proper depth, broke one of our safeties off, and had a really nice play. So, it was exciting, right, to see him just back on the field. We know how devastating it was for him to go down, and to see him back working is very encouraging. I'm proud of the work that he's put in. Tank is still working off on the side. When that time is, set for him to be back, he'll be back out there.
Okay, so a much shorter answer for Tank than Brevin. He's rolling. He made a play, and he cut this safety off and blah, blah, blah. It's an interesting illustration as to how severe Tank Dell's injury was. That here you have Brevin Jordan, who's had multiple knee injuries, multiple season-ending knee injuries, including one that was much more recent than Tank Dell's in a game.
Although there was an equal, like an emotional outburst in both of those injury situations.
Brevin himself, you could hear it was in the bubble, and you could hear him wailing. It sounded like an animal got shot. And now it's the answer to this question about both guys are part of this question.
Yeah.
And the answer is Brevin's rolling.
Yeah.
He's out there, and he's making plays. He's doing this, he's doing that, and then Tank gets 5 seconds at the end of it because he's in the bubble working out by himself.
Yeah,
And it's inaccurate. I'm not throwing shade at D'Amico or anything. I'm merely pointing out the illustration as to just how severe Tank's injury was.
Right,
That they're still this cautious with a guy who tore his knee up 9 months before Brevin Jordan tore his knee up.
Yeah.
It was a year and a half ago, almost 2 years ago. It'll be 2 years in December or whatever. So, yeah, year and a half, exactly a year and a half ago. So there was no Tank yesterday out, at least outwardly, publicly at practice. He was in the bubble. Okay, the offensive line, were you keeping your eye on these offensive line permutations?
More casually, no, because you can't tell squat about the offensive and defensive line. You can tell a little bit, but I was kind of just I was trying to see who was playing linebacker and what the rookie wide receivers were doing and everything. But Cody Stutes does a good job of following this stuff, and he had pointed out that Keelan Rutledge was working at center in the individual drills. But if I have it correctly, I don't think he took any center snaps during the team.
Look at Cody's summary and double check. I don't recall if he was.
Well, Cody was using verbiage like he snapped the ball to the center, but he wasn't explaining whether it was in practice or in the. So anyway.
Well, the bottom line is he's not a zero at center. Like he's doing center things.
Right. So he's doing. They're working him at center, and I didn't personally. I didn't see him playing center yesterday. I might have missed it. But I like. The fact that he is snapping to the quarterback and getting work at it lets me believe, there's a real strong possibility he's a starting.
He's going to get some work there. It would look like at least. Yeah, here was D'Amico Ryans on the center position.
With the center position, we have a lot of guys who can play the center position, so being able to move different guys around, get different guys in that position to see, who's going to come out on top. So we have a lot of good competition. We had a lot of good depth to our offensive line. They've done a great job this offseason. Coach Pop has done a great job with them, and it's shaping up to be really nice. You can't tell much until you put pads on when it comes from an O-line, D-line perspective, but we've taking strides tremendously when it comes to the communication up front. So I'm proud of what I've seen so far, and I'm excited to see where it's going to go for us.
That, if I'm not mistaken, if I recall, that question was specifically, I think Landry asked it. Mm-hmm. It was specifically about Jake Andrews. And D'Amico took it to a center position.
Yeah, they have at least, I went through and counted yesterday, it was at least 5 and maybe 6 guys who I know for sure have played center either in the NFL or in college or at the Senior Bowl. And that's really kind of how it is. I mean, Evan Brown, Jake Andrews, you've got Keelan Rutledge,
Jarrett Patterson,
Eli Cox.
That's 5.
Oh, and also Wee Woo. Played a few games in college.
6 guys.
Yeah, that's at least 6, and a couple others that I don't know if Kingston has or not, but there's a lot. Like D'Amico was not exaggerating there. They've got a bunch of guys that might viably be a center this year.
You had a combo thing you were looking for at OTAs yesterday. Offensive wrinkles. It's number 4 and 5 on your list.
Which and it was, part of that was fueled by Aaron Wilson had reported that Cade Stover is probably going to get some more opportunities at fullback this year.
Yeah.
So whether you want to call it that's like an H-back type thing where I'm guessing where you can play tight end and fullback.
Yep.
I didn't notice at any point there. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I just didn't notice if Stover was out there at fullback. I thought that in general, like, all of the tight ends looked the way I expected them to look, which is neither good nor bad. It's that, okay, Foster Moreau, he's a capable blocker, but he was also out there running routes and looks good doing that. Looks like he's been a solid tight end in the NFL. Dalton Schultz looked like, for by 7-on-7 and non-padded standards, looked really good. And
really
CJ has a really nice connection with him, so no big surprise there. Marlon Klein is interesting because I think he's a guy that he's big, but he's not. He's big, but looks like he still has room to kind of fill out into his man body. Like if he almost has the physique of a really small offensive lineman in a good way.
Yeah.
And I think
he's physically impressive.
Yeah. Like he's just big.
Yeah.
So if you had told me if I was looking from afar and somebody said, "Oh yeah, that guy used to be an offensive lineman. He's one of those retired offensive linemen that lost a bunch of weight."
It's 260 now or something.
Yeah,
like that?
What's his name from Cleveland there?
Joe Thomas.
Yeah, he's like Joe Thomas.
Yeah.
Hey, that's Joe Thomas out there. I'd be like, oh yeah, that makes sense. It's like a 6'6", 250-pound shrunk down offensive lineman.
Except this guy's 22 years old and can move a little bit.
Yeah, so he's got a big frame. And
Yeah.
he's not impressive athletically or anything, but you can see the potential because he's so long and rangy that just by virtue of his catch radius and his size that he might become a receiving option.
Yep. All right. We're going through Seth's things. He was genuinely excited about going into yesterday. Is he still excited about these things?
I would say as far as genuine excitement with the offensive wrinkles, the running backs in the pass game would be the other thing.
And Montgomery catching that pass.
Montgomery had a nice catch over the middle, and then there were a lot of checkdowns. I think Woody Marks with a check down and a couple other guys, so it's no big deal. So not underwhelmed, but not overly impressed.
You're still a little
with all
itchy
that.
right there, where that is. Okay, so that gets neither a ding nor a buzz. Defensive fronts. You were looking forward to Caden McDonald.
Yeah, we got a little into the weeds and a little bit too much with this. Does Caden McDonald allow them to kind of do some things different defensively?
He did get chippy with Jarrett Kingston.
He got chippy with Jarrett Kingston. He had at least one offsides encroachment, which I liked. But by and large, look, he's out there trying to learn the system.
Yeah.
If they're going to end up tweaking things, the one thing I would say is, with both him and Naquan Jones out there, Naquan Jones is a big dude. It felt like, okay, as I was watching the defensive tackles work, I was like, this looks like this is a beefier squad than they did last year. And I think we've talked so much about offensive improvements and how they want to be more physical. I think just by virtue of what D'Amico said after Caden McDonald was drafted, I think, they want to add a little bit of beef and brute force to their defensive line, perhaps, because the Caden McDonald is a guy doesn't fit the mold of a lot of the other defensive tackles they've had in there before, and D'Amico just flat out said after the draft, sometimes there's times where you just flat out have to stop the run.
Yep.
And so I think that's one of the tweaks that D'Amico's talked about, and always advancing and growing and tweaking your offense. They're just going to look physically a little bit different this year.
I'm going to give it a ding. I just liked watching Caden McDonald do things out there yesterday, man. Number 93 in your program.
And as I said yesterday, he's a guy, because he's a size and power guy, those guys don't typically flash during non-padded practices.
That's right.
If they do, they're going to get it screamed at by the coach because it would be him bull rushing somebody into the ground or something, which you're not allowed to do in these practices.
Can't do that. Number 7 for you was the secondary yesterday.
Oh, okay. So I
made some plays out there.
Yeah, they made a bunch of plays, but really it was the addition of Reed Blankenship.
Yeah.
And are we going to see a little bit different version of the Texans defense this year when D'Amico talks about adapting and growing and all that? Last year they did not disguise their looks a whole bunch at all. And I saw some things out there yesterday that made me feel like, okay, now that you've got 5 quality starters back there, and Reed Blankenship comes from a system in Philadelphia that was really, they asked the DBs to do a lot. So they asked him to do a lot mentally. So he can handle any kind of tweaks that D'Amico adds. And meanwhile, Kamari Lassiter and Kalen Bullock are now actual veteran players. And you got to be careful how much you disguise and how many wrinkles you add to the defense when you've got young guys in the secondary. I think this year they're going to be just not overly complex or anything, but they can add some more wrinkles and execute at the same level.
I love the point you brought up yesterday about Reed Blankenship and his presence now and what that does for Kalen Bullock.
Yeah.
Freeing him up maybe to do some of the things.
His ranginess.
Which is his superpower.
And it's just like, okay, you got Kalen Bullock up you've got Reed Blankenship up at the line, and then all of a sudden at the snap, Kalen Bullock is blitzing from deep. Yeah. And you don't have to be wild with it. You look at the way the Seahawks operate. They don't blitz a whole lot, which means that when they do blitz, they ambush you with it. And it catches offenses off guard. I think D'Amico would love to be able to do that.
Yep. What did you see from the linebacker depth?
Okay.
Was something you were, because they got a bunch of snaps they got to fill with no EJ Speed out there.
The one thing I was surprised and intrigued and excited about was that Wade Woodaz was out there with the twos as much as he was. So I don't know. Look, I don't know how much he played in the first practice. You read too much into how much these guys are playing with different groups. It gets dicey. But they're certainly giving him a lot of work. Aiden Fisher, the other rookie, was not practicing. So presumably it wasn't a vet day. It was that he's got some kind of...
He was a vet at Indiana, that's for sure. But
yeah. I don't think Indiana, he's the kind of guy that after the first day of practice went up to the coach and was like, hey, coach, my hamstrings feel a little tight. You mind if I just take a vet day
Or he just assumes that there's a vet day. He's like, I know we got 3.
I was told there'd be vet days.
I know we got 3 OTAs this week. Is session 2 my vet day?
Hey, who's our player rep? I want to talk to the union about this.
I heard there's this thing here called a vet.
Yeah.
Which I would like to be.
So I think Aiden Fisher just has some kind of little mild strain or something, I'm guessing. But the other 2 guys that were out there a lot with the 2s, because, Aziz Alshire and Henry Toto were out there with the 1s. The other 2 guys were Casey Osai, who they just re-signed last week, and Marte Mapu, who I think right now is the leader in the clubhouse for replacing EJ Speed.
You asked D'Amico Ryans about him.
Yeah.
Here's what D'Amico Ryans had to say.
Yeah, Marte, what I like about him, he's a very smart linebacker. Smart, he's long, fast guy, but Marte does a really good job of being where he's supposed to be in position. He's communicating. We're moving him around. He's taking some reps at the Mike linebacker spot, so he does a really good job of communicating. And he's also taking some spots some reps at the wheel linebacker. So smart guy who you're able to move around at multiple spots. He's done a really good job on special teams as well. So just a very versatile, athletic linebacker. Still a young player who think he's played in 3 or 4 different schemes already to be so young in his career. So hoping he just settles in with what we're being able to teach him. Coach Billy Davis done an outstanding job of working with him this offseason. Marte's type of guy, he's always in the building. We have to kick him out, so he's always doing the X-film, the recovery, body maintenance. He's a true worker. So I'm proud to see how he transitions and how he looks during training camp.
Just stop talking, D'Amico. I need to talk.
You're the one that asked him the damn question.
Okay, I think D'Amico. I think this is going to be his favorite project. Honestly, I don't know if you looked at Marte Mapu at all or not, but he's fun to watch because he's 6'3". He's 230 pounds, but he's also played safety. He's just fun to watch physically. He's a big, rangy guy out there as a linebacker. That's not he's kind of lanky. He's like a modern day Jack Lambert. Mm-hmm. But I think everything that D'Amico said right there, especially concerning his intelligence and his versatility, the fact that he's played safety in New England, he's played linebacker. He's on special teams, and remember, they're looking for bigger guys on kickoff and kickoff return now than they used to. I think that there's a real good chance he ends up being EJ Speed's replacement until he comes back.
They got him for a 2027 late round pick swap.
Yeah.
They got him in a 7th for a 6th next year.
And this is, like D'Amico said, he's played in a few different schemes already because he got...
And he was a 3rd-round pick in 23.
And I'd be curious, too, to kind of know... It's interesting that Vrabel didn't want him, Right. So was it just simply a scheme fit, or was it Vrabel coming in and making his judgments, kind of snap judgments about what he did and didn't want?
Yeah.
But, he played for him this year.
Yeah.
So it's like he had a full year with him. So I don't know if it would be... They do run a different style of scheme up there.
Yeah.
And I feel like I could see where he just wasn't quite stout enough as an inside linebacker for what Vrabel wanted. He wasn't physically as stout.
But D'Amico might really like him.
D'Amico really might find a way to use him.
Yeah. Okay. Last one of the things you were genuinely excited about, the rookies. Here was D'Amico Ryans on how the young players are adapting.
I feel like all of our young guys are really up to speed on what we've been able to do. Our coaches are doing a great job of taking advantage of the additional time that we have with the rookies to teach them what we do, how we do it, and the rookies have picked it up really well. We got a really smart group of rookies who stepped in, and at times you don't even know they're rookies because they're not making the normal rookie mistakes. They're fitting in just fine. It's always some technique and small things to clean up, but they're fitting into what we do, especially culturally. Like, we got the right guys with the mindset. We got the right guys. They're going to be physical. They're smart. They're tough guys. So it's just a matter of them continuing to get reps. And the more reps they get, the better they'll get this year.
The tough thing about the rookies, especially, like the rookies the Texans drafted, it seems like all play positions where it's hard to glean things at OTA, especially the top two guys, right?
Right.
Keelan Rutledge and Caden McDonald, if you're forming an opinion on them, a hardcore opinion on them after watching one OTA session.
Right. There's not a lot you can do.
No pads.
Yeah. Like Lewis Bond, I watched it a little bit, and it looked like what his scouting report was. It seemed like he did everything D'Amico said. You didn't see him screwing up any drills or anything, and he's supposed to be pretty polished for a guy that doesn't have extreme physical traits, but, man, he has all the other stuff that might be able to make up for that. So there's a lot of really intriguing guys. We talked about Marlon Klein already and Wade Woodaz, so it was nice to see them out there. I didn't get a chance to watch Kamari Ramsey
I didn't either.
at all, other than just, glancing at him here or there. Colin Wright, I'm intrigued by, too, in the secondary.
Oh, undrafted from Stanford. Yep. All right, so that was kind of your deluxe OTA summary from yesterday.
Pitzenberger, the kid out of Yale, scored a touchdown.
He did. There were
running back out of Yale, everybody. So I should probably put the positions in front of these guys.
We got a few little side bets going on as to whether or not he gets in the end zone in the preseason. Yeah. Just some little media, friendly hamburger bets, that kind of thing, as to whether or not he gets in the end zone in the preseason.
You know who I didn't get a look at, really, is Sobkowitz, because people are excited about him. I'm excited about him. He's the receiver out of Illinois State. He averaged 1,000 yards receiving per season in his last 3 years there. He was incredibly productive.
Yeah.
But it's FCS, and you watch. I have to be careful, because you watch the highlight reels of FCS schools, and you're like, this guy's the next. This is Cooper Kupp.
How did this guy never get to FBS?
Right. And then you go back, and then I remember, if I go watch my college highlights from FCS, you'd think I was DeMarcus Ware. This guy's gonna break Deacon Jones' sack record. Yeah,
that's fantastic. Oh man! Hey, I want to read one here on the text.
Cocaine DeMarcus Ware
on the text page. Seth, this is a question for you. Is there some thinking around the players on the Texans that Will Anderson actually needs to settle down a little bit? Everyone knows he could destroy the play, so why does he have to do it every time?
Yeah.
I'm applying my own tone to this, obviously. It does not seem like that's a very team-friendly way to go about a practice. They're all then the sentence gets jarbled here. This texter seems to be a little bewildered that Will Anderson tries so hard.
Right. No, I'd say look, you gotta find that balance, honestly. And okay, boy, he's putting me in a bind here. He's really putting me in a bind here. I think
part of me thinks.
I do think. Because every time I talk about this, people are going to accuse me of being an idiot or being too soft. Yeah, there is an element of, you got to walk before you can run. You got to run before you can sprint, all of that. And last year in training camp, I felt like at some point early on, they should have figured out a way to either going by ones versus twos or something to just get the offense functioning to the point where they could. It's not to boost their ego or anything, just to be able to complete plays and run the play, and then you can start running faster. It's the difference between starting on level 7 of a video game you've never played before.
Right.
You gotta get the basics down first. With Will Anderson, no, I think this goes more back like how it is in basketball, where when it comes to individual players that are going to practice hard, the benefit you get by the highest paid guy at his position being the hardest worker on your team and people having to match his intensity. I'm willing to take a few disrupted plays for people to see and understand that's the way they have to work. But then also, at some point, D'Amico's in a bind because D'Amico is going to be very reluctant to tell Will to throttle it down.
Right.
So he has to go back to Will's high school rules.
Yeah.
Which in high school, they just wouldn't let him practice.
That's what D'Amico intimated yesterday.
Yeah, Will continues to wreck practice. I'm probably going to have to sit him out here soon because we have to be able to actually practice. So he just keeps wrecking practice. So just keep doing that. Keep causing havoc. That's what he does. And I was showing guys that's what he does on Sundays as well. So it's no surprise with Will is the guy for everyone to watch of the intensity at which we operate. That's how Will Anderson plays. That's how I want everybody to be.
I would say the one thing that they might have to do with Will is something like, hey, Will, you're only allowed to do speed rush moves today. And the tackle will know it, which makes it a little bit easier for Ariante Ursary, but at least he can get the drill going. The other thing too, though, is I'm kind of curious. Like, CJ does a good job of trying to be honest when he's out there, and he's not holding on to the ball for 8 seconds and then throwing the ball.
Yep,
that's something you would see out of. He did it his rookie year, and then he learned, okay, we got to keep in the timing of the offense.
It's got to simulate the real thing.
I think there were some times yesterday where, like, it's fun to joke about, Will ruining the drill and everything. You're in no pads. Will's not going to hit the quarterback. And it's okay for CJ to, CJ's still looking downfield even though Will's running by him.
Yep.
You don't call the sack necessarily. But what happened yesterday was that Will was deep in the backfield, plus nobody else was open.
Right.
So it ends up looking like Will ruined the drill, but it's really more that, okay, no, the defense actually was really good in coverage too. So you call it a sack. But in practice, you just, when it comes to the pass rush, you let those guys run past the quarterback.
We haven't mentioned this, and we probably should have. Definitely appropriate for what you're just talking about. Nico Collins did not practice yesterday.
Yeah.
He was there, but he didn't practice yesterday. So CJ was operating the way he was in the New England game with no Nico Collins out there.
Yeah.
With far fewer interceptions. All right, so that was kind of the summary of what we saw out there. Other stories around the NFL that are getting traction at OTAs. This Vikings quarterback situation got a lot of attention yesterday just based on answers from Kyler Murray and J.J. McCarthy about how things are going with the other guy.
And it's the easiest answer in the world to give as a quarterback. Most guys do a pretty good job of it.
Yeah.
I saw, so we're going to listen to Kyler Murray.
Yep.
And then we're going to listen to J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah.
And it's fascinating.
Yeah. We're not going to poison the water by giving our opinion on it before we play it.
Yeah.
Let's let people make their own judgments here. Okay, so this was Kyler Murray being asked, hey, with J.J. McCarthy in the quarterback room.
Would you describe your relationship with JJ to this point?
It's been great. Obviously, I know he's a younger guy, so any way I can help him. Obviously, I feel like I've played 7 years now, going on 8. So I'm considered a veteran, even though I don't see myself as that. Give him any knowledge that he needs. Again, we're both competitors, and I know we both want what's best for the team.
Been receptive to hearing criticism?
Of course. Yeah, he's overly acceptive, and he's always communicating, asking questions, stuff like that. So
okay.
It's been good.
So I'm going to give the audience 3 seconds to pause here to think about what they just heard, formulate their own opinion. Now I'll give mine. I thought that was a really good answer by Kyler Murray.
Yeah, unless you want to say, like, what do you mean by overly receptive?
Yeah, because we would do that on
What do you mean
this
he's a little too receptive,
Yeah. Why are you throwing shade at him for being so receptive?
You got an issue with him for being receptive? Right, no, that was
a great answer.
Was about as good an answer as you give in a situation
I would
like that.
A+. Textbook answer by a veteran quarterback right there. Okay, so now let's juxtapose. Here was J.J. McCarthy basically asked the same question, how things going with Kyler Murray?
What's your relationship been like with Kyler so far?
It's just like two guys in a classroom. He sits on one side, I sit on the other side, and it's the coach's responsibility to teach us and coach us. So,
is there any awkwardness like between you two?
Awkwardness, it's just like the same feeling, when you're in high school and there's another person on the other side of the room. That's just kind of how it is. So okay. I wouldn't say there's any awkwardness.
I'm going to pause. I'm going to let the audience assess that themselves. Yeah. And now give my opinion. What the hell are you talking about? What was that? Well, we're basically two human pods sitting in a room with one another.
He's an NPC. Like, oh, what the hell? He could be any other person in the world in my high school. Yep. I don't know him from nothing.
Yeah. The worst part about that is he was asked a yes-no question. Is it awkward with him in there? And didn't give a yes or a no.
Oh, yeah.
Just gave a...
Yeah, he could have said no to that. Like, awkward? No, it's
that's
normal.
Not awkward.
I think I know what I think
J.J. McCarthy's getting a little territorial. I think
J.J. McCarthy, if he didn't have all this stupid stuff with his alter ego personality and his angry face and everything and all of that, I don't know if we'd be reading that much into it. Was he trying too hard just to give a a bland answer
Yes.
for the sake of.
Yes.
I think his heart might have been in the right place.
I do too.
Where he was just like, I'm not going to give the media anything to run with here.
I 100%
and he
think
gave
that's
them
what it
something
was.
100. Yeah, that they're running with all over social media.
Yeah, because J.J. McCarthy doesn't seem like a problem child.
I think he was trying to say, no, there is no drama, or it isn't anything else like that. It's just like a normal work situation.
Right, and Kyler's like, no, man, we're getting along.
Yeah, okay, that's an interesting. Like, if Kyler had given the exact same answer, if both of them gave the exact same answer, I think people would still read into it. They might think, oh, is that Frosty? Oh, wow, they didn't say any compliments about each other. But I think it was Kyler being over the top and in describing the relationship that it made it. It would feel like if you asked a married couple, like, hey, how's your marriage? And she's like, oh, he's just the best, blah, 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 blah. Then you ask the husband, and he's like, it's good. Yeah. It's a marriage. What do you want?
We sleep in the same bed.
Yeah. Yep. It's just, what are you looking for?
Kyler's answer was the answer you get from the guy who's probably the leader in the clubhouse, too. You know, J.J. McCarthy is not the leader to get this job, I don't think, right now. I think Kyler Murray is the leader in the clubhouse. This is a text message. Not a Kyler Murray fan, but that's a great answer. J.J. McCarthy was like, we're both people. That's what it was. That's what he said. He's a person on that side of the room, and I'm a person on this side of the room, and it's the job of the coaches to make sure we're taught.
In the game, in the National Football League.
Oh, my God.
It was a Brock Osweiler.
It was Brock Osweiler without the dopiness. Oh, my God. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you.
Both people.
On a Friday. That's what it was. That's what it was. All right, coming up next, I had a chance to chat with Kamari Lassiter after practice yesterday. Went one-on-one with him for a few minutes and asked him about what he's looking to improve upon. He's talked about improving his leadership. What does that look like? How does he go about that? And I also asked him if he thinks the SEC should secede from college football, like his college coach, Kirby Smart, said. Well, so we'll have his answer on that as well. Kamari Lassiter interview with me coming up next. But first, Houston Powder Coaters. My guy Flavio, the owner over Houston Powder Coaters, is a great dude, huge sports fan.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
So we just played the two very divergent answers to the question, hey, how you getting along with the other guy?
Yeah.
To Kyler Murray and J.J. McCarthy, who are both competing for the Vikings starting quarterback job. Kyler Murray's answer, really good one, we thought. J.J. McCarthy's answer, could have used some work. Derwin texts in, and that's why they went and got Kyler Murray.
Yeah, I almost felt it was like that one of our listeners' young daughters who, remember, she was all upset when she found out that you and I weren't best friends or something. What was that? Or no, we don't do something together, and she's like, but I thought they were best friends.
Yeah,
there was something I wasn't doing for you or something. She's like, but I thought they're best friends. Why don't they? Yeah.
We're friends, just so everybody knows, all right?
I'm Sean's best friend.
Yep.
Sean is barely
I got
my
work
friend.
to do. Yeah, I got work to do.
You're in my phone as co-host.
That's right.
That's a hotkey. Right. I forgot I said that. That was a long time ago. Since then, we've become very good friends. He's in there as the one. Now he's in there as the one best friend anyone could have.
It's a really funny line that comes from a dark place.
A dark place.
A troubled soul.
Very dark place. All right, let's get to Kamari Lassiter here so we make sure this interview fits inside this segment. I had a chance to chat with the Texans' third-year cornerback, soon-to-be Pro Bowler, in my opinion. Kamari Lassiter, chatted with him one-on-one after practice yesterday. Here is the Texans' corner.
What's the biggest thing you're looking to improve upon out here on field?
I just want to be detailed every rep. I want to get better every play. I want to allow my play to just speak for itself. And then also I just want to be a good leader. I want to be a guy who can lead by example, do things the right way, and just bring a couple of people along with me.
Yeah, I saw an interview that you did this offseason where you talked about that. I want to ask you about the leadership part. You brought that up specifically as something that you were looking to improve upon. Take us into that a little bit more. What are the things that you do? How do you go about improving upon the leadership aspect of what you do?
I feel like it's just I start by the way I work. I feel like I I'm a hard worker. Like, whenever I step out on the field, I step in the weight room or in the meeting room, in the building in general, I feel like I'm trying to give it everything I have. And I feel like that right there is like a lead by example standpoint, but also just kind of being vocal. You know, I'm not like a super loud, rah-rah guy, but just, you know, talking to guys on the side, giving them game. You know, when I first got here, I had some good guys that really gave me game, and they weren't really loud or vocal. And then, you know, there's obviously the vocal guys, but, you know, there's different ways to lead. So I feel like just being myself, just kind of bringing a couple guys along.
So how about on the other side of the ball? You know, you're going against some of the, you know, the guys, the receivers here. I know Jaden Higgins and Jalen Knoll are going to be a big part of what you guys do this year. How have those young guys looked going from year one to year two?
Oh, they look great. They look crisp. Hard workers. I mean, day in, day out, they put in extra work. They come in early. They do their things, and then it shows on the field. They out there catching passes, getting open, being complimentary to the quarterback. Their work just shows on the field.
Yeah. How you feeling physically right now?
Feeling pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I know because at the end of last year, I know you were you know, kind of playing a little bit banged up, but you had to get out there for your teammates. What was that like down the stretch last year when you were kind of dealing with the physical parts?
Regular football.
That's it.
I was able to play, so it wasn't too much nothing to me.
Got to be out there. I remember the Charger game. I've been meaning to ask you this if I got a chance to talk to you. The Charger game where you left, you got hit knee, you left for a little bit. They said on the broadcast you went over and said something to your mom.
Yeah.
What did you say to your mom?
I told her I was okay because I just knew she was going to start freaking out. Like, if I left the game, because she was, like, right behind our sideline. So I'm like, hold on. I see her. If I didn't want her to be panicking and all that for, like, 10 minutes. I'm like, Mom, I'm okay. I'm just going back. I'm not, like, I knew nothing was broken or anything. I'm like, I'm okay. I just wanted to let her know.
You knew you were going back in?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know if you saw this, but, you know, obviously you're a Georgia guy. Mm-hmm. So Coach Smart, there were SEC spring meetings this week, mm-hmm. and he was quoted as saying he thinks the SEC could break off from its own in college football and have its own league and have its own championship. It's a former Georgia Bulldog and SEC guy. You have any thoughts on that?
SEC is the best football, so I feel like the rest of college football has always been trying to chase the SEC standard for years. And I feel like the playing field is more even now. So I feel like if Coach Smart says that they can do that, they're going to have to raise the standard even more.
There you go. So do you feel a lot of the things you felt at Georgia? You got a Big 12 guy sitting right over here with Jalen Petrie. Do you get the same feel with this Texans team, with the swarm and everything that you had when you were at Georgia?
Most definitely. I feel like, you know, Coach went to Bama, and Bama and Georgia are very similar. So I feel like the way we work, our mindset coming in, the way that we attack every day, and how, like, set here is very similar. Like, whenever I came from Georgia to here, it wasn't much of a difference. I'm like, oh, man, this is, like, very similar to what I was already doing, the way that we attack everything, lift, practice, everything.
Yeah. All right, so you got a big charity event coming up. You got the big, the first Kamari Lassiter charity softball game coming up, celebrity softball game, and home run derby. It's going to be at Constellation Field. It's going to be June 20th, right?
Yes, sir.
So give us the thought process behind that. What inspired you to do this particular event and use this format for it?
I just feel like it's something nice to do with people who I'm very close with, who also love the city of Houston. You know, there's a lot of guys on this team, a lot of guys around that I know that would love to just, you know, be able to show their personalities outside of football. You know, on the field, you see us, but we usually have helmets on and we're usually laser focused. So June 20th, it's going to be a little bit of time where we have off. We could be down there, laugh, chill, play, joke around, hit a couple softballs. It's going to be a good time.
What are you raising money for?
I'm going to raise money for my foundation. Yep. My cousin has Down syndrome, mm-hmm. so all my proceeds, I'm going to give it to my cousin's foundation.
Oh, that's amazing. That's amazing. Have you got any advice from J.J. Watt? He's done the celebrity softball game a few times over at Constellation Field.
I haven't talked to J.J. Watt yet.
You should talk to him.
I'm going to talk to Big OG.
There you go. How can people go to the game if they want to go to the game?
You just get tickets. It's a website called k3softball.com.
Okay.
Get tickets. They're not expensive, and the money's not going to me either.
Yeah. Good deal. Okay, so k3softball.com. Are you counting down the days to week one, man?
Not yet. I'm not counting them down. I'm just trying to win the day, you know? I was like thinking ahead, and then one of my coaches was like, just worry about today.
Yeah.
And that kind of just settled me down, so I'm just trying to worry about today.
Last one, is it hard for you to not hit out here?
Yeah. But I think it's like better for the team if we don't hit, but it's kind of hard.
Yeah, it's tough. Kamari Lassiter, Texans cornerback. Hey, congrats on all your success. Have a great season. We'll see you out here, I'm sure, OTAs and training camp, and good luck with your softball game, man.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Right, there it is.
All right, there you go. I like Kamari Lassiter, man.
I think, is he afraid if he went to JJ for advice or anything on the softball classic that JJ would go all Peyton Manning on him? Like become like
start taking over the organization,
the wedding planner, like the mother-in-law that takes over the planning of the wedding.
Maybe.
Because we know JJ's pretty meticulous.
Yes,
and we heard, for those of you who didn't hear it, Eli Manning tells a hilarious story about how basically Peyton is obsessive about everything, including telling Eli what to say at his own birthday party.
Here's the speech you're going to give about me.
You're going to give at your birthday party. Yeah. Maybe he's like, okay, JJ's going to come in and try to run it.
Maybe.
Run it the way JJ would run it.
Maybe.
That's Kamari's thing.
JJ's, and I'm looking forward to Kamari's. JJ's charity softball game was, every year he did it, it's my favorite charity event in the city. That was always so fun.
The thing about Kamari is, and I have so much respect for anybody that does this, whether they're professional athletes or whether they're currently in IT. He walked on. His senior year in high school, he went out for the baseball team. Just for the hell of it, that's a hard sport to just drop into.
Yep.
So, but it's not like he hasn't played baseball.
Yeah.
And he was joking around at his press conference yesterday. He said he doesn't need to practice. He's a natural. I think he has a pretty good. Having faced some, I'm guessing, pretty good pitchers at the high school he went to. He has some humility about how hard it is to hit a round object.
I gotta go back and think. I don't think Kamari was on the team yet when JJ. The last time JJ had his softball game, it was retired Texans versus the current Texans, and I know it was during the D'Amico Ryans era because Will Anderson, I don't think had ever picked up a baseball bat before.
No, it was really obvious. You could see because that was that.
He was such a good sport about it.
We went into an annoyingly long discussion about like the point at which kids just stopped playing baseball as much, because it used to be just almost every able-bodied boy who grew up in America had played baseball at some point, and that just that kind of really started to fall apart at the turn of the century. And that was so Will Anderson and his age group, you could see, this is when kids stopped playing baseball because they don't know what they're looking at a baseball bat like it might as well be a cricket wicket or something.
Well, and we didn't know that about Will either. So he gets in the batter's box for the home run derby, and you look, and it's Will Anderson.
Yeah.
Like he looks like if he could swing a bat, he looks like he could hit a softball 500 feet. And then the first swing, it's like, he's never picked up a bat before.
But also because we grew up in an era where if you couldn't at least kind of hit a baseball or throw a baseball, it was a source of deep shame.
But
this generation, they don't care.
Right.
They're like, I don't know how to do this thing.
Right. I played Little League. I had a normal batting stance, a normal swing. I just didn't hit the ball all that well.
Right. But this generation, because it wasn't the same part of the culture, they just don't. They're like, I can't hit a baseball. Who cares?
Will, and that's what he was. He was just laughing about it the whole time. It was great. All right, into the 8 o'clock hour we go. Speaking of which, fortunately, the Astros.
That was a good interview, Sean.
Thank you.
Did a good job.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah. He's an easy guy to talk to. And I know you took some. We can hit some of what Kamari had to say as well. In fact, we can hit some of it in the next segment. We'll hit some Astros and some Kamari Lassiter. The Astros, good night last night. Good road trip. And great since Seth and I reset the season. We'll discuss coming up next.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers reset the script.
Liggett of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
This ball hit by Nicky Lopez to right, and the Astros are going to win the series and have a 7-3 road trip. What a trip for the Astros. They had struggled on the road all season long, but they go to Minneapolis. They play the Cubs in Chicago, and they come here to Arlington and take 3 out of 4. Lummer, that is quite a trip after starting out 1-2 against the Twins.
Yeah, tripping is definitely what it is, and I'm happy that the Astros end up with a winning road trip. I'm happy the way they played these games. They played well here in Arlington to finish off. Now get me home.
All right, Todd Callis, Jeff Blum on the call. Space City Home Network last night. Another night that was fun to sit down in front of the TV and donate my 3 hours to our Houston Astros.
And they did this the benefit of I got real cocky real early in this one.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, oh, okay, I can pretty much just check out on worrying anything. You know why? My confidence in Arrighetti. And yet, Arrighetti needed some help from the fielding last night.
He did.
And he got it
early.
In droves.
Early.
Yeah.
He got it from Cam Smith. In fact, let's relive the magic of the first inning last night, because this thing was over 1 inning in. The Astros in the top of the first, right off, Jeremy Pena goes all George Springer on fools.
First at bat tonight against Eovaldi, which is usually better for Jordan. And Jeremy delivers deep to left field, all the way back. Asuda, that ball's in the second deck. JP3 with his second home run of the series, and right away puts the Astros in front 1-0.
Yeah, that was nice, dude. That was a rocket. Second deck.
Yeah,
this is not. This Jeremy Pena getting his swing back has been a nice development on this road trip.
Yeah.
Because he hit a couple balls hard after that too.
I'll tell you what,
as
much as injuries have beleaguered the Astros, I like seeing evidence that sometimes, okay, hey, you know what? Maybe a guy's extra fresh and extra refreshed.
Yeah, maybe.
Just from he hasn't had the wear and tear of the season, and he's looking very much like the best version of himself.
Absolutely.
Made a really nice play on a double play, where Bryce Matthews glove flipped it to him. Ball was high, and Pena, as he's touching second base, bare hands it and rifles it to first.
Yep.
Braden Shoemake made a nice play last night.
Yeah.
There's just really good fielding all around.
They're getting.
I like Braden Shoemake. I love him.
They still
He's been my favorite baseball player for years.
No, dude, there are still spots in this lineup.
I know.
I can't believe this guy's.
But I don't look at Braden Shoemake anymore.
No.
It's okay. It's he's an Astro.
No. But Taylor Trammell is batting cleanup in this series.
And we were excited about seeing Taylor Trammell back.
Yeah.
We're at the point. The injuries have been so bad that we're excited to see Taylor Trammell back.
That's it, man. That's it. A little later on that first inning, Isaac Paredes.
Here's Isaac Paredes. Paredes delivers one deep down the left field side. If it stays fair, it's trouble. Let's go! Isaac Paredes hits a 2-run home run, and just like that, the Astros out in front 3-0 against a guy who had a 0.66 ERA against them in his last 4 starts.
Okay, now obviously a very hard hit ball because it was a line drive home run, but that one was the classic. Oh yeah, that's why they got Isaac Paredes.
Yeah.
Now that was obviously up in Arlington, but one of the big things about trading for Paredes was, boy, he's got this kind of line drive power pull to the pull side.
Yeah.
And, boy, he's going to hit a lot of balls into the Crawford boxes. And generally speaking, he has. That was one of those that would have been like a line drive into the short corner of the Crawford boxes last night.
It was a classic home run.
Just over the fence.
One of 30 parks or whatever it would have been.
Yeah, exactly. So they take a 3-0 lead, and then in the bottom of the first, Cam Smith does this.
It's this ball deep to right field. Cam Smith going back to the wall, and he will jump up. Does he make the catch? No, it's just over his glove. No, he got it. Cam just robbed him of a home run. He dinked me initially. I did not think he brought that back, but he did. Cam Smith, the best right fielder defensively in 2026, saves a run.
Arrighetti said the same thing after the game. Arrighetti's like, I was watching the ball go back, and I'm watching Cam, and I'm like, all right, well, this one's going to go out. And then he jumped into the stands, and he came down, and I thought he didn't get it. And then all of a sudden I see him tossing the ball, like drops the ball in his bare hand, and he's kind of just flipping it around or whatever.
Yeah.
It was pretty funny. But that was nice. Arrighetti's been great this year, but you got to get a little help sometimes.
Yeah, and Arrighetti his numbers on the year so far. Sometimes Baseball Reference doesn't update these until
I guarantee you they have not updated.
Oh, right. It's even at
no, because I tried to look up Jordan yesterday at like 9 o'clock, like what his OPS was for the series so far, and they didn't have the third game in there. They don't update.
They have
updated
it.
They have
update it. Yeah, I think it's different. It's stressful.
I know his ERA is in the 1.3s.
Yeah, he's still not. He hasn't qualified for. He doesn't have enough innings pitched to qualify to be on the leaderboard yet.
Huh?
Yeah, he's at 47 innings pitched. If they go by the rule, I think they go by the rule, you have to have an inning pitched for each game that your team has played, which they played 58 games.
58 games,
so he's at 47 innings pitched. So if he gets a couple nice long stretches in there, then
should be there by if he pitches the way he's been pitching, he'll be there by the middle of June.
Yeah.
So that'll be nice to see his name in lights.
Yeah, because he's got a 1.34 ERA right now. If he qualified, he'd have the best ERA in baseball. But Christopher Sanchez has 79 innings.
Yeah. Well, this is
it was just fair. That's fair.
Well, and we know that Arrighetti got a late start because he was down in Sugar Land to start the year
because he wasn't one of the best 6 pitchers on your team.
Yeah.
It was very clear that Spencer Arrighetti, he'll get his chance. Oh, no, they were still with a 5-man rotation early in the season. Then when they went to 6. Spencer Arrighetti with 1.46 ERA had to start off in the minors.
6th best.
Because he's the 6th best pitcher on this illustrious
You're
staff.
no Christian Javier, Spencer Arrighetti. Or Lance McCullers.
You think you're Brewer?
Or Tatsuya Imai. Or Mike Burrows. Or all these guys whose ERA is better than by like 4. So the Astros 2.5 games out now, Seth, both in the division and in the wild card hunt. When we come in on Monday, we could be looking at a playoff team here mathematically.
Yeah, and I'm cool with it, man. Yeah. I don't judge. All right, maybe your division just didn't grow up with wealthy parents the way some of these other divisions did.
That's right.
Our division is hard scrabble, Sean.
Yeah,
they've had to fight
hard
for
scrabble.
Everything they've had. All right. You don't just get to go knock off the A's somehow.
Yeah.
You got to fight and work your way to get up to almost 500.
That's right.
Yeah.
We know it.
I almost got in an argument with a Yankees fan yesterday because somebody had brought up this graphic of some teams' records versus winning baseball teams. So
it was on social media.
The Yankees record versus teams that are currently above 500 is like 1-9 or something, which is a classic Yankees scenario as of late. They're just they
beat other lamb killers.
But this Yankees fan was like, oh yeah, well. They went 2 for 3 against the Astros and then all these other teams. So the Yankees are the reason those teams aren't 500. And I'm like, you idiot.
Yeah.
I wish I would love for the Astros to be that close to 500. But no, you can't credit the Yankees in the 2-1 margin they had over the Astros is the reason the Astros aren't 500.
Right. They're one of the Yankees against teams that are above 500 this year. I'm looking at the tweet that you sent me yesterday. Yeah, they're lamb killers, man.
Mm-hmm. That's what they have been.
Yep, all this whole time. Yep. We got some texts following the Kamari Lassiter interview we just played. Texter says, this guy, he's such a badass. Thank you for a great interview, Sean. That's from Jim. I'm happy with how the interview went. Ben, do we have the entire? Do you happen? I'm sorry, Ben. I'm unleashing this. Do you have the whole interview, like including the part that I had you like cue past in the 15 seconds I had you cue past in the beginning?
I deleted that.
You deleted it. Okay. Well, I'll send it to you later.
He gave you a couple like super quick answers.
I started interviewing Kamari, and they were very, they're kind of benign opening questions about his number change and how's it feel to be back out here with the guys. Usually, most players will give you, especially the one how's it feel to be back out here with the guys.
Yeah.
The guys that love to practice like him, I'm figuring, okay, he'll give me 15, 20 seconds on this. Feels great. Love the guys.
Yeah.
Okay, on to the next question. So the first 2 questions were like 2-word answers.
Yeah.
And I'm like, this is not the Kamari Lassiter that I know from press conferences and interviews.
You start to get that internal panic.
I was a little...
am I going to have enough questions to fill like 3 minutes here?
I'm looking at my notes. I'm doing the arithmetic.
Yeah.
I'm like, I got enough for about 48 seconds here.
But you're also kind of like, all right, am I asking these wrong? Or am I like, how do I got to figure out some kind of angle to loosen them up a little bit.
Okay, Ben's got it. Okay. So Ben here was the opening to my interview with Kamari Lassiter that wound up on the cutting room floor.
Do it in 3, 2, 1. On Pendergast, Sports Radio 610 out here at Texans OTAs. I'm with cornerback Kamari Lassiter, who's wearing the number 3 now, man. How's it feel to have the number 3 back?
Feels good. Feels like old times.
Yeah. So how's it feel to be back out here with the guys at OTAs?
Nothing better. Playing football with the guys.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
I feel like I got ribbed. I feel like I got pranked.
Somebody set you up for that.
John
Yeah.
Harris told me after the interview that he was going to tell Kamari to do that.
Yeah.
Maybe he actually did tell Kamari.
He diabolically said
and
he
Johnny's
was going
trying to play the middle. They thinking, I got to see. Sean might get mad if I tell him I actually did it.
Yeah. No, that's no, and that's the thing. It ended up being, for those of you who missed it, go back and listen on the app because it was a really good interview by both Sean and Kamari.
Thanks.
But no, when that happens, you really. Like, there's so many things that go through your head all at once. Like, wait a second, did I say something wrong and piss him off?
Right.
What do I have to readjust?
Yeah.
All these questions, like, so the 2 questions that you think are going to be nice and soft and help loosen somebody up,
just
you're like,
easing
okay,
in.
it's not working at all. Do I change my entire strategy? Are any of these questions any good?
Yes. That's exactly what was good. Dude, you are reading my mind. That's what was going through my brain. Good to be back out with the guys.
Yeah.
Okay. On to the next. But it turned out to be a really good interview. Kamari's great. He's excellent. He is very easy to like.
I thought there were a couple things that he said that I really liked. And if I could know where the hell I had taken the notes.
7:43, right?
What time is it right now, Sean?
It's in the 8 o'clock. It's a segment.
How many games of the Astros played?
It's 58, and it's in the segment right above the one we're in right now.
I took these notes.
They're good notes. I'm looking at them.
Okay, so the kind of fun thing was he used the phrase, I can't remember what he was talking about, but he said, wasn't too much nothing.
Oh,
I've never heard that before.
About his when he got cracked on the knee in the Charger game.
His injury.
Yeah.
That wasn't too much nothing.
Yeah.
I like that. I want to start using that.
Wasn't too
Brandy,
much.
take a note at home.
Yep.
I got to start working that phrase into my life.
Put it on the whiteboard of phrases I want to use.
Yeah, I'm retiring ain't no thing, and I'm going to start using wasn't too much nothing. Brandy loves it when I say ain't no thing.
Like 1993.
I break out ain't no thing in the most random places with strangers. And it either kills or gets the weirdest looks. I love doing it with like old guys.
What percentage are like, I kind of like this guy?
Yeah. I don't know, like 50-50.
Yeah.
Waitresses love it. They do. Like, this guy's not a bastard.
I love chit-chatting with servers at restaurants that we go to.
Yeah.
I do. I enjoy that. I think they like me for it, too.
They're tired of your act.
Oh, no. No. They love it.
They're like, I
asked them their names.
Boyfriend in the kitchen.
I introduced myself.
Oh, you're like the guy in the commercials. The don't be like your parents.
Probably.
Remember the guy? He's like, you don't need to introduce yourself. You don't have to.
See?
I know I'm getting old. Ben, you know which commercials I'm talking about?
Yes.
What's I don't know. He does the classes for not. It's a great ad because I don't know what the name of the company is or anything.
Yeah.
But he's the one that does the giving people lessons to not be like their parents.
Yeah.
And every single one I watch, I'm like, these are just pleasant people.
Right.
These people who are conducting themselves. It's like, walking through the hardware store and you compliment somebody on the job they're doing. And you're like, whoa, buddy.
Yeah.
Like, well, what the hell is wrong with that?
No,
He's being
man.
a pleasant individual.
I think asking somebody what their name is personalizes the interaction with them. Whether it's, somebody you meet socially or somebody who's bringing you your food at a restaurant.
No, don't be like your parents. Needs to be like the really messed up stuff that some of our parents might do. Which don't be the person that says you're getting married again,
right?
Like, you're not gonna have any more kids, are you? That kind of. Don't be that kind of parent.
No. I know the name of every server at Avalon Diner.
No,
the
that's
first
good.
name.
That's
every
good.
single
You know
one.
what else? Okay. Quick story.
Yeah.
After Dom Capers got fired, and I've told this story before. Everybody, bear with me if you haven't heard this, but there's a part of the story that was impressive to me. After Dom Capers got fired, George H.W. Bush called him up. And Dom Capers accepted the call. And it was funny because George H.W. Bush...
he was fired. He had to start networking.
He's like, I might have to change careers.
Yeah.
And I was like, maybe he wants me to be an aide.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, I'll take his call this time.
No, but it was funny because Dom told me about the phone call, but he said that George H. called up, Bush the Elder, and said, hey, been there, one-term president. And,
that's hilarious.
Yeah, and so he's like, hey, I'd like to, if you got, I'd love to have you out to have lunch, and if you want to bring one of your players or something, that'd be cool. So Dom called me. And I like to think I was first on the list, but who knows? I might have been the only guy who was still in town.
Yeah.
So it was cool. I was like, yeah, I'm up for that. So we went to the Houston club. And the thing that was most impressive to me, honestly, was that, he knew the names of all the servers here at the club.
Bush?
Yeah. And, George Bush, the elder, was never thought of as one of the more charismatic presidents or anything. But you could see just not being the most charismatic president, the level of charisma of those guys is off the charts because he was every person he interacted with, it was like an old friend or something, and he knew the names of all the waiters and everything. Yeah. And he just had all these folksy little jokes at the ready.
I do too.
Yeah. Sean, you think you can invade Iraq? Come on, get over yourself.
No. But I can get extra cheese on my omelet.
Yeah. No, even
that's a great story, dude.
I ended up talking. So we were at at lunch, and Dom and Bush are having adult conversation, and meanwhile there were four of us, and
Seth's got a fork flicking things at the ceiling.
Well, plus, dude, I'd always been grossed out by oyster. I'd never eaten an oyster sober before in my life. I vaguely knew that I had at other times, late at night at an oyster bar or something. Yeah. But never in a sober state of mind.
Yep.
And President Bush orders a tray of oysters, and he's like, "Yeah, you're gonna love these." And I'm like, If a president kind of pushes you to eat oysters,
the rule.
So I'm shoveling these things down my mouth, and he's like, "Oh, you like those oysters, huh? Let's get some more. Another round of oysters for the big fella." He was like, he's like any grandpa. He's got this big dude, and he's like, he loves feeding me,
he loves to treat you.
So I ended up eating as many oysters as I've eaten in my entire life.
Did you come around on them, or did you hate them?
Because they're the spices and everything. So I did. Yeah, now I like oysters.
Yeah.
But I ended up talking to the kid he had with him, the assistant, was some kid from Kennebunkport, Maine.
Yeah.
Who was just a kid from the neighborhood.
Like a family
that
friend
he hired on as his aide. And it was,
man.
But it was at the time, it was cool because it was right after he and Clinton had been doing all the tsunami relief together.
Mm-hmm.
So he and Bill Clinton, both ex-presidents at the time, had done the tsunami relief. So it was just, so I was talking to Aide about that because he was doing all the traveling with him and everything, and he's telling me stories about Clinton, and it was cool.
That's great. That is a great story. I love that.
And the best was as we were riding the elevator down after we had eaten.
Yeah.
I was there, standing there in front of Bush in my only suit.
Yeah.
And I had to get my collar.
Yeah.
And it was because the little dry cleaning tag was still on there. He goes, huh? Show off, huh?
No, I never get dressed up.
Yeah.
All right, now I got to go to the 2005 Texans roster and see who Dom might have called before you to go to lunch.
Sean, in my mind, I would be the first one he called.
I would call you.
I think there's a good chance I was the first one.
I think you were too, because you're good at conversation. You want somebody there who's good at conversation.
He also knows that I can mix in different companies, so I don't think he worried at all about what my politics are were. I can have a good conversation with anybody and everybody.
You're
no
a
matter
chameleon.
Who
You're a political chameleon.
Yeah.
All right.
No, I'm not a political chameleon in terms of my beliefs or anything, but I can.
Setting.
I can have a conversation and a congenial conversation with anybody.
There you go. All right. Coming up next, we will talk about Seth's political leanings. We will talk about Jalen Petrie. Jalen Petrie had a hilarious quote about Will Anderson Jr. and was also talked about what does this Texans defense need to do to take the next step. We'll talk about that coming up next.
We sure will, Sean.
Easy Honda.
Easy Honda?
Yep.
Oh, my gosh.
They're making it easy.
They make it easy at Easy Honda. Lincoln Saw, the managing partner
Studio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Of all the things we discussed in the last segment, I think the thing I'm most excited about is that I know how to work a restaurant like a former president does.
Yeah.
I feel very good about my methodology of socializing with people.
Mm-hmm.
That was good. If you missed it, Seth had a great story in the previous segment. You got to go back and listen to.
Yeah.
You got to break bread with former President Bush the Elder when you were, and Dom Capers.
Yeah, at the same time.
Teacher's pet.
Was that? But then I buried a lot of the stuff that I wanted to say about Kamari Lassiter in an incredibly good interview.
We did get a little sidetracked.
We got sidetracked.
Yeah, we did.
You know, the biggest thing, the one thing I keep finding, I find funny is the young guys. I don't think they understand that D'Amico Ryan. I don't think they understand that there was ever a coach at Alabama other than Nick Saban. Like I don't know if that. They might Bryant actually Nick Saban because he mentioned that D'Amico, he went to Alabama, same type of attitude and mindset as Georgia.
It's Kirby Smart.
Kirby Smart. And I'm like, no, that was the Mike Shula Crimson Tide back when
yes,
D'Amico,
it was.
Mike Shula, who was 10-23 as a coach at Alabama.
Yeah, D'Amico was basically the coach of that team, probably.
Yeah.
If we go back, at least the defensive side.
That's what we called him.
At least the defensive side, yeah. Let's get to Jalen Petrie here. Jalen Petrie met with the media yesterday. This was funny. He got asked about Will Anderson Jr. I wonder if Will Anderson Jr. starts to become what J.J. Watt used to be. You mentioned this yesterday, I think, about how back in the day when J.J. was winning Defensive Players of the Year, other Texans would get interviewed, and by like the third question, it was like, so what's it like to play with J.J. Watt?
Right, yeah. It always came back around to J.J. somehow.
So I wonder if Will Anderson Jr. will have a similar dynamic as he continues to evolve into the world record that he is. D'Amico Ryan said he was wrecking practice so badly that he might have to take Will out of practice so the offense can get some things done. Tongue in cheek, I think. But here was Jalen Petrie asked about that.
Yeah, Will is Will. He gonna wreck practices, wreck games, wreck meetings. He gonna wreck everything. That's what, that's why he's the best, because he shows up every day ready to work, ready to push others, inspire others, and he's a great leader for this team, a great player for this team, and he's definitely already, like you said, wrecking havoc out there in t-shirt and shorts. Coach is always on a tipping point of like, do I slow him down? It's like, that's just Will. Like, you can't really slow him down.
Well, yeah, no, and that is because there's tempo violations, pads. There's a way to go about it where you're just going hard, but not being overly physical. And I think that's what Will does, and he's just really, really good.
Yeah.
So I think, like, we like to joke around how he's wrecking practice and everything. There is a thing about when you're in no pads, or even in training camp when you're in pads, like the play continues even though there would have been a theoretical sack. They'll call out sack or whatever, but like they should at the very least keep extending to get the passing part of it done.
At least for a couple more seconds.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. No, but CJ's good about not. CJ isn't one of those annoying quarterbacks as a defensive player. You hate these guys that'll stand there for 10 seconds.
Makes a play 10 seconds.
That happened CJ's rookie year before he learned how to practice like in the NFL. Plus, and he was coming out of a school where he did have 10 seconds of time to throw
That's
at times,
true. It's a big adjustment to only having 2 seconds.
Like, somebody's going to be open after 10 seconds. But like CJ's got a pretty good feel for how to practice now where, after a few seconds, if nobody's open, you pull down and
run.
run.
That pisses off defensive players, huh?
Well, yeah, especially if you're a defensive back, you're out there running around.
Oh, that's true.
And it looks like you got, and especially I would imagine in this day and age where stuff gets broadcast all over social media.
Oh, yeah.
They show a highlight of Stingley getting beat, but it's not what you don't see is that, that was after the receiver made his 8th cut.
Got cooked.
Yeah.
That's great. Here's Jalen Petrie being asked an actual question that probably has a difficult answer. Like, the defense was so good last year. What can the defense do to take the next step?
Pure execution, like I said. Like, it's been plenty of games, a play here, a play there. We haven't been our best. So it's about, like, getting everything out of it, squeezing the towel dry, like, doing everything we can to be 100% correct at all times. Like, that's our next step, and it's going to be hard, but that's what we want. We want the hard stuff because everybody can do that.
Squeeze the towel dry, Sean.
Squeeze the towel dry. Well, I do think back, obviously the defense was elite last year. So I go back to thinking like, okay, were there times that this defense cost the Texans? And there were, the missed tackle by Henry To'oTo'o in the Tampa Bay game.
Yeah.
Cost them the game.
Right.
They make a tackle there. The game is over. They win that game in week 2.
Jaguars to Brian Thomas Jr.
Yeah, the Brian Thomas Jr. catch and run, and there probably were one or two other plays in that game. But that was the big one. You're absolutely right. The letting Bo Nix escape at the end of the Bronco game to set up the game-winning field goal.
Yeah.
But that just goes to show you how good this defense is. You and I are literally naming 3 or 4
We can remember
plays.
the moments, right?
Yeah, it's not this tsunami of them.
But that's exactly, and we've already heard from Aziz Elshire talk about that. The coaches have already talked to them about the explosive plays, some of the breakdowns that have occurred. That it's that you don't assume that you just step back out and you're an awesome defense and you just have to tweak these things. They got to start off at square one in a lot of things every year. But I do think the thing that makes me optimistic about them actually potentially being even better this year is that they were a young secondary last year. They still had Kamari Lassiter and Kalen Bullock as second-year players. Those guys aren't true veterans yet, but they're awesome. But there's things that you can add on to, and there's a higher level of play that those guys get just by becoming more experienced, more intelligent NFL players, and adding in Reed Blankenship to instead of having to kind of massage things. And remember, we talked about how they didn't disguise coverages all that much. And it's kind of cool, and you can beat your chest about how, hey, we just line up and play. Over time, that really gets tested if you just line up and play all the time. But one of the difficulties they had last year was without a steady starter next to Kalen Bullock, there's only so much you can do pre-snap where you're not really then messing up, a rookie. You got Jalen Reed starting as a rookie with very little experience.
Street guys that have only been on the team, like Kayvon Wallace for a few weeks.
Every little wrinkle you add pre-snap makes it that much harder to be sound during the play. And I think they might be able to build on that this year and just add a few more wrinkles here and there.
Does Jalen Petrie believe the Texans have the best secondary in the NFL?
I definitely feel like we're the best secondary just because, it's us. I think anybody would say that about themselves, but I think more so it's the work that we put in on a daily, and then it's also the work that we put in on Sundays. Our group is top to bottom, left to right, going to go out there and make plays on Sundays. You for sure going to see Steen catching a pick, Kamari catching a pick, Kalen everybody is doing something. Reed catching a pick, knocking somebody out, Jay Reed, Huz. I could go down the line for everybody, no matter who's in, what week it is, preseason, postseason, practice. Everybody best in that room, and I think that just pushes everybody forward. Nobody is satisfied in that room, and that's why I believe that we're the best.
Yeah, look, they've got 3 or 4 Pro Bowl or Pro Bowl alternate, whatever. This is a decorated secondary that's to your point, very young still. Derek Stingley Jr. and Jalen Petrie are the senior citizens in this secondary, and their Stingley's contract extension hasn't even kicked in yet that he signed last year. So it's a young secondary. It's obviously very talented, very decorated. I would submit blindly almost that this might be the best position group, a room.
Oh, in football?
Well, maybe no. I was going to say in Texans history.
Oh, okay.
That this might be, and I'm trying to think of the other ones that would be in the conversation. The offensive line that Kubiak had in 2011, 2012 was really good. That had 3 Pro Bowlers on it with Myers and Wade.
It's tough,
Dwayne Brown.
If you think about the defensive line when it was J.J. Watt, Antonio Smith, if you include Connor Barwin, technically a linebacker, but a part of the pass rush. I'm just thinking about it's still.
It's kind of JJ and a bunch of other guys.
They've got potentially 5 Pro Bowlers to all pros in the secondary right now as you look at it.
You're saying with Blankenship coming in to round it out.
The steadiness of it and the completeness of it is really, really impressive.
Yeah, I maybe I'll do that exercise this weekend and go back through some of the old Texans teams. So, you played. People they forget because it was an expansion team because you guys didn't make the playoffs or anything like that. But you were on a really good defense that probably had some position groups that are in a Texans conversation like this.
Yeah.
There were some really good defenses you played on.
Early there?
Yeah,
but I did nothing like these guys.
Yeah, I'm just trying to...
It's
very
ridiculously impressive. I was just looking. I had been looking at some of the preseason rankings of secondaries going into last year. And
where were they?
The Texans were I think they were. I would see him at like 4th or 5th in a lot of them.
Yeah.
And the couple that I've found so far this offseason, again, like these are just subjective rankings by people. They both had the Texans at the top.
Got to be.
Followed by the Broncos and the Seahawks.
Yeah. I hadn't even thought about best position group in 2026 NFL, but they're in the conversation by virtue of being number one of all secondaries in the NFL. They're at least in that conversation.
Right.
Yeah.
Do some research on that this weekend and get back to me.
I will. I'll get back to you and the audience on Monday.
No, don't tell them. Just me.
I'll tell you first, then you tell me if it's worth telling them.
I have a premium membership.
$8.99 a month, baby.
Yeah.
All right, that was Jalen Petrie. That was good stuff. Hey, let's circle back to C.J. Stroud and what he had to say. For those of you who missed it earlier, we haven't played the clip in the back half of the show here yet. C.J. did talk about his contractual situation, and D'Amico Ryans talked about Will Anderson Jr. We will get to that. Top of the hour, Take-A-Mania. Stephen A. Smith, the champion right now. We'll see if anybody takes him down. Yeah, we got Take-A-Mania coming up at
big day for him.
9 o'clock. It's a big day for Stephen A. Smith. He'll be on First Take. Right about sure he'll be removed by being the Take-A-Mania champ. We'll do all that coming up here in just a little bit. Stay there.
You can be the champion of your neighborhood. Have the best.
Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast, Take a Mania coming up at the top of the hour. Ben, I apologize. I forgot to put you probably went and got the cuts, Ben, even though I didn't put them in the rundown during the break, because Seth and I'm in here just hot taking with my friend Seth in here. Can you get us CJ talking about his contract, Ben? Welcome back in, Payne and Pendergast, everybody.
Yeah, we're going to be joined later by somebody who called us slimy for taking something out of context.
On the internet yesterday. Yeah, Tony Farmer, who's been all over the Diana Rossini, Mike Vrabel story.
I feel like I'm going to have to explain to Tony Farmer when he comes on just how much I try to defend people for certain turns of phrases. But that I also will critique them for a turn of phrase.
You
I stand
go
by
both
the way.
ways.
I stand so Tony Farmer, who's the guy who's been breaking a lot of the news, or at least had a lot of opinions, and kind of done a lot of work on the Vrusini scandal, and
provide a lot of content for shows like ours.
Yeah. So he did, and there was one particular part of it that I thought was pretty humorous because it just is an odd way to make a request, and we made fun of it and laughed about it. Yeah. But somehow he got wind of it, and he's accusing us of taking him out of context, et cetera, et cetera.
Yep. So we'll see. Yeah, so we'll see. I mean, he and I were in touch yesterday about the whole thing, and so the communication was all cordial. So, but we're going to play that.
Find out about your relationship with Rossini, professional relationship. Did you disclose that?
No, and just to be clear, in case he's listening, I don't have one. I don't know Diana Rossini.
Sure, Sean.
In case my wife is listening, thanks a lot
publicly.
for that. Yeah, I don't know. Does Brandy know about yours?
Yeah. It's pretty good. I felt good because you forwarded it to me. I wouldn't have known, but I was like, oh, he called me slimy.
Yeah,
and I'm not emotionally moved by this at all. I'm kind of nope. I disagree.
No, because I think what he was doing. We'll play the audio later when he comes on with us. But I think he was holding a couple of sports talker entertainment.
Yeah,
just trying to have fun and to a journalistic
standard.
And I think what Tony Farmer learned is we are far below that standard. Yeah. So, but we'll have him on. I'm genuinely intrigued by his coverage, his interest. The degree, what's the end goal?
At what point do you decide to go full bore into this? Yeah, what was the trigger?
He's covered it right. When did he decide that this was going to be his journalistic
wheelhouse
cause
here for at least the next the next couple of months?
I'm genuinely interested in that. I mean, and he seems like a nice guy from the conversations we had yesterday. But we'll play the audio.
Acting.
Say the audio of him calling us.
I don't want to take him out of context.
Say we were acting slimy. God forbid.
He didn't call us slimy. Yeah. He said it was a slimy thing to do.
So I'm looking forward to talking to him. We'll do that at 9:20, about a little after 9:20 today on the show. The audio we're talking about, we'll play for you as well. Him talking about me and Seth on the internet yesterday. C.J. Stroud was asked about his contractual situation yesterday at the very end of his media session, first media sesh he's had since the playoffs. Here's what he had to say.
Yeah, I mean, I let my agent handle it, and, if it's time to do it, then it is. If it's not, my job is football, so that's what I focus on, is just getting better. And I think I've held my bargain up on that edge. So, I'm, whatever happens. I'm excited to be a Texan this year and, go from there.
Okay.
Yeah, so, and immediately, in the spirit of not taking things out of context.
Yeah.
And I didn't take this out of context before I found out that I was a slime ball.
Right.
But when people hear I've held up my end of the bargain, or, he used that, I think that's the phrase he was meaning to use. I think the immediate knee-jerk reaction is, oh, wait, that's what somebody says when they expect a new contract. If you listen to the whole quote, in sequence, he says, it's my agent's job to do all of that, whether I get a new contract or not. My job is to improve as a football player, and basically, I think I've done that. You can interpret that as him saying that, yeah, he's done everything he should do to deserve a new contract. I took it more literally, just in that he lets his agent focus on the contract. That's a different world. My world is I'm trying to improve as a football player. And I believe. So you argue about whether he has or has not, but still, it's not like making a soft demand or expectation of a contract.
No, I agree with that. I agree with you. I think that is an interesting conversation, though, to say, if improvement is what he's talking about, has he held up his end of the bargain?
I said all last season, and I've been consistent in this, that I do think he made a lot of improvements in maturing as a quarterback. And it's the type of stuff that doesn't show up in the stats. And I'm not saying it was an awesome performance. Don't get me wrong. I'm saying that he learned when and where he had to manage risk, that he had to throttle it back, that it was a lot about not taking sacks is not, it's not on the offensive line, it's on the quarterback. There are a lot of quarterbacks who have horrible offensive line play, and it affects their play as a quarterback, but they don't get sacked a lot. Peyton Manning was the chief example of that.
Yep.
Peyton Manning got so many mediocre offensive linemen sent to Pro Bowls just because he was so good at getting rid of the ball and everything.
Yeah.
So I thought CJ did improve in that regard in a lot of ways last year. It's just it all fell apart in the playoffs was the problem.
Yeah, I want to play it one more time because there is one other part of that cut that we have not talked about yet today. We've hit this topic a couple of times. Ben, play CJ one more time there.
Yeah, I mean, I let my agent handle it, and, if it's time to do it, then it is. If it's not, my job is football, so that's what I focus on is just getting better. And I think I've held my bargain up on that edge. So, whatever happens. I'm excited to be a Texan this year and, go from there.
Okay, the other part that people were talking about, and by the way, the more I listen to this, the more I agree with you as the holding the bargain part. I think that's a good observation by you. The very end there where he talks about he's looking forward to being a Texan this year and then go from there. That got a lot of attention too.
Yeah.
And I think what will be pointed out there is he is mirroring exactly what Nick Caserio said about CJ Stroud.
Yeah, I guess maybe I'm trying too hard to not read into things, but I do feel like everything that everybody on the front office side of things and now on CJ's side of things has basically done what you try to preach to your football players in general is, hey, Dave, worry about today. Worry about the next play. Worry about those. Don't worry about the long off in the future. Let's just make improvements today. And I don't think it's anything more than just that. I think that you're dialed in on this year. You're not worried about the contract or the future or anything else like that, or at least that's what you're trying not to be concerned about. That stuff. It's
really interesting, like the number of different outcomes there could be for this upcoming season. Now I feel like the defense, as good as they are, kind of limits the number of outcomes because I think the defense prevents this team from being just a god-awful team.
Yeah.
But the number of outcomes that there could potentially be, and with each of them, asking yourself the question, do you think CJ's back after this? Mm-hmm. Do you think he's back in 2027?
Well, the other thing...
is there any scenario where they miss the playoffs where CJ Stroud is the quarterback in 2027 for this team?
Right. Oh, yeah. It feels way more wide open than it did this time last year.
Yeah.
I think the other thing about it with... Okay, missing the playoffs, like that can happen to any team, any year, obviously, because just whether injuries or whatever.
But I just feel like...
No, I was just going to say, though, I think, too, because you gotta remember, I think sometimes we've turned it into almost like, because of the playoffs or whatever, we turn it into almost that it was such an incredible defense that they overcame the worst offense in the league.
Yeah.
And it wasn't. It was a mediocre offense.
Yeah.
CJ Stroud... I've tried to be as objective as possible of this and take my own blinders off and everything. And if you look at the various different quarterback metrics, none of which are perfect, he's anywhere from 10th to 17th.
Middle of the pack.
In either QBR, EPA per pass play, passer rating, all those things. Yeah, so it's a really, really good defense and it's a mediocre offense, which is, it's hard to believe that they would have an extreme letdown.
Yeah.
But yeah, if it's not making the playoffs or not, or getting rolled out in the wild card round, or just if you have the same performance next year in the playoffs, then it gets really, really interesting.
Yeah, I mean, unless the defense gets hit with the plague, I don't see any scenario where they miss the playoffs and it's not the offense's fault.
Yeah.
That's what's interesting to me is like the defense is so good and so deep. Now, that said, if the wrong people get hit, then who knows what that looks like. The defense played the way they did last year, with what I call sort of the four pillars of the defense, the two edge rushers, the two corners, playing all but one game combined between those four guys.
Yeah.
So who knows? So maybe something like that. Or maybe the defense regresses. Who knows? But I just don't see a scenario where if they underperform this coming season, that it's not somehow the offense that this falls on.
Right. Yeah. Even if the defense falls off, it's hard to imagine a precipitous drop. And especially with D'Amico as the defensive coordinator.
Correct.
I'm sorry, Matt Burke. Apologies to Matt Burke. It's the defense. It's led by a defensive-minded D'Amico Ryan.
Yeah. Text messages on this very topic here. We'll do Take a Mania in the 9 o'clock segment. Y'all are feeding CJ's ego. He shouldn't be getting any run on this.
Run on what?
Okay, two things. One, you would be a horrible program director because the quarterback is always the biggest topic of any football team. And this is one of the most intriguing quarterback stories of this offseason in the NFL. I guarantee you there's shows outside of Houston talking about C.J. Stroud, talking about his contract today.
And he comes up in potential trade discussions and
100%.
everything. If it doesn't work out this year, what are you going to do? Yeah.
And y'all feeding his ego. I can also guarantee you, CJ's not listening to the show. Yes. He doesn't listen to our show, I'm pretty sure. Now,
I'm almost 100% positive. Yeah.
He has people around him that might listen to the show.
Right. But I think CJ does a pretty good job of, I think people in his inner circle are instructed, listen, I don't want to hear about what people are saying.
Yes.
Which is dicey because sometimes that's a dicey world because sometimes if you're living where you don't hear any of the outside noise, but then somebody lets something slip through, you tend to hear the dumbest, most extreme stuff.
Well, yeah, through bad filters.
You haven't heard anything else. You haven't heard anything at all. And then all of a sudden one day somebody claims that, they're accusing you of being a terrorist or something.
Yep.
You're like, whoa, that's what people are saying out there?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Up next, Take-A-Mania. The bad takes of the week will try to take down Stephen A. Smith, the reigning defending champion. We'll do that coming up next. But first, this show is sponsored by BetterHelp, the leading online therapy platform.
Sugarland Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, 9 o'clock. We do it 9 o'clock every Friday. Take a Mania. We'll see if the bad take of the week for a couple of weeks now, because this goes back to when the Timberwolves were playing the San Antonio Spurs. Now we're all the way to Game 7 of the Spurs and the Oklahoma City Thunder. But for those who are new to Take a Mania, it's the worst takes of the week, trying to take down the defending champ. The defending champ right now is Stephen A. Smith, who a few weeks ago, after Victor Wembanyama was ejected from the play game against the Minnesota Timberwolves and then was subsequently not suspended, Stephen A. Smith, heading into Game 5, said, you know what? The Wolves might want Victor Wembanyama, MVP finalist and Defensive Player of the Year. I'm adding those things. He said they might want Wemby out there because he's skinny.
How do you know he don't have a problem with it? How do you know they don't want Wemby on the basketball court tonight? They might want it. Even though he's 7'5", you keep saying 7'7", he's 7'5". But they might want him. They might want him out there. You understand? Especially, and Big Perk, especially because, again, this is not the Diesel. If it's somebody like Shaquille O'Neal walking around 330, 340, you understand, and dunking on your mug, that would be different. But because of how skinny he is, you know, you might have some cats that might want him out there. As great as he is, they might want him out there just so they can make sure he feels them. You never know.
People jumping in like
saying,
yes.
Well, because it was funny because I haven't watched the clip, but what I'm envisioning is he's reading the room and he's seeing the looks of skepticism on his face, and he feels like, hey, Perk, you know, like
even Perk thought
he's trying
that
to bring
dumb.
in something. Perk is like, no, I can't go there with you on this one.
Perk
man.
did not go there with him.
No.
Yeah,
that's what that's what he used to say about. She used to say about Randy Moss back in the day. I remember, they're like, oh, shoot, he's injured this week? He's so skinny, though.
Yeah.
Kind of wish he was out there.
Yeah.
I was like,
right.
I remember defensive back and we were facing the Vikings, being really hopeful that Randy Moss was going to be completely healthy this week. Because he's so skinny.
He's so skinny. So stupid. They would go on to lose by 29 points in that game. The Timberwolves would. All right, so that's the champ right now.
Yeah.
So we've got a few here that may have a shot. We'll see. I mean, that's a rough one, Stephen A. Smith. But here we go. This is Juwan Jennings, who, this is a quick one. He is a former wide receiver for the 49ers. Pretty good player. I mean, not a great player, but he's had his moments. Good player. Signed a one-year deal with the Vikings, who we know have Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison at wide receiver, two very good wide receivers, both of whose numbers were down last year because 9 was the quarterback for much of the year.
Yeah.
But Juwan Jennings signs with Minnesota, so they've got all three of those guys now. And here's what Juwan Jennings says it feels like with him coming to Minnesota.
How good of a spot is this for you fit-wise?
It's awesome. I feel like Kevin Durant, the Warriors.
Why do you say that?
Because big three, man. You know what I'm saying? It's just a lot of talent over here. It's just top down, head to bottom, a lot of talent.
Okay, a couple things. Juwan Jennings is comparing himself to Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
That is undeniable.
Yeah.
He is comparing the Minnesota Vikings to the Golden State Warriors.
I didn't know. Okay, what's the other one?
Oh, the other one is I think I would say there was even more and with Golden State it was like a big 4 because I'll even throw Draymond was an all-star also.
You know what? This is what I'm going to be a victim one. I'm coming out of draft season where people will make comps to certain players. Like they'll say, all right, well, this quarterback, he has these attributes, and to use an example everybody knows, they'll be like, he's like a Peyton Manning type of guy. And immediately people think like, oh, you're saying he's Peyton Manning? No, he's not saying that. He's like, that's the type of quarterback
traits
he is. He's not as good as him, but these are his traits.
Yeah.
And so I'm trying to make an excuse for Juwan Jennings in that regard. And because he's talking about himself, and I understand where he's going with it, it's like it's an imperfect analogy. But he's also I gotta give the young man just the benefit of the doubt on this one.
Some grace on this one? Okay.
Yeah.
Did he do it? Call
Well, and it's a bad take, no question.
Yeah.
Is it enough to take down Stephen A. Smith?
It's also he's describing how he feels. Yeah. No, it's not enough to take down Stephen A. Smith.
No, that's the question.
That was a ludicrous and absurd.
It's a silly take.
His at least is an analogy.
Well,
where Jennings is an analogy at least, and it concerns himself, which I always it's dicier. Stephen A. Smith was just atrocious.
Well, and was he trying to also maybe put over his teammates as well?
Right. Yeah, like he's trying to
sprinkle some sugar on Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison.
Yeah.
All right, so that loses. That's fine. This is Michael Wilbon yesterday. This caused, you can't see it in the audio, obviously, but this is on First Take. It's Wilbon, it's Stephen A. Smith, it's Jay Williams. This take caused Jay Williams to get up and walk off the set out of frustration over him thinking this was stupid. Michael Wilbon saying that if the Oklahoma City Thunder go on to win another championship, here's what's going to happen.
Just depends on whether they win. Winning covers all this stuff.
Yeah.
The deodorant that covers all stink is winning. And if Shai Gilgeous-Alexander goes back-to-back and he's on deck and he enters next season as a two-time champion and two-time MVP, guess what? There'll be kids out in the playground learning how to fly.
Oh, no.
Listen.
Please, no.
You know what, Alan?
Please, no.
People may not.
Jay's leaving. Jay's leaving.
Jay, but you guys know I'm right.
You guys
But
know
is he walking out because he doesn't like the take or because he's disgusted with the thought of that actually happening?
That's a good question. I hadn't thought about that. It's the optics of it make it look like he's walking out because of the take, or maybe Wilbon is opening his eyes to something that which makes it a better take.
I wonder if anything. There's partly because the two-time MVP, et cetera, there's that part of it. But Oklahoma City also just like they were about average in free throws this year. Like it's endemic to the entire league. And a lot of it goes on, and
but he is the worst.
Yeah,
when it's SGA.
Right. Oh, yeah. No,
when it
he's
comes
just,
to falling down and everything,
just dramatically amazing. Like he demands at least 7 feet of landing area.
Correct.
But no, I don't. I understand where he's coming from on that. Is he being a little bit overly dramatic about it?
Without question, he's on First Take.
He's basically saying, think of the children.
Right.
Think of the children.
Okay.
And look, Sean, I like children. Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe some of us don't like children, but I do.
Why are you pointing at me?
I don't know. You're the one that. Mike Wilbon caring about the kids is one of the worst takes of the week.
I'm just mixing it into Take-A-Mania.
No. This isn't as bad.
Yeah.
This is
not as bad.
No, this isn't as bad.
All right, so Stephen A., man.
I appreciate his concern for the youth of America.
Yes. All right, the rest of these are all Cavalier related, so we'll see what happens. This is Donovan Mitchell defending James Harden after one of the worst games. You know, James had a bunch of bad games in this sweep that the Knicks had. This was Donovan Mitchell defending his teammate James Harden.
I think we ignore leadership by him. I think we ignore the human, the character of who he is. All positive things, by the way. I think we ignore the empowerment that he gives people. I think we also ignore his greatness in a major way. And I say we, I really mean y'all. Sorry. This man changed the game of basketball. In ways that we've never seen before. And we live in such a ring-dominant culture that we're willing to write a guy off because he hasn't gotten there.
The part that didn't make air was Michael Wilbon right afterwards going, and he's the reason why there's kids in Yugoslavia doing a gather step and a pull-through, drawing fouls.
I think, honestly, you know what? I think that part of it is that I think most people's immediate knee-jerk response to him saying they ignore the way he's changed the game of basketball is that, no, nobody's ignoring it. They don't like the way he changed the game of basketball.
Yes.
That it's not an argument for it. I do think that it lost the wash with James Harden is how ridiculously fast he was at getting to the rim, and that's what allowed him to be so lethal with his step back.
Yeah.
That I think that part of it is a little bit ignored. There's sometimes that people don't appreciate just how freakishly good he was. And they focus more on the rule changes. So I would say, they actually talk more about the rule changes and the way he changed the basketball game. Nobody ignores that.
There's that, and I also think nobody's here for leadership talk with James Harden.
Yeah.
They don't talk about the leadership. I'm like, yeah, because he doesn't. I don't know that he exhibits the type of leadership that you're referring to, Donovan Mitchell.
The part about this one that's hard is that otherwise, even though I disagree with his message, it was a really well delivered.
It felt like he had a PowerPoint.
Or diatribe or whatever it was.
Yeah. It felt a little like I was being admonished.
I felt a little bit like I was being lectured. Yeah. Especially when he said y'all.
When he took it from first person to third person.
So I grudgingly acknowledged that it was a pretty good piece of public speaking.
So it's definitely not going to win Take-A-Mania.
He's also, sometimes being well delivered actually increases your odds.
Okay.
Because it needs to be entertaining to listen to.
Yep.
He is defending a teammate.
Yeah.
And for that, I always give guys the benefit of the doubt.
Okay.
Did he do it? Cover! Oh, and a kick out!
I'd like to think that I'd be capable of standing at a press conference and giving a bogus argument in defense of you someday.
Thank you.
I would like to be on your behalf.
Likewise, yes. And then the feeling is mutual.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Kenny Atkinson got run for
this. This is going to be a good one.
This is a good one, yeah.
This is, I'm going to have a tough one with this.
This is after Game 3 of the Eastern Conference Finals.
Yeah.
They had just lost by 16 points.
16 points.
They had coughed up a 22-point lead in Game 1. They got blown out again in Game 2 and Game 3. And heading into Game 4, which they eventually lost by 37 points.
Yeah.
In between Games 3 and 4, Kenny Atkinson said, analytically, we're actually up 2-1 right now.
Analytically, I think we've won the I said 3 out of 3. We're 2 out of 3 in the expected. I don't know if you guys follow that. It's an expected score. And we won 2 out of 3. And I know you're looking confused, but I'm not. There is really, if you believe in process and all that, like man up. So take that later. I know I don't throw that on them. I see it for myself. We have this feeling, then I can go to our analytical table and be like, man, we are, and I think last night it was, the expected score was like 1 point or 2. Us shooting way below expected, them shooting way over. I know no one wants to hear that. I think you guys like hearing it. I know, general
We're
public.
good. We got the gist.
Yeah.
He may have done enough.
My favorite part, and I didn't realize this the first time, was he's talking to a group of basketball writers.
Yep.
They 100% understand expected stats.
It's meant for the job
that's what basketball media is these days. They understand the analytical dynamic of it. So when he's looking at the basketball writers and he's saying, you're giving me confused looks, they're not confused
at all
by the stats. They're confused by you going down this line of reasoning in defense of your team that's getting blown out. They're wondering, what the hell are you doing here? You're going to be the Take-A-Mania champ
That's
soon.
Exactly right.
That was, and it is. It's he sounds like a guy that just bought a computer in 1989 and opens up the box and he looks at the screen and he says, "Do my taxes."
Yeah.
Is that how this works? Do my tax. Hey, I got this computer here. Yeah. You're looking all confused. Yep. Maybe you don't understand. This computer's going to do my taxes. Do my taxes. He doesn't understand analytics any better than any other schmuck.
No.
Take-A-Mania champion.
Oh, yeah.
I thought you guys are looking confused. Yeah. Let me break it down for you.
Yeah.
It's expected scoring.
Well, the best two was the actual reporter who you could hear in the background.
It's like, no. I'm just waiting to see where you go with this, my friend.
Watching you hang yourself here.
I'm just trying not to start tweeting this out as you're still speaking.
Yeah. All right, last one. Let's skip down to LeVar. James Harden saying we are the better team has no chance.
Real quick, though.
Yeah.
Kenny Atkinson, the rule now is that, all right, if this is the road you're going, you got to be sure that you start excusing away your wins as well.
Yes.
After a win, we actually expected
Should've lost.
I expected lost that game.
That's a good rule. That's a good rule by you. I like that a lot. All right, last one here, because this one might have the entertainment value to take down Atkinson, maybe. Here's LeVar Ball. Lonzo Ball was on the Cavs at some point through one of these various trades that have happened or whatever. And this is LeVar Ball saying, you know who the Cavs needed to beat the Knicks?
Yeah.
Lonzo Ball.
Just finished watching the Knicks in Cleveland game. Man, nothing more satisfying. Man, they got my son Lonzo for this exact moment. Y'all didn't get him for the season. You got him for this right here. And look how you get blown out. Because you don't have no easy transitional buckets. That's what Lonzo do. Fast break points in defense. And what did y'all lose on? Fast break points in defense and no intensity because no good leadership. That's what Lonzo does. But y'all got to learn the hard way. Big baller knows everything. Trust me when I tell you. All right. Charlotte. Go get them boys. Trust me.
So now he's begging Charlotte to go get his son to pair them up together, LaMelo and Lonzo. Lonzo was traded from Cleveland to the Utah January 5th, and then he was waived by the Jazz the same day.
And did Kenny Atkinson talk about expected leadership stats or whatever?
You know what? Now that you
looking back on it, the expected leadership out of Lonzo was a lot better than we realized at the time. We regret that.
That's funny.
That expected leadership traits, we've learned exactly how to nail that down.
All right.
Well, you know how I feel. Now it's weird. Usually I give people a pass when they're defending their own family members. Except with Lonzo, it's a different category because he's usually playing boxing promoter to his own family members.
Yeah.
You know?
Yes.
But you know what? I hold him to a different standard because he is just so entertaining to listen to, and I felt like this is a relatively like a sedated,
little subdued.
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds like Kenny
Subdued
Atkinson.
is probably a better word. Yeah.
Sedated. Well, you never know. Getting older. Yeah. So this sounds like it's a no.
No, he didn't win.
All right, so there you go. New champ, Kenny Atkinson. Kenny Atkinson, head coach Cleveland Cavaliers, is the Take-A-Mania champ. Like throwing analytics at a bunch of writers, saying, you guys may not understand this, but we're up 2-1 right now.
Yeah. And then honestly, like I think he has minimal actual understanding of the way mathematics works.
Yep. All right.
And that's a problem. That's one of the problems with analytics. It's not the analytics people themselves. It's the people that don't really understand the analytics, but run with it.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right, coming up next, Tony Farmer, who has been covering the Diana Rossini, Mike Vrabel story in tremendous detail, called us out on social media yesterday for something we said about his coverage, something we said about a tweet that he had. We'll have the audio. I want to play the audio while Tony's on with us because I think that's the right thing to do.
Transparency.
And I'm legitimately interested in his passion for covering this, and I'm also interested where he thinks this is going. Like, what's the end game of all this coverage of this? What's the hope of all this? So we'll discuss that with Tony Farmer coming up next. But first, let's get you guys sleeping better at night. And that's me sleeping horribly right there, snoring. And Dr. Ben Salento.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we all know the Diana Rossini, Mike Vrabel story has been one of the biggest stories of the NFL offseason.
It's a story that you're deeply in love with.
I've enjoyed following.
You love this story more than Mike Vrabel loves pontoon boats in Tennessee.
Probably. I've enjoyed following this story. And our next guest, who is on the Texas Mattress Makers Hotline, is Tony Farmer, internet sleuth and host of Last Man Standing podcast. And if you've followed him on Twitter throughout this saga, and you can follow him at Tony's Market Tips on Twitter, he's had the most detailed coverage of it that I would say. So I'm looking forward to this conversation and talking about his coverage of it and where we think this whole thing is going. We'll also talk about how this connection was made on the internet yesterday as well. But Tony joins us on the show right now. Tony, good to have you on the show, man. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Happy to be here, guys. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so right out of the chute, Tony, I'm going to play the audio from the tweet that you posted yesterday, capturing some of the audio from our show, where we talked about your tweet at Ted Johnson and Ken Laird of our sister station, WEEI up in Boston, looking to get on with them. And then we can talk about that a little bit, but legitimately interested in some other things about the story and your coverage of it as well. So here's the audio from Tony Farmer's tweet yesterday about Payne and Pendergast.
All right, guys, really, really good example here of the dishonest media at work. This is from Payne and Pendergast, radio show out of Houston. I'd never heard of these guys, but go ahead and listen to their words about my tweet yesterday to Ted Johnson. Then I'm going to show you the actual tweet, and you can make up your own mind how full of these guys are. So let's go ahead and listen to what they had to say.
So this guy is now, this Tony Farmer was on Twitter begging Ted Johnson and his co-host for, quote, at least 10 minutes on your show.
I'd love to come on for at least 10 minutes.
At least.
Sounds like a demand, you know? It's just like, I'm going to need at least 10 minutes.
Yeah, when you're asking time on somebody's show,
All right, so you heard them say, one of them said it sounded like a demand, and the other one said that I was begging. He said it a couple times. So here is what I actually said. You guys make up your own mind. I said, hey guys, you said some things about me on EEI. I'd like a chance to respond. Respectfully, I feel misunderstood by you both and would like an opportunity. Does that sound like I'm begging or demanding? I would like an opportunity to clarify things and defend myself from your words. Would love at least 10 minutes on your show or mine, also open to a phone call on or off the record. So see, I gave 4 options. They're taking me out of context. This is journalism 101. This is exactly how you take someone out of context.
All right, so Tony Farmer, if you're just jumping in, is on with us right now. So just with respect to that yesterday, Tony, and I've told the audience already, and I think you've been listening, you and I communicated about this yesterday, and I'll say on the air what I said to you on Twitter, which is you are definitely correct in the hyperbole with which I categorized your desire to get on with Ted Johnson. Yeah, like that was
begging.
That was hyperbolic. I will admit that.
You know what I'll say though. This is my perspective, Tony. This is Seth here. Nice to meet you. Is that and Sean's the one that only read the truncated quote, and he's the one that said begging.
That was me.
But the way I was reacting to this, and I stand by this. If I'm Ted Johnson, God, I wish I was as jacked as Ted Johnson. But if I were Ted Johnson, if I'm looking at the tweet, my reaction, as soon as I got to the turn of phrase, at least 10 minutes, that's where I would be triggered. I'd be like, Leo, what the hell? And then I don't read it. Yeah. And that's where can we agree that at least 10 minutes is a kind of an odd turn of phrase, and maybe you meant to say a few minutes of your time or something like that?
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, it was clumsy on my part. It was overzealous. Where that's coming from is every time I do a long-form interview like your show today, people kind of come out of the woodwork and they're like, Tony, I thought you were crazy. Like, I hear these little sound bites of you, but now that I actually have a chance to hear your perspective, I see where you're coming from. So that's where it was coming from. But, yeah, sure, it was clumsily worded on my part. It's kind of water under the bridge now. I mean, Sean acknowledging that it was hyperbolic.
Oh, yeah, it's not like the biggest sin in the world or anything.
No.
But I just I was kind of playing role playing as to okay, if I'm reading this, how do I react? And I'm kind of hot blooded at times.
Yep. So Tony, we're joined by Tony Farmer, Last Man Standing podcast, and incredibly detailed coverage of the Diana Rossini, Mike Vrabel saga. I guess, Tony, just right out of the chute, I will admit that your coverage of this story is the first time that you've come across my radar, the same way us talking about your coverage is the first time Seth and I have come across your radar. The coverage that you provided has been incredibly useful and detailed. I'm curious where your passion for this story comes from.
Yeah, that's a good question. It kind of came in three waves. So the first wave was when The Athletic first sort of defended Diana Rossini at the very beginning. You guys probably remember that. Mm-hmm. And I have a journalism background, and I've had friends who have lost their jobs for practicing poor journalistic ethics. So that struck me as really odd. Like, their reaction to that kind of first put my antenna up and made me interested in the case the same way that, a police officer might be interested in a crime movie or a doctor might be interested in a story about diseases. Just being a former, that was intriguing to me. But then where it really started to interest me and really pulled me in and made me curious was the bizarre reactions by people in the media. I have an article on my Twitter called 28 Head-Scratching Decisions by Folks in the Media. Scott Zolak's comments, Dan Lebitard's comments, the fact that Pat McAfee was silent for so long, the fact that the AP will not release her Coach of the Year ballot, even though they released Coach of the Year ballots last year, the fact that the NFL won't even look into and investigate this situation. Where is their curiosity? So the combination of this strange behavior by people in the media has kind of raised my antenna more and made me more curious about it. And then that third wave that really makes me curious is the fact that there are taboo topics that nobody besides me are mentioning right now. The 2015 accusation with Diana Rossini 1 month after she was hired by ESPN. I know that accuser recanted and apologized.
Was that the Washington Commanders situation?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Could you explain
by
that?
The way,
yeah.
Yeah, sure. So in 2015, a month after Diana Rossini was hired by ESPN, the wife of the Washington Commanders GM alleged very publicly on Twitter that sexual favors were exchanged for stories. She recanted that story. She apologized. She said it wasn't true. But I do still think it has a place in this story, at least to be talked about. She's following me, by the way, on Twitter. I think that's interesting. But there's other taboo.
So wait. Who is she? She or she the GM's wife?
No, the GM's wife.
Gotcha. Okay.
Jessica McClellan.
Gotcha.
Follow me on Twitter. Sorry for clarification. But then there's other taboo topics. Nobody wants to talk about Diana Rossini's deleted Morgan Moses tweet. I think that's huge and very important. Nobody in the media will take that seriously. The fact that Diana Rossini is a Coach of the Year voter and Mike Vrabel just won Coach of the Year. So to answer your question, there are taboo topics that aren't being talked about, and that makes me more interested and makes me feel like I kind of want to fill the void since people like ESPN, et cetera, aren't talking about this. It makes me want to talk about it more.
Is it ultimately Again, I don't want to make you sound like a crackpot or anything, but like you could explore multiple different ways that this could go. Do you feel like there just might be way more potentially really inappropriate relationships that either Rossini or other journalists have had that that you feel like people are keeping a lid on the whole? They just don't want to let anything more out of the bag to lead to any more investigation?
It's a good question. I don't know. I do feel like there's something bigger here, and there always has been, because I don't have another way to explain the bizarre reaction that we've seen from the media. Whether it's what you just said or some other theory, I'm not sure. I'm curious, but I don't definitively know, and I don't pretend to know.
We're, as you know by now, Sean and I are no journalists. We're very poorly trained for that job if we were going to be journalists. But what would what is the standard? Because this feels like such an atypical situation for journalists who have a relationship with Diana Rossini and yet who also cover the NFL. Like, how do you think they should, and I'm genuinely asking, I'm not arguing here, how should they be handling that?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think every journalist knows that if you get too close to your source, that can be problematic and that you can lose your job. And if you do get too close to your source and you're writing a story about your source, you should disclose that. Like earlier, a couple weeks ago, when I wrote a story about USA Today, I mentioned that I used to work for Gannett, which used to own USA Today. I disclosed that relationship so that the readers have that background. So that's kind of it. You don't get too close, and if you do, you disclose it. And so what we saw instead from Diana Rossini was
I'm sorry to cut you off, Tony. I guess what I'm asking is the other journalists that you've pointed out have remained silent on this.
Oh.
So the other sports journalists,
the James Palmers of the world,
if they've worked with Diana Rossini, like what's either their obligation or their restrictions in how much they should be covering this story?
I mean, this is just my opinion that they should at least acknowledge it. I think that if we're all okay as a society, sorry to get nerdy and philosophical on you guys, but if we're all okay as a society with these reporters who are friends with Diana Rossini and Mike Vrabel deciding not to cover the story or even acknowledge it, then we have to also be okay with a society where people who have a lot of friends are immune to media scrutiny. And to me, that's problematic. Just because you have a lot of friends in the media, you are not subject to the same media scrutiny as you or I if we were to make the same decisions. That's problematic to me. So I think these folks should stop hiding from it, at least acknowledge it. If they choose to not cover it, which is fair and understandable, at least acknowledge the situation and explain why they're not covering it, like some people have done, by the way.
Yep.
Many people have taken that route.
Yep. Tony Farmer joining us here on Sports Radio 610. What was a reasonable expectation for the Mike Vrabel press conference earlier this week in terms of the questions asked? Obviously, it fell far short of what you were hoping for, I think, Tony, because I saw the video where we actually played some audio from your video previewing that press conference. What would have been a reasonable expectation in that press conference for Vrabel to get asked about that?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think there's a lot of questions to be asked. For instance, who paid for the Sedona hotel room? I think that's important because if Mike Vrabel paid for it, then he paid a Coach of the Year voter, and he just won Coach of the Year. We still don't know if Mike Vrabel has incentive in his contract that pays him more money when he wins Coach of the Year. I think that any journalist would say those are fair questions. When did the relationship start? We don't even know that, guys. I mean, you guys had said on your show yesterday that I was beating a dead horse, and I'm like, how can I be beating a dead horse when questions haven't been answered? Questions haven't even been asked. We don't even know the basics of this situation. Nobody's explored the Morgan Moses tampering situation from 2025. Like, there are so many questions that haven't been asked. I put 6 of them up on my Twitter. So that answer your question, just reporters having the courage to ask basic fundamental questions. I think that would be vision.
Tony Farmer joining us. Hey, Tony, before we get you out of here, this is purely probably a guess or an opinion. Diana Rossini has essentially disappeared since resigning from The Athletic. We've seen a few photos of her that have been posted, New York Post kissing her husband on Mother's Day or whatever it was, but has not made a return in terms of doing an interview or being back out there publicly. What do you think that looks like when she returns? What do you think is the best way for her to do this and maybe attack this topic, which it appears she may have been dishonest on?
Yeah, it's a good question. I don't know. I know WEEI and PFT have come out and suggested the idea of an NDA that she might sign with the Patriots. I think that's all theoretical. I don't think there's any actual evidence of that. But if that happens, that would certainly change her approach when she comes out. So I think that's going to be a big factor. I think the fact that she deleted her Twitter is very interesting. That suggests that maybe she's not planning on going down this, sports journalism road, because it takes a while to build a following like that. But I don't really know. It's a good question. She certainly has options. She certainly has a lot of connections. So I think she will land on her feet, and I think she'll do okay.
What's the last? This will be the last one before we get you out of here, I promise. But what can you tell us about the traction this story has? I mean, you see your numbers and things like that, I would imagine, in terms of engagement. What's your sense on where this story is in terms of its arc, so to speak?
Yeah, I do think the interest in this story is starting to wane a little bit. Kind of the shoe to drop is the athletics investigation. Remember, even though Diana Rossini resigned, they're still doing what they call a lengthy investigation. And I think that if that investigation is made public and there's some bombshells in there, I think that could certainly reignite this case. I think if the Patriots lose 3 of their first 4 games, that could reignite this case as well. And then obviously any sort of future photo dumps or anything like that. I mean, you guys heard Mike Vrabel in his press conference. Yep. He left the door open for future things coming out. So I think those things are all possibilities.
We heard that the same way you did. Yeah, at least I did. I know. I'm like, when Vrabel's like, yeah, you never know what could happen. I'm like, oh, there's got to be 200 more pictures. Tony Farmer, you can get him on Twitter at Tony's Market Tips.
And I would say yes. And listen, I'm sure, like, honestly, and I'm saying this without sarcasm or anything, but like Woodward and Bernstein were probably accused of beating a dead horse at some point.
Yes.
So it's that's what
You're in good company.
It's a very important role that people play in, is like actually getting into the. Yeah. I'm a little bit of a schmuck where I'm like, or anything. I want to move on. Yep. All right. I got futures bets to think about.
Not me. Yeah. I got Tony's tweets favorited, man. Yeah, it's all good. At Tony's Market Tips on Twitter is where you can get him. Tony Farmer, Last Man Standing podcast as well. Hey, Tony, we appreciate you making some time. I'm glad we made this connection. And as you can tell, we will be following along as you continue to provide your coverage of this story. Thank you very much.
That was fun, guys. Thanks.
All right, thanks. You too. Appreciate it. Tony Farmer.
Boy, next segment, everybody, I'm going to disclose everything I know about Sean.
Oh, no!
Nobody's ever going to accuse me.
You're going to need more time.
They're never going to accuse me. Because I'm too close to the situation.
Why do you have to do it in a segment where there's no break at the top? It's too much stuff.
I can't wait.
Too much stuff. All right, that was Tony Farmer. I enjoyed that. Okay, we got a little insight into the coverage of the Vrabel and Rossini story.
That part of it, the funny thing is, I stand by the way I reacted to the way he phrased that request, even though we did truncate it, but which is no big deal at the end of the day.
Yeah.
What he probably should have had, and he maybe did, but had an issue with it was us saying it feels like he's beating a dead horse at this point.
Well, I was
letting the wool be pulled over our eyes.
Maybe so. Circle back to some of the fun stuff from OTAs yesterday. My 3 favorite cuts from Texans OTAs yesterday. We'll go through those. D'Amico Ryans, C.J. Stroud, Jalen Petrie. We'll do all of that coming up next.
Sports Authority.
But first, I got to tell you about the Legends Loft. And yes, the Harris County Houston Sports Authority. Getting ready for the big event coming here.
You were just nervous about all these secrets I'm about to
I know.
I'm distracted.
Yeah. I know. The Legends Loft. Thank God for the Legends Loft.
Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so we just interviewed Tony Farmer, who's been covering the Diana Rossini, Mike Vrabel story, Last Man Standing podcast, at Tony's Market Tips on Twitter if you want to find him. Covers it in great detail. If you're into that story and you're not following him, you should follow him. The guy who texted earlier, who said that I thought that the guy was tweeting or texting us about C.J. Stroud and us feeding his ego by talking about him so much.
Oh yeah.
And I was like, well, he's the quarterback of the team.
Yeah.
And quarterback of the team, and he's probably not listening to the show, so his ego's not getting fed.
Yeah.
Ben, if you could get CJ's contract queued up in there. I did this to Ben again, where I went and talked to the In the Loop guys during the break. I'm like, oh, yeah, that's right. So to give Ben to play in this segment right here. But the guy was actually talking about Tony Farmer on the text page, that we're feeding his ego by bringing him on.
Okay, yeah. Like, all you got to do is call us Slimy, and we'll have you on the air.
We'll have you on the air, man. Yeah, it's not. I thought it was a fun interview, fun conversation. I think people know that we've used some of Tony's content on the show, but this is where if I were Tony and I were still listening, I'd say that was a successful conversation, because the dude who said that, hey, you're just feeding this guy's ego, is walking it back now and saying, no, you know what, guys, normal guy, I like that conversation you had with him.
Yeah, no, like he said, a lot of times, well, this is the hazards of social media, is you see things in small snippets.
Yeah.
And, I'm always like that with Florio. Like, Florio seems like a completely different person in the written word than when you hear him more long form.
Yep.
And that's what we lose when everything turns into just little sound bites and all that.
Yep. All right, so Texans OTAs yesterday. One more time on our way out, because I thought we probably have people who didn't listen to us talk about this earlier. I thought you've had the best sort of counterpoint to the CJ was bowing up on the Texans yesterday.
Yeah.
Point of view.
Yeah.
So let's play the audio again here. This is CJ Stroud asked at the end of his press conference about his contractual situation.
Yeah, I mean, I let my agent handle it, and, if it's time to do it, then it is. If it's not, my job is football, so that's what I focus on, is just getting better. And I think I've held my bargain up on that edge. So, whatever happens. I'm excited to be a Texan this year and, go from there.
The need for that was CJ at the very end there saying, I've held up my end of the bargain, is what I think he meant to say, was like, well, I've done what I need to do to get a contract.
Right. And I think it's that phrase specifically kind of triggers that thought of it. That sounds like, that's a tit for tat. I've held up my end of the bargain. When in reality, he said, first he started off by saying that's his agent's job. And then he said, if it happens or it doesn't, sounding like he doesn't really, I don't want to say he doesn't care one way or the other, but he's not thinking about that. That's his agent. And then he said, my job is to get better, and I think I've held up my end of the bargain on that, basically. And if you just take it literally, I don't think it has to be some kind of a salvo about his contract. He had just said 7 seconds earlier that that's not his job and he's not going to worry about it. So I'm just choosing to take it literally that now you can have an argument about whether he has or has not gotten better, but I do think he meant two separate things there.
I would take it even a step further and say he hasn't conducted himself at all this offseason like somebody who at the very end of a press conference would like draw some sort of line in the sand with his team right now.
Right. There hasn't been anything, like Joe Burrow was 400 times more emo than CJ last year.
Kyler Murray's agent was posting demands on Twitter 5 years ago.
Burrow and Murray have been the most emo about like their current situation. Now I say current, I mean back when Kyler Murray was with the Cardinals. CJ has really never done anything at any point to make he's at odds with the organization.
Zero. That's why if you interpret it that way, then you're acknowledging that that's very out of character for him.
Yeah, it is. And I'm not criticizing CJ and saying that he should have said it differently or anything. I mean, in an ideal world, you recognize that that's kind of that's a triggering phrase. I've held up my end of the bargain, but I genuinely don't think that's the way he meant it. And if I take it as literally as possible,
you've sold me.
That's not what he said.
You've sold me. Now I'm easily sold to. But you've sold me on that.
Yeah.
All right. Here's D'Amico Ryan saying they may need to shut Will Anderson down because he's just wrecking too many practice reps out there.
Yeah, Will continues to wreck practice. I'm probably going to have to sit him out here soon because we have to be able to actually practice. So he just keeps wrecking practice. So just keep doing that, keep causing havoc. That's what he does. And I was showing guys that's what he does on Sundays as well. So it's no surprise with Will is the guy for everyone to watch of the intensity at which we operate. That's how Will Anderson plays. That's how I want everybody to be.
They've been saying that about Will since he set foot in the building.
Yeah. No, and it's
watch him.
I think that this is one where too. Again, like I feel like I've spent the whole day kind of parsing out little nuances and things. Yeah. Like D'Amico's like he's laughing as he's saying that, and he's joking. There is that element though, and we talked about it last year, where man, the offense couldn't get any work done because they were getting so destroyed across the board. Mm-hmm. And that's when I suggested they should be going 1s versus 2s or something. And you don't have to frame it to the offense like, hey guys, we're gonna send you to the remedial class now. It's just that there is a time and a place where you got to get the basics down. You can actually even compete. I think with Will. A little bit of the exaggeration about him wrecking practice is that in practice, okay, if a defensive end wins rep and it would have been a sack, he runs past the quarterback. Yeah. And the quarterback's going to go through his reads and make the throw or whatever. And I got to pay more attention to how closely they officiate that, because sometimes you'll call the sack and other times you won't. Yeah. That I do think there's a you got to give it a little bit of latitude sometimes when you've got one of the best pass rushers of his generation out there that like you're not going to face that guy every week. Run the pass, get the passing part of the play done. Yeah. All right, it was a sack, but we still got to get the passing.
Yeah,
for
sure. You know what I like about this is, I'm guessing Ariante. I didn't watch closely like who Will was lined up over every single time. I'm assuming several of them were Ariante.
I think Ariante was out there, or at least every time I looked, he was the left.
So he was there at least some of the time. So my point with this is that I like that this is the baptism, and I know it's year 2 for Ariante, not his rookie year, but he is a very important piece of this team, Ariante Ursary, for the next several years. You're highly drafted foundational left tackle who shows signs of being a guy that you want around for a long, long time. That he's getting the Will Anderson treatment every day at practice. He seems like somebody. It almost ruined Blake Fisher last year. It felt like Ariante Ursary just strikes me as a personality that he is going to be taking all these lessons and absorbing them the right way.
Well, no, because there is that's huge. Like, anybody who wrestled knows this. If all of a sudden you start wrestling in practice, a better wrestler, it's amazing how much better you become very quickly.
Absolutely.
The same thing happens in games when you go against a really good player. Sometimes the next couple weeks it feels like you're in easy mode. I'm playing against. I've got it on novice setting on the video game because it's like Jermani Dawson back in the day was a center. You go against Jermani Dawson, and the next week you're out there and it feels like you're going like the offense is in slow motion because he was such a freak. So yeah, it's that part of it. Ariante Ursary routinely having to deal with Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson is really, really good.
He doesn't seem like someone who's going to let it ruin him. Is my take on Ursary, I think. One more here real quick, as long as we're talking about Will Anderson Jr. Jalen Petrie had the funniest cut about Will Anderson.
Yeah, Will is Will. He going to wreck practices, wreck games, wreck meetings. He going to wreck everything. That's what, that's why he's the best, because he shows up every day ready to work, ready to push others, inspire others, and he's a great leader for this team, a great player for this team, and he's definitely already, like you said, wrecking havoc out there in t-shirt and shorts. Coach is always on a tipping point of like, do I slow him down? It's like, that's just Will. Like, you can't really slow him down.
Yeah, that was good. I'd love to see what a wrecked meeting looks like with Will Anderson Jr.
Yeah.
How do you wreck a meeting?
That's a good question.
Yeah. We've been in some wrecked meetings.
Yeah, but they've been wrecked by people I like a lot less than Will Anderson Jr.
Will ask 3 questions.
You think so?
Come
on, Will is the annoying guy that asks too many questions?
Hey, guys, we've got ice cream in the cafeteria. And we're like, hey, coach, hold on a second.
Yeah. Do you want me shaded to the guard or the tackle?
Could you give me the 29 reasons that we need to?
Oh man. All right, so that was fun yesterday out of Texans OTAs. John Lopez is here. Luke Morrow is here, in for Reggie Atatula. Gentlemen, how we doing?
Fantastic. How are you?
Good. We're good. He's kind of repping Reggie and himself a little bit with
That's
your
right.
Italy
Yeah,
shirt on.
yeah.
When does Reggie get back into the States?
I don't know. He posted something this morning. He's still over in Italy. Yeah.
Do you think he's still listening to the show over there?
Yes, 100%.
You do? You think he's walking around with the Odyssey app listening in Italy?
He's digging in on advanced stats.
Yeah.
What is it, like 4 or 5 p.m. over there right now?
Yeah, it's usually 6 hours, isn't it?
Yep.
6 hours
Yeah,
ahead?
something like that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mhm.
How you guys doing?
Great, man.
That's good.
Yeah, that was a fun day yesterday. A lot of stuff happening.
Yeah, a lot of stuff popping. We have a lot of people, Seth, on the text page calling us slimy.
Oh, no.
Because
they
they've
wanna get on.
that's a way you can get on our show. They've offered to come in studio. They said, hey, you guys are slimy. Can I come in studio?
If we're a Boston radio station, they're really good at this. They will bring on writers, and they have full board, knockdown, drag out arguments.
The writers?
Yeah. Which is which is cool. Like, it works. I'm not criticizing it at all.
No.
I just I don't live in that world.
Yeah.
And there's not as much appetite for it in Houston as there is in
I don't
Boston,
think there is either. Yeah, we had Tony Farmer on. We
He
call
hates
him
you.
No.
He did yesterday
he's
for a
slimy,
little bit.
but he doesn't hate him.
Yeah, he didn't hate me. No, we hashed out our differences
No, I know.
pretty
I was just
quickly.
kidding around.
Yeah.
Did he explain like the obsession or why he's?
Yeah, and he brought points about some of the things that have been undercovered or ignored that are really intriguing.
Yeah. Journalistic enthusiasm was the main crux of it, Luke. If I could summarize it, if I could ask Chat GP Sean to summarize this, I would say his overall, Tony Farmer's overall feeling was that he got hit in waves of feelings of like the journalistic integrity was just being thrown out the window.
Well,
with this
plus
thing.
the really interesting part, and I honestly had not thought about this dynamic. I had seen him to ask about, like, he wanted to know who paid for the hotel room in Sedona, who paid for the boat rental.
Yeah.
We know that. Well, yeah, whatever.
Definitely mentioned the Sedona
And
hotel.
I hadn't linked it in my mind. I didn't realize. Oh yeah, that's because if Diana Rossini voted for him for Coach of the Year, is it quid pro quo on a financial side of things?
Well, especially if he gets a bonus for being Coach of the Year.
Yeah.
Which is probably a 6-figure bonus, like $2,000 for a hotel room. Oh, sure. Yeah, it's a good investment. Yeah. So like that Fernando Tatis thing, $2 million. Give me my $34 million.
I think the big thing is that I think he's aware that online a lot of people are starting to feel like he's kind of psychotically obsessed with this. And he came on for 10 minutes and he didn't seem like a whack job at all. No. He seemed like it felt like it's kind of like a journalist who's got kind of a niche to where he feels like there's a lot of unexplored things. And as I told him, he's been accused of beating a dead horse by Sean T. Pendergast. Yep. And
it was actually me reading Ted's text. I didn't want to go down that road.
I remember back in the day during the Watergate investigation, Lopez accused Woodward of Bernstein of beating a dead horse. You guys are beating a dead horse.
Yeah.
They've unearthed letters. Lopez telling those guys.
Thank God they didn't listen to you.
I told them beating a dead horse. That's a valuable role for in societies. You need people that are beating dead horses.
But you know the funny thing about this whole thing is I never mind, like, if a listener who really doesn't know the difference says that's not journalism, you can kind of correct them and say, well, look, that's not the lane that we're in right now, you know. But for a journalist should know the difference between a journalist and an entertainer or a personality.
That's he
come at
maybe
come at me.
My Houston press articles are not journalism.
Look, I grew up. I was old school. I grew up in a household where every day we woke up at dawn. Or earlier, and my dad we had chores. We had to go out and beat the dead horses.
That's literally. So it's a little traumatic.
You
for
really
you.
beat him?
You're like, hey, has that dead horse been beaten out there yet today?
People act like beating a dead horse doesn't serve a purpose.
Milk the cows. I gotta beat the dead horse.
Totally forgot to beat the dead horse.
Hey, before you're listening to KLTM, KLTFM HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Before we get to the question of the day, I have to bring up something I heard on the show yesterday. You guys should.
Oh boy!
Everybody bring this up.
Larceny.
This was this during Confessions?
Yes.
It was during Confessions.
Yes.
Yeah.
Luke Morrow, what the hell are you doing? This.
What
I'm
is it you
listening.
steal every time?
I'm listening yesterday. Well, let's take a listen. Here we got the audio right here.
Yeah. Oh, and then to make it really add some teeth to the confession, I will confess that usually at the self-checkout, I'll be honest with you, I might not scan everything when I do a self-checkout because I'm doing the work. That's my pay, man. Okay, cashier. So we'll take we'll take an avocado on the house. Thank you very much.
Yeah, man.
You, sir, are a
Nice,
champion. Oh, you're like a labor leader. You're kind of like you're renegotiating the
Cesar Chavez.
We're gonna stick it to the man.
Exactly.
Means of production.
I love the random avocado reference in there is what made me laugh.
Ironically, how you pronounce Luke Morrow in Spanish is Cesar Chavez. That's how you pronounce
translation.
it.
I was just laughing.
Do you intentionally steal the avocado, or is it one of those
Sounded
things
like it.
I texted Lopez and I'm like, did he just admit to shoplifting on the air? What is going on? Now I've admitted on our show to running red lights on Kirby,
of course,
on the way here in the morning because I'm the only one on the road at 5 o'clock in the morning, and there's nobody there, and there's a red light, and it's the dumbest thing ever. So I just run it, and of course get all these texts from people saying they're cops, like now I know where to stake out at 5 in the morning. So I am no saint or anything like that, but I can't get brought in or arrested for running a red light. They'll just citation me. I'm like, Luke, you got to chill, man.
The whole
I don't want you going to jail over an avocado.
Is it worth the stress in your life?
That's
just
the
constantly
thing.
wondering, waiting for that knock at the door.
Obviously not. He's talking about it on the air.
The whole day I was like, let's not talk about this anymore. Then Ron goes like on a 10-minute rant. Then everybody else starts piling on. Then you bring it up. I'm like, well, it's out there now.
It's out there. It's out
When the goons from Whole Foods show up at your workplace,
That's right.
Goons. People, the Foods goons.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
They wouldn't be worried about the Whole Foods goons. The other stores.
Well, I was a couple weeks ago. I realized I had shoplifted from Walmart, and I park a long ways away because to get the extra steps in and everything. And I thought, I got to go back in. And
what
it
happened?
was something. It was like blueberries or something, which are pricey.
Yeah,
and,
the most
as we
pricey, the
know,
biggest wake-up call for former players.
Because I had it. I had it in the upper part. It was the only thing, and it ended up underneath my shopping, like the empty shopping bags.
It was unintentional.
Because I didn't get the whole list that my wife wanted me to. So I had an empty shopping bag on top of it. I go to put the shopping bag in the car, and I'm like, oh crap! I just stole. I got blueberry larceny on my hands.
$7.
There's blue blood on these hands.
Blue blood.
Yeah, so I went back in and I was all proud of myself, and I'm like, all right, wait a second. Am I really proud? Like, am I really doing this for moral reasons, or is it because I know that there's 2,900 cameras in there, and that at some point, like, I might get caught? I don't know.
Yep.
But I felt like I couldn't live with being a blueberry thief.
Yeah, that's good. You're honest
Whole
guy,
Foods goons.
Honest guys. I know. I'll probably go to Whole Foods today.
Yeah.
I'm gonna look at them like that person's gonna beat the crap.
They're
out
going
of
to
me.
come kick your ass.
Yeah.
With
Sometimes I'm at the hot bar and I'm like, no, I use the small box.
Yeah.
And I look around.
with their linen pants and Birkenstocks. They're going to start stomping
yes. I heard you talking about their buffet. Buffet
So
or
good.
salad bar, buffet bar, whatever. Oh, it's so good.
Yeah,
it's so good.
really is.
All right, real quick, because Ben's waiting for you and I to go record a spot here.
Okay.
Seth, question of the day.
You heard Jalen and Petrie talking about the DBs going on vacation. Common thing.
They do it a year.
He was talking about going out, working out together, vacationing. Who's on your guy trip roster? Could be local celebrities, local athletes,
wow.
Sports Radio 610.
Yeah.
I'm going to take Luke now because I get all my avocados for free.
Just send him to the grocery store, and then you're out of sight, out of mind.
Here's $5. Come back with $100 worth of groceries.
Yeah.
I feel if I were going to go the celebrity route, the first guy I would think of is Gronk. Because I feel like Gronk goes hard, but also isn't one of these like guys who goes hard who's super judgmental and forceful about it. To where I feel like he'd be like, "Oh, you feel a little tired, Seth? That's cool."
Yeah,
you're like, He's not gonna pressure everybody else to go hard.
So
all
you're
the
not
time.
going to try to keep up with?
No.
Gronk.
I'll participate for a little while and then pull back. Yeah,
it's a good point.
Yeah, Gronk. Yeah, Gronk's a good one. Boy, I'm blanking right now on who I would want to go on a road trip with.
I was thinking about this. Would Will Anderson be fun?
I thought about him.
Well, he likes fishing.
But I think he's got that D'Amico gene where he's fun, but it's also like, oh, we got to watch ourselves.
Well,
we can't really.
He's high energy all the time too.
But he's fun. He fishes.
He fishes. Yeah,
And
you
he's
like going. With
I'd like
Will
going in, but at the
Anderson.
same time, you feel like somebody's watching you. Not that he would paddle. You know what I mean?
No, just give me any of the players in football, baseball, or basketball that have been caught in the crosshairs of any of the gambling scandals. I'll go to Vegas with them.
I know who.
Give me Clase, or what's his name from the closer from the Indians.
Emmanuel Clase.
Emmanuel Clase from the Guardians. Give me a Rozier got picked for giving taking $100,000. Give me all the ne'er-do-wells.
Sorsby?
Sorsby would be the driver, man. He would, yes. Yeah, I'm not even joking. That would be fun. Yeah, so give me all the ne'er-do-wells in the gambling world. We're going to Vegas.
I feel like, you know what?
We're driving.
You know who you would want to go on a road trip with?
Who?
Ocho Cinco.
Oh, I would love to go with Ocho Cinco.
Yeah, that would be the best.
I would rather go with Ocho Cinco than Will Anderson. I feel like Will's energy might smother me
Too much
some
energy.
point.
Yeah. But Ocho has that quality where almost anything he says is funny. He's he's childlike in some ways.
Yeah.
It's really endearing.
Now I do wonder at what point where he says, "I got a question." Like how many of those until I start to tire of those?
I feel like Ocho Cinco your mom would love him too. Like when he comes to pick you up for the road trip, she'd be like, "Oh, I'm so happy that you guys are spending time together." He's
the perfect amount of high energy. I think he knows how to kind of turn it on and off.
I feel like Shannon is probably into weird stuff that I'm not into. I don't know. He's just at some point I'm gonna find myself. I'm gonna find self at some hookah bar talking to I don't know.
We would wind up somewhere where we were not promised we were going.
Yeah.
Where is this? But hey, it's okay. It's okay, guys. It's okay.
We got you.
It's okay.
What about both of them together?
Both of them together, yeah.
I'm scared of Shannon. I'm
scared of Shannon?
Ocho.
Come on, Seth. We can go to the booty club, Seth.
Dude, I feel like Shannon would be way too. He's the opposite of what I was saying with Gronk. Yeah. I feel like Shannon, the group is going to do what he wants to do.
Well, we would definitely have to go meet them because neither of them will come to Houston to pick us up because Houston is the devil's playground,
right?
According to them. So
that's right.
All right. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Gentlemen, have a great show.
Thank you.
Antibodies to you.
Antibodies, enjoy the expose I'll be writing about
Thank
you later.
Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. Can I have editorial control over that, please? All right, we're done. We are out of time. Luke Morrow in for Reggie, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They're in the loop, and they start now.
That's right. Happy Friday. Appreciate you kicking off the weekend here with us at 610. You can join the conversation over the next 4 hours, 713-572-4610, including this text that came in saying, "Damn, Luke is surrounded by snitches."
I tried. He did snitch on himself. Somebody said you're going to get bum rushed.
Yeah. We played the audio of him saying it on the air.
Could be AI.
AI, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not admitting to anything more than I already have.
Yeah, exactly.
You can also join the conversation on YouTube and Twitch. I will say, I do appreciate, though, that I was expecting I got plenty of pushback from everybody here at the station, no doubt. I don't think anybody was in my corner. But at least there were no negative text or comments coming in because I know plenty of people out there, you're all doing the same thing too. So I'm glad nobody, took the high road with me. 713-572-4610. Astros coming off another victory last night. They take 3 out of 4 against the Texas Rangers, creep a little bit closer in that division, now passing the Rangers in the standings. And Spencer Eric had another gem. I mean, he didn't have his best stuff last night, but still found a way to pitch really well. He's allowed 2 earned runs or less in every start this year. And the Astros now 26-32, but winners of 9 of their last 13.
Yeah, and we've been talking about. I still don't quite know what to feel about them. I mean, I think you can easily say now, safely say, you're starting to feel pretty good about them.
Yeah,
there's a number of reasons, and in a weird way. And you brought this up pre-show, so I don't want to steal your thunder, but I will say, in a weird way, these injuries have sort of enhanced the abilities, or at least brought light to the abilities of players who wouldn't have been out there without the injuries.
Yeah.
I mean, I can sit here and talk about Christian Vasquez, until I was blue in the face, and I did. I just didn't, I wanted him to be the everyday catcher, but it wasn't until an injury that people are realizing, damn, he's pretty good. Yes, he's better defensively, he's decent enough offensively. And clearly has the pitching staff dialed in.
Right.
During when we talked about the no-hitter, I mean, for a catcher to deal with three pitchers speaking 3 different languages and catch a no-hitter, that says something.
For sure.
So he called a good game.
He called a good game, but he also had defense and offense.
Yeah, it's a really good point because when you look at Spencer Arrighetti, last night's star, he was not on the opening day roster. And part of it was because his wife had gone into labor and he was away from the team for a little bit just before the start of the season, but so he didn't to the original 5-man rotation. And because of injuries, that's what eventually brought him up to the big leagues, and now he looks like maybe the best pitcher in the American League so far. He's been fantastic. Christian Vasquez, like you said, Yainer Diaz goes down, and Vasquez is thrust and into the starting lineup, and he's taken over that spot, or certainly should, from Diaz. And those are the two guys. For all the love that Yordan Alvarez rightfully so gets, and the conversation I heard throughout the baseball community yesterday was like, hey, can Yordan still be considered an MVP even if the Astros were to finish under 500? If the season were to continue how it currently is and Yordan's leading the league in all offensive stats, but the Astros are under 500, would that still be good enough to give him the MVP? That's how good he's been. But honestly, for me, when we look at the last 2 weeks where they've gone 9-4, I feel like Spencer Arrighetti and maybe Christian Vasquez have been more important, because Arrighetti's the one, his start actually began this whole 9-4 run. He pitched that first game and then made comments afterwards when the Astros were still struggling about, like, hey, we're better than this. We know we're better than this. He talked to the media about it. And since then, maybe it's just coincidence, but again, that 9-4 record, and he's pitching like probably the best pitcher in the American League. And then Christian Vasquez, to your point, since he's taken over the last 24 days, with Christian Vasquez behind the plate, Astros pitching has a sub-3 ERA with Vasquez as the catcher. And I feel like those are the biggest reasons. It's the pitching has been the biggest reason for this turnaround where they've won 9 of their last 13.
But by accident, almost.
Yeah, it is.
By happenstance. And look, you all know what Yordan is, and probably the most terrifying player in the American League. And one of those things, he's going to lead the way in the broad picture. But when you start honing in, even guys like Braden Shoemake, he wasn't going to be up here.
No, that's true.
And, defense, he's been hitting well. I mean, so it's almost by accident they're stumbling into some real pieces that can help this squad.
Yeah, certainly. 2.5 games out of first place in the AL West. They're 26-32, just past the Rangers. Of course, the first-place Mariners are under 500. But you'd have that feeling with the 9 wins in the last 13 games that, like, here come the Astros. So, Figgy, I have to ask you, are the Astros still that boogeyman here at least in the AL West?
I think in the AL West, I will probably say yes. I don't think every other team in the AL West is looking like, man, this ain't nothing to look at. I think in the back of their mind, they probably like, oh, bleep.
I actually agree with you that this division has – whether it's the Mariners for a while, then then the Rangers, had their run for very little time. Now the A's are thinking they can do it. They all in this division know. Yeah, but this has happened before, and how does it usually end up? Astros winning.
Right.
Yeah.
For
now,
sure.
are y'all falling for the banana in the tailpipe with this? It sounds like y'all kind of on board, like, 2 games out. Huh?
The arrow is pointing.
Y'all named a lot of players that's looking all right now.
Yeah,
so,
look, they are looking.
Should we be buyers at the trade deadline?
Come on.
Can we
just find some more,
This is the most positive we ever talked about the Astros in a long time, man.
This year for sure.
Yes.
But I still think, it's easy to say, it's easy to be convinced. The arrow's pointing up. We just, talked about some of these unknown. Half the fans, or more than half, 80% of the fans didn't even know what a Braden Shoemake was.
Oh,
they didn't even know, you can go down the list.
I thought it's a shoe cleaner.
Yeah. But now it's like, hey, they stumbled upon it. So, yeah, it's pointing up. But, we're going to find out. Brewers are the real deal, and they play them tonight.
Well, that's the big thing. On the text line, someone said wishy-washy, because I was more pessimistic with the Astros yesterday than today. And as I said yesterday, I'll reiterate today, this weekend is the big weekend series. Because you just went 7-3 on the road trip, and everyone's feeling really good, but you beat the Twins, who are 3 games under 500. You beat the Rangers, who are 6 games under 500. And you beat the Cubs, who are in the middle of a 10-game losing streak. So, 7-3. You can only play who's on your schedule. The American League is overall very bad this year. But still, those weren't the best teams. Maybe you just caught them at the right time. So this weekend is big. Brewers come to town for 3. They have the 4th best record in baseball. They have a really good pitching staff. If you take 2 out of 3 this weekend, then I'll really start to believe in the team's turnaround with guys coming back and getting healthy. Because even like Taylor Trammell comes back this week from injury, and he had a good series in Arlington. And then imagine when you add Altuve and Hunter Brown and Josh Hader. But this is a big weekend with the Brewers. This is the real show-me series. So much so, like even Sunday especially, where you have Ime on the mound, and we'll see if keep things going. But he's going against the Miz over there from Milwaukee.
Mizorowski.
Yeah, one of the better pitchers in the National League. And so that's a big test that you have this guy still trying to figure it out while you're facing one of the better pitchers. So it's a big series, but especially Sunday. But you do something this weekend, then I think I really will start to buy in.
Man, Jacob Mizorowski already has 100 strikeouts.
Jeez.
He already has 100 strikeouts.
I think his ERA is what, like 1.5?
1.8.
1.8, yeah. He's having another great year.
Hey, 110 Sunday at Dyken Park if you're interested. That'll be fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll see if Ime can hold up his end of the bargain.
Mm-hmm.
So, look, if you're an Astros fan, you have to be feeling good about the last couple of weeks, but this is a big test here this weekend against the Brewers.
Yeah.
By the way, somebody on the text line said, Luke, with inflation prices, you're okay.
Yeah.
With the whole Foods
Keep telling
thing.
yourself
So
that.
Yeah, I'm just sticking it to the man, that's all.
Figgy,
Raging against
did you
the
see?
machine.
You saw that picture I sent you from the gas pump yesterday?
Yeah.
Dude, just be glad you don't have a truck. I normally don't let my gas go all the way down.
Yeah.
I let it get down to about 1/8 of a tank. Filled it up. $94.41.
Jeez.
Yeah, man. You need to take the Shaq approach.
Just do it $15 at a time.
Yep. When you get the hell, just put 20 in there.
Not how math works.
Yo, you not spending $98, Kenny? Or what was it, Kenny?
Yeah, I think it was Kenny.
You're not spending $98. Just put 20 in there.
They were dying laughing.
I do that now, not because of the Shaq thing, but just to feel better. Like I'll just fill up half a tank, so I'm only paying $30 at one time at the pump.
I'm trying to get to that point now, man. I started doing that recently too, where if I'm close to half a tank,
it hurts less.
Yeah, no, seriously.
Yeah, right, exactly. It's just like the mental gymnastics. I just feel better. Like, only 30 instead of dropping 95 at one point at the gas tank. Oh, thank you.
Highway robbery.
Yes, it is.
Sure is. Hey, coming up, C.J. Stroud said essentially he held up his end of the bargain when he spoke to the media yesterday. How does that quote sound to you? We'll talk about that next here in the Loop.
Payne and Pendergast.
Since we, for the good of all.
Powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Because it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Coming up next, what happened?
Nothing, man.
Continue.
Hey, man. AB conversation.
That's right.
And see your way out of
Okay, all right. You know what? I'm ready to be done with the show. And that means that coming up next.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 60.
C.J. Stroud essentially saying he's held up his end of the bargain. How does that quote sound to you? Let us know on the text line 713-572-4610 or in the YouTube and Twitch chats as well. I'm Luke Morrow in for Reggie alongside John Lopez. Figgy Fig, happy Friday to you. Texans OTAs rolling on. And obviously, one of the biggest to come out of yesterday, where we had our first media availability and boots on the ground, was C.J. Stroud and his conversation with the media, specifically the last question, where it just kind of worked out that way. It was the last question. It wasn't like he intentionally stormed off, but since it was the last question, it was kind of like a mic drop, like said his piece, walked
I'm shocked
off.
it took that long to ask.
Right?
I was too.
Yeah.
Me too. Should have been one of the first ones. But they saved their best for last. And Stroud said his piece, which we'll hear from in a moment. But I'm curious, as the Texans fan and the listener out there, how does that quote sound to you? Do you agree or disagree with what Stroud is saying? And what do you think he actually is saying? Because there's been some disagreement over that. You know, we heard it live here on the air or played it as Stroud just after he spoke to the media yesterday, and we had our reactions to what Stroud said. But then I heard some pushback last night on Area 45 where they couldn't believe it was becoming a conversation about his contract. And even Seth,
it's an asinine conversation.
Exactly. It went sort of like that.
Yeah.
And even Seth this morning, I heard kind of, walk it back, for lack of a better phrase, and break down Stroud's words. So let's listen back to what C.J. Stroud said yesterday, and then let's analyze exactly what Stroud was trying to say, and then determine if we agree or disagree with what Stroud might be trying to get across. Here was C.J. Stroud yesterday when asked about the contract situation.
Yeah, I mean, I let my agent handle it, and, if it's time to do it, then it is. If it's not, my job is football, so that's what I focus on, is just getting better. And I bargained on that edge, so, whatever happens, happens. I'm excited to be a Texan this year and, go from there.
I mean, how else could you interpret it other than literally when it comes to football? And we have to sort of paraphrase it because he didn't quite word it the way the normal usage goes.
That's driving you nuts.
It's driving me nuts.
You keep bringing it. You're the only person that brought that up.
He said I held up my bargain, and it did make the hair.
Nobody else complained about this but you.
It did make the hair on the back of my neck stand up a little bit, but I'm weird.
You bring it up every time we bring this.
Well, just because I think some people might say he didn't say that. Well, he didn't, but what he meant was I held up my end of the bargain. So even if you just literally say, like, play it again and just go, once he says the football part, when, I do football or whatever, my job is football, listen.
Yeah, I mean, I let my agent handle it, and, if it's time to do it, then it is. If it's not, my job is football, so that's what I focus on, is just getting better. And I think I've held my bargain up on that edge, so, whatever happens, happens. I'm excited to be a Texan this year and, go from there.
I just want to, my job is just to get better. I held up my end of the bargain on that.
Right.
How else are you supposed to interpret that? What are the other options? Because I don't know.
Well, just speaking for the fellas of at least Area 45 and maybe some others online as well, they were saying it doesn't have to do with the contract, or it wasn't like a plea to get paid. It was just, as he was saying, hey, my job is just to get better over the course of my career, and I've held up my end of the bargain on that.
How do you get paid if you're him?
By getting better?
Yeah. So, I mean, there is no other, like, I actually, and that's on me, I wasn't listening to exactly what they said last night. You were. But if you're saying all he wants to do is get better at football, I held up my end of the bargain on that, that's how you get paid. Mm-hmm. And the question was about the contract. Somebody help. What else is there to interpret?
No, I think it's clearly about. I think this was. I disagree with the take, and they were kind of besides themselves of like, why is everybody running with this? Even national media, like, why is everyone using this clip to make it a conversation about Stroud angling for a new contract? I think it is, and honestly, for me, the bigger thing isn't so much that part. If we want to pick apart the whole held up my end of the bargain, it's really what we focused more on yesterday was the end of the clip where he says, paraphrasing, like, this year, quarterback of the Texans this year.
You have it?
Yeah. You want me to play it again?
Just the end. Just the end, because that made a lot of rounds as well.
And I think I've held my bargain up on that edge, so, I'm, whatever happens, happens. I'm excited to be a Texan this year and, go from there.
I'm excited to be a Texan this year. Also, that whatever happens, happens.
And we'll go from there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which to me, and again, maybe I'm reading too much into it, but kind of signals like, hey, if things get messy, like, whatever happens, happens. If things get messy and I got to go elsewhere.
And see, I feel like the other thing is, too, Will Anderson was kind of in this boat, too, before he got paid. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think he might have been asked about it. And he sounded confident, like, hey, just waiting on it to get done. He didn't say anything like, I held my bargain up. To quote C.J. Stroud. He didn't say anything like, we'll see, or plan for the Texans this year.
Right, and whatever happens, happens.
Yeah, he sounded super confident. I think we was on these airways kind of doing the what-if game. If he hold out, if he don't get the contract, and it didn't even sound right. But this one's, it seemed like they didn't even have a conversation.
Shoot, even Nico Collins earlier this week said, I love being a Texan. I want to spend my entire career here with the Texans, and he only has a contract for this season and next season, which is like Stroud. And even he was like, hey, I want to retire here. I love being a Texan. I hope to be a Texan my entire career. again, maybe I'm being unfair, maybe I'm nitpicking, but you could even say something like, hey, whatever happens, but I'd love to spend my entire career with the Texans, something like that.
Yeah, I think if he felt really confident about that, he'd be like, oh, I'm just letting my agent handle that. I want to be here for life.
Yeah. Right.
And, I'm just focused on this season and all that type of stuff. It seemed like he left a lot of what is, especially the more you play it.
Yeah, that's to me, I just don't even see any other way to interpret that. And not that he's, banging his fist on the table saying, pay me, or not that his actions are doing anything. Remember, we talked about, will he even participate in OTAs, just as a little statement? Well, of course, C.J. Stroud understands that he is on tenuous ground right now when it comes to public perception and fans and maybe even in the building, who knows? So he's not going to do that. But what he can do is this, like, hey, let the agent handle it. My job is football, held up my end of the bargain. We'll play this year and see what happens. I mean, that's what he said.
Yeah.
We're not making anything.
It sounded like he got questions. It sounded like he's unsure.
Yeah.
It didn't sound like Will Anderson Jr. was unsure if he'd get a contract or not.
Yeah.
It didn't sound like that with Nico Collins.
Yeah.
To me, it sounded like he's really unsure. And he's telling everybody, hey, I did my part. So we'll see. I'm focused on being a Texan this year.
And honestly, to me, I think the conversation's the same either way. However he meant it. If he did truly mean it in terms of, like, I held up my end, so pay me, or if he meant, hey, my job is just to improve and get better, and I have held up my end. I think either way we can have the conversation of, do you agree or disagree with that? Because those essentially go hand in hand. Do you believe that Stroud has gotten better and improved over the course of his 3 years and therefore is worthy of the big payday that he would love to get?
Right.
I think that's the conversation we have, with either meaning for those quotes.
If you're saying, hey, he did not hold up his end of the bargain based on what we expected after his rookie year, we can have that conversation, and there are some gray areas and some nuance there, et cetera. Well, what about the playoffs, and what about this? Look, we can talk about whether or not he did hold up his end of the bargain.
Right.
But in terms of what he said, what he believes, he said he did. And that only speaks to one thing. Like, he feels like he's done enough, and whatever happens, happens. I mean, these are his words.
To me, it sounds like a bridge quarterback on a 1-year deal.
Yeah.
And somebody asked him, hey, are you getting a contract extension?
Yeah.
And he said, hey, I held my end of the bargain up. So, we'll see.
Yeah.
He sounds like a bridge quarterback.
By the way, either way, I do disagree with Stroud's assessment of holding up his end of the bargain. But that's just me. On the text line, somebody did say his end of the deal, the bargain he's holding up, was to shut up and go with the flow and not complain, and he has definitely done that. So there is, it's becoming this divisive thing. It's almost like that whole thing on the internet like a decade ago of, like, what color the dress was.
Yeah.
It's becoming this whole thing of, like, what did you just hear? Is Stroud talking about just improving, or was he kind of laying down the law a little bit in terms of a new contract? Either way, like I said, I still think it's sort of the same answer.
Yeah.
And it doesn't really matter.
I am curious because I do feel like I'm not sitting there saying he did hold up his part, so they need to pay him.
Yeah.
I do think he deserves some type of contract. I mean, maybe he's looking for $60 million a year. I'm not sure, but I do think he deserves some type of contract. I do think he played as a solid quarterback. So, it seemed like he just kind of went in, and the Texans not really offering anything.
Right.
It'd be one thing if let's say they offered him $40 million a year or something, and he probably, I'm sure his agent be like, hell no. But I wonder if they even offered him anything, or is this truly a prove it year?
Well, as I mentioned, I know they've had to have had conversations. I mean, there's no way you just don't even talk about it. Whether it was the agent initiating or Caserio initiating, there has to have been conversation.
But if they did, do you feel like he would be a little more confident though?
No, but the conversation might be part of the reason he's saying I held up my end of the bargain, because maybe the conversation it didn't advance to the place that they wanted it. Yeah.
So let's see. On the text line, another person weighing in. I think CJ, a lot of people weighing in, but this one, I think CJ is saying he's there this year at OTAs, and that's his part of the deal right now. That's him holding up his end of the bargain currently. So that's another take on it. And let's see. Somebody said, I lost the text now, but these texts keep pouring in. But somebody was making the point of all he here it is. All he did was state the obvious. You're making too much of it. I don't think it was obvious. That's the second part of this conversation that we don't have enough time to dive into right now. But as I've been saying, like, I don't agree with his take either way.
Mm-hmm.
It's why I've been on the side of the Texans of if I was Nick Caserio, I wouldn't hand him the big contract yet either.
Yeah.
So I don't think he is stating the obvious. I don't think he has done enough so far.
No, if we're
to
talking
warrant
about
the
that,
contract.
I agree with you.
Right.
I totally like. I would sit here and say, no, man.
So what's a good contract that you would be comfortable giving him?
Oh, me?
I'm just kind of curious.
I would,
because I wouldn't be comfortable with $60 million a year.
Oh, hell no.
Yeah. So what's the number you'd be like? All right.
If he
take 45 a year, would you?
That's even a little high.
I think that's too high for
really?
me.
Yeah, that's
for
even a
CJ.
little high.
I'm pulling up the quarterback contracts right now just so I can have a frame of reference.
But here's the thing, like you asked the question for me to be comfortable.
Yeah.
Based on everything we've seen, and a lot of it has been good, obviously, if you look at advanced stats and all that stuff. But clearly a lot of it has been bad, especially in big moments. I would say somewhere between 35 and 40, but here's the thing, that's me comfortable. They would throw it.
Yeah, but
they would throw it in my face.
Let's say he get paid a Baker Mayfield type of contract.
Mm-hmm.
Would you be comfortable him getting paid?
What's Baker, 45? 40 something?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. Would you be comfortable if he was making what Baker Mayfield
I would
is
feel
making?
like I'm stealing, at least in terms of if he does improve, then it could just blow up in your face too. That's the problem. That's why I'm comfortable.
Yeah.
What I'm comfortable with and what they're comfortable with are two totally different things.
Baker, according to Over the Cap, is $40 million for cash spent
I
for
thought it
this
was about 40.
upcoming year.
Yeah, I thought it was about 40.
Trevor Lawrence, $37 million. So yeah, I would say somewhere in that area.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the company he keeps.
I think that's fair. I would sign him up for that one. If I threw that at him and he said, "Yeah, let's go," I would sign it in a heartbeat.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm just counting here.
not sure about the $60 million.
And I agree. Trevor Lawrence is scheduled to be the 13th highest paid quarterback in the league this year. C.J. Stroud was 13th in quarterback rating last year, so that seems pretty much in line.
Yeah.
So I would say like that 35.
And to be fair, I
40
think
million.
he's kind of in that company
Right now, yeah.
Yeah, the
But
Baker
his agent
Mayfield's.
doesn't.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying. They throw it in our face.
See, if
I'd sign up for 35 to 40 million right now.
See, if that was the issue, then I understand why we, holding out.
Mm-hmm.
But I just, I don't know, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, on the text line, someone said $35 million a year. Yeah, I'm in that 35 to 40. I think that's an appropriate range for him so far, based off of what we've seen. If he goes out there and balls out this year, then obviously his value goes up, and we can have a different conversation.
Right.
But as we currently sit here today, that's where I would be if I'm Nick Caserio, $35 to $40 million range. As somebody else said, he deserves not a mark-setting deal. Yeah, agreed.
Right. That's where I'm at with it.
Yeah, that's the problem. All these quarterbacks want to be the highest paid quarterback. That's just, I think that'd be crazy at this point. Hey, coming up, we're asking, who would be on your roster for a road trip, for a guy trip? Local celebrities, athletes,
National celebrities?
Anybody from this radio station?
Yeah.
Let us know who would be on that dream list. If you're taking a road trip, who do you want in the car with you? 713-572-4610. Let us know. We'll get to those answers next here in The Loop.
The Drive with Stoerner and
today. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Who would you want in the car for your guys' trip? For that road trip, who do you want? Local celebrities, athletes, nationally or locally? People you might listen to on these airwaves. Who would you most prefer to be in that car with you? Who's on the... Let us know. Send in your answers, 713-572-4610. And this question actually comes up because of something Jalen Petrie said.
Well, we have the audio if you want to hear it. Jalen Petrie was asked about... now, a lot of... This happens with a lot of teams and a lot of position groups, but apparently they really get a lot done and have a lot of fun when the Texans defensive backs go on their trip.
As a unit, we always, take a DB trip, always, go to a different location and work out a little bit. So we're definitely going to do that. We haven't done that yet. But other than that, we really just spend time with each other outside of the building, wherever that is, different food spots, different lounges. A lot of people have been playing, not racquetball, but the pickleball. We've been hooping a little bit here and there. We just been, trying to bond a little bit outside of football, and I think that's what's going to propel us forward come in the future.
You really got to be you got to be smart when you go on your guys' trip, right? You got to have not too crazy, like out of control. They were talking earlier, Shannon Sharp. You don't want that guy because it's like it'll never end, and he'll make you do things you don't want to do. But you also want to have fun, and you also. I was mentioning earlier, like Will Anderson would be a lot of fun, but I also would be like, teachers here, teachers in the room.
Really? You get that vibe from him?
Not that he would like be a tattletale, but it's like he's all about it. He wants to have fun. He goes fishing. He's a great personality. Always, laughing and has a good time. But also like, okay, can I really? He
kind of come across as goofy. Like just a dude that's just always laughing at everything, goofy. He got a bunch of sisters and all that stuff, and they playing around. He kind of come across as
make no
real
mistake,
goofy.
It would be fun, but then you also kind of like, how much fun? What are we gonna do?
I feel like he would be like 100 all the time.
Yeah.
Where like I just want to relax. I don't know.
He seemed like the type if let's say you went fishing with him. He seemed like the type if you were scared of the fish, he'd put it in your face.
Yeah.
And be laughing and try to chase you with it.
Yeah. So just really across the spectrum, some of the I wanted to start locally and remember guys trip. So I think I would want Will Anderson there, but I would be a little self-conscious about really.
I feel like you really mean Daniil Hunter. I feel like Daniil Hunter would be that one.
Daniil Hunter's the low-key, quieter.
Yeah. But that's somebody I would be scared to do anything around.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah,
he seemed like he'd be like, "Hey man, you can't do that.
Yes,
no
sir.
drugs on the trip."
Yes, sir. It would be fun. So Will Anderson, I'm thinking Texans first. So Will Anderson for sure. I would probably, I think Aziz would be good. I think Aziz, because he keeps it together, and he's he can be engaging, probably up for anything, that kind of thing. Rockets, I don't know about Rockets.
I think Texans. I will probably the two that come to my mind, and they probably should get a reality show or something. But Ambassador and Kalen Bullock.
Oh, them Bullock would be good.
Yeah, them two together. I gotta have them two together.
Yeah.
They are hilarious.
National celebrities, Gronk would be fantastic. Fantastic.
I feel like he might be too much, though. Depends how long of a road trip. I feel like I'd get tired of him.
Yeah.
Someone on the text line said, and I get why, they said, I wouldn't want to travel with Shaq. You'd need like an RV or something. But honestly, my answer is going to be, I'll take the crew from inside the NBA.
Yeah.
I get Shaq, Barkley, and Kenny Smith. And Ernie Johnson can come along, too. We'll need a big car. We'll need an RV. But bring them all along, and I think that would be a lot of fun.
Ernie could probably tell you some really good stories.
That's true.
Just back in the day, when I first got into broadcasting, he'd tell you a lot of good stories.
Yeah, that'd be my crew, and I'll go anywhere with those guys. It'd probably be a blast.
Yeah. How about go ahead.
I'm thinking of some ones. I'm gonna just throw some tandems out there. All right. So Stephen A. and Kendrick Perkins. Would you go on a road trip?
No.
Maybe
Strap me to the roof of the car.
Maybe with one, but not both.
I wouldn't go with either one of them. No, thank you.
Stephen A. I think would be fun. I think Stephen A. would be a lot of fun, and just listen to him talk, just make fun of him.
I gotta take this call.
Yeah,
this is my lovely lady right here.
Yeah, I would probably do Stephen A. because I don't think he wouldn't be the Stephen A. that you see on TV.
He'd probably be more
laid
laid back.
Yeah.
He'd be good. Charlie Sheen, I'd go back with Charlie.
You hung
Sheen.
out with him before.
So I'd go back, see if we can rekindle some of those fun times.
That came in on the text line. Yeah, that would be interesting.
Yeah. As far as like musically artists, that kind of thing, I don't know because there's a big drug culture.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I would love to be part of like a Rolling Stones tour or something like that, like one of the biggest bands in the world. But yeah, to your point, I don't know. I don't think I could handle it.
Yeah.
I don't know how these
Honestly,
guys do it.
I don't know if I can roll with any rappers that smoke weed.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you like the hot box and all that stuff, I just can't. I can't do that.
Yeah, I don't know, but there's some possibilities I feel like we're missing. What about Sports Radio 610? Like you go on a guy trip with one or more of us. I definitely would go. Well, I have with Figgy, always up for everything, willing to try new stuff, has his own deal going on. I think Clint would be a lot of fun. Clint, because Clint has that little wild hair, but not over the top. Mm-hmm. He won't go like nuts. Like, hey, we're doing it. He's like, oh, cool, and kind of like Gronk.
Yeah,
you could tell Clint, hey, I'm done. Cool, see you later. And he'll just keep going or whatever.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, brown nosing. You guys here, the three of you on this show would be fun. But outside of that, here on the station, I think Seth would be my number one pick if I excluded In the Loop.
Mm-hmm. Show would be the conversation starter because that's what he does.
Yeah.
He could talk to a wall. And so he'd be good.
And that's a talent, by the way. Mm-hmm. Somebody that could just talk to anybody.
Any room,
for sure.
Go into any room.
Somebody can walk in and he'd be like, dang, that's a nice shirt right there, boss. Where you get that shirt from, boss? Hustling. I wish I had that type of talent.
Yeah, just walk in any room and you can make it yours. Yeah, that is a big talent.
Oh, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
On the text line, in terms of guys here at the station, they went with Area 45, Bijani, PC, and Colin.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What about head coaches in Houston? Would you go on a road trip with D'Amico, Ime Udoka, or the Astros manager?
Joe Espada. Boy, that's a tough. I'm trying to see what
I will probably roll with D'Amico.
I think so.
Ime, he might be too tough, man. I'll probably be trying to stop at the gas station, go to the bathroom. No, stop being soft.
I guess it would have to be D'Amico, but he also has that Will Anderson. Just, are you really, is he kind of keeping you in line?
He seemed more laid back, though, man. He from Alabama and all that. Best from Alabama.
Yeah.
But Ime seemed like he don't want nobody to make a stop, even if you got to go to the bathroom.
We got to make good time.
Yeah. No, y'all out here being soft.
Yeah, that's right.
Calling people the B words and all that.
Yeah, he'd be last. I feel like Espada would be the most laid back of the bunch.
Mm-hmm.
And, that could be enjoyable. D'Amico could be good.
I think, it would probably be D'Amico, but none of those three would be in my top five. If let's say you're going 4 or 5 people, just because I think there's better choices out. Right. Zach Greinke, someone says. Tiger Woods, someone says.
Yeah, a lot of people have made the Tiger Woods joke, and they say, Tiger Woods, and I'm letting him drive.
Mm-hmm. The Bud Light guys, Shane Gillis, Post Malone, and Peyton Manning. That would be a trip.
That would be fun.
That would be a great.
Yeah, I think Manning's a good one. Obviously, Shane Gillis is a comedian. I think if you go with any comedian, I mean, that automatically would be pretty enjoyable.
Oh, Steven Adams. For sure.
That would be good.
For sure, Steven Adams. Not Mike Vrabel. There's some.
What about the GMs in Houston? Nick
Okay.
Caserio, you got Rafael Stone, and you got Dana Brown.
Believe it or not, I'd go with Caserio.
Really?
Yeah. I think he'd be willing to let you do your deal, but he'd also. I think
he gonna throw on the audio book on you.
Oh no, I'm driving. I'm controlling the radio. I'm controlling the radio. But I think he can lighten up. He plays golf. Like once he gets away. Now dinner would be a fight every night. I'd want to go get it.
You can't stop at Whataburger.
Yes, we can, because I'm driving, and you can go get some water.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Dana Brown would be last because his over-the-top optimism would just drive me nuts.
He'd be sitting there lying for no reason, telling the story. Man, you lying, man.
Exactly.
Stop lying.
Yeah, his positivity would be too much.
Yeah.
Someone said prime Muhammad Ali.
Yeah, man. You know that would be on my list. Yeah.
Mike Tyson, Pat McAfee's coming in on the text line.
Brian Cushing. I don't know about
I'll be a little nervous about that.
I always have to worry if I'm going to have to get in a fight or something.
What about riding with the Watt brothers?
Oh, why are we not mentioning that? That would be great.
That'd be fun.
No, the Watt brothers would be fantastic. Yeah, that'd be good. Jeff Van Gundy, that would be a good one. Stories, if nothing else. And he'd be willing to do
some Jose Lima. That guy was a character as well. Talk about captivating a room and having stories.
I'd love to have Seth on my trip, but at the end of the night, he would be hugging me and crying with his head on my shoulder.
I think Seth would be great. Someone said, got to take Figgy for the tunes, and then Seth and Clint, one from each show.
I agree. That'd be a good trip.
I kind of want to do a road trip now.
Yeah. For sure.
Take a Comrex with you. You guys could do the show from the road in the car while you're driving. Most common answers, though, of course, probably the jokes. Tiger Woods and Diana Rossini. So there you go. And Ime would definitely call you a little B if you asked to go to the bathroom. 713-572-4610. Continue to send those in. It's a question of the day. Who's on your dream roster for the guy trip or the road trip?
in Houston on Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
We'll go around the NFL. I'm Luke Morrow in for Reggie alongside John Lopez, Figgy Fig on the steel wheels, and Brandon Scott joining us here, as always, for this next hour on this Friday. B. Scott, how are you?
Man, good day to be in on a Friday. The Astros are humming. We got football back. So, yeah, we're going to get a Game 7 in the Western Conference Finals. Right. The finals are around the corner, so I'm glad to be in today, man. It's a good feeling.
Yeah, absolutely. Always good to have you. And you can always join the conversation, 713-572-4610 on the text line, YouTube and Twitch as well. Let's go around the NFL. Some of the stories coming out of the first few days of OTAs for these teams, including Nick Bosa was asked at the 49ers camp, was asked about his brother Joey and if he thinks Joey will be joining him in San Francisco. And Nick said, quote, "I don't think he's thinking too much about football right now." Joey Bosa is 31 now. He's spent the last decade in the league. I know he's a name that's been thrown around for, hey, the Texans, if you could get him cheap enough, add some depth to that defensive line. Sounds like, though, he might have his mind set on retirement at this point instead of actually coming back and playing. As you said, he's not thinking much about football right now.
Yeah, and I got to admit, I haven't thought much about Joey Bosa in a long time.
Me neither.
So likewise, right? He's not thinking much about football, and I don't know if football is thinking much about him. But to the point, though, I do think if he was interested in still playing football, he's a proven guy who, at least as a depth piece, obviously you wouldn't sign Joey Bosa at this point and expect much. But if it's to
a specialist,
as a specialist, or to spell Will Anderson Jr. and or Will, what is he? 30 what?
31.
31, and it doesn't, and is thinking about his golf and his
retire at 31.
Isn't that crazy? Worry about a thing.
That's true.
Yeah. That's great.
I know. That is wild. Look, I know a lot of it was injury based. He was injured for about 2/3 of the 2022 season, half of the 2023 season. But, man, he was on such a run early in his career with the Chargers, and then it's probably too harsh to say, but he just kind of fell off. And now to the point here where at 31, like he's already out of the league. Again, large part of it, I guess, was the injuries. But you think back to how good he was, and then I felt like he kind of just drifted away.
Yeah, he's a what if, what could have been. Remember, he was paired there with Khalil Mack for a nice little stretch there, and they could have been, I mean, kind of similar to what we're looking at here in Houston if the health was there, or if he didn't have the poor injury luck that he had. So, Chargers, and of course, the Chargers would be this team like throughout different eras where you kind of look at the Chargers as a what if.
Yeah.
He's a part of one of those Chargers eras of, hey, they had a really good team, or at least a really good edge rushing pairing that didn't quite realize its potential, and in large part because of his injuries.
Well, it actually speaks to something that we've all spoken about. We're riding the wave right now, but these things change pretty quickly.
Yeah,
it changed pretty dang quickly.
That's true.
Yeah, and Danielle Hunter doesn't look like he's slowing down anytime soon. But a lot of guys, all of a sudden when it goes fast. So you got to ride that wave while you can.
And the Texans have been fortunate in that way where we've seen Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson Jr. get banged up a time or two over the last couple of years, but they have in large part been healthy and able to contribute. Is the reason why the defense is what it is today.
Yeah,
and Danielle Hunter is 31, same age as Joey Bosa, but obviously they're in different spots right now. Elsewhere in OTAs, some people say it's overreact to anything OTA. Fernando Mendoza, though, taking the first team reps with the Raiders yesterday at their OTAs. What do you guys think the chances are that he actually is the starter week 1, or do you think Kirk Cousins begins the year and then he works his way in, mid-season?
Boy,
I mean,
it's got to be Kirk Cousins, but if you go back to what Kubiak said about him, I mean, just over the top raving, better than better than advertised or something like that, and doing everything right and all that. I think we might have, even if he's the overall. And I still think we might have underestimated him a little bit.
Wait a minute, though.
Yeah.
Why has it got to be Kirk Cousins? That's the part that I don't get. I don't see why it wouldn't be this guy. Fernando Mendoza.
So you're with me. You think maybe?
I think he could be, and he should be. What are we doing? I mean, like,
really?
Let's go ahead. Is he ready or not? I said this back when C.J. Stroud was first drafted when he got here. It was it's more about, do you believe in the kid and is he ready or not? Don't just throw him out there just because you drafted him number 1 overall and you feel like you got to save face. But like, evaluate it, and if he's ready, don't do this dog and pony show of let's put out the veteran and ease him into it. Is he ready or not? And if he's ready, put him out there. Let's do it.
I'm curious what you're thinking, Luke, because this isn't Tom Savage or Davis Mills. This is Kirk Cousins, who has some pelts on the wall.
Yeah.
I'm not saying,
cool story, bro.
No, I'm not saying.
Kirk Cousins is 137 years old.
Well, he is 37, 38?
I'm 37, so he's got to be older than that. He's older than I am.
I think he's 38.
Yeah.
We're underestimating him. He might be really good. But I just feel like Kirk Cousins, he was brought there for a reason. And maybe it's just a mentor.
Yeah, and you could be you could be 100% right. Yeah. But just put yourself for a second in the shoe fan. I'm not one. But if I was a Raiders fan, I would be livid if Kirk Cousins is starting. I'd be very upset.
I'm of the school of thought I'd rather have the young guy sit for a little bit and then bring him in like mid-season. Yeah, bring him in a little later. They open the season at home at the Dolphins, so it's not like that's a tough test. You could throw Mendoza in first game against the Dolphins at home. And by the way, their second preseason game is here in Houston, and that's the game now where like the starters do play their most. So we're really looking ahead. But on August 20th, let's see how the Raiders play it. We'll get a look at Mendoza, I'm sure, here in town during the preseason. 49ers. Christian McCaffrey said workload is managed in practice, not in games. He wants to continue on, with the touches that he's gotten. But what's interesting is he's coming off a season in which he had over 2,000 scrimmage yards. He's done that 3 times now in his career. But the other 2 times he's done it, the following season, he's only managed to play a total of 7 games because of injuries. So my question is not so much predict injuries this year for Christian McCaffrey, but just like, how long do you think, we were just talking about Joey Bosa and even like a Danielle Hunter, and when you get on the other side of 30 for really anybody in the NFL, then you start to get a little worried. And McCaffrey, he'll be 30 this year. How much longer do we think Christian McCaffrey can keep this up, where last year he had 311 carries just in the regular season alone? Do you think at a certain point we reach that expiration date here with Christian McCaffrey?
I love Christian McCaffrey. He is one of my all-time favorite football players that I've ever watched play. So I hate to say this, but I am kind of cringing and waiting on him to hit that wall. Because when you just said it, he's going to be 30, I'm shocked that he's not 30 already because he's been that good for so long, for so many years now. But, man, how long can he do this, man? How long is it reasonable to expect somebody to play that position at this high of a level? The fact that I feel like he's already over 30 and he's not makes me think that, it's probably going to happen more sooner than later.
It is. It is going to happen sooner rather than later. This is going into his 10th season as a running back.
Yeah, man.
10th
what a run.
season. Oh, just incredible.
He's one of the all-time great running backs.
No, absolutely.
With, breaking news.
Absolutely.
For sure.
Fantastic running back. No, this is inevitable more so for running backs than any other position. We know that. Clearly, a lot of times people talk about the outliers and then they make that the thing. Like, a quarterback can play till he's 40. What, 3 dudes have done that?
Right.
A running back, can really excel at age 30 and beyond. What? Because 2 dudes are doing that? They're not. They are the outliers for a reason. Now, maybe he'll also be an outlier. But if you look to your point, in 2022, 244 attempts. The next season, 272 attempps. The next season, 50 because he got hurt. Then last season, 311 attempts. At some point, it's just going to be too much.
Yeah, I'm not predicting it this year, but there's definitely like a clock on this.
Tell if you're a fantasy football player, maybe don't draft him this year because the last 2 times he had 2,000 yards in scrimmage yards. The next season he played 3 games in 2020, and then he played, like John referenced, only 4 games in 2024. So We'll see. We'll see what this year goes. I'll tell on myself. I used to cover the Carolina Panthers at the time. I was on the radio in that area when he was on the Panthers, and I had the take of they should move on from him because at that point he had played 10 games over 2 years, and he was just like injury prone. And I was like, get something for him while you still can.
Get him out of here.
And they did move on from him at that point in 2022. But in hindsight, I mean, he's been even better at the Niners.
Yeah.
But I thought like sell him, sell that stock while you can, get something for him. And it really hasn't worked out for the Panthers. They'd be better off with him.
I want to appreciate him while we got him, man. He's one of the all-time greats. And just that feeling of, hey, this cannot. Even to Luke's point, he's been injury prone for a while and just kind of plays through it and is still great. So
yeah, no, he certainly is one of the best, obviously. Hey, Matt Stafford, this continues to be a story about Matt Stafford and Ty Simpson there for the Rams. Stafford at OTAs was asked about it and about them bringing in another quarterback, and he said he totally understands it and handled it really well. He said, no ill will or anything. But my question more so, and we've been talking about Stafford this week because he got that big contract. I don't know if he's in the same spot as Aaron Rodgers, but when the Packers drafted Jordan Love, Rodgers really took it personally, and he went out and he won the MVP award. Do you think there's anything there for Stafford that this will be like extra motivation that the Ty Simpson draft pick will take him to another level? Or is he in a different place in his career?
I want to know what the next level is.
Yeah, right. That's fair. That's fair as
What's
well.
better than MVP?
Right.
Look, I think it's totally different. I get it because of the way he was drafted in the first round and an aging quarterback. But he is not Aaron Rodgers. I think the biggest issue back then was it was Aaron Rodgers. And Aaron Rodgers, wears his emotions or not. He doesn't necessarily always wear them on his sleeve, but he'll let you know when he thinks it's time to let
Pettiness.
you know. Petty. Stafford is not petty. Stafford is the ultimate teammate. Just ask anyone who's ever played with him. So I don't think it's going to be an issue. But hey, if he plays MVP again, that's a high enough level for me.
Look, I don't think that there's anything for Matthew Stafford to feel insecure about.
Yeah.
Like he has redeemed himself, if you will. Like his reputation was kind of controversial, if you will, in Detroit. Is he good or is he not? Is it empty calories? How good is this guy really, especially as a top pick?
Yeah.
And he has basically been validated by everything that's happened in Los Angeles between the Super Bowl and now the MVP.
Yeah.
The fact that they would draft his replacement when he's 37 or older, he's somewhere around that same age as Kirk Cousins. So, I think Matthew Stafford has a much more realistic view of his future and the fact that he's not going to be around and it makes sense to draft his replacement, and he has security in what's happened most recently in his career.
And he has personal, he doesn't have any insecurities.
Yeah. And Rodgers hadn't been playing well up until that point.
No, right.
And Matthew Stafford has been playing well right before they draft his replacement. It just kind of makes more sense.
Certainly. Last thing here on Around the NFL. A rumor for months here about A.J. Brown being traded to the Patriots post June 1st, which is actually Monday, is June 1st, right?
Where'd you hear that rumor?
Yeah. Good question.
Diana Rossini.
Diana Rossini?
But with that said, people are starting to put some cold water on this thing, and Ian Rappaport was the latest one on NFL Network saying, like, hey, neither team have actually agreed to anything here. So my question, I guess, do you guys think A.J. Brown will actually be traded to the Patriots or anywhere else? And if not, two-part question, how do you think things will work in Philadelphia where this feels kind of awkward? The whole, he didn't invite Jalen Hurts to his wedding or vice versa. He didn't get invited, and it almost seems like he's had a foot out the door. We've all been waiting for him to be traded. What if he's still at the Eagles week 1? How do you think it would go this year with him sticking around in Philly?
So the funny thing about both of your questions is that it feels like the answer to both have been kind of tainted. Like the trade idea. Before the Diana Rossini, Mike Vrabel thing, that seemed like a reasonable thing. Now it just feels kind of awkward if that actually happens. And so has that hurt that whole negotiation? How real was that negotiation? Was that something that they were manufacturing behind the scenes? I think that's a fair question. So there's that. And then your point about coming back, it's like, okay, is the toothpaste out of the tube now?
Right.
And so and we've seen all the reporting out of Philadelphia about how awkward that relationship already is. It would have been awkward even before the Diana Rossini stuff and this trade breaking down. The idea that they couldn't move him somewhere else, that is going to be interesting to see how it plays out.
That last thing you said, I just keep to. If it's not the Patriots, and there's apparently like a gap in terms of what they think the compensation would be, you would think there would be someone else, multiple someone else's.
Yeah, why
and
not?
there's not.
Why
do you
is there
think?
not a?
I'll play psychologist. Why do you think that is, Brandon? Why do you think that is? Because he is an issue. He is a problem. And I think the league knows it. I always talk about it. It's a big sewing circle. All these coaches talk. They all gossip. Whether it's your team or another team, this division, that division. I never thought A.J. Brown was an issue until like the last week. Because I thought he was just incredibly talented. Yeah, maybe a little quirky, but kind of misused early in his career or whatever.
Man,
but
he's really good, man.
He's so good. And Brandon, I never thought he was an issue. But it's kind of hard to ignore.
Yeah.
Like the Patriots really, really want him, but then there's a gap in what they're willing to give up, and no one else wants him?
Yeah.
A.J. Brown, no one else wants him.
30 other teams?
Yeah.
Nah, man, somebody's got that.
There is something. I'm not going to say what it is because I don't know. But there's something there.
Yeah, I'm with you there. And then also, I think what supports that is the idea that the team that would want him is
a Super Bowl contender, or at least they think they are.
And head coached by somebody that is specifically and uniquely suited to deal with him. Somebody that's coached him already, and Mike Vrabel.
Yeah.
You know, so that kind of makes some sense, but still, man, he's just so good.
He's good.
He's a really good football player, man.
Yeah, he is. That's the interesting about Tennessee. Vrabel hated that. You know, the GM traded him away, so, you know, you could also make Titans want him anymore. The Eagles don't want him anymore. But then at the same time, his coach, Vrabel, apparently is interested in reuniting him, so maybe he wasn't that bad.
I mean,
in
the
Tennessee
Raiders, the Cardinals, like some garbage franchise doesn't want him, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, could you imagine Kirk Cousins throwing to A.J. Brown week 1? Oh, man.
He going to get traded to the Browns. Watch.
That
The
actually
Browns
makes a
don't
lot
want
of
him?
sense. That makes a lot of, and the Browns got some receivers now already. They got some weapons going on.
Man, the Browns spent what felt like 10 years trying to figure out Josh Gordon. You don't want A.J. Brown?
Yeah, Josh Gordon.
They probably trying to get rid of Jerry Jeudy.
Oh,
Yeah.
man.
Hey, Josh Gordon, that could be a fun guy for the road trip.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
B. Scott's coming on the text line as well. Someone said they would love to have B. Scott on the road trip.
Oh, he's
as
fun
well.
on the road trip.
I'd be great on a road trip, no doubt.
And somebody said Will Anderson, going back to that question of the day, Will Anderson would probably be like Forrest Whitaker in Fast Times at Ridgemont High. That's a bit of a deep cut where Forrest Whitaker thinks that the rival school smashed his car.
That's funny.
And somebody said, not Sean. Wow. What's going on with what's Sean do to you?
Yeah.
Hey, an underrated athlete for the road trip, former athlete, Jeff Teague. Every time he speaks, it's funny.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's almost like unintentional.
Yeah.
Be rolling on the road trip. Vernon Maxwell will be funny.
Yeah.
Oh, you getting too many fights.
Just so many MF.
All you got to do is tell them, hey, you want to go to Utah real quick?
Dave Chappelle came in on the text line. And Tyler Milner as well for 610 people. Take him on a road trip as well. Coming up, B. Scott is hanging with us. We'll get his thoughts on the whole C.J. Stroud thing from yesterday. We'll talk about that next year in The Loop.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
That's right. B. Scott's hanging with us, as he always does here in the Loop on Fridays. I'm Luke Morrow in for Reggie, alongside John Lopez, Figgy Fig on the ones and twos. You can always join the conversation on the text line, 713-572-4, as the YouTube and Twitch chats. We were talking last hour about C.J. Stroud and that whole thing yesterday with his comments made to the media. If you ever miss anything from the show, you can always find the podcast afterwards. Go back on YouTube, use the rewind feature on Odyssey. But since you're here, Brandon, I'll tee you up. You go whichever way you want.
We got thoughts.
Yeah. What were your thoughts on everything?
So radio is fun because we got to all hear him say the same exact thing in the same exact context. And somehow it became a controversy on what exactly he was saying and what he meant.
Yeah.
So that part at least is fun to me. So just my position on that. I do think that he's talking about the contract. I don't think it's unfair to assume that him being asked about a question or being asked a specific question about a contract, that everything that he says after that is within the context of the question being asked about his contract. So I'll just start there. So from there, I actually agree. I'll go a little bit different from y'all. I actually agree with C.J. Stroud that he has held up his end of the bargain. Whatever exactly that means, I think you can make the case either way in terms of getting better as a football player. Obviously, things have changed, and his seasons have not looked the same as his rookie year, but they changed the entire system and asked him to do totally different things from the time he started to where he is now.
Yeah.
And I thought he handled that really well. And, of course, he was a part of their winning streak at the end of last season, and we understand how things ended in the playoffs. But I think his end of the bargain in terms of winning, right? Before CJ, they had won, 4 games a year before? Something like that?
Yeah.
They've won 10, 10, and 12 since then. They have never not had double-digit win seasons. They have never not gone to the playoffs. They have never not won a game once they got to the playoffs. What else would there be on his end of the bargain, right? Here's the rub, though. I don't think holding up your end of the bargain necessarily means that you get the contract that you want.
Right.
Because it's not just about you holding up your end of the bargain. It's about what the team's intentions are for their future and how they want to build the team.
Yeah.
And what has also happened over that time since CJ has quarterbacked the team, the defense has developed into one of the great defenses of its era, potentially, right? If it's able to kind of keep this thing up for a stretch, right? And so they've signed guys to contracts, right? They keep doing the 1-and-1 deal with Daniil Hunter. They just signed Will Anderson Jr. to an extension. They did the same thing with Derek Stingley.
Nico.
Well, and
but you're on just the defense.
But just the defense alone, right? And so they're going all in on the defense because they've hit on that. This is a team, and they've got a defensive head coach, right? So this is a team that now knows it can lean in toward having sort of a defensive identity. A lot of our money is in the defense. And then on the offensive side, they're trying to run this offense where it's like they're not asking as much of the quarterback, more of a cerebral thing and take care of the ball, but we're not going to take a whole lot of risk. We want to run the football, make good decisions with the football. And how expensive of a quarterback do we need to accomplish that? Which is a question in the Stroud, like just a philosophical question for them to ask, right? And then when you add C.J. Stroud on top of it, okay, he held his end of the bargain, but does his end of the bargain mean that we want to pay $60 million in the future? Holding up your end of the bargain in the past doesn't necessarily say anything about how we want to build the team in the future, which sounds a little bit unfair to C.J. Stroud, right? If you say he held his end of the bargain, he should get paid, and I think he will get paid, but it might be that the Texans, and we'll see how it works out. Like, we have no idea. They might just sign him to a contract, and all of this conversation is moot. But the Texans still have to sort of ask those questions. Everybody can't get paid.
Yeah.
We're going all in on the defense. We got a receiver that we just guaranteed his contract over the next couple of years, right? We got offensive linemen now that we want to pay, that we're investing in. Everybody can't get paid. Do we feel like, especially based off of the season that we had last year, do we feel like we can get by with a $25 million a year quarterback, a $30 million a year quarterback versus a $65 million a year quarterback?
Well, you know what you're talking about here is in their heart of hearts, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth because I'm kind of, you just got me thinking this way. In their heart of hearts, they want a $25 to $30 million quarterback, and he wants a $60 million quarterback offense. He wants to be the guy that carries the entire offense and makes the plays and they're like, no, we don't need that. We need a $25, $30 million quarterback. So that's a big gap in terms of how they view themselves both as an offense and as a quarterback.
Yeah,
it's a big gap.
Yeah, I mean, and again, it is aside from the next question, which I think is a fair one. Is he even worth that amount anyway? Right? Like, and I'm not just doing that to pick on CJ, right? Because there's some recency bias going on there with how the season ended in the playoffs, and I think that's what's kind of posed this question more than anything. Because overwhelmingly, he has proven that he would be worth that.
Yeah.
But I think it's fair to question kind of what I've said before. He's good, but is he great? He's good, but how good? How close to great is he? And that's when you start kind of nitpicking and negotiating. Another thing about the comments that I would say that I think held my end of the bargain is just as much commentary on the agent as it is the Texans.
Oh, yeah.
Because he's saying, look, before that, he's saying, look, all I do is play football. I'm going to focus on football, okay? I'm a football player, and I'll let my agent handle that. And so he actually has done pretty much all he can do, and literally all he can do is play football. The contract part is going to be up to the agent and the team. And let's not forget that David Mulugheta is just as good at what he does as anybody else that we're talking about in this conversation, if not better. Like, he might be a better agent than the Texans are at negotiating contracts, and that C.J. Stroud is at playing quarterback. Like, he's that good at it. So I think he's saying, hey, I've done my part. Now it's up to my agent. Like, I think the Texans should pay me. If they don't think so, it's up to my agent to convince them that they should. If that doesn't work out, it's up to my agent to figure out how I'm going to maximize the end of my bargain that I feel like I've maximized. And side note, I do agree with Lopez on, like, I don't, Figgy, I know this bothered you, but I don't feel like you should do cliches if you don't know.
If you mess it up.
If you don't know how it goes, just say what you're trying to say. You don't have to say held up my end of the bargain and you don't even know how that saying goes. That means you don't talk like that.
That's right.
And that's okay. Don't say that no more, man.
Hindsight 50-50.
That's right.
Cam Newton like to say.
Yeah, he might not even realize that he butchered it. But yeah.
And that's not as bad as Cam at the hindsight is 50-50.
Yeah.
That's just terrible.
Yeah, it's terrible. Yeah, it is.
That's not understanding it at all. I think CJ understands the holding the end of the bargain. He just said it wrong.
That's right.
I like your point with the defense, and do the Texans feel like they need to devote so many resources, therefore, to the quarterback? And that's where I've kind of been in a similar boat. Bucky Brooks has the expression. Bucky, of course, played in the NFL, was a scout, and now covers the league for NFL Network, NFL.com, and wherever else. But Bucky has the expression about quarterbacks: are they the trucks or are they the trailers? Are they the truck that's pulling the team to victory, or are they the trailer that's being led by the pieces around them to victory? And the trucks are the ones that get the big contracts because you don't need to put as many pieces around them. They can win with less. Theoretically, like the Patrick Mahomes, the trailers are the ones that, you only give them so much money because then you have to be able to pay all the pieces around them. And that's, maybe it's unfair, maybe you guys would disagree, but that's where I've always been with Stroud. I just haven't seen enough yet that I would give him the big payday because I still need enough resources to continue to pay, of course, the defense, but then also make sure there's enough weapons on offense. We always talk about how the offense hasn't been good enough for Stroud. If I give my quarterback $1 million a year, well, then it's going to make it even harder to build that good offense for Stroud as well. So I would put it in kind of that same conversation of what you laid out of what might be the Texans' thinking, but that's been my thinking as well of I don't want to break the bank on this quarterback if he's still a quarterback that's going to need enough money left over to put enough pieces around him.
Yeah, and he might be. Like, I think it's still a question. You might not believe it. Maybe the next person does believe it. But I think it's still a fair and open question, which is why it makes sense to kick the can down the road a little bit and just guarantee the fifth year, pick up the fifth year option, guarantee that much, and allow him to show you a little bit more, right? It's been a bit up and down in terms of that question. Steady in terms of how many games they win, and even it improved last year. But in terms of his play, it's reasonable to allow him to continue to kind of make that case. And it still may be that you don't want to build your team around a quarterback like that. Like, he might answer that question. The answer to the question might be yes. Like, he is a quarterback that can pull the team, but they might not want a quarterback like that.
Right.
And so he might have to be the quarterback of somewhere else, a team that does want to do that, and they view themselves as a team that could draft one or sign a retread that makes $30 million a year and do that with this defense.
It's funny because both Nick Caserio and C.J. Stroud used the term this year, in conversations about the quarterback position. It's very clear to me that the message has been delivered. We want to see what you can do. To wait and see. Now, how it was received, I think maybe we got a hint yesterday when he said, my end of the bargain thing. So I'm not sure. I'm honestly not sure if things fall apart again offensively and the defense is outstanding. We have a repeat of last year and like, dang man, if we only had an offense. Are they gonna automatically fire Nick Caley because they need an offense that fits C.J. Stroud, or are they still going to be hell bent on no? We need a quarterback that fits this offense. That's the thing to put a pin in.
I think it's more the second part, to be honest.
That's the thing to put a pin in right
because
there.
It seemed like they're not building this offense around C.J. Stroud.
Right,
it seemed like they building the Patriots type of offense. I hate to use the word Patriots offense, but it seemed like they building that, and you need to fit this.
Yeah, I think it's exactly what y'all said. Like, I think y'all nailed it. No notes. Y'all nailed that part. I think that is it, and that is the dilemma when it comes to this whole contract.
So they're going to sit here and say it's not the offense.
They like the offense. None of us like the offense. They like the offense.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do about that.
You got this dude playing quarterback,
and,
but hell no, it's not the offense.
They like the offense.
Yeah.
They do.
They trying to say this offense worked. They got rid of, I know they didn't get rid of Gerard Johnson, but they brought in somebody else that was kind of a Patriots guy.
Of course.
And saying, hey, this offense worked.
But if it fails again, you're not going to take a step back and say, hey, maybe we need an offense that fits the quarterback, not vice versa?
Yeah.
I will say it's going to be probably half of the league or 3/4 of the
all
league.
All over it.
Hey, I'll take C.J. Stroud.
Yeah. But also, and I think that's true, but also if your back is good but not great, you can justify that.
Yeah, sure.
You can justify that.
If it fails again.
And say, oh, hey, we won Super Bowls with this, even though that was with Tom Brady.
Yeah.
Like, they can do that. Meanwhile, C.J. Stroud's watched Derek Stingley get paid.
Yeah.
He's watched Will Anderson Jr. get paid. He's watched Jalen Petrie get paid. He's watched, to a different scale, but he's watched Davis Mills. Everybody that can consider themselves a peer to C.J. Stroud on this team has gotten a second bite at the apple. Meanwhile, they kick the can down the road with his contract.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true. And this is just kind of the start of it here for the next, whatever it is, 6 months. 6 to 8 months talking about this and thinking about this. He's B. Scott. He's hanging out with us as we'll go through what's popping coming up. By the way, I think somebody confused me for Sean Bijani on the text line.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that hasn't happened in a while. Usually it's the look. People always say I look like him, but apparently sound like him too. But at least they agreed with the point. Coming up, let's go through what's popping and get you caught up, including we're getting a Game 7 in the Western Conference Finals. We'll talk about it next here in The Loop.
Payne and Pendergast.
Since we, for the good of all Houston,
Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
That's right. What's poppin'? We'll let you know here on In the Loop. I'm Luke Morrow, in for Reggie, alongside John Lopez, Figgy Fig, and B. Scott hanging with us here on this Friday. Let's talk about the NBA and that Game 6 last night. Spurs really taking it to the Thunder, forcing a Game 7, and it might bring up some bad memories, but it's the first Western Conference Finals, according to what I read, to go to the 7th game since the Rockets-Warriors in 2018.
Yeah. That is correct.
Yeah. So it's been a while.
Thanks for that. Thanks for want to talk about. We were talking about what ifs in the break before we came back. That's a great Houston sports what if.
The biggest of late.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the biggest for sure. 2019 World Series would be one too. You could go a couple of different directions there. But yeah, that's a tough one. Tough pill to swallow.
That's a good question right there with the what ifs, because then you could point to the Texans playoff run last year too. So each team has one here in the last 8 years, really.
Or as you were saying, 2024.
Yeah, at least one. Yeah, at least one. I think each team has at least one. 2024 Texans. What if the combination of Tank Dell, Stephon Diggs, and Joe Mixon are all healthy for a decent enough stretch, especially toward the end of the season when it was time to really make a run the way they intended for it, right? They also brought in Daniil Hunter that season.
Yeah, they did.
What if the 2024 Texans were actually the Texans that they planned on being, instead of the one that lost 31-2 on Christmas in front of Beyonce?
In front of Beyonce,
in the
too.
whole world.
Hey, on the Western Conference Finals, for a series that really has only had one epic game, as in like close throughout and a great finish and all that, it's really been good despite that.
Yeah.
Just interesting.
So one of my sports takes that I don't say a lot, but I think it probably should be said, is that we focus too much on close games.
Yes.
We think a close game means a good game because we do like the drama of a close game, but I don't think every close game is a good game.
Right.
I don't think every blowout is a bad game.
Right.
You got to actually watch the game to be able to decide if it was one way or another. And if you watch these games, you're getting something
every night
that is worth fixating on, even if the score is lopsided. And sometimes when the score is lopsided, it's like, oh, man, did you see what the Thunder did to Wemby?
Yeah.
Right, yeah, it was a lopsided score, but it's like, man, the Thunder just shut down Wemby. Yeah, it was a lopsided score, but the Spurs just shut down the MVP. You know what I mean? It's that type of thing, the kind of...
No, I agree.
And the fact that it's a 7-game series, I think, speaks to that. It's every time one team punches, the other team has a counterpunch.
The Spurs in their previous win, that was what would have been Game 4, also at home, they held the Thunder to 82 points, which was the lowest the Thunder scored, I think, 2 years. And then last night they held them to 91 points in San Antonio as well. So the last 2 home games for the Spurs, they've been really good defensively. For those that missed it, I didn't mention the score before, but the Spurs won 118-91. Forcing a Game 7 this weekend. SGA shooting 31% from the floor the last 4 games. I saw an article today, I think on CBS.com, CBS Sports, that said Game 7 will be huge for his legacy. I wouldn't go that far. But what have you seen? Just how do you view this series from SGA so far against the Spurs team?
Hey, man, I'll take a championship and 2 back-to-back MVPs for my legacy, and losing to an up-and-coming team in Game 7. I don't know if that hurts his legacy, but to the point of SGA, overall with this series, man, it's just been a defensive clinic. It's been a defensive clinic. Stephon Castle,
man,
he is probably the best SGA defender in the league right now. Maybe that's recent because I've seen it on the biggest stage, but Stephon Castle has guarded SGA as well as I've seen anybody do it. I think Devin Vassell is probably a close second. They've got multiple guys that they're able to throw at him, and so it's no wonder that he struggled from the field. But it's impressive how they've just kind of played through it. They're that kind of team, championship caliber team that's able to play through it and survive their best player not having brilliant performances night in and night out, and their second best player not really being available. I know he's played in the last game, but didn't really look like himself. And they just played through it. And the Spurs are the same way.
Yeah.
Wemby's not having a good night. We're gonna play through it. We're gonna come back and he's gonna have a big night. So I think it's been really impressive, but have been most impressed by, when it comes to Shea, how the Spurs specifically have defended him.
And I think on the series, you're right. I mean, his legacy could be 2 championships, but right now, even if it's not, like you say, this could be the most important. On the floor, I don't agree. Perception of him has really changed in this series.
Yeah.
It is in everybody's conversation about this series, whether it's the flopping or and all that stuff. I think he's taken a severe PR hit, for lack of a better way to put it.
Yeah, and to be fair, I think that's true, but I've also heard a lot of this criticism. It's been kind of underlined to begin with.
Sure.
Now it's just been amplified.
Yes.
And people who have been saying it all along get to kind of beat the drum, and they're amplified. And now you've got people that are sort of latching on to it as well. The foul baiting, the flopping, I
mean, people are doing cut-ups
from the free throw line.
All his flops.
Yeah, and if you do guard him with a good defender, how he can struggle. So I think some of that is fair, but I mean, I don't know how you argue with the success. Like if he's gaming the system, I mean, he's really figured it out.
Yeah.
So and to do it against one of the better defensive teams in the league, to struggle against them, I don't think there's a huge slight in that, but. Yeah, they are now the villain, the team that folks love to hate, that they want to pick apart. Them as a cute story lasted all of
1 year?
1 year, maybe 2 as they were up and coming.
Yeah. Then the new up and coming team comes along, and now OKC's the villain. They're favored by 3.5. Game 7's tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Central Time. Thunder favored by 3.5 at home in Game 7. Home teams have won 74% of Game 7s in NBA playoff history. Do you guys think Spurs pull off the upset, or the Thunder win it tomorrow?
I think, and this is a good question to ask you, I think as much as we're talking about SGA and Wemby and Castle and all that, in every game, the bench has decided the game. Last night, the Spurs bench was overwhelmed. That big 20-0 run, that was mostly the bench. We know the Oklahoma City and their wins, and really in one of their losses, their bench, specifically Caruso, overwhelmed the Spurs. So tell me which bench is going to play better tomorrow. I'll tell you who's going to win the game.
Yeah, well said.
Yeah.
I think that's it. Now I'm going to go with the OKC bench because they're more proven. I do have some concerns for them with the depth issue, just because they're asking more of them with the Jalen Williams thing. He's not. Both teams have a key player that's not right.
Yeah.
Jalen Williams on one side with the Thunder, and then De'Aaron Fox on the other side with the Spurs. It feels like the Spurs, for one thing, De'Aaron Fox has a little bit more than Jalen Williams right now, and the Spurs have been able to withstand that a little bit more. But I think the overall depth on the OKC Thunder is something that I trust just a little bit more. I'm going to have them at home as champions.
Harper's going to be interesting. Which Harper you get.
Yeah.
Because that guy changes games.
Yeah,
guy changes games.
If he has one of those a rival Dylan Harper type of games that he's had throughout the course of these playoffs, that completely changes the conversation.
I'll take the Thunder with the 3.5, and I'll take under 212.5 points as well. I told you to take the Spurs with the spread yesterday. That was a no-sweat win. That was nice. As we continue to go through what's popping here, sticking with the NBA, though, they have reformed the lottery. See if you can stay with me here and digest all this. The 3-2-1 model, which awards 2 lottery balls to the 3 worst teams in the NBA. The next 7 worst franchises receive 3 lottery balls. The number 9 and 10 seeds in each conference get 2. And the losers of the 7 and 8 seed play-in games get 1. So it benefits the teams that missed the playoffs. But, it's been altered a little bit. What was your guys' take or opinion on this adjustment to the NBA draft lottery?
Look, I don't love it, but I do love the fact that they are trying to address it. So I respect the effort, even if I don't necessarily love the result. Bottom line, though, since this is what they're going to do, it just means as a Rockets fan, you're hoping for the Brooklyn Nets and the Phoenix Suns to be somewhere between the 4th worst and 10th worst teams in basketball to give you the best odds at the number 1 overall pick.
It really, in a
Next
weird
year.
way. And the Rockets aren't the only team, but it helps a lot of teams in that situation because basically they get one more ping pong ball, whatever, than the worst teams. I actually like it. The tanking was at an all-time worst this year.
Yeah.
It was
something had to be done.
Half the league not half the league, but a big percentage of the league had 50 losses. It was just too much.
At least two teams were reprimanded in season.
Yeah.
I don't remember that happening.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I've been following the NBA pretty much my entire life.
Yeah.
I can't remember two teams being reprimanded in season for tanking.
Yeah, no, it all in all, it's a good thing.
Yeah, I agree. It's an improvement. It's not everything. I think more still needs to be done, but it's at least an improvement on what they've had. And lastly, here on What's Poppin', they had the spelling bee. Forget Game 6 of the Western Conference Finals. We had the spelling bee wrap up last night. Congratulations to 14-year-old, I'm going to butcher this, but Shrey Parikh.
That's it.
Okay,
Yeah,
perfect.
that's what they said
we'll go
anyway.
with. Yeah, well, he won the National Spelling Bee. He was the favorite coming into this. I had no idea they had favorites for the National Spelling Bee when it involves teenagers.
You're a gambler. Of course you knew they had
I
favorites.
should have known.
But look,
What was the over-under?
hey, can we just, without judging, just be fair about this? If you're betting on the spelling bee.
Oh, I'm taking Shrey Parikh. I thought that's where you were going. Like, oh, heck
If anyone who's
You're a
betting,
sucker if you didn't.
anyone who's betting on the spelling bee should be institutionalized.
No, man.
Look, no. If you're betting on the spelling bee, I don't know if it's
You can bet on anything.
I don't know if it's jail. I don't know if it's a mental institution. I don't know where it is, but you need to be put up somewhere.
Dude, they're betting on what's going to be said at a press conference.
They need to work on you. All of y'all who do that need to be worked on.
Nah, man.
Come on now. What are we doing?
I'd have been all over that. Shrey Parikh?
I ain't gonna lie. I kind of look at people a little funny if they betting on tennis. I'm like, dog,
tennis is something you can actually. That's what I'm saying. Something that you can actually follow is one.
And that's pretty fair to bet on tennis. But I feel like you got a problem if you dipping into tennis and NASCAR.
That's reasonable. If you're dipping into who are the best spellers in America,
do your research.
Amongst
Put the odds in your
amongst
favor.
our children.
Yeah,
come on now.
Now you may have been wanting to get to this, but you didn't get to it yet, or haven't mentioned. They had a lightning round.
Yes.
They had because it was so close.
Oh, okay.
And I normally watch at least the last day of the spelling bee, but there was some Astros baseball and NBA action on last night, so I didn't watch it. But I read the story. And so how does it work, the lightning round? You have to spell 32 words in 90 seconds.
Well, that's what he did to win. It's like a shootout style. I think it's just whoever spells the most in 90 seconds, the most correctly.
That's impressive.
Dude, I couldn't spell 32 words correctly in a tweet. Much less spelling bee words.
Right? In 90 seconds?
Yeah.
You get through that?
Yeah, that's like 32 words is basically like a long sentence.
Yeah.
Yeah. A long
in
sentence
90
worth
seconds?
of difficult words.
And he's spelling words that
words.
are like actual, spelling bee words.
They introduced the lightning round apparently in 2022. I'm going to have to try to find this on YouTube or something because that actually does seem kind of fun. I'm not into the spelling bee, but I'll watch the lightning round at the end.
No, I'm with you.
So congratulations to Shrey Parikh and anybody else who bet on him to win as well. Congratulations. Hey, B. Scott, appreciate it as always.
Yeah,
Have
man.
a great weekend.
Yeah, man, it was fun.
Coming up are we getting breadcrumbs from the Texans already about a very underrated player for this team that's going to potentially play a big role this year? We'll get to that coming up here in the Loop.
The Drive with Stoerner. Tennessee sports station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Are we getting, let's say, a warning? Are we getting a glimpse into a player that might potentially be a big part of this team and play a big role this year? Are we currently underrating somebody on this Texans team and their role on the roster? We'll get to that here on In the Loop. I'm Luke Morrow, filling in for Reggie alongside John Lopez, Figgy Fig on the steel wheels. The ones and twos playing the Elton John here.
Yeah.
Actually, Figgy. Yeah, that's right. Turn it up.
Well, my wife is happy right now. That's one of her favorites.
Oh, yeah, she is.
Yeah, she's a big
You're tired
favorite.
of going to see him, right?
She's seen him like 3 or 4 times. I said, I ain't going no more.
Yeah.
I'm not going no more.
Figgy, I need your help. We happened to be downtown last night. Did the whole Frank's Pizza thing at the end of the night. All that sort of stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, nice little Thursday. We don't get down there much. Kind of see why. It was like, ooh, let's get back to the car with some of the panhandlers and homeless and everything. But nonetheless, that's besides the point. As we were walking on the sidewalk, there was somebody else on the sidewalk, and a guy came jogging up to him. And he said, are you, I think it was Macco Free is the name he said. Are you Macco Free? And the guy said, yeah. And he said, I love your work.
What?
Keep doing what you're doing. God bless. Something like that. And then the guy jogged back to his friends. So he saw somebody on the sidewalk last night in downtown Houston who he recognized as like a celebrity, I guess.
Yeah.
Told him like, hey, love your work. Keep it up. And then went back to catch up with his friends. And I was like, Macco Free.
I'd have been Googling like crazy.
That's what I did. I even asked ChatGPT, nothing. I don't know if this is a musician. I don't know if it's like a social media person nowadays or like a streamer.
Yeah.
I couldn't find anything. And Figgy, you're much, for lack of a better phrase, hipper than I am.
Yeah.
Macco Free, does that sound like anybody?
The closest thing I can get from that, it's a rapper from Houston named Matt So Cream.
Maybe that's what it was.
it.
I thought I heard Macco Free.
If it was Matt So Cream, he probably would have had a whole bunch of jewelry on, and he probably would have looked like a rapper.
Is this him?
I didn't get a good look at
Oh,
the guy.
You searched Matt So Cream?
Yeah.
Maybe that's what it was.
Yeah.
I thought I heard because it was like just a little bit behind. I wasn't right next to them. I thought it was Macco Free. That's what I wrote down on my phone to Google.
Yeah.
But that could be it. Max So
I
Cream.
wonder if
Maybe
it
that
was Matt So Cream.
Yeah.
A super dope rapper from Houston, by the way.
Yeah?
Okay.
Super cool, yeah.
Gotta be, right?
I guess so. Yeah. That's
Was it
the
a black
closest
dude?
thing. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, it
might
was.
have been
Yeah.
him.
Yeah.
Might have been him.
I'm kind of curious, man.
Yeah.
I wish I knew the brother. I would have hit him up like, hey, was you out here?
Yeah. He was getting into like an Escalade or something, so that's why I didn't get a good look at him. He was climbing into his car, and that's why the guy came like running over. He's like, wait a minute, are you so-and-so? What, Max O'Cream, whatever it is. And
it probably wasn't Matt So Cream.
It might have been.
It
might have been.
somebody who looked like him and was pretending.
Yeah.
Kind of like the Sean Pendergast interview from the other day. We're just like, oh, yeah, that's
we got
me.
a bunch of texts. Hey, Maxo Cream.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, you're trying to make him Jewish.
yeah.
You're trying to make him Jewish. Are you Maximilian Freed?
That's right. Yeah.
So everybody agree that it's Matt O'Cream.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't look at the text line, but just listening to Luke's story, it sounded like the closest thing I could get from that was Matt So Cream.
See, that's why I knew. I said I got to bring this to Figgy. He's going to be able to help me
good.
out.
I feel good that I at least had an answer.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I ain't hip no more.
Yeah.
Yeah, and a bunch of texts. So I guess I'm out of the loop here. No pun intended. That with this Max O'Cream. So cool. Well,
Super
anyways,
dope rapper, man. Check him out whenever you get the chance.
I met him. I met him downtown last night. Great guy.
They go way back.
Yeah, we gotta get him on the show now.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to be telling everybody when he becomes a real nationwide success. Yeah, I met that guy outside Frank's Pizza one night. Hey, so the Texans, obviously the OTAs began this week. They're still going on. Is there somebody, though, is there a name that we're kind of sleeping on that might be a sneaky good addition and could make a huge difference for this team that we're sleeping on right now? And, John, you brought this up because of what you heard from some of the players, even from D'Amico Ryans and some of the audio.
Yeah, so we played D'Amico Ryans live yesterday after the second day of OTAs, and unsolicited, Figgy, I know you have this.
Yeah,
D'Amico 8.
Yeah.
D'Amico 8. Just because he wasn't really talking. Well, let's listen to it, and then unsolicited he brings this name up.
Yeah, for us, it's an emphasis on every position. Every position on our team has to improve. And our tight end room, we added Foster. Foster's brought great veteran presence, leadership. He's done a great job of just, he's a football guy. You talk about a guy who knows how to have fun at practice, lighten up. You talk about a guy who brings joy to the room. That's Foster. He's done a great job of working with Marlon as well. And adding Marlon, getting Brevin back, got some young guys who are truly young at their position and still have a lot of room to grow. So I'm excited about the growth potential of the room from the tight end position.
All right, so he's asked about at large that position group and really went on and on about Foster Moreau. And then I'm listening to shout out to Tyler Milner, cutting up some of the other stuff that we heard yesterday. And Woody Marks cut 5, Figgy. Woody Marks 5. And I'm going through Woody's stuff there, and then this happens.
Very calm, being a great leader, doing things outside, just team bonding. I'll say that's what make the best team. We all getting together, and you coming out of the locker room, you'll be like, these guys have fun together. New guys coming in. I'll say one exceptional one is Foster, tight end. He come in. It was just like, it looked like he been here for 3 years, how connected he is, and I say that tight end room is pretty tight right there. So I know they got a lot of competition going on, but they real tight.
He was asked about C.J. Stroud. That was a question about C.J. Stroud. And he goes to Foster Moreau. And remember when they brought him in, I'm not like I knew that every little detail of his career, but I've always liked that guy, and I mentioned it on the show.
Yeah, you and Reggie was pretty high on him.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, like he was asked about C.J. Stroud and starts talking about Foster Moreau, and then you couple that with what we know they want to do more of with this offense. Obviously more tight ends. We did. They said a lot of good things about Brevin Jordan. They've drafted Marlon Klein, and you have this Foster Moreau, and then of course you have Dalton Schultz. Could Foster Moreau be like a bigger part of things, especially with more 12 and 13 personnel that they're going to run?
Yeah, I think so. To that last point that you just mentioned, I think it's just going to be that's going to be a big part of this offense. And this isn't the first time. I believe I've heard you guys before play audio from D'Amico, like raving about him, right? He's spoken highly about Foster Moreau because it does seem to fit perfectly into what they would like to do, where Dalton Schultz could be more of the pass catcher, and then Foster Moreau is more of that blocker and have that essentially 6 offensive linemen to further help out the run game and add that physicality to the offense and be able to run downhill. And then also the other part of it, too, is just the increase of tight ends now, just simply off of last year. Yes. It seems to be this new trend where the Rams were the ones leading the way, where they were using 3 tight ends for a lot of their snaps. And, of course, Nick Caley has that connection to Sean McVay. So, just in general, even outside of wanting to run the football, of course, and be more of that run-first type of offense, even outside of that, just being able to use multiple tight ends now to try to catch the defense in awkward mismatches, maybe that becomes more of a thing where you see multiple tight ends on the field more often. And like I said, you already have Schultz, and then Moreau would be that next guy who's more of the blocker, can go out and catch a few balls as well. But certainly, the way they're talking about it, whenever you bring up somebody unprompted like that, that's high praise.
Yeah,
right?
That's how it happens.
Yeah, so I think so. I think he could be a big part. Look, whether it works out, whether he has a good year, no, I think he'll have a big role in this offense for sure.
Well, I think that last thing you said is what it is. Clearly Dalton Schultz, receiver, can do a little bit of blocking, but I wouldn't rely on him, and we found that out in 2024, on islands and such. Foster Moreau, he can catch the ball. Didn't have a good year receiving last year. In 11 games, only had 7 receptions. But
he's with the Saints, though,
with
right?
With the Saints. But in the 4 years before that, even though he's quote-unquote a blocker, 30 catches and 3 touchdowns. 33 catches and 2 touchdowns. 25 catches and 21 catches and 1 touchdown. And then in 2024, 32 receptions and 5 touchdowns. He's the other guy, at least until he's supplanted by Brevin Jordan or Marlon Klein or whatever. They brought him in, and I'm like, kind of like him. I think he is going to be out there a lot more than we expect.
There's going to be some tough decisions in that tight end room, man.
Yeah, at least early. I think he would.
Yeah, and I've always said this, and obviously part of it is kind of tongue-in-cheek. I've always liked Foster Moreau, in part because the last name is similar to mine. But I've always thought has been a pretty good tight end and an underrated tight end. I mean, he's not your George Kittle. He might not even be your starter, but he's a good addition to any tight end room. And they're talking about using Cade Stover as like more of an H-back and a fullback, so then that kind of slots him over here.
Right, I didn't mention it.
Brevin Jordan and Dalton Schultz can be more of those weapons in the pass catchers, and it goes back to what I just said of I don't know how often it's going to happen, but it is becoming a thing in the NFL of using 3 tight ends at one time, and so you could have those 2 guys are more of the dynamic pass catchers, and that option on the field as well, assuming Brevin Jordan is even healthy as well. So I think tight ends just in general, if you're going to use Stover more in the backfield, if Brevin Jordan is healthy this year, he can be a weapon for this offense. I think Dalton Schultz will be a big aspect. I mean, he's really, today on paper, I would say Schultz is your second best pass catcher on this offense. And then Moreau as your as kind of your jack of all trades at the tight end position. So I think just in general, that tight end room, if everyone's healthy, can play a very big role in the offense just overall this year.
I mean, they have 5 guys, including a draft pick in the second round.
That's true. I didn't even mention him, yeah.
Marlon Klein, Cade Stover, Brevin Jordan, Foster Moreau, Dalton Schultz. They have another tight end on the roster as well, who knows, Lane Pryor. But let's say those 5 guys, they're easily going to keep 4, right?
I would think.
Yeah. Especially if you're going to go 12 and 13 a lot. Who knows how many they're going to keep. And he also kind of bragged about Brevin Jordan just health-wise.
Yeah.
Yesterday. So it did make me go, like, I was listening to him get asked about C.J. Stroud. He goes, all right, let me tell you about Foster Moreau.
Yeah, I know you asked about this guy, but let me actually tell you about somebody else. Yeah, it is a pretty competitive tight end room now that you mention it, because you have that draft pick who you just invested in. Brevin Jordan, obviously the health is a problem, but D'Amico said some good things about him yesterday. And when healthy, maybe we still need to see more to truly believe it, but I think we know what he's capable of. Obviously Dalton Schultz and then Foster Moreau, they seem to be high on. So it has become a bit of a competitive tight end room. Cade Stover might be that odd man out. We're trying to work him at fullback. Maybe that's a way to be able to keep him on the roster still by having a fullback and 4 tight ends. But yeah, it's suddenly you feel a little bit better about that tight end room this offseason than maybe a year ago. And also in regards to the Foster Moreau conversation, like how do you think that was something that was lacking last year for this offense, is having that blocking ability?
Oh, absolutely.
Right.
So. Having the blocking ability with at least some hint of a threat as a pass catcher. And he's more than a hint. Like I said, I went through his numbers. I mean, he's had 30 catches, which is not a ton, but enough to be that threat. And multiple touchdowns for several years until last year. No, that's what made me think about it, because with the way these offenses are going, and with him doing that, I think absolutely this is going to be a big part of their offense. They've never had that guy, either Cade Stover, just a blocker, Brevin Jordan considered more of just a receiver, Marlon Klein, who knows, they're going to try to make him that. But now they finally have Dalton Schultz, can block a little bit, but really a pass catcher, and Foster Moreau can block, but can still be a pass catcher. I think that's the key thing that they got.
Yeah, the versatility certainly helps a lot.
But again, Patriots offense.
Yeah,
2 tight ends.
Yeah, it's true.
2 tight ends on the field.
It's true.
Yeah.
I think we'll get a lot of that. Jordan on YouTube said Foster is a top 10 pass protector and top 15 run blocking tight end at 6'4.5", 255 pounds. Yes, he will be used a lot this year if he can stay healthy, he adds. And somebody else said Cade Stover is gone. Somebody else said a place for Cade Stover is the sideline or off the team. That's a little harsh, but yeah, Cade Stover might be the odd man out right now in that tight end room. But I think I feel a lot better. I think it's deeper right now than it is a year ago, because you had Moreau, you had the draft pick, you had a healthy Brevin Jordan. It's a much better tight end room than it was getting ready for last season.
Yeah, just got me thinking he might be one that we're kind of sleeping on. Yeah. And be able to see a lot more of once preseason and training camp begins.
It's fair. It's a fair thought, and we'll see how often he continues to be raved about by his coach and his teammates here leading up to the season. Foster Moreau, remember the name, and let's see how big of a role he plays coming up this season. Hey, time for our lunchtime confessions. We do it at this time each and every day, and we'll do it next here in the Loop.
Payne and Pendergast.
Since we
McCarran Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
You got to be careful on those banquet tours, man. You've got to be careful on those banquet tours. It's going to lead to my confession and something that is just awesome in every conceivable, awesome good, awesome bad, in every conceivable way. So just to set it up, Steve Sarkisian, University of Texas head football coach, talked about a particular team in the Big 12 that is going to have an easy path to the playoffs, and he could beat with his 2s and 3s. Well, that particular team was Texas Tech, and they decided to go ahead and talk about things and call. So. There are so many levels to this, but that's the backdrop. Sarkisian said that, got a little bit of run on social media, and this is what Joey McGuire had to say in response.
Sark, we played him. We got our butts kicked the last time, 1-1 against Texas since I've been there. And I said, there's no way they're talking about us, because Sark's a pretty tough guy. His teams are really tough, and I would think that if he was talking about us, that he would call us out. Like, he wouldn't just say, just kind of this comment of, well, there's another team in our state. And so I guess he was talking about us. So I've actually talked to Keith Patterson and I've talked to G.J. Kinney, and they're willing to take our games, and Abilene Christian will go to Texas State. We'll buy our contract out of Abilene Christian. I'm sure, because Texas has got a lot of money, they can buy their contract out. But I do know there's a lot of Red Raiders that will help them buy that contract out if they don't want to. And they can come to Lubbock week 1, and, we can figure out if their 2s and 3s can win this conference. And I know a lot of people are going to say a lot of stuff about me or about us. We didn't score in the playoffs. That's obvious. You can take a shot at us for that. We didn't score in the playoffs. The last time we played Texas, we got beat 57-7, and he played some of his 2s and 3s. They kicked the crap out of us. But, I know he feels really good about his team if he's making those comments. And, man, we would love to play the University of Texas week 1 in Lubbock. I do know that Cody Campbell reached out to Stephen Jones, so they don't want to come to Lubbock, and we're going to work on trying to get AT&T week 1. So if they want to play week 1, then we're ready. We would love to play the University of Texas.
Man, Texas has to play Texas Tech. If they don't, Sark looks weak. They look weak. Mm-hmm. It looks like you're kind of afraid. You don't back up your words,
right?
Because not only did he say, "Hey, I take exception with what he said," he went to the 2 schools they're playing, said, "If you don't want to buy out yours, we'll buy out yours too." So we'll buy out the Abilene Christian contract. We'll buy out the Texas State contract. You can play at our place. Oh, you don't want to play at our place? Fine. We already talked to Stephen Jones. We'll play it in Dallas, in the Metroplex, in Jerry's World. So basically, he said, whatever Sark has painted himself into a corner, man.
Yeah, you got no other excuse now, and that's badass too. To not only say not only will we buy out of our contract, we'll put the money down to get you out of that game so we can play.
Yeah.
But yeah, you have to do it now. I love this. From Joey McGuire. He's got a fan in me now.
Yeah.
Calling the bluffs, for lack of a better phrase, right, so to speak, calling the bluff of Sark and saying, let's do it. And I will say, I was going to nitpick and say the only thing I don't like is the idea of going to Tech, because not even the home field advantage, but obviously Texas Tech, even if they lose 57-7, would love to have Texas come play in their stadium just for ticket sales and all the other stuff, the excitement on campus, everything. So neutral site would be my preferred option. And the fact that he even brought
said,
that
I got Cody Campbell on that. Don't worry about that.
They are. I love all this, and it would be great for college football. This is what we need. Instead of Texas Tech against, what do you say, Abilene Christian, and Texas against Texas State,
Come on, play each other, especially with Sark, with the drama of the trash talk. Yeah, this would be fantastic. They need to make it happen. It'd be good for all parties involved and college football. And if it doesn't happen, then yes, like to your point, Sark would look real
How
real
bad
soft.
would Sark look on this?
Yeah, to me, for an example, this sound like two rappers going back and forth.
It's a beef.
And then somebody say, hey, we could jump in the ring and do a boxing thing.
Yeah.
And usually whenever a rapper say that, the other rapper be like, oh, no, I need money to do.
Yeah.
Yo, we got the money for it. Here go, you get $1 million, I get $1 million.
Yeah.
And you get all of this other stuff. So let's go.
Again.
If that rapper back out, he's going to look kind of soft.
This is so good for college football and just so good as fans because Sark kind of painted himself into a corner, and then they finished it. They painted him in a corner, said, anytime, any place is basically what he said, and we'll handle the details.
Yeah.
How bad would Sark look? What would be the excuse? Like, oh, well, we want to honor our commitment. Yeah, all that stuff.
Something like that.
But is that smart if you're...
oh, no, it's not smart.
Yeah, because I'd rather play those colleges.
Yeah.
Give me Texas State all day long.
Yeah, but you look awful. Like, you look awful if you're Sark.
We trying to get in the playoffs at this point,
But he said, I can beat them with our 2s and 3s.
Yeah, he can't talk that trash if he's rather just play Texas State instead of Texas. That was kind of his whole point of it's not much going on over there.
This is so good.
Yeah. A lot of, I assume, Texas fans coming on the text line and not happy with Joey McGuire's comments. Somebody said, why would he want to play them again? We killed them last time. I appreciate that even more.
That's where I was about to go with it. I'm like, we already kicked your ass. I ain't got to kick your ass again.
But I like it.
You should have showed up.
Oh, this is going to be the narrative. Week, please. He sounds desperate to stay relevant. They were in the college football playoff last year. You were not.
Well, that's why I would nitpick with that texture. I could see that if the game was at Texas Tech, if it was in Lubbock. But that's why if you do a neutral site, then Texas Tech doesn't get the same benefit. But yeah, I would understand if he said like, hey, come here and play us here, so we could sell out and sell a bunch of tickets.
Throw tortillas all over y'all.
Yeah,
yeah. But if you do it at Jerry World, then do it. It'll be the same, same positives for both teams.
But see, I get. Look, Texas is going to defend Texas. I mean, that's what we all do as our, for our schools. I get it. But
says the Aggie right here.
Exactly, and I'll defend them. No, I agree, and I understand what Texas fans are doing here. They're going to try to find some little, like this guy said, it's all smoke. Texas Tech knows it's not going to happen. No, they've said, any way you want it to happen, we can make it happen.
Yeah.
But I got Longhorns are going to defend the Longhorns. I get it. It's no big deal. But you will look awful if it doesn't happen.
I'll play it for you, Lopez.
Yeah. Yeah.
There you go.
I'll tell you what, A&M's going to play both of them. Let's go. Let's go.
How would you feel if A&M like is kind of, let's say A&M did what Shark did, and then another school, whatever school,
dude,
I say, would you be down for? All right,
yes,
let's face.
Yes, absolutely. You can't. Everybody gets to that point. Let's say it's a fight where you're like, well, I guess now I got to fight. You're like you don't want to. You're maybe just kind of whatever. You'd rather not and all that. But there's a point where something happens where you're like, well, I guess I got to fight now. Yeah. This is that moment for Texas. Well, guess we got to play them now.
Yeah, if you're talking trash and that person challenges you, and then you're like, oh, I didn't mean it. I was just joking. You back down. Like, you have to step up. And now you have to call the bluff of Texas Tech and go and beat them by 50 if you think that's going to be the case at Jerry World. That will also do a lot more for Texas in the big picture than beating Texas State by 50, right? It would be a lot better.
Absolutely.
But they also could be tough. I mean, I know they beat them the last time, kind of blew them out, but it could be tough where they might lose the game. I don't know. I don't know what Texas
I don't even care who wins. All I'm saying is like for your school, for your personal, in Sark's case, pride or reputation, I think you got to play them, man.
Yeah,
you got to play them.
Yeah, see, if I'm a Texas fan, if I'm Shark, hey, I already beat them. I ain't got nothing to prove. I'm trying to stay on this path so I can make the playoffs. Like, no, I'm not trying to, because this is kind of like rap beef, to be honest.
It is.
Where, you might have this rapper that's not on the level of you talking smack and want to beef. You got to really be strategic on if you want to engage with this.
Of course.
Otherwise, you could get your ass kicked. You can make your brand and all that stuff look bad, where a lower tier, and no disrespect to Texas Tech, but a lower tier might beat you. So you don't want to You don't want to step in that ring.
Yeah.
I think they'll say exactly what you said about was it like staying on schedule, focus on the playoffs.
Yeah, we focus on the playoffs.
Yeah.
We ain't think about no little Big 12 team and all that stuff.
Not worth the trouble, or they'll say something like, well, we already sold tickets for the Texas State game. We don't want to.
Again, I won't have a dog in the fight, and I just think it has to happen now.
I agree.
Yeah, it will be fun.
Yeah.
I also like this idea from the text line. If I'm Texas State and Abilene Christian, I'm raising the price to play and joining forces to hike up the money for those two teams. Now you try to hold these teams, you got them over a barrel. Try to get even more money from them to actually play those
you want
games.
out of this game? Oh, I'm gonna need about $50 million to get out this contract.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
My confession probably should be that I should just keep my mouth shut after these last 2 days. Really gotten myself into some trouble around here. But I saw this headline this week, and I don't want this to come off like an elitist take or something like that, but I really didn't like it. I saw this headline about an experimental drug that yields dramatic weight loss. People who get this injection, I'm not even going to try to name the medication, but people who get this injection of the medicine lost 28% of their body weight on average after 80 weeks, which sounds crazy. It's a year and a half. You lose a third of your body weight. Sounds really, really good. My problem, though, my complaint with this is I'm tired of all the cuts. And I say this as
like Ozempic and
yes, because Ozempic, they came out with a study this week. Well, first with Ozempic, people that actually do need it for diabetes have complained that it's driven up the price with everybody using Ozempic. But then number two, they came out with a study this week because Ozempic's not designed to be used for weight loss.
It's like high blood sugar and
it's for diabetics. But they came out with a study that they believe it's altering the brain, and it's also leading to aging diseases. So you might be more likely to get like Alzheimer's for using Ozempic, and that it adjusts the brain. I don't have it in front of me. I forget the exact term they used. But yeah, so anyways, point being, like, it's kind of like people were afraid of with the vaccines, that the more science we get on this, like, actually, maybe it's not a great idea to take Ozempic all the time just so you can lose weight.
Yeah.
There's other side
and
effects.
then there's this other one.
Now we're coming out with it. It's called an experimental drug, and people would love to race to the counter to use this stuff too to lose weight. And again, sorry if this sounds like some sort of like elitist or looking down take, but like just go for a jog, like go for a run, just like start working out a little bit. We don't need to be trying these other medications that aren't even designed for weight loss just so that you'll lose some weight. Instead, try to eat a little bit better. Don't go to fast food as often.
Eat better and exercise.
Yeah. I put on a lot of weight, for me, a lot of weight during COVID. I was my heaviest. And then I started running, and I started eat better, and I lost like 30 pounds. It can be done. We don't need to use experimental drugs. So that's my whole thing. I saw this headline, and I was like, oh, let's not
come up. Another one.
Yeah, let's not come up with more easy ideas. Let's just go back to the old-fashioned way of getting healthy.
Yeah, just another lazy way to try to lose weight. That's pretty much what it is.
Exactly. I don't like it.
These are my confessions.
So, for some reason, I've been living in Houston for 10 years, and for some reason, I forget how close San Antonio is. For some reason, to me, I never look at San Antonio as like, oh, okay, that's not that far away or anything like that. So I got two confessions. My first one is I've never been to a basketball playoff game.
Really?
I never, like all my time in Cleveland during the good times, I've never been to a playoff game there. And my second confession is I wish I thought about it earlier. I would have loved to travel to San Antonio to go to a Spurs playoff game. Man.
Oh, it's a different kind of place.
It just looks super cool.
College-like.
Yeah. No, it's just saying like it's electric. And I know Rockets games can get like that in the second half when everybody get there. But I'm like, dang, man, that'd be a cool little trip just to, get away. What is it, about 3.5 hours?
3 hours, 3.5?
Yeah, like just drive there and just go to any type of playoff game, man. I'm like, dang, I wish if I thought about it earlier, I probably would have tried to make my way there because it's so close. But for some reason, I guess maybe because I don't really care for the Spurs like that. Yeah. But I'm like, man, that's a cool little trip.
And any of those are good if you go to something like that. Those Oklahoma City's in the same area. Those smaller market, they embrace them like college.
And it's only 3 hours away. I'm like, damn, I kind of thought about like, man, if they had some other playoff games, I know it's over for their playoff in this.
Get to the finals.
Yeah, hold on. Let's wait.
I don't know if I'll be able to afford finals tickets, but if it was earlier, I probably would have been like, hey, let's try to get some cheap tickets just to go.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. It was even the case. It's a little bit different, but like when the Final Four was in San Antonio, last year, I went to those games too because like it's close. How often am I going to get to go? It's close by. Tickets weren't that bad, fortunately. So yeah, I'm with you. And if the Spurs do make it to the NBA Finals, maybe you'll be able to find some cheap tickets like on StubHub or something.
I might look into it.
It's worth looking into.
Yeah.
Coming up. We talked about this. Those are our lunchtime confessions. Coming up, we talked about this sort of in passing yesterday, but it's going to become a bigger conversation as we move through the summer, and that's this idea of a lockout coming to Major League Baseball and what that might mean for the sport long term. So we'll talk about that next here in The Loop.
The Drive with Stoerner. All guests on Sports Radio 610 join us on the Texas Mattress Makers Hotline. Sports Radio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Almost threw on the Jimi Hendrix shirt today.
This is in Luke's wheelhouse. Mine too, to be honest,
right.
but Luke's for sure.
By the way, on the mixtape, I actually have a list of classic rock groups and artists. I want Luke to rank it, and it's from somebody on the Sports Radio 610 staff.
Oh, really?
Wow.
One of us, and not me.
Not you.
Yeah.
Nope. I don't think I asked you your top 10.
Hey, man, I was all about it. If it wasn't funk, it was classic rock.
I would like to know your top 10, just curious, but
I'll do both.
Yeah, whenever you can.
Yeah.
Just text it to me.
Speaking of teases, Robert Flores joining the drive today at
Roflo
at 3:40.
Nice.
So there's that as well.
Yep, stay tuned to that. Talk about the Astros who are playing good baseball and have a big series this weekend. You know, I know we were talking about it like a week ago, maybe a week ago today actually, about the attendance was down for home games for the Astros. When they played the Mariners last, which was 2 to 3 weeks ago, I mean, the place was empty, and that was, a pretty big game. Anyways, point being, this weekend's a big series, so get out there if you can.
And they're playing better.
And they are playing better.
Yeah.
So we'll see if that helps and if ticket prices now go back up a little bit. But the Brewers coming to town, 4th best record in baseball, and they're taking on the Astros, who have won 9 of their last 13 after just beating the Rangers 3 of the last 4 on the road. So, yeah, it should be a fun weekend of baseball, and the drive will have you covered later on with Robert Flores talking about it from MLB Network. So that'll be good and should be a good weekend. We'll see. We'll see how the Astros do. This is the big test. I've been a little more resistant to jumping back on the bandwagon, so to speak, than a lot of Astro fans. But if you go out there and you win maybe 2 or 3 this weekend, all right, then I can get behind it. If you get swept by the Brewers, then it's like, okay, Dennis Green, they are who we thought they were.
Yeah.
And not ready to compete with the big boys just yet. So we'll see. But speaking of baseball, what we wanted to get to here was we talked about it at the end of the show yesterday because that's when it had come out. You know, the Major League Baseball Player Association offered up their first version of negotiations for the CBA on Wednesday. And then yesterday, about 15 minutes before we went off the air, we talked about it at the end of the show, but Major League Baseball gave out their response.
Yeah.
And the big talking point here, the sticking point really is the whole, the owners want a salary cap, and obviously the players do not want a salary cap. And the last time that Major League Baseball the owners tried to enforce a salary cap was 1994, and you might recall what happened that year where it had to cancel because of the lockout, the second half of the season essentially. Didn't have a World Series, which is the only time that's happened. And then, it really hurt the sport. It wasn't until the steroid era, Sosa and McGuire, about 4 years later, where they started to get some of the attention back. And that was even back when baseball still was more of the pastime, more so than they are today. So this is a big thing. Everybody believes a lockout is impending, and I think it is. But, baseball's not in the same position they were 30 years. They can't afford to. It was almost like what people were talking about with the WNBA with their CBA this past year. Like, you finally have that. You can't afford to take a season off when people are finally paying attention. Major League Baseball, in some areas, is the 3rd biggest sport now in this country.
A lot of areas.
Yeah. Like, they can't afford to have more bad publicity and miss, I would say, any time that would bleed into the season next year.
Yeah, and I want to go back to 1994 because you said you may remember. A lot of our listeners may not. That was 32 years ago.
Yeah.
And that's, I want to go back to there kind of to illustrate just how big this moment is. And it's coming. It's coming faster than you think. It's after this season, and they're going to have the negotiation ongoing. But the salary cap is just an absolute non-starter for the Players Association. It would take a lot, I'll put it this way, for them to agree to that. It's just, they never have. The only sport that does it. It's sort of a testament to the players that came before them going to. And in fact, this was the response from MLBPA to the proposal that they have a salary cap. Quote, The owners responded today with a demand for a salary cap system, something generations of players have fought against. The last time the owners made such an explicit push for a cap more than 30 years ago, it led to the longest work stoppage in MLB history. For generations, our members have fought against cap systems because they harm players at all levels, erode or eliminate contractual guarantees, pit player against player, lead to more work stoppages, and get worse for players over time. Caps don't lower ticket prices for fans, eliminate tanking, or ensure teams are run with equal competence. They suffocate competition by offering owners an all-purpose excuse for inaction and mediocrity. So hear me when I tell you, and I'm not the only one, it's all over, but they will not, last resort, agree to a salary cap, which leads me back to 1994. You say some people don't remember, and the season, was canceled, the World Series.
Some people wasn't even born.
That's what I'm saying. Some of our listeners weren't even born. It damn near, we lived through it. I did. It damn near, I was going to say killed baseball. It didn't kill baseball. It crippled baseball. I mean, fans went from 30,000 in a stadium to 12 and 15, when baseball finally came back. The only thing that saved baseball was steroids. Seriously, yeah. And there are some people, who would say that was not so much an accident. They knew to juice, no pun intended, the sport.
Yeah.
And chasing Babe Ruth, what could be better than that? Well, go from that when the sport was absolutely crippled to now when there are so many options. People always talk about it, of different sports and new sports and options on TV and avenues. This could be really, really bad for baseball.
Yeah, absolutely. It was even on a much lesser scale.
Mm-hmm.
It was part of the problem in 2020, if you think back to that with COVID and trying to figure that out and the start date and everything. And then I think the owners did make concessions that year with splitting because they obviously they weren't going to pay the players their full salaries because it was a shorter season and whatnot, but I think they did make some concessions in splitting more of the revenue with them. But even that was an issue where it seemed like, are these two sides going to be able to get together to even have a season at any point during COVID in 2020? And that was a time too, if you think back to what a strange world it was, but there was no sports going on. Major League Baseball was the first to come back because it was the summer, and then we had the bubble in the NBA as well, and then obviously we eventually got to the NFL. But it seemed like, man, this is a great opportunity for Major League Baseball, and they're going to throw it away because the two sides are bickering over finances. And of course, they eventually had a season, the 60-game season. But my point being is it could be similar here where, what is it? I'm going to be like C.J. Stroud here. Don't lose the forest for the trees or whatever. Or can't see the forest for the trees. Major League Baseball cannot afford, just like in 2020, just like evidently in fours, they found out the hard way. They can't afford, more bad publicity, because already baseball has diminished in popularity. We know that. And then B, they can't afford to take off more time. And this thing's going to get really ugly. And I don't know how they're going to find a common ground to move forward. Eventually, usually, the owners have just too much power, too much money to wait it out. And the players can't. Not all the players have the $1 million contract, so they can't afford to take a year off and not get paid, or 2 years off, and then you lose part of your prime and all that stuff. So usually owners are able to strong arm the players into an agreement, but the owners really seem hell-bent on some sort of salary cap, and that's just the non-negotiable. So I don't know where these two sides will go from here to find that middle ground.
It's non-negotiable on both sides. But I think
the players held their bargain up.
Well, the thing is, Luke's right, in terms of, the owners ultimately always win because they have the money and they have the resources and they have the squads and the players want to play and the clock is ticking on their careers. But the owners are not. This is also different because the owners have to ask themselves, at some point, if there's another lockout and prolonged, time without baseball, is it really worth it? Long-term, 10, 15 years, it's worth it. But the owners will not be without feeling the pinch as well, simply because think about the last couple of months. Baseball season usually has dominated, April and May and into June. There have been so many other things. NFL, obviously, the NBA play has been, but there have been other sports as well. Can they really afford to strong arm them? at this point. I mean, with all the risk, the options on streaming and all those other things.
Yeah, I know, and I think the owners are really unhappy. Yeah, probably unhappy because I did see an article the other day comparing the amount of growth from the value of franchises in the NBA and the NFL. Obviously, the NFL is so far and above everybody else, and how big that league is growing and how valuable these franchises are becoming. But even the NBA is pretty far ahead of Major League Baseball. I forget the time frame that this article was looking at, maybe just the last 5 years. And so as it was saying, like that's what the Major League Baseball owners are upset about, that even though they're millionaires and the teams are worth a ton, they could sell these franchises for a lot of money, they're still looking around and be like, hey, these other leagues are growing at higher rates than we are.
Yeah.
Like, we want ours as well. And so the owners are in a position, too, where they're not desperate, but they might be less likely to make concessions. Like, they want... Obviously, they want a salary cap, but they want certain things because they see in the landscape of rich sports owners, like, we're falling behind. We have to do things to be able to catch up, to be making as much money as these other rich owners and make our investment just as valuable and worthy. So the owners, obviously, they're going to be kind of like bloodthirsty. Like they want to make sure, obviously, they get a good deal themselves, and the players certainly want to make sure they can get as much money.
How
as
much
they can.
do you think? Figgy, how much do you think, Luke, a 30-year-old, born after the strike in '94, after they got back to playing baseball, how much do you think a 30-year-old would really miss baseball if it stopped for 6 months?
I think
they love it.
Yeah,
and they'll watch it. But will they miss it if it's gone?
I think it'd be a few, and I ain't trying to nickel and dime it, but it'd be a few people. But I don't think it'd be as big as missing the NFL or the NBA.
Yeah, for sure. I don't think it'd be a big part of the population. I think the sweet spot for Major League Baseball...
And those are 30-year-olds.
Right.
Those are good people buying homes and tickets. And
it's true. Yeah. I think the sweet spot for Major League Baseball is still kids, and then people that are a little bit older that they grew up where baseball was the most popular sport. Because I could tell you, I'm in my 30s, and my friends and I were all huge baseball fans growing up. And then after high school, the kids that I grew up with, almost all of them, they're casual baseball fans, and I don't think any of them would care that a whole lot.
And that's what I'm saying.
Have a season.
That's what owners need to worry about. Like your next generation is already establishing a lot of buying power.
A little bit iffy on you.
They're 30 now, 32. They're establishing some serious buying power, and they may not miss you.
Yeah.
I don't think they would.
And then we talk about the ones that could be fans and all that stuff. They might be fan of one team, their local team.
Yeah.
And if they ain't got that, they out.
Yeah.
On the text line, somebody said, every sport should have a salary cap and a floor. Any competitive league should be on the same playing field. One team having the ability to outspend everyone else is not good for competitiveness. Same goes for having a floor. This will help the sport. I do agree with you. I thought the comment by the Players Association was a little heavy-handed or a little over the top.
Well, that's what they're doing.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's what I was going to say. I do agree. I've always said for 20 years, Major League Baseball should have a salary cap. Look, I grew up in New England, and the Yankees were outspending everybody, and it drove us nuts. We hated the Yankees, still do, of course. So I've always wanted a salary cap in baseball, and I think it would benefit from it. But, of course, I'm also a realist that the players have this power. Why would they just hand it over and be like, oh, yeah, let's put a limit on how much money we can make? None of us would want to do that as employees and agree to our bosses putting a cap on how much our salaries could grow to, or like a commission. If you're a salesman, cap your commission. Nobody would want that. So I get it why the players are fighting it, but I do think it'd be better for the sport if there was a salary
because
cap.
the players, you looking at the Hunter Browns of the world and the Jeremy Peñas of the world, they ain't gonna get that big old contract like they would without a salary cap. So I totally get it from the players' point.
It's dicey. It's dicey right now for baseball.
I'm curious how y'all feel about this too. I know we up against
That's
it,
all right.
but just kind of seeing how if they did put in the salary cap, all the money. Did you see all the teams that had to shed a whole bunch of hundreds of millions of dollars?
It 5 teams, I believe, 5 or 6 teams that would have
6 or 7 teams. Yeah,
but 9 teams would have to pay more.
Oh, yeah.
Because they would be under the floor.
Yeah,
that would be the big thing.
Yeah.
Force the Pirates, the Orioles, and some of these teams go out and spend your money.
The Rays and the Guardians ain't spending no damn money being cheap.
Right, exactly. That's why this trade deadline could be interesting, because they're saying that about with an pending lockouts might not be willing to take on certain players because you're not going to have to pay them during a lockout, but the salary, the contracts will roll over.
Right.
So now they would be a year older where you're paying them this money. But even more so than that, the owners are hoping for a salary cap. So, like, just using this as a hypothetical, why would the Guardians
200
take on,
whatever
take
million,
on Jordan and be like, oh, shoot, now suddenly we're going to have to shed payroll because we just, we just added this big contract to our books, and now we're adding a salary cap. So anyways, that's a bit of a story for another day, but we'll see how things go this summer where some teams might be hesitant to bring on any new money because of a potential lockout. This is a story that's just beginning, and unfortunately it's going to go on for months, and we'll see what the resolution might be. Hey, coming up, getting back to the Texans, what exactly could that quote-unquote next step be for their defense this year? We'll talk about that next here in The Loop.
Payne and Pendergast. Odyssey Sports Station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Now he's just toying with you.
Yeah, that's getting ready for that top 10 list. Figgy's mixtape in about 25 plus minutes here. No, this is a great song too, of course.
Layla.
And my favorite part, I have to admit, I mean, the whole song's good, but I love the second half of the song where it's just like the instrumental.
Yeah.
And there are no words. And they use that in Goodfellas, cover all dead bodies. That's probably my favorite part of the song. It's two great songs smashed together there by Clapton.
Yeah.
Figgy Fig on the ones and twos. Hey, we asked earlier today. The question was who would be on your dream list for a road trip, and multiple people said Figgy just for the tunes.
Yeah, I could be all over the place with my tunes,
and
by
that's the
way.
best part.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I could go to this to 3-6 Mafia. I'm all over the place.
Yeah, that could be good for a road trip, though.
Yeah.
So one person did say on YouTube they'd want Figgy and T-Mill for a showdown, for a DJ showdown.
Oh,
who would
little
be playing
battle.
Better music.
Little battle.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
Yeah.
Well, now that seems seems like something really bad.
I'm taking T-Mill down on the arts core.
Yeah, that's right. If you ever miss anything in the show, you could always go back in the Rewind feature, podcast, YouTube, whatever it is. That was our question of the day today, talking about who you would want on a road trip with you. 713-572-4610 to join the conversation, or on YouTube and Twitch as well. And so sorry, that was a comment. John, someone said John. I didn't know if I called him John Clapton, but I guess somebody on YouTube called him John Clapton.
Oh, John Clapton.
I wanted to make sure I got
It's
the
his
name
cousin.
right. Yeah. So we've been talking about the Texans, obviously, with OTAs starting this week, and there is one comment in particular. Well, we'll get to the audio, because I did hear somebody did say, like, "Hey, we're ready to take it to the next step," and Lopez had the same question as of kind of, well, what exactly would that next step be for this defense that has been so good? But a few different people, this seemed to be a theme amongst the defense. A few different guys were talking yesterday about trying to take that next step.
Yeah, and what is that next step? Well, let's hear from Jalen Petrie first, because it was a common theme yesterday. You know, D'Amico talked about it. Lassiter, well, they were asked as well. Lassiter, like, what is the next step?
Pure execution, like I said. Like, it's been plenty of games, a play here, a play there, where we haven't been our best. So it's about, like, getting everything out of it, squeezing the towel dry, like doing everything we can to be 100% correct at all times. Like, that's our next step, and it's going to be hard, but that's what we want. We want the hard stuff because everybody can do that.
Squeezing the towel dry. I like that. That is exactly. That sounds like a D'Amicoism too. Yeah. He got that from someone else. But I'll give Petrie credit, because he said it. What is it? How do you get better? Not like they were perfect, and D'Amico said as much, and we might hear from him here in a second talking about that. But if this defense is just as good as last year, that is more than enough. How do they get better? Where do you think they could get better?
Yeah, that's a good question.
And will they need to?
I don't think they need. Yeah, I don't think they need.
Well, what
to.
if the offense doesn't?
Well,
yeah.
You can only ask so much, though, from one side of the football.
That's what I'm saying.
Based off what we saw last year, that defense was good enough, certainly, to make it to a Super Bowl, and probably good enough to win a Super Bowl last year, but it was certainly good enough to win the AFC. The offense just didn't hold up their end, to use that catchphrase. But yeah, so the offense will need to do enough this year. I don't think the defense needs to do anything better. If you just do the same thing you did last year, this team should have a lot of success. Where could they be better? That's a good question, and a bit of a tough question. Just to provide the context, last year they allowed the fewest yards in the league, second fewest points in the league. So there's not a ton of room for growth. For me, what stands out just off the top of my head, and I think it was sort of alluded to there in that clip, was I think he said like a few plays here or there. And I think it was more of a problem earlier in the season than as the season went on, but they did allow, unless I'm thinking back to 2 years ago, they did allow some big plays in the passing game downfield, at least early on in the year, that the big play was a bit of a problem. And then more notably, I think it's, the rush defense, if I had to nitpick.
Yeah.
The rushing defense, which, obviously they made some moves to try to address the interior defensive line, but the passing defense is top-notch with those pieces in the secondary. If I had to choose an area where this defense could be even better, and I think this whole conversation is sort of nitpicking, I'm not telling you they're bad in any area, but I think stopping the run could still improve for them.
I think run is what most people would default to, like, okay, they could have been better stopping the run. And I think part of that is you're asking for perfection from your defense.
Right, yeah, for sure.
You're asking for absolute perfection. They created 17 turnovers, second in the league. It's kind of hard to ask for improvement there.
They're trying to get number one, man.
Well, but the thing about turnovers is they're kind of viral.
Yeah.
They sometimes some years you have a great defense, create a lot of turnovers. Some years you have a great defense, not create a lot of turnovers, and they look like not as good a defense.
Yep.
So I'm trying to figure out where they can get better, I guess, versus the run. But I think this whole question leads to the way you become a better defense is your offense controlling the ball more, the offense getting better. Your offense, I think taking the next step is about the Texans' offense. Better field position, shorten. Let the defense shorten the field and create more points in the red zone.
I think they crazy over there, man. I think they trying to give up maybe 5 points a game.
Oh, I agree.
This year,
yeah,
man.
No, I agree.
I think they got an insane type of goal where, I forgot how much, what was their average points allowed?
Was it
17?
17,
yeah.
Yeah, I think they
17.
probably trying to get 10. I think they are crazy over there, man.
No, they are. I think that's a good way to put it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But the whole question to me, Luke, is how do they get better? It's about the offense. It's a question about the offense. Can they, lengthen the field for opposing teams?
Right.
Because a lot of times opposing teams had short fields. And we know in the playoffs they did, and in other games as well. Can they turn all those field goals into maybe 1 or 2 touchdowns?
Right. Yeah.
This is not they get better not because of themselves, but because of the offense.
Yeah, I think that's a good response. A little bit of a trick question. I was actually thinking about defensive things. The answer was yeah, I think that's true, and I think even more so than that, like, I'd have to go back and look. I mean, it wasn't much of an issue last year for the Texans, if I remember correctly off the top of my head, but even like getting early leads and holding leads, that makes every defense better when the opposing offense becomes one-dimensional, and especially with these pass rushers, when you can pin your ears back and just get after the quarterback, that obviously would make this defense even better if they were able to play with a lead the majority of the time, which I feel like they did last year anyways. But certainly, time of possession for the offense last year, they were 19th in time of possession for the Texans. So another thing that you kind of touched on there, if you could just keep the defense off the field, as good as it is, but allow them to be even more rested and even stronger in the fourth quarter, so that like Baker Mayfield can't scamper for that first down at the end of a game, and some of those other guys, the quarterbacks that kind of hurt you with their legs sometimes. That would be an area. And then what was the other thing I was going to say? I lost the other point I was going to make as well. But that's kind of part of the point with this defense, is that it's hard to come up with things to say they have to improve on. But the offense, certainly, a better offense will make the defense even better.
Well, let's hear what D'Amico Ryans had to say about taking the next step.
And for me, it's no different this year just because we had success last year. Every year, offenses are going to study, right, the top defensive in the league. We've been that for the past however many years. We've been a top defense, so a lot of offenses are going to study us. They're going to try different schemes, different type of plays to try to beat our defense. But for me, I'm looking at the same thing as well. So schematically, I don't believe you ever just stay the same. You have to adjust. You have to adapt your scheme because offenses are doing the same thing. So we're not just sitting back and resting on what we did last year. I don't believe in that. Last year is over. We got a lot of new guys here who have to get up to speed with what we're doing, but we have to kind of fit and tailor our scheme to what those guys do best, and that's what we'll do this year.
Well, and we also talked about Will Anderson Jr. wrecking practice and being basically unstoppable. If you look at Will Anderson Jr., I mean, if that would be the individual answer. If he can even have one of those J.J. Watt scoring touchdowns and 20 sack seasons, that would be the only other option I could think of, because everybody else is going to be solid. Maybe Kamari.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Individual stuff.
Yeah, right, yeah. And I do like that quote from D'Amico of, teams are going to try to figure out, like you always have to stay one step ahead.
Mhm.
Teams are going to try to figure out your strengths, especially with an offseason. So I do like that thought from him. I was just trying to look through the stats, and again, if we're trying to nitpick, they were only 16th last year in red zone defense.
Mhm.
So that is an area that may be inside the 20s if we're going to focus specifically on the defense and some of the things they could do. Great defense, of course, but statistically not quite as good inside the 20-yard line and defending the goal line. So that'd be another one I'd point to. On the text line, somebody did say less deep balls allowed, which is what I alluded to
Deep
earlier.
middle, that's a good point. Deep middle was an issue. That's where they had some of those big plays that you're talking about.
Yeah.
That would be one. Boy, we are nitpicking on this defense.
yeah.
We are like
I can't imagine what they doing over there.
Their film sessions are brutal because they're playing great football, and they're like, well, Will, you had 12 sacks and 20 tackles for losses. Let's double those in the next year, or get close to double those.
I kind of felt bad for them last year. Remember some of the games they lost?
Yeah.
They were just like, that's on the defense. The defense got to be better. I'm like, damn,
Yeah.
they already
Y'all
good.
kicked ass.
Yeah.
Yeah, Seth had a stat on the air earlier this week. He said the defense forced 3 and outs. I think he said like 30% of possessions or something crazy. I mean, like just it might have been even somewhere higher in the 30s. But yeah, it's ridiculous. I do like your answer though, and your point that obviously a better offense will
improves the defense.
Yeah, no doubt. Would
Yeah.
help the defense. Even just what you guys were saying, like it takes just some of the pressure off the defense of
Mhm.
having to be so perfect. Even though that's going to be their goal and that's what they're going to be stressing, and like Figgy said, probably wanting to allow only 10 points per game this year. But if you have an
I
offense,
like the way you
that's-
put that. They're crazy over there.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, they think that they're being silly about it. They think that they can hold teams to 5 and 6 points a game.
I think they trying to be legendary, man. I hate to use that word legendary, so watered down, but
Yeah.
I think they trying to break some records over there.
Well, then there is the other thing of just how close they were. If they don't quite match, but they're still a really good defense, but don't quite match last year.
Yeah.
Then, it's like the season, we almost think like they won't get there because we have to see it from the offense.
It's true.
Yeah.
And kind of to Figgy's point, as I said, they were second in points allowed last year, so that's probably their bulletin board material. Like, we weren't number one. There was a team that was better. There was a defense better than us last year, like points. So yeah, it's a good question. And a tough question at that. 713-572-4610 to let us know what do you think that next step could be for this defense that these guys keep talking about? What needs to be that next step for this defense to get even better?
Well, Kamar Lassiter was asked another, like I said, it was a common theme. Like, we're great. We were great. We need to get better.
I feel like coming here, especially on the defensive side, offense too as a team, but I know on the defensive side, when you have guys that are all like super critical of themselves, it's like you don't want to be that guy that gives up a play. Because I know I got, on that front line, I got Will, Daniil, I got Caden, I got Rank. I got guys on that front end that are depending on me to cover so that they can get a sack. I got guys in the linebacker room that are depending on me to cover so that they can, you know what I'm saying? So it's just like, you don't want to be that guy to give up a play. And that just comes with being a competitor and being like, just not want to lose. So I feel like that competitive nature just comes from within. And then it just spreads out on the team as a whole. And you see it on the offensive side. Those guys don't want to lose a rep to us. They don't want to hear coach in the meeting room talking gas and defense up because we're making plays. And I dang sure don't want to hear coach talking about somebody catching the ball with me or them getting a good play on us. So it's just like that competitive nature just makes us better. And whenever you go against the best, you want to play the best.
It's like you had a flashback of when that actually happened. He goes, I dang sure don't want them to come at me if I let somebody catch the ball. It's exactly what Figgy said.
It kind of happened early on. I mean, I know you had C.J. Gardner-Johnson there, so it was a little bit of rumblings on who fault it was and all that type of stuff. So, no, I think insane in the brain over there when it comes to this defense.
That's right.
They not settling.
Yeah.
Also, I like his point in general, and this is a whole nother topic, but I feel like it has not done the offense favors to go up against this defense the last couple of years. I know his idea of these competitive guys, it makes you want to be better, yada, 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 but I think the defense is just so good that they haven't benefited from that. It's actually probably made things tougher on this offense.
Yeah, going against really good players on that defense can make you better if you can get plays off.
Yeah, right.
You have to be able to actually practice the plays because if they're blowing them up, offense isn't getting better.
Yeah, exactly right.
Yeah.
On YouTube, someone said eliminate the chunk plays. That's really it. Yeah, I tend to agree if we're just focusing on the defense. Rob said, imagine how good the defense would be if they didn't have to be on the field 75% of the game.
That's where I was going.
Right.
Yeah, that's where I was going.
Yep. The next step for the defense would be to get 5 defensive Pro Bowlers. So
we want them all.
Yeah, that's right. That's the next step. Yeah, have the whole all NFL team or the whole Pro Bowl team be this defense. Keep sending those in 713-572-4610. What would be that next step for this already great Texans defense? Meanwhile, coming up, it's time for Figgy's mixtape. Figgy kind of already gave the tease, but what you got going on?
Yeah, so I got somebody's top 10 list when it comes to classic rock groups / artists from Sports Radio 610, and I want Luke and Lopez. We all kind of rank it. 713-572-4610. Plus, would you rather be rescued from a roller coaster or be banned from every single amusement park in the country?
Ooh,
wow, that's a good question. Do that next here in the loop.
All right, D&M Auto Leasing. Let's talk about D&M Auto Leasing. Getting you that.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
We eat ribs and whatnot and listen to salsa music.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Ease Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Friday. Happy Friday to everyone out there. Before we get to the list of Sports Radio 610 employee who ranked his top 10 classic rock group / artists.
Okay.
713-572-4610. I'm gonna have Luke kind of give a grade to it, and we all gonna kind of.
By the way, I did the homework assignment.
Really?
During that break, I listed my top 10.
And we're going to get yours.
Off the top of my head.
Okay, we're going to get yours in a second. But before we get to that, would you rather be rescued from a roller coaster, which is maybe stalled up at the top, or be banned from every single amusement park in the country for life?
So you would think the easy answer is just be banned from an amusement park until you have grandchildren. Because my thing is, I swore off amusement parks once my kids got, into their 20s, and it wasn't that big of a thing anymore, although some adults live for them, but that's neither here nor there. Once I had, now that my oldest granddaughter is 3.5 going on 4, I could see myself sitting on that bench.
Go ahead and play.
Yeah, go ahead. Go do whatever you want.
I'll be there in a minute.
Whatever your dad, mom and dad don't want you to do, and I'll watch you.
And look, I ain't got no kids. I know you could probably preach to this, but it's nothing better than after y'all finish playing. And that car ride home is nice and quiet. Yep. Everybody.
How many snow cones you want? How many ice cream you want?
Yep.
Yeah, I would be that grandpa.
You get in that car on your way back for a nice little ride, a 2-hour ride. Yeah. It is nice and quiet.
Yeah,
that's good.
So I'm gonna go the other way. Go ahead and rescue me because I want to be able to be that dude, that guy.
Yeah, I'll probably regret it in years to come. But you can ban me. I've been banned from Whole Foods this week. You can ban me from amusement parks as well. I'm no longer a big amusement park guy.
Yeah. So I asked that question. So 2 different situations happened regarding roller coasters. And one was actually kind of local here up in Galveston. Here is ABC 13 News on the situation that happened at, Pleasure Pier?
Oh, yeah.
Galveston.
Pleasure Island? Down in Galveston,
Yep. So some people was actually stuck on the Iron Shark roller coaster. This is what it sounded like.
To confirm what's happening, we believe this is the Iron Shark roller coaster, just looking at the attractions there on Pleasure Pier, and it says it's a 100-foot vertical lift and beyond vertical drop. And again, that is the tallest ride on Pleasure Pier. This thing has been stuck for a good while now. So major concern right now, and we do see a rescue happening as well. That is a crane, and you can see workers there on the left-hand side. You can see people on the ride at the very top of the roller coaster, legs dangling out in the air, and the ride stuck at the very top.
Absolutely frightening is what it is. Now, we watched a fireman go up his ladder. Let me pull back here and look at how tall the ladder is. This is for a skyscraper fighting fires, and they're up there trying to get these people out onto their own platform to get them down. And as you can see, all of the seats are filled now. There are, 8 people on board this thing, and it appears as though that they are facing up. So their backs are to the ground, is what I can see at this
all the
point.
blood rushing to their head.
We're still a little ways away, but wow, this is going to be some sort of a rescue here at Pleasure Pier down in Galveston this evening.
Man, it looks terrifying. And not only just being stuck there, you got to get out of it now.
Yeah.
You got to get out, kind of turn around.
That high. Yeah, that high.
And get carried all the way down. So that's a scary situation, man. I feel like I've been seeing way too many of these as of late.
Yeah, I'm getting chills just listening to it. That sounds awful. I would hate to be in that situation.
I'll still have to do it because I want to spoil the kids at the amusement park. I'll be all right.
Yeah. So now here's another situation. Here's another story about somebody else being on a roller coaster at Cedar Point in Sandusky, Ohio. So nobody was hurt. The ride didn't stop or anything like that. But somebody was banned from not just riding the roller coaster again, but banned from amusement parks for life. So here is WKYC 3 in Cleveland with what happened.
Here is a wild story. A man has been barred from Cedar Point and all Six Flags parks for life after the park saw a video of him eating. In a statement, the park says, quote, safety is a cornerstone of our business and we have zero tolerance for inappropriate and unsafe behavior. Our ride safety policy strictly prohibits all loose articles on rides, including food, which can become a choking hazard. The statement goes on to say safety is a partnership between our guests and the park, and guests must follow all written and verbal instructions for safe riding. Guests who violate our code of conduct are not welcome in our parks.
By the way, I don't know if you probably don't recognize that voice. You might recognize that voice if you was a big fan of Cold Pizza back in the day. And First and 10, Jay Crawford.
Yeah. That's Jay Crawford. Okay.
Jay Crawford.
Okay.
He actually moved back to Cleveland. He's working for that WKYC 3.
That does seem like they needed to do something, but a little harsh.
Yeah, I thought that was a bit harsh, man. It's one because I thought they were going, you banned from riding any
or just get
rides or
kicked
something
out
like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But damn, you banned from Six Flags in general.
Period.
Forever.
You can't even come to Texas.
Yeah, not for a year, not for 3 years, 10 for life.
Got to make an example of this guy.
I kind of want to see the video now.
Yeah.
Him eating the chicken nuggets.
I guarantee you know how they have those pictures, and a lot of people try to act cool. He was going to have a nugget. He was going to be eating a nugget.
Did he have like the dipping sauce just kind of?
Yeah, everybody's screaming, and he's there with the little sauce and a nugget during the picture.
That sauce is flying at everybody else.
Yeah. That's what he wanted to do.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? That seems worth it. If I'm going to get kicked out of an amusement park anyways, I would risk get to try to eat on a roller coaster.
Chicken and nuggets.
For the picture, for the gram.
Yeah.
That's right.
You got banned for life for that, man.
Yeah.
Congratulations, man. I hope that video looked super cool because your ass ain't coming back.
That's right.
All right, let's get to it. It's the Mixtape and Luke, Sports Radio 610. Luke, I need you to rank this top 10 classic rock list from somebody on staff here at Sports Radio 610. I'm going to go from 10 to 1.
Okay.
Right? I'm going to just rattle them off. Number 10, he got Pearl Jam. Number 9, he got Van Halen. Number 8, he got Electric Light Orchestra.
Yellow.
Yep. Number 7, he got Guns N' Roses. Number 6, he got Queen. Number 5, he got Led Zeppelin. 4, Ozzy Osbourne. 3, Black Sabbath. 2, Jimi Hendrix. And 1, Metallica.
Yikes. He's a metalhead.
Those are the ranking are the best, not their favorite. Are they ranked like the best?
Yeah.
Oh man,
Garbage. Hot garbage.
I don't know. I don't think I agree. I wouldn't include me personally. I wouldn't include Pearl Jam or Guns N' Roses for classic rock. To me, classic rock. And
I think that was kind of his debate too. Because some people kind of tie the line with that.
Yeah. I think classic rock is 60s, 70s, and 80s, and then you get to they're grunge to me.
Yeah.
ELO would certainly not make my top 10 list.
Yeah.
And then you got Black Sabbath and Ozzy taking up 2 spots.
Yeah.
That's a lot of real estate for one musician. I think Led Zeppelin needs to be number 1 based off of just this top 10. So Metallica's up there. That's fine.
If you could rearrange this list to make it better, how would you rearrange this? You said Led Zeppelin.
Led Zeppelin would have to be 1.
I'd kick about 4 of them out.
Yeah, that too. But based off of these 10, I would do Led Zeppelin 1. That's the easy one. That's really the only easy one. The rest of this was tough. I put Metallica 2, Queen 3, Van Halen 4, Black Sabbath 5th, Jimi Hendrix 6th, and then Guns N' Roses 7, Pearl Jam 8, Ozzy 9th, and then, like I said, ELO is probably the one that is least deserving on this list. All due respect, because I do like them, but I would put them 10th.
How you feel about this list, OG?
It stinks. It's it's bad. I'd get about 4 of them out of there.
Who is the 4?
Let me look at your list because I try not to look at your. I would throw either Black Sabbath or Ozzy Osbourne out.
Yeah, got to pick one.
There's one. ELO I'd throw out.
Yeah.
Van Halen I'd throw out. And I like Van Halen.
Yeah, you don't like Van Halen?
Oh, no, I like Van Halen, but they're not top 10. I mean, this is top 10.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got you.
It's tough. And probably Pearl Jam.
Okay.
And I did my own list.
Okay, I want to hear your list.
I did my list just during the break, 10-1. And again, off the top of my head, so I probably missed a couple that you mentioned one earlier. But anyway, 10 I had Metallica, 9 The Clash, 8 Aerosmith, 7 Nirvana, 6 The Eagles. Remember, this is classic rock.
Yeah.
5 Fleetwood Mac. Again, remember this is classic rock.
You ain't got this, man.
4 The Who, 3 Queen, 2 Led Zeppelin, and 1 The Rolling Stones.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
Would you? So no.
All right. So Luke, which list is worse?
No, this is the best list.
Text in 713-572-4610.
The Rolling Stones is one. If you're talking about classic rock, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s.
Do the Beatles count for classic rock?
I wrestled with the Beatles. I thought they were more pop.
A little more pop.
A little more pop, yeah.
Because I would have put the Beatles and Rolling Stones are the top 2. And Led Zeppelin. Those are the top 3.
Yeah.
Queen, The Who, Fleetwood Mac, Eagles. I like all those. Nirvana, again, going back to class.
What is it? It's classic rock now.
I guess so.
Yeah. Aerosmith, I feel it checks a lot of boxes with classic rock. Yeah.
Aerosmith and The Clash would be 2 that I don't know if they would crack the top 10.
Mm-hmm.
And I like The Clash. Aerosmith solid. Yeah, no, I would say this is a better list that Lopez just did. I do think that's a better list.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a pretty solid list too.
And again, Rolling Stones, Led Zeppelin, that's an age-old conversation. I just think 6 decades.
Yeah. For the Rolling Stones,
6 decades. Yeah.
And they do every genre. They can play every style of music. No, they're great. Yeah, I think every list needs to begin. Beatles, if we include Beatles, Rolling Stone, and Led Zeppelin should be top 3.
Yeah,
Put them in whatever
Queen
order.
Is either 4, 5, or 6. They're way up there.
Oh, and the other one that you didn't have, Pink. Oh, we already went over this one.
He
He hates Pink Floyd, so they're not going to make it.
I'm surprised you ain't got the Doors on there, man.
The Doors, that's a good one. That's a good one. Yeah.
Yeah. Led Zeppelin, Beatles, Rolling Stones are always my top, and I usually throw in like Pink Floyd and The Who to round out the top 5.
Yeah, I had The Who 4, yeah.
And then Eagles, I do forget about the Eagles. They certainly should be up there.
Mm-hmm.
Fleetwood Mac solid, so yeah, those are the top ones.
Okay, so y'all want to take a wild guess who lists this?
I do. I've been, it's been bouncing around.
And notice I said Sports Radio 610 staff. So this is anybody that works for Sports Radio 610. It could be program director, it could be producer.
Is it Jared?
No, it's not. It's not.
I'm going to say Patrick Creighton then.
That was my thought. Yeah, you already checked. I was going to say Patrick Creighton originally, but then I don't think he'd put ELO on there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. My other thought was then Bijani. I was thinking about the late night guys, but Bijani is, I think he's more, he's not into all the pop culture and music stuff as much, and I think he's also more like hard rock or like metal-ish. So I honestly, I have no idea.
This list is from one Ben Gary.
Ha!
That actually checks out.
Wow.
That checks out.
Yeah, he said to the Metallica. You got them number 1.
Black Sabbath and...
Come on, Ben.
He was reaching there. He was reaching there.
That's funny.
Yeah,
I wouldn't have guessed Ben.
Shout out to Ben Gary, man. I appreciate the list a little bit.
Yeah.
It kind of showed me, I'm like, okay, I see what type of style he's into.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever talked music with Ben, so now I'm glad I know his.
He's a big music guy. We were kind of going back and forth, not in a bad way, kind of agreeing.
Yeah.
Because a hot take for me, I'm not a big fan of the Doobie Brothers.
Mm-hmm.
So I do like the one Mike song.
What a Fool Believes?
Not in Love Anymore. I forgot the name of that song.
Not in love anymore.
I do like that song.
I keep forgetting.
Yeah, I keep forgetting that's the name of it. So I keep forgetting the name of that damn song.
That's right. Reason. Now you'll remember.
Yeah. So he's not a fan of the Doobie Brothers at all.
Mm-hmm.
So salute to Ben Gary. All right, I'll get y'all out of here on this real quick. It's the mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 610. So a video was going around of a lady. It was a body cam footage I think this was back in February, of a woman being pulled over in Palm Beach. And after the officer claimed that she was using her phone, using the phone in her right hand while driving, the woman actually pulled up her hand, and she actually don't have a hand.
I saw the video.
So
she raises her hand. She goes, so.
Yeah. So this is what it sounded like from the body cam video.
Hello, ma'am. Hey, good morning. I'm Deputy Gasala with the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office. Recently being pulled over. The city of Lake Worth today, we're doing an operation for distracted driver, and you drove past me holding the phone with your right hand, manipulating that phone. I mean, I saw you with the phone in your hand.
Obviously not.
So you want to just call this a day?
I don't want to call it a day. You had a hand up manipulating
You just
the
said
phone.
my right hand.
Well, I thought I saw you with your right hand. You
So
had a
you
hand
didn't.
up. The right hand. I saw you
So
manipulate.
you didn't.
With the right hand, perhaps not, right? But I saw
But you didn't see me with my right
Okay,
hand.
so are you
You're saying that you saw me with my
I know
right
what
hand.
I just said. I know what I just said. I'm asking you now. Did you yeah, or not have your phone in your hand? You did not have your phone in your
I did
hand.
not.
Hand to God, you didn't have phone in your hand.
Hand to God.
Other one.
The other hand to God, you didn't have phone in your hand.
Hand to God.
Cool. You have your driver's license, registration,
Yes,
and
I
insurance
do.
with you.
Yeah, so for those who don't know, she's an amputee. She have no right hand at all.
And when he said
And
hand to God, she raised the one that was amputated.
So she actually got I want to say she actually was supposed to appear in court over this. I think she got a ticket and all that stuff, and she was prepared to go to the courthouse. And this is her outside the courthouse, kind of updating everybody on this bizarre situation.
Okay, so we had court this morning and dismissed. So apparently it was dismissed over the weekend. Yesterday night when I went and checked the time to make sure that I was going to be there on time, all that jazz, it showed dismissed, but I am not one for taking a chance. So I went ahead and went to court this morning and got a handy dandy paper that says dismissed. And you guys, I cannot make up the reason behind why it was dismissed. It says lack of evidence. Bruh, we knew that already. Okay?
I didn't see that one. I didn't get the follow-up. Lack of evidence. Yeah.
Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah. If you want to check this lady out, her name on Instagram is slightly off dot balance. Slightly off dot balance. And she's apparently pretty active on there too. I think she was lifting weights and all that type of stuff. So
Yeah.
she active.
But can she fire a gun like that other guy?
Oh my God!
You remember that guy?
Yeah.
That's unbelievable.
The guy with no arms, no legs. Accused of murder.
Yeah.
Killing somebody and driving off in a Tesla.
Yeah.
All at the same time.
Yeah.
Wild. So wait, it's clear in this video. It is clear that she doesn't have a
No,
right.
she
like
raised
the
her
cop,
hand. It was
the
just-
cop can see it.
Yeah.
Because he kept questioning her. Like it should have been very obvious. Then, like, oh no,
Yeah, he said you had your phone in your right hand, and she raised it up. It was a nub.
She goes, can we call it a day?
Yeah. And then he was just like, swear to me. You didn't have
right. You think you just drop it at that point? Like, oh, my bad. Sorry.
Lack of evidence.
I wonder if she really did have the phone in her hand. Maybe
I wonder if she had a prosthetic and like just kind of took the prosthetic off.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think she did.
Yeah, hide it under the seat and say, look, I don't have a right hand. I didn't have the phone in my right hand. That's a good conspiracy theory.
She seemed like she was very believable in this. But I wonder, because some people, sometimes we drive with no hands. We might use our knee or something like that. And be eating food and all that stuff. I wonder if she was on the phone with her left hand and was using her knee to drive and all that stuff. Sometimes people become professionals at that type of stuff. It's not safe, but sometimes people become pretty good at that. I wonder if she was doing that. And just like messing with the cop.
Yeah, that's true. Could have. Yeah, but he was so insistent it was the right hand, so, you know.
Dismissed, no evidence.
Not enough evidence, yeah. Hey, getting some love for Lopez's list on the text line.
All right, see?
And, of course, all sorts of bands coming in. CCR, AC/DC, Kiss, Rush. Don't get Seth started on Rush again.
Sean.
Yeah, both. And then Seth was singing as Rush. So yeah. Anyways, Grateful Dead, The Doors. Yeah, we could have a whole debate on top 10 rock bands. But your list might be better than Ben Gary's. All due respect to him. Great producer, just maybe not as great with the top 10 music list. We'll try to draft the weekend. When we come back, put a wrap on this week and catch up with the fellas of the drive as well. It's in the loop.
Payne and Pendergast.
Since we
Products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
Thank you, Figgy.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Wrapping up the week. Another fun week. Appreciate you hanging with us. We'll catch up with the fellas of the drive here in a little bit.
It's your favorite song?
Yeah,
man?
I know what you're doing.
Outside of the bridge?
It is a great song. Yeah, other than the bridge. The bridge is ridiculous. Somebody earlier texted and said, you do like a bridge when I referenced the Layla second half. But that's not a bridge. That's they call it a movement. It's a whole other song. It's not a bridge. 95% of bridges and songs stink and are pointless. Don't need them.
That was one of Luke's hot takes. I think he was in for you, Lopez.
Yeah.
The last time. Do not like the bridge on this Billy Idol song.
Yeah. No, this bridge is terrible. And most bridges are.
I'll die on that hill.
Yeah, I'll die on that bridge. These bridges are pointless. We don't need them in songs. They change the whole song. Great song, though, otherwise, Billy.
Mm-hmm.
This is a hit right here.
Yeah.
713-572-4610 to text the show. I am Luke Morrow, in for Reggie. John Lopez here, of course. Figgy Fig as well, as you've heard. Now we'll catch up with the guys from the drive in a couple minutes, like I said. Normally we draft the weekend at this time, but we just had some interesting audio come across our desk that we would like to get to. And if we have time, maybe we'll do a draft of the weekend. Obviously, you have Game 7 of the Western Conference Finals, Astros Brewers, some good stuff this weekend. But let's talk about this instead. Adam Schefter was on the Pat McAfee show today, and this audio, I haven't heard it yet, but he said he was reporting, or his belief is that a new contract will be coming C.J. Stroud's way before the season starts. Let's hear it from Schefter directly.
The Texans going to pay C.J. Stroud. What's going on? I picked up his fifth-year option. What's the deal there? Is he getting paid before the year starts?
My guess is he does. Ooh. That's my guess, that they've been paying their players. And if I had to guess and bet on the Texans and how they handle it, I would say that C.J. Stroud gets paid this offseason. And I would say by the time the season begins, C.J. Stroud has a new deal. That's my guess. That's my hunch. We'll see if it plays out. He got his haircut this week. That was big, too. Uh-huh. At least he showed a new haircut to people. I thought it looked very good. C.J. looked very sharp there with that new haircut.
My guess, my hunch, and a lot of times that is just out of thin air.
Right.
You know, a lot of times when you're talking about reporters like of that caliber, they probably know something, which leads to a bunch of questions. How long? How much? Are the two probably biggest ones. But this is how the Texans generally operate, which kind of made the whole C.J. Stroud thing a little weird anyway, because they like to get guys at the front, early and re-sign them or give them contracts.
Do you think, do you buy into what Schefter, as you said, obviously he has some sort of inkling or backing, or somebody has said something to him and he's like, oh, okay, maybe there's a possibility. But I don't know, it doesn't seem weird. Like, wouldn't you have done it by now? Or are they still negotiating? Is that the holdup? Like, why get it done between May and September if you haven't already gotten it done?
I think that's part of it. The how much and how long is probably every negotiation has some level of sticking point, and this is a big one. If he wants, he's not going to reset the market. They're not going to give him that.
Yeah,
but
I wouldn't.
Would it be a settling and settling for how much? Maybe less money, more years, maybe fewer years, more money.
Yeah.
That's what it comes down. But they're not going to reset any market with him.
No, I wouldn't think so.
Yeah,
I wouldn't. We were talking about this earlier, and I know there's a lot of agreement on the text line. But yeah, I was kind of in the range of like 35 to 40 mil a year. The ideal would be a Baker Mayfield or a Sam Darnold type contract is what I would do. Yeah, Ron's
giving you the eye.
Ron's already. We haven't seen eye to eye all week.
That must be C.J. Stroud's agent.
That's right. Yeah.
You like Daniel Jones, man. You gotta come under Daniel Jones.
Yeah.
You are on that. 30. Did you say with a 3?
Ideally, yeah. I wouldn't do like a Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence got like the 5-year, $275 million. So then you're contracted to him for the first 10 years of his career, and I think that's something the Jaguars might regret. I would still be hesitant to have that long-term commitment of signing on, like for an additional 5 to what we already have, because I just haven't seen enough to sign up to have you for the first 10 years of your career at a certain value point where we can't go in another direction. We can't go anywhere else.
Well, do you think it would be, and I'm asking everybody in the room here, fewer years, more money, or more money, fewer years? Because, again, I think the one thing that we can agree on, whether it's 35 or more, it isn't going to be 55 or 60. They're just not in a place where they're willing to do that.
We talked briefly about this yesterday.
Yeah.
If I'm the Texans, I hope, let me put it this way, as a Texans fan, I hope like hell Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans don't offer that dude $35 or $40 million a year.
No, because
it's a slap in the face.
Drive a wedge.
No question.
It'll drive a wedge.
You might as well trade him.
Yeah.
They offered Carlos Correa $106 million or something like that over there.
Yeah. I mean, look. Like that is the one thing that, in my opinion, that they can't do. I'm not disagreeing with the value of what he is or he isn't, because I want to see another year. I don't know exactly what he is. That's why I'd be willing to risk another $5 million per to see another year before I spend $60 million. But I believe that if the Texans were to go look at it and say, hey man, we got if it was sub 50, I think it's a slap in the face. It's a we're slamming the door and we're gonna go play football because we're under contract, but I'm gonna try to force my way out of here after that.
Yeah, we gave 2 of 53, but we want to give you 35.
Let me ask you this, and because I think it is up in the air. I don't think it's outrageous to think that it's going to be sub 50 just because of how they feel about him, and we think they feel about him anyway. But how they structure the contract might matter. Like let's say 3 years, 44, but a huge bonus. Something along those lines.
I just don't think CJ would even entertain that. Like I don't think. I mean,
I think that's part of the problem.
This is a guy that's got to believe. I mean, he's got to believe, and as I've said before, I think both parties can justify their actions here. But I mean, if I'm CJ Stroud and David Mulugeta, I'm damn sure not talking sub 50. I don't think he likes it in Houston as much as everybody else says they like it in Houston on the defensive side of the ball. But if I like it in Houston that much, I may give a team friendly deal and not ask to set the market. But no, I can't. Yeah, no, that is.
Crosstalk is brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing as we welcome in the fellas of the drive as you've been listening here, Ron and Clint.
35, let's be fair.
Man said 35.
Yeah, that would be ideal.
Who's making 35? No, hell, ideal, give him 25. That's ideal.
Yeah.
See if we assign that.
Yeah, I would do like
15.
a 3-year contract up to 120 mil maybe. 3-year deal. That's what I would prefer to have. Yeah. I mean, you had just like Sam Darnold, you had Darnold on a contract he just won the Super Bowl with a 3-year
million. You know, obviously I'd go higher than that, but yeah, I think so. Baker Mayfield.
His first 3 years are not even comparison to what Sam Darnold did.
No, for sure.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Now, I'm talking going
into
not just Donald's first 3 years, going into Donald getting his big deal, like overall. Sam had the one.
Oh, the 3 years going.
Sam had the 1
year.
The 1 year.
He was pretty good in Minnesota.
In Minnesota, the 1 year in Minnesota, but he had been in the league 5-6 years or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah,
it's been a while.
So okay, well, let me ask you both this then. Let's say Adam Schefter, when he has a hunch and a guess, we generally know that he has some semblance of reporting behind that.
That's what makes it feel a little different.
Right? Yeah. There's some reporting behind it. This isn't just out of thin air. So, what do you think the deal would be for CJ to actually sign the deal before week 1?
I don't think there is a deal. I think Adam Schefter doesn't know what it is.
You think this is not him knowing something?
Yeah. No, I don't think he.
Yeah.
I think he's just. I think nationally, people nationally are a lot higher on C.J. Stroud than people locally,
or the
that cover the team clearly.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, I don't think he's.
Do you have a guess?
I don't,
because as much as you're right, 35 can be insulting, and they'll wad it up. I said this yesterday, or day before, they'll wad it up and throw it in their face. But as much as that's the case, 60.
I don't think. I think if you sit down and you're talking to Trevor Lawrence, I think Joe's in that same rate, that 55. I think that's probably something that potentially could get serious and get done. It's like when I look at it, Clint, I'm with you. I'm like, I've listened to Nick Caserio for the last couple of months be very clear about this year.
Yeah.
There is nothing. And then I listened to CJ yesterday.
Yeah, say the same thing.
Like, I feel like I've held up my end. But again, Adam Schefter is so connected. It's so connected. And then he used the word hunch.
Yeah.
And I don't think he just pulls that without.
That's exactly what I said.
Without hearing anything. He may be wrong without hearing anything. That's the only thing that holds you up. There are some guys out there where I feel like they're looking at.
They're spitballing, yeah.
He was here for 3 years. He's played this well. He put up these numbers in 3 years. Everybody else who's done that has gotten paid here. But I do think like him and Ian, and if it were Albert Breer, I would almost think it's because he's got such New England connections and such connections. If it was Albert Breer, I would feel like, well, hell, he didn't talk to Nick himself. But I don't know, that the Schefter part throws a wrench in it. I even with CJ yesterday, I had just assumed like he's not getting paid this year based off everything they've shown and said. And hell, I mean they've just thrown out all kinds of money anyway since. But I don't know. This does change it a little.
Well, I'm sure you guys will dig into it further. Appreciate Figgy and John Lopez here making it easy on me all week, hanging with you guys. Our time is done for this week. As we hand things off, you're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM, HD2 Houston, an Odyssey sports station. And The Drive is now live.
That's right, The Drive is live, and we are back in full effect again. If you're on YouTube and Twitch, you can see us all, our beautiful faces. Tyler's in there. Is he, I was going to say he's Aggied up. No, Aggied up in the hat, but he's going Jordan again for some reason. Baseball Jordan.
Lids and shoes match. Lid and shoes match.
Lid and shoes match. All right.
Black on black on black.
And he's got you must have the maroon Vans.
Yes, yes. It's an all-black kind of look today with a hint of the gorgeous maroon worked in there.
On the top and the bottom.
Yes, sir.
Well done. Well done.
Good for you.
Symmetry.
I mean, I appreciate you looking in the mirror before you leave the house. A lot of folks don't do it.
That's true.
Crying ass shame.
All right, listen. This is going to make us shift a little bit here because I do want to get to this, and we'll get to this here a little bit later because what we saw last night. I thought Tyler, who I say is one of the fans, what he had to say about the Astros last night, I thought was something we could really discuss because I wonder if a lot of fans feel that way. But, Clint, this is just what we were just talking about on Crosstalk, and I'm seeing some people texting in. What are you guys talking about? What was said? I didn't hear anything. if you would agree, Clint, Adam Schefter is one of the top 5 most connected newsmaker. When they say things, you understand.
Yeah, when it comes to NFL, he's top 2. Now that Rossini's not in the mix, he's top 2.
Come on, man.
What? I mean,
how did you do?
I don't think they're as connected as Diana Rossini was. I mean, she was literally connected, but I think,
one.
I think
coach.
I think Ian. Well, I mean, you think it was one? I mean, the word on the street is multiple. But
what if I told you?
He just lasted a little longer. But
she fell in love with him.
Yeah, she fell in love. Boy, walking on the dock when she's pregnant with another man's baby, you are definitely in love.
How did we get here?
But yeah, with her out of the mix, I think you get your top 2. You got Ian Rappaport and Adam Schefter. I think they're the most plugged in guys. And when it comes to NFL, for sure.
When you hear them say news, generally, it doesn't just come out of their ass. They're not 100% correct, but it doesn't come out of their ass. Well, we were about to come in. We're about 10 minutes before the show was about to start, and we saw Adam Schefter made an appearance on the Pat McAfee show, and A.J. Hawk, former NFL linebacker, posed the question to Adam Schefter about C.J. Stroud. Do you think a deal gets done? Here was his response.
The Texans going to pay C.J. Stroud. What's going on? They picked up his 5th-year option. What's the deal there? Is he getting paid before the year starts?
My guess is he does. That's my guess, that they've been paying their players. And if I had to guess and bet on the Texans and how they handle it, I would say that C.J. Stroud gets paid this offseason. And I would say by the time the season, C.J. Stroud has a new deal. That's my guess. That's my hunch. We'll see if it plays out. He got his haircut this week. That was big, too. At least he showed a new haircut to people. I thought it looked very good. C.J. looked very sharp there with that new haircut.
Okay.
I agree with the haircut. I love the new CJ look. Absolutely.
I don't like how this is being put together. Like what the hell did he look like before, Adam? You didn't like that,
dreads.
Adam? You didn't like.
He had dreads.
What the hell was wrong with the dreads, Adam?
Nothing was wrong with it.
Really,
he prefers a clean cut baby face CJ.
I really enjoy that. But the other stuff that he said, Clint, he said that would be my hunch. That would be my guess that they would pay him. And then he gave a timetable. They would pay him before the season starts, is what he had to say there. With everything that we have heard, and I'll play here in a little bit. I'll have Tyler play here in a little bit what CJ said last night, or yesterday, excuse me, when Landry asked him about the contract situation. But when you hear him say that, does that surprise you to hear Adam Schefter say that to Pat McAfee?
No. Look, I think national media across the board, I think they view C.J. Stroud as from a distance, a guy that's won 3 playoff games, a guy that was Rookie of the Year, a guy that they view as the caliber player that after 3 years immediately gets re-upped and should, if not set the market, be at the top of the market. I think the general, from a distance, I think that's the general belief about C.J. Stroud. I mean, every time I hear people talk about the 3 playoff games, I feel like the caveat of the defense scored as many points as they gave up in those 3 games is left out all the time. It's like that. You got to, if you're going to talk about 3 playoff wins, that has to be part of the conversation because of what we're dealing with. And you look at kind of how this team is structured and can you structure it this way if you're going to spend $50 to $60 million on a quarterback? I don't think so. When he talks about, boy, this team's paying all their guys, look at everybody. They have paid the guys. They paid the guys that they love, and you look at the guys that they paid. When they paid them, they were either absolute, the head coach in Azeez Al-Shair's position, that the head coach is absolutely in love with the player and feels like it's a quarterback of his defense, and is a Pro Bowl playing at playing the best football he's ever played, right? I mean, you look at Will, you look at Daniil, you look at Derek Stingley Jr. I mean, these are guys that I mean are tops at their position that are getting paid, and they're playing at that tops at their position level when they're getting paid. So I'm not saying they're not going to pay him. I just don't lean into the national narrative or the national opinions about C.J. Stroud much.
Yeah, generally I'm with you, but with Adam Schefter says that it did surprise me coming from him, and like when he says that's my hunch, when he says that's my thought, and he gives a damn. There are some guys, like I said earlier, there are some guys, Clint, that I think just kind of read what's happening, and this is what's normal, right? This is what normally happens. A guy like that gets paid, just like you would look at Will Anderson and see Will Anderson is second when it comes to Defensive Player of the Year, and this is his following his third season. He's eligible. I think there are some people who look at that and just say, all right, yeah, he gets paid. But I do think this is, as we've talked about, one of the biggest stories of the offseason
it's getting hotter, isn't it?
Is C.J. Stroud, especially after Will got money, is C.J. Stroud, the guy who got drafted ahead of him, who was also the Offensive Rookie of the Year, who has also won 3 playoff games and played well and had a winning record every single year and finished in the top 10 in the MVP in his first year. He was also eligible and hadn't gotten a deal yet. I would imagine he has been using his intel to figure out what's going on in this situation. This is one of the biggest stories in the offseason. I'm assuming he's probably been trying to figure out what's going on here. What's the thought process here? And with that, and with his thought of him saying his feeling, his hunch, his belief is they'll get something done before the season starts, and then combining that of what we've heard from Nick Caserio repeatedly, and then what we heard, if you missed it yesterday, here was CJ when he was asked about the contract situation.
Yeah, I mean, I let my agent handle it, and, if it's time to do it, then my job is football, so that's what I focus on, is just getting better, and I think I've held my bargain up on that edge, so, whatever happens, I'm excited to be a Texan this year and, go from there.
As he says there, I'm excited to be a Texan this year, and we'll go from there. Right? Like, that to me, with us yesterday as we heard it, like, oh, all right, they're in the same. He's a Texan this year. We'll see what happens.
I don't know what the hell is going on in H-Town.
And right now, Clint Hellman, it's May 29th. Not to say nothing couldn't happen this late, but it's May 29th, and there's been no rumblings at all from it and nothing we've heard. So I was a bit surprised to hear Adam Schefter say it with that kind of level of confidence based off what we've heard and seen from the Texans and C.J. Stroud the last several weeks.
Look, we'll see. I mean, I think Adam Schefter was asked a question about a hot topic right now after C.J. talked yesterday, and he had to answer it some way. Does he answer it like, yeah, I think he gets a deal, or does he go, oh, no, ain't no way he's getting paid this year. He's going to have to wait another year. I don't know. I think if Adam Schefter had some kind of hunch, I think he'd be talking about it everywhere he gets a chance. Again, this is an organization that avoids distraction at all costs. Why would you go to OTAs? Why would you pay Will early enough to get the distraction out of the way and get it all done? And why wouldn't you get all this buttoned up so that OTAs and media time comes and it's not a distraction, right? If you're C.J. Stroud, and I know there's a deal that's probably going to get done here, and it's at some point. I would never touch the field. If I know that I'm going to get set for life in the next month before I ever play another game, why would I go to practice and potentially cost myself $200+ million a year with an injury?
Yeah, no.
If the only way I'm touching the field, Ron, is if you've told me you're not paying me this year. You're going to play. This fourth year, and you got a fifth-year option, and we'll talk about it next year. It makes no sense for a guy to take.
That's why I said I was surprised. We've not seen anything that would really show that they're going to pay him, right? And I mean, you'd almost think the quarterback situation is the one you would want to take care of first.
Well, yeah. I mean,
because of
first of all, if you're going to pay him, if you're going to give him an extension, forget the $35-40 million. To me, that's disrespectful. That's not even an option. The reality is, it's not even an option for C.J. Stroud, right? So that offer is not going to happen, right? And if you were going to pay a guy, especially a guy like C.J. Stroud, who I would argue has shown some, for lack of better terms, to be fragile at times in how he's handled adversity and stuff like that. You want to avoid this at all costs. And if you're CJ and David Mulugeta, you would never take – if you had $300 million sitting out there and you're close to fixing to get a deal, take a drop my ass, I ain't catching a snap one. You think I'm going to go throw a comeback route and snap my rotator cuff or tear my elbow or my shoulder up or get hit down and blow my knee up, get a Joe Mixon foot injury, whatever the hell he was doing. Ain't no chance. The only way I'm going out there and grinding is if I know, hey, man, here's the deal. I got a $25 million fifth-year option line out there. I'm not getting a new deal this year. I'm gonna go make my money, and I'm gonna ball out, and I'm gonna be the best version of myself to put myself in position to either make 60 per next year or get my ass up out of Houston. It just doesn't make sense on either front to push, to pay him, in my opinion, to pay him mid training camp, unless he holds out, and that's what it takes to get him in camp.
But again, he's not shown any signs of doing that at all. People coming in on the text line, Schefter saying before the season starts he wouldn't say that if he didn't know something. And again, that's to me where you look at, as I've said, you look at all the actions and the words, and then you look at Adam Schefter is the only thing that we've really heard that goes against, the other side. And that's just kind of tough to determine. It definitely has piqued my interest to see if this is something that could really happen. Because people have texted in. I've had conversations with you people. I'm like, man, they're not doing a contract this year. Schefter does make me at least pause a little bit and say, all right, well, is that something that potentially will happen?
Well, they're nuts if they pay him $55 to $60 million a year right now, and he's nuts if he accepts anything less. So I would believe we're still.
Yeah, I mean they don't seem like it does not seem like that's something that they were going to jump out and do. But that is the latest there. Adam Schefter saying it's his hunch, damn it, that he will get paid before the season begins. So we'll see what happens there. But text line coming in, ain't nobody paying an average quarterback $60 million. Yeah, good thing CJ's not an average quarterback. I mean, really, all right, come on, guys. Just not gonna get myself frustrated. Average quarterback. All right. Anyway, we do got to get into this, Tyler. Tyler, I do this almost every day. I say to Tyler when I come in, what do you think is the most important, the biggest thing people are talking about? The biggest thing that Houston's talking about when it comes to sports. And I thought Tyler was going to say CJ, contract, OTAs. My man Tyler said, nah, it's the Astros, baby. He said, it's the Astros. He said, this is the first time I felt like I've had some hope. This is the first time all season I felt like I've had some hope with my Houston Astros after they took 3 of 4 with that rinky-dink lineup they put out there last night. This is the first time I've had hope.
It's like Luke Skywalker. It's a new hope.
I don't know what that means, but I'm guessing that's a Star Wars reference or scene. Not any of them. And I'll accept your judgment. But whatever he said, like a new hope. But let's get into that. Do you agree with Tyler? Is this the first time you really have hope about the Houston Astros? We'll discuss that coming up next.
I want to give you a little hope if you're out there trying to sell your home. Look, most home sellers get one offer. It's somewhere between low ball and not good enough. Well, Orchard, they changed that. They've always got programs that they use, that they advertise, and these programs are absolute game changers. Their newest program is called Orchard Offers, right?
Mexico games, concerts, friendlies, and more as soccer in Houston hits the world stage. Stop in and join the party with us, kicking off June 11th at Shell Energy Stadium.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Are you ready to get it right and...
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I think I told you we went to the Rustic a couple weeks ago. Somebody was playing some live music, and she was going through like a lot of bands like this, The Killers. I forgot who else.
The Strokes.
Strokes slid in there. You know, and I'll be honest with you, lady, she may be listening. I just thought she could have given a better effort.
Damn.
I did. I didn't.
Was it more the guitar playing or her voice?
It was both. I just didn't think
her heart wasn't in it.
I didn't think she brought it. I thought she could have been louder, giving me some more feel.
Do it, lady.
And I was about three deep. I believe The Killers. I think Blink 182. She slid in there, and I told everybody at the table. I said, if she moves to Kings of Leon, and she gives this piss poor effort, I'm gonna walk up there and take the guitar out of her hand.
That's your favorite.
She started to play this song. I almost walked up there.
Little You Somebody, huh?
I don't think Courtney was down for that, but I almost.
Was she playing like a real mellow version of You Somebody?
Yeah, she was playing everything mellow.
What's wrong with that, man?
I just didn't. I like if you're gonna
sit down and relax, man.
It's a Saturday night. Rustic has live music. You're gonna
sniff
go.
some draws. Sit down and relax.
I didn't want to sniff no draws. I didn't need. I mean, I'm just like, come on and bring it, ma'am.
Yeah, if you're gonna do it, do it.
I've been roaming around, always looking down, and all I see.
I mean, could she sing though?
I don't know. I can't tell.
She was doing it half.
I just like if you're not going to have confidence or you're not going to bring it on a Saturday night.
She just knew who she was.
Uptown, come on.
It's kind of like you refusing to wear boots. You just feel like you feel like that.
Yeah, but I'm not going to go up there and be the center of attention with the not wearing the boots.
If you're going to do Kings of Leon,
listen, I think it was terrible what she did with Mr. Brightside. I think
that's a good one.
I think you got to bring it with the Killers. I think.
Yeah.
How does that song go?
Give it to him, Tyler.
How does it start? I know, like the chorus. It's a great tune. Summer of what was that? 2004.
It was annoying. I just wish she picked it up a bit. All right. Do you feel like Tyler? Because Tyler said this. We came into the Astros. They get another win. They take 3 of 4 from the Rangers, 7-3 on the road trip as they come back home to the Daikin to take on the first place Brewers. But they are now 2.5 games behind now the Mariners, and they sit 26-32. And Tyler, this is the most hope you've had all season. Because the last time I did an update check with you and all of you, none of y'all were paying money to go to the Daikin. None of y'all were going to games.
No chance.
Many of you were texting in not going to games. And now you're saying this is the most hope you have felt.
Since the first week of the season.
Really?
Yes, sir. Yeah, 2.5 games back, like you said. Jordan, best hitter in baseball. You are starting to see guys slowly but steadily get healthy and rejoin the team. We really need those arms to get healthy now. We got Pena back and some of these hitters, but the arms will start to get healthy. And you can be sitting nice because the AL West is a disaster. So there is hope for the first time in my eyes since the first week of this baseball season.
Like you gonna go to a game?
I don't want to.
Are you still not quite ready to commit yet?
I've been getting the itch. Maybe a dollar dog night.
Because there's some hope. There's some hope. And by the way, we got Spencer Getty now.
Oof.
Clint, we're gonna have to start potentially. I'm not saying we got to all the way get there, Well, we got to start potentially having a different conversation about Spencer Arrighetti. This is becoming an 8-start sample size now.
Mm-hmm.
And to go along with he started to put it together 2 years ago towards the end of the year, you start combining that. Is it like you have said repeatedly, hey, man, is this guy, a third or a fourth starter? And I didn't think there was anything wrong with that thought process. But, I mean, we got to start looking at this cat. Is this a potential 2 and a 1-2 punch? Is this – that's
like it.
That has been the hallmark of the Astros in this run, whether it's been Verlander and Cole, whether it's been Verlander and Greinke, whether it's been Greinke and McCullers. And I know it's hard for you guys to remember McCullers, but that one year McCullers pitched his ass off before it all came to hell in a handbasket in Chicago. But Framber and Verlander, Framber and Hunter Brown, like there's been a 1-2 punch. I'm not saying you're all the way there yet, but this dude, I mean, he's an all-star.
Yes.
And he is pitched at Cy Young level. Last night, another 6 innings, 1 earned, 3 Ks, gave up the 1 home run, and got up out of there. And he's sitting here 7-1 and 8 starts with a 1.34 ERA. Like that,
and last night was far from Arrighetti's best stuff.
No,
but he put it together.
This ain't Pete Lambert just running across 2 or 3 starts here.
Big Pete.
This is 8. This is 8 starts and a guy who consistently misses bats. So I don't know, man. We might need to not put him in this number 3, number 4 starter box. Yeah. That potentially we've been putting him in. Maybe Hunter Brown and Spencer Arrighetti is the next 1-2 punch. I don't want to get out over my skis, but damn, this is a different look. By the way, someone just texted in, Ron, the Astros still aren't getting any of my money. Okay, I mean, you're right. I mean, they are still pretty deep under 500. But I don't know. I wondered how many people were getting a different feel. We're getting a different feel. Look, like Tyler.
3 starting pitchers in all of Major League Baseball right now have more wins than him. Have 8. There's 3 guys with 8. He's tied with 4 or 5 guys with 7. And if you look at it, he's got 7 wins in 8 starts. All of the guys that are ahead of him have 11 or 12 starts. Got 3 or 4 more starts in him to get to the 8 number. He's got 7 in 8 starts. So, yeah, man, I mean, look, he's as you said, I mean, this is an all-star type performance. If he keeps it up, he's going to be in the early Cy Young conversation. The 1-2 punch, I think, is very real. I mean, I still think that he's a guy that, hell, I thought I was paying him a time compliment and tip of the cap to say he's a number 3 starter in a rotation, and that's where his ceiling was. But to your point, yeah, he's pitching like a guy that could be a 1-2 punch with Hunter Brown, and he's got that chip on his shoulder, I guess. You know what I mean? Left him off the opening day roster, whether it was because he missed a few days with that baby being born or not. It clearly lit a fire under his ass, and he is rocking and rolling.
Yeah, this isn't like Imai. If you watched Imai's game where he hit a no-hitter, he threw 6 no-hit innings. I mean, what did they hit about 5 or 6 balls over 100 miles an hour? I mean, he had
tall Asian guy.
Yeah, he had some tagged. I don't know how tall he is, but he had some tagged. This is like Spencer Arrighetti is consistently coming out and missing bats, getting swings and misses. He's got 46 strikeouts on the season. Now, he walks a little bit. That you can get that. The walks, and can he give you more innings in each start? But other than that, man, dude is
thriving.
Dude is making it feel real and not, oh, man, he's on a hot streak.
Right. Every start, right, besides the one under 2 earned runs given up.
Yep.
I mean, that's ace-level stuff.
It is. And, yeah, but are you feeling hope like Tyler?
Oh, yeah, look, I'm feeling hope. I didn't get off the wagon. Proud of it at this moment right now. I didn't get off the Astro wagon. And this is why, they're playing really good baseball. They're in a division back. They're going to have games back to wild card as well, y'all. So, I mean, they're right there in the thick of things. I know the division sucks, but this is early enough in the season where if you can get back into an arm length distance from the division, you can get back into the to some level of respect, respectful level according to Major League Baseball, not just a piss poor division. So, yeah, hell yeah, man. You this winning streak right here. You keep this thing. You stay hot. And you keep some of the guys that you had high expectations for, Mike Burrows, some of the guys, the MI, obviously Spencer Arrighetti, if those guys continue to pitch well, and like Tyler said, when you get guys back like Pena, and Pena starts swinging the bat well and is clearly the leadoff guy, and your defense gets better when he's on the field, obviously. So, yeah, hell yeah, man, that's money. Now you start talking about the big guns coming back with Altuve and Hader and Hunter Brown, and you start getting those guys back in the mix. Now you're talking about moving the needle big time.
Yeah, it's about the pitching, and that's been the most I guess real thing. You see what Spencer's able to do yesterday, and then we see what Imai was able to do and Mike Burrows was able to do. You feel like you really got a chance. In those. I mean, obviously, Jason Alexander had I'll give up 8 in the first inning game. But outside of that, he's gone. But outside of that, you feel pretty good. Coming up this weekend, a little Tang tonight, Pete Lambert, and Imai. That's the 3 pitching at the Daikin.
Bray, you got him another one last night when Bray used to be back in
I think
in the fold.
I don't want to speak too much. I think he's back. I mean,
come on, man.
This is about 8 or 9 straight outings.
I didn't see it last night, but that Pearson cat got out there. He's one to turn you on a bit now.
It looks like you don't really know where that ball's going.
Yeah, it's all right.
Which is good. which is good for hitters because they don't know. They don't know either.
That's right. It might hit me in the rib cage. It might be
running that bad boy up there, isn't he?
Wild thing.
He sounds like he hits the. I want him to wear a mic. I feel like he hits a Serena.
Oh, no doubt.
Serena every time he pitches. Like some sort of a grunt.
I think it'd be more Maria Sharapova.
I don't remember her. No, I don't think he's.
He doesn't look like a guy.
Or at least Rick Wild Thing Vaughn.
He's a grunter, not a moaner.
Yeah, he's a grunter.
He's a moaner. Yeah, see, that's not it. That's
tennis people.
That's reserved for the female on the other side of it.
Tennis perverts. I know what you are thinking out there. You dirty dog.
Exactly what I was thinking. All right, coming up. There's sometimes we have topics or conversations where I know that people are going to give us hell on the text line and YouTube and Twitch, and I know they are. And this is going to be unpopular to some, but I know there are a few of you who are with us, and we do this because we are going to speak honestly, and not just say things you want to hear. But all jokes aside, this is something that needs to stop. And this is something that Clint said was the most important thing that the head coach did all day yesterday. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast.
Since we, for the good of all Houston and our mental health,
this was your idea. It was a really good idea by you.
We reset Imai's season and we reset the season in general. What is their record since then?
7-3.
7-3 since we reset.
cruises.com/radio. That's cruises.com/radio.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, we're ready and welcome your feedback as we love to discuss on the show. 713-572-4610. You can on that YouTube and Twitch. You can jump in on that. My man Champ Slice said, Ron, I'm not giving you hell. At least not yet. Clint said he believes this is the most important thing that DeMeco Ryans said yesterday. DeMeco Ryans spoke to the media for I don't know how long, but he talked a lot about. He talked a lot about C.J. Stroud. He talked about William Anderson. He talked about the offense, the rookies. He talked about the center position. He talked about a lot of different things. He said the most important thing he heard DeMeco Ryans was this about Will Anderson.
Yeah, Will continues to wreck practice. I'm probably going to have to sit him out here soon because we have to be able to actually practice. So he just keeps wrecking practice. So just keep doing that. Keep causing havoc. That's what he does. And I was showing guys that's what he does on Sundays as well. So it's no surprise that Will is the guy for everyone to watch. Of the intensity at which we operate, that's how Will Anderson plays. That's how I want everybody to be.
Why was that the most important thing you thought DeMeco Ryans said yesterday?
Well, it's easy. I mean, the first day we watched training camp last year to the last day, what did I tell you was the most frustrating thing every day we were out there?
Just the pure domination of the defense that they weren't able to install and get anything done.
I mean, it's just like I cannot believe that DeMeco Ryans and Nick Caserio went out there one day, much less the entire camp, and the majority of 11-on-11 work, full team work, was Will Anderson. It wasn't just Will. It was Will, Daniil. It was a whole defense just absolutely wrecking practice.
Somebody stop that man.
While on the other side, you've got a first-year play caller, a third-year quarterback, you've got a rookie left tackle and a rookie running back, you've got a new left guard, a new right guard, you've got a right tackle in Titus Howard and a tight end in Dalton Schultz who had never heard the language. Everybody was hearing it for the first time. Everybody was hearing this language for the first time. And we thought somehow that it was a good idea to go out there with a defense that everybody already knew was going to be great. You didn't need to go out there every day and demolish your opponent to gain confidence, right? And you went out there every day and thought the good thing to do for your young quarterback and your first-year play caller was to just whip their ass every day to finish practice. And then we all wonder why, hey, there ain't no motion in this offense, and it seems like it's super vanilla, and you can't do this and you can't do that. And you're rotating guards for half the season trying to figure out who the best left guard is because this guy was getting his ass whooped by your defense all training camp. Like that was just, to me, that's the one thing that I've watched in Houston since DeMeco got here, and I thought to myself, like, this is like dysfunctional type action that a team would take. Like this for a team to do that is like you're not even trying to win offensively. Like that blew my mind. To hear DeMeco Ryans, and I know he's laughing, whatever, but to hear DeMeco Ryans say, "Yeah, man, we may have to just pull him out of practice." I mean, you can't even to know that at least what I'm saying. They clearly don't agree with my overall take. They don't agree with, but what my observation, clearly they're observing the same thing that I'm observing, is like you can't even have a damn practice with this guy out there. And that's funny to the defense coordinator. That's funny to the defensive-minded head coach. That ain't real funny to the quarterback that's in a year when he's got a contract year. It's not real funny when it's an offensive play call that's never called plays before, right? I mean, so yeah, that was the most important thing, the best thing that I heard yesterday. And I love what C.J. Stroud said. But the most important thing that I heard yesterday came out of DeMeco Ryans' mouth, and is what you just heard. The fact that he knows that's the case, I wouldn't practice Will. I wouldn't do ones versus ones with Will Anderson on the field. I wouldn't do them at all, but I wouldn't do them with Will Anderson on the field until the last week of camp.
See, my thing, my whole deal is with Will. Listen, we all love Will Anderson. We do. I think Will is one of my favorite players on the team. Love his effort, his motor.
Bad MFer.
Love what he has become. He is one of the best defensive players in the game and a real good dude. It's time to grow up. You can stop yourself. Especially, see, for me, your point was always valid. My point was not, but dude, you're about to get somebody hurt. And we don't even have on pads right now. And you're coming around the corner on 11 on 11 on a tackle. We're not getting better. Stop it.
On a backup tackle, I think Blake Fisher was getting most of the runs.
Come on, man. You're coming around on the corner.
Braden
Smith. You're coming
Trent
around.
Brown weren't there.
We're out here. Nobody's got on pads. It's C.J. Stroud dropping back. I mean, what are we doing here?
Hold on, Show.
You can control yourself. All right? Nobody's telling, and to be honest with you, you know this better than I do. I believe he is one of the litmus tests for this team. And there may be some days where they go out there and they practice, and he needs to set a tone and do that. Bro, come on, man. Not every day. And not when and not when we're trying to install stuff.
Yeah.
And not when we don't have on pads and you're coming around the corner like you did in New England in the divisional round on Blake Fisher with C.J. Stroud, and you know you can't stop yourself. That time I was going to be all key until he folds himself, until Blake Fisher is about tired of getting his ass kicked for the 95th time. He probably won't be able to do nothing about it, but he's about tired of getting his ass kicked, and he pushes him down in the ground, and he's on the ground, and he's into CJ or Davis. Like, come on, man. You kiss my ass with the practice how you play thing. You don't have on pads. Stop it. Daniil Hunter does not come around the corner like it's the Super Bowl every time. Azeez Alshire, who is the one you question the most if he can contain himself. We don't hear Azeez in non-pads about lighting people up.
That's
because what we're not going to do is not going to line up David Montgomery to chip block the hell out of his ass when we're not wearing pads. Why? Because David Montgomery's going to control himself. They shouldn't have to be able to take your ass off the field because you can't contain yourself. Well, guys, I only go one way. Kiss my ass. You know exactly how you can go around when we don't have no pads on. That's the one that's the one that sticks it to me the most. Is we ain't got no damn pads on. What are you doing,
Ryan? I love the passion. I love what you're saying, because here's the deal. This is how you know, and this is one reason why I'm so adamant about the lack of alphas on the offense. I'm going to tell you right now, I was nowhere near the player these guys are. There is zero chance I make it through the first team drill without personally telling Will Anderson, "Come on, man, are you kidding me? We're in sweats, man." Like there's, let me tell you, unless and look, D'Amico don't know because D'Amico ain't never done it. Nick Caserio don't know. I guess Nick may have done it at Stony Brook. I guess he was a quarterback back then, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Nick Caserio. I mean, but unless you've ever tried, John Carroll, I'm sorry, unless you've ever taken a snap in a walkthrough setting or in even a half padded setting and dropped back and tried to go through the reads and try to get some of you out of what you're doing. Unless you've ever done that, you don't understand what I'm talking about, right? To the degree. Ron just painted a beautiful picture of how frustrating it is, right? There's nothing more frustrating than somebody over there going 90 miles an hour and your right tackle is put in your lap every time you drop back and try to throw it.
I just want you to understand. We're in shells. There's no pads. So I can't hit you. I can't really hit you.
Right.
There's no pads.
He's bare-chested.
And here's the other part. He knows the pass is coming. Like he knows what's happening. He knows what the drill is.
Yeah.
He knows the first couple of plays are runs, and then he knows a pass is coming, which is a little bit different in a game. He knows a pass is coming. And he is like, come on, man. You can reel it in. He wants to improve, and he is a leader on this team. One part about being a leader on this team is allowing the other side to be able to get their work done.
Yeah.
and allowing the other side. Like, yes, dude, we know you go hard. We know you. You don't have to set it. We know you.
Yeah. Somebody, either D'Amico's got to pull him off the field or somebody, Braden Smith, Wyatt Teller, somebody has to say, hey, man, I mean, that's some junior high stuff.
So we ain't got to pull. We shouldn't have to pull one of the leaders of our team off the field.
I agree. You're not right. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
To get some work done.
It's 100. You're 100% right. There is. It's why I was so passionate about it last year. There is nothing. I mean, you go out there and you're in a new offense, and you know you got a great defense. You know you got to win more than 10 games. And you know all this stuff at the level you got to play. Every rep is important. Every rep even if it's walkthrough, even it doesn't matter. OTAs, it's OTAs. Everybody relax. No. Every one of these reps are extremely important for C.J. Stroud. Whether it's seeing the defense or communicating the pass protection or getting chemistry with Jalen Noel or somebody that hadn't been David Montgomery. I mean, they are extremely important. When you've got a guy out there that his 20 reps during the day are he's disrupting the whole thing, it's wasteful. It's plumb ass silly to let it happen.
I mean, this is even different than they're doing one-on-ones, which is just him and the tackle or something. That's even.
Oh, go
but
hard,
when you are, we got no pads, and you are coming to C.J. Stroud, the quarterback, like a bat out of hell, and nobody can really. Come on, man. Like we can all have fun with somebody texted you, give less effort. No, guys, we understand the effort that is required for certain situations. He has not said he's got to pull anybody else off the field. Does Jalen Petrie not go hard? He ain't got to pull. Jalen Petrie's not sizing up Nico Collins as he's coming across the middle and lighting him up like he did Rashee Rice in the game. Why? Because we don't have no damn pads on. God, man, that is his.
You get hot.
We got to pull your ass off the field. Nobody else. We got to pull the leader on the leader. No, we need you out there, but we need you to be smart.
Yeah,
you can tone it down. He is a smart dude.
I would love nothing
you can
more
reel
than,
it. You can reel it in.
Then day one camp, Braden Smith and Will Anderson get locked up.
But see, again, I don't like.
I mean, I don't want to see it come. Well,
but that's the other part. Like, I don't
want it to come to that. But,
I was just saying, I also don't want the offense to get pissed off and feel like they got to do something to retaliate.
That should have happened. It should have happened last year.
I get it.
If your head coach was going to let that happen, somebody on your offense should have said, "Hold on a second. Gosh, dang, that's the problem with the system they got over there on the offensive side of the football." I mean, clearly the fact that nobody stood up and said, "Hey, man, what the hell are we doing? This is a mess."
Yeah, I mean, you keep getting your ass taken advantage of in situations like that, you're going to get pissed. Hell, we already know you're better than the tackles already. You're better than them already. Now you call somebody to keep getting their asses kicked and embarrassed like that to do something stupid, which potentially puts him in jeopardy. We shouldn't have to have the offense come in and say, "All right, that's all right here. I'm gonna get his ass this time.
Let me get it." Coach ain't gonna do it.
We don't need to do that either. Just contain yourself. We don't have pads. C.J. Stroud is doing a 7-step drop. Maybe you shouldn't be going shot out of a damn cannon around him. Coming up next.
You're crazy.
I know.
Oh, Cannonball Will.
After hearing C.J. Stroud, and Clint was somebody who was on one side of a feeling about C.J. Stroud. After seeing the first day returning to OTAs, seeing him as the start of this camp and this season starts, are you feeling different about him? Have you changed your feelings about C.J. Stroud? We'll discuss that coming up next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
This was a grand slam by C.J. Stroud. He emphasized very professionally that I've held up my end of the bargain. I'm looking forward to being the Texans quarterback this year. He's taking a play out of Nick Casario's book. I thought he did it with taste. I thought he did it with confidence. For me personally, this is the C.J. Stroud that I've been waiting on.
Ride home with Clint and Show, 2 to 6 every afternoon on Sports Radio 610.
From the attorney Steve Lee Traffic Desk 713, call Lee. Your traffic report is sponsored by West Point Lincoln. On the South Loop eastbound after Woodridge, it's an accident that has a right lane and a right shoulder blocked. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
Employee pricing on all models right now at West Point Lincoln. 0% for 36 months on all 2026 model Navigators. 2026 Aviator lease, just $475 a month. It all expires on May 31st. West Point Lincoln, Katy Freeway, exit Kirkwood, westpointsales.com. Odyssey.com.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Facing elimination, Victor Wembanyama and the Spurs responded last night, blowing out the Thunder 118-91. Wemby set out to make a statement from the start of the game, scoring 11 points in the first quarter and leading the Spurs with 28 points and 10 rebounds for the game. The Spurs held Shai Gilgeous-Alexander to 15 points. The series now shifts back to Oklahoma City for Game 7 tomorrow night. The Thunder are 3.5-point favorites in Game 7. I'm Adam Abdallah.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile is full. And going to the 55-plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important, trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line.
stated. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 6/3. While supplies last, selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hour number 2, text line said I crashed out there.
That phrase "crash out" makes me laugh.
I don't think I crashed out there.
No, I think it's a great point, and that's, I mean, whether I was watching it last year in training camp, or I leaned back into my history as a quarterback that was fighting an uphill battle, and
Nice job by Clint Stoerner.
some deets, it'll be right there. I'm gonna tell you, it'd have been tough. It'd have been tough that week of practice right there if O'Strahan would have been just tearing my ass up all week long.
Just let him
loose.
He just got loose. I don't know, man.
Who brought Strahan in for practice?
Just keeps ruining practice. Somebody texting, show mad like somebody's dad watching their son getting their butts whipped every play in practice. Starts yelling. If they was in full pads and everything, it's all gravy. Like, I mean, to me, when we say like,
It don't even make sense in full pads.
let's go hard. Like, all right, let's let Hunter Brown let's let him do a little session out on the mound and have Jeremy Pena and Jordan be the guys he's doing a little 25-minute bullpen session with. They're the hitters there. Yeah, I don't think we're all about, hey, Hunter, man, won't you establish the inside part of the plate really and back them off here, man, just because, you go hard. You just pitch the same way you pitch all the time, man. And, hey, back off Jordan real quick. Let's throw one up inside. No. Why? Because he's not in a real game.
Because his hands are valuable.
And it's a practice situation.
No.
We're not. It's the same way. I can't believe it. I keep saying it. They're not in pads. But we got to take Will off the field because he's ruining practice, which would just lead you to believe Will is coming around the corner on 11 like a bat out of hell, and we can't even step back. I think I heard Seth say when he was on with us yesterday that CJ, or several plays, CJ had to stop and run.
Yeah.
Like he shouldn't have to stop and run.
No, we don't want to see him stopping and running. We want to see him getting through and execute. I mean, the reality of it is all you got to do is look. Everybody that talked yesterday, I shouldn't say everybody. I know Kamari Lassiter, Jalen Petrie, and D'Amico Ryans. I know I heard all three of those guys mentioned Will's messing up practice.
Oh, yeah.
Not just, he goes hard, boys, setting the tempo. It's no, you can't even done.
At some point you do. At some point as a leader, one of the leaders of the team, you got to look at yourself and say, yeah, all right, Coach, man, I got you.
Yeah, no question. No question.
I got you, Coach, man. We'll go 75 here.
Yeah.
Jesus, man. Because you need to get some work into you. I mean,
I'm just jonesing for one of the guys on the, and maybe that's what D'Amico's doing. I don't know. I'm just jonesing for one of these guys on the offensive side to have enough and just let it go, just explode. I'm not saying you fight. I'm not saying you dirty, but just let him have it. Just verbally abusing.
Yeah, verbal. Yeah.
You know how hard it is? You know how hard it is to install an offense? Even this vanilla-ass offense we're running, you know how hard it is to install this offense?
You're about to just take everybody out here. Nick's about to get some strays. This vanilla-ass offense.
CJ gets benched. Well, what happened, man?
You know the quarterback's fragile.
Well,
he's sitting over here.
You know that's the third string right tackle we got. You know Trent Brown and Braden Smith is sitting over on the sideline watching, and you over here just abusing my right tackle. Man, can we just get through practice? Can I get some good looks today? Can I get better today without you disrupting everything, stepping on my damn toes while I'm back here in the pocket? Man. Is that possible?
Jesus.
Out here, I got more rushing yards in OTAs than I do passing yards.
And no offense to you, Fish, but his confidence has been shot since you did this to him last year. Yeah. Now he's a glorified tight end because you ruined his entire – he started a play playoff game.
Oh, no.
That's a great point. That guy went from having a pretty good playoff game 2 years ago to getting abused in training camp by Will, and now they have to play 6 offensive linemen just to get on the field.
Play tech.
Somebody stop that man. Here comes.
All right, CJ.
Oh, well played, man.
CJ Stroud yesterday. I want you to hear what he had to say, talking about kind of where his offseason led him to and the commitment to his offseason. But I think you've seen, and many of you have seen videos, seen tapes of him. I know there was one where he was kind of dancing and chatting it up with D'Amico. But you heard a lot of him yesterday. If you listened to Sports Radio 610, you've heard either the entire interview, press conference, or you've heard a lot of clips of the press conference. Of what you've heard and seen from C.J. Stroud, is he starting to change how you felt about him? Are you starting to feel different about C.J. Stroud going into the season? This was him talking about his commitment to the offseason.
Just being me. I didn't really switch anything crazy. I mean, I just kind of, got back home, got to work, and just, stayed around my tribe and my village, and, just focused on, my family, my friends, and just getting myself away from football for a while, then picked it back up and, decided to work hard. So I think every year, every offseason, I kind of attack it better, and just because you're young, you really don't know better. You don't really get it all season in college. So, you get to the NFL, you have to learn every year, like, what's for you.
All right, that was C.J. Stroud talking about this offseason. And Clint, he's come in, and he visibly looks different. Not just the haircut, but you can tell, like, his face looks thinner. He's toned up some things. He has worked on his body. And I ain't gonna lie to you, Clint. I think you're with me. It feels like his vibe is different.
Yeah,
his whole thing. Because you were one who you said it. I don't believe he'll ever be able to lead this team to a Super Bowl, and I don't think you were real high on CJ. Has this changed from what you've seen the first day? Has this changed your feelings on it?
Yeah, I can get behind this. It's one day.
Yeah, it's
one media session. I don't know what it does or doesn't mean, but my take from the one media session is that dude right there's got a backbone. That dude right there's got the ability to lead this team. That dude right there is willing to bow his neck and push back a little bit and not always toe the company line and always be be the guy that says everything everybody wants to hear, keep everybody good and comfortable. That guy right there. And look, it may be just the first 3 years where he needed to grow. He came in the league as a young, immature. I'm not saying that. I'm not using that term as negatively as it sounds, but just he needed to mature as he played. We played like a super mature kid. Obviously, guy's rookie year, but just he needed to mature. He needed to develop, and he needs to come into his own. And maybe this is the tip of the iceberg of him coming into his own. But yes, this, all joking aside, Ron, this kind of stuff right here. And let's say that day one in training camp does start the way we saw last year. All jokes aside, like, CJ should put his foot down, and if ain't nobody else going to tell Will to slow his ass down, CJ should do it. I mean, all joking aside, like, whether it works or not is irrelevant, but just at least show the fact that you've got a backbone and that you understand, like, hey, I'm going to stand up for my offense, man. This ain't how things are going to go this training camp, right? Stuff like that, I can get behind. And this is, yes, this in a very, very small sample size, in a one-time media session. This is the kind of stuff that I think can shift that can shift me for sure on C.J. Stroud. It just has to be real. I mean, the chip on the shoulder, the as you vibe shift. Like I'd be okay. Like last year training camp run, I'll be honest with you. We talked about it. I told you
said something wrong.
Something right. There was an obvious moping around. And he's got a kind of a mopey look anyway, naturally, but there was an obvious stolen joy. There was an obvious kind of just moping, bad body language, more so than what he naturally has. And it was throughout training camp. I chalked it up to injury or the new offense, the change in OC. Maybe he didn't have input, blah, blah, blah. Like there was obvious. I can take a different CJ. I don't need my guy jumping around there with pom-poms and being happy every day. I can take this CJ. I can take this chip on the shoulder CJ. I can take this serious.
He has a feel of almost like F it.
Yeah, love it. Thank you. Yes,
there's a effort feel to him right now, and I
would argue he needed more of that.
And the effort and the way he is right. He's just not an a-hole.
Yeah, he doesn't naturally.
He's not like us. He's not a natural a-hole. But you can see. You talked about it yesterday. Professionalism. He appears to be a lot more assertive, and the way he's talking about things, the way he's going about things, like there does seem to be a feel of if I'm going down, and if I'm going down in a contract year, and I'm going down at least as much as I can on me. Right, and I don't think it is. He's about to go rogue on play calls and stuff like that, and just run past Nick Caley because again, he's not an a-hole. But there's just a different feel, confidence, assertiveness to C.J. Stroud to where I feel like everything that happened from the Pittsburgh game to the New England game has in a way hardened him.
Well, he needed to be hardened
to get to a different space.
He needed to be hardened. He needed. I mean, there's a lot of signs and a lot of talk. And there was a lot of talk right after that about Nick Caserio kept repeating about turning the ball over. And then there was then Nick Caserio with the whole for another year, for 1 year. Then there was George Fire, and you bring Shaplinski in. And that's your guy, and everybody's talking about, he needs to embrace, needs to own, needs to buy in, all that kind of stuff. At some point, every man reaches his point where it's like, all right, man. I mean, I can't just keep getting beat on here. I've got to stand up for myself. And look, I don't know if all that is true. Some of it's true. I don't know, but that's just what we've covered here in Houston. And if I'm C.J. Stroud, at some point, I'm like, all right, I know why I'm in the situation that I'm in, but damn it, y'all ain't just gonna keep beating me while I'm down.
Yeah, now if you take it from maybe potentially from his perspective, like, I mean, this is more than just people just doubting the hell out of you. I mean, this is not just people doubting you. Your organization clearly, at least up to this point, despite what Adam Schefter said, clearly not seeming to show you being the one person that they haven't taken care of. Yeah. Like anybody that has been Pro Bowl level that's been this young, the one person that they haven't taken care of. And people around the league are talking about you. Who do we do that? Oh, man, everybody knows if CJ could just be average, this team could win. Like, that's right. Never been. Like, it is more than – he's got to feel disrespected. He's got to feel like he's got a ton to prove to people because I could agree. I think people have gone a little way far left on how much those last couple of games has affected his entire career that he's given thus far. But you could see how he is feeling that way. By the way, though, Clint, I'm telling you, I the next person I want to hear from, some of these guys don't really say nothing, and I'm not always fired up to hear what they got to say. But based off what CJ said yesterday, in particular, when he was talking about, hey man, we're doing a lot of things that we've done in the past that I've liked, a lot of things that I used to enjoy doing, things that we've been good at. We're going to try to make this a deal for the 2026, 2027 Texans. When I heard him say that, I can't wait to hear from Nick Caley. Oh my God. I told you earlier, Tyler, I cannot wait to hear from Nick Caley because I want to know, is this going to be a situation where Nick Caley mirrors what CJ's saying? Says the similar things like, yeah, we've gone in and we are kind of combining certain things and kind of echoes what CJ said, or is this going to be a Dana Brown and Dusty or a Dana Brown and Joe Espada situation where you feel like two people sat in the same meeting and have completely different thoughts and memories of what happened in that meeting?
Well, it's already, Ron, and this is part of the reason why I'm so, I guess, passionate maybe or so have such a strong opinion on them not paying him, is it would have been very easy. It would have been very easy for Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans, instead of talking about buy-in and ownership all offseason, of, hey man, we just need to make sure, we need to make sure that CJ Stroud is supported and that we're doing some things that CJ, year two, we'd like to do some things that does better. Incorporate some of the things that we've seen CJ do in college and at the pro level. It'd been very easy. And those are good football. Everybody leave you alone. Nobody would question it. Right, but instead it's the buy-in and the ownership, and then you hear from the quarterback, and it's football stuff. So you're right. The offensive coordinator, which is kind of between the two,
he said,
yeah,
with Nick, he said with Kaylee,
yeah,
we're going into being the 2026, 2027 Texans.
Yeah,
I just, because right now he came out and said that with his chest, like he came and said that as if they've sat down and had those conversations, and it excited me because to me, I think that is actually the best thing is if they can compromise and have a little bit of some things he wants to do to go along with the regular of the offense, right? That just makes sense because it puts him in a place where he feels ownership and he feels comfortable and confident in the offense and he believes in it. So I got excited for them because I thought, well, hell, that's what it should be. I just can't wait to Nick. Can't wait to hear what Nick says. I know somebody's on. So yeah, CJ said you guys were incorporating some of the things that he used to do in the past. I can't wait for that answer. Kaylee.
Hold on, show.
Man, come on.
Come on, Nick.
Come on. Oh, CDC. Casario, D'Amico, Kaylee. Can't wait to see what this thing turns. All right. One thing that we heard a lot also coming from the fellas at training camp yesterday, I hope for the good of the team this is accurate. And by the way, Robert Flores, he'll join us coming up at the bottom of the hour. We'll get his thoughts on the Astros and this recent surge. But next, this could be a game changer for the Texans if it is indeed true. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast.
Since we, for the good of all Houston and our mental health,
this was your idea. It was a really good idea by you.
We reset EMI's season and we reset the season in general. What is their record since then?
7-3.
7-3 since we reset the record. And if there's one thing I know about baseball is that 10 games is enough to tell exactly how it's going to go.
That's a big enough sample size.
Yeah.
Wake up with Sean and Seth, 6 to 10 every morning on Sports Radio 610.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. What are your rights and responsibilities? Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Office in Houston Metro and St. Louis.
Your trade is your down payment at Easy Honda's Red, White, and True event. Yes, get the max for your trade and upgrade with no cash down. Plus, easy pricing means no hidden fees. The price you see is the price you pay. How easy is that? Easy Honda is your HQ. Choose from 120 MPG MPVs, 40-plus miles per gallon. Easy Honda on I-10 between Gester and Beltway 8. Or online at easyhonda.com. Easy Honda, making it easy. See dealer for full lease details. Vehicle trade must have clear title. Your mileage may vary depending on how you drive.
Conejo Malo and Commerce could be your ticket to a global stage. Friday, May 29th from 5 to 8 p.m. at Conejo Malo. Michelob Ultra's Soccer Shootout is giving fans a chance to win tickets to the FIFA World Cup 26 at participating bars across the country. Because Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, official beer sponsor of FIFA World Cup 26. Enjoy responsibly. 2026 Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents excluding California and Washington residents. 21 plus and 531.26. See official rules at MichelobUltra.com/rules for prizes and details. Message and data rates may apply. Void where prohibited.
Great international soccer takes center stage at Texas A&M this June. Argentina versus Honduras. Elite international competition. Saturday, June 6th at Kyle Field at Texas A&M. Get tickets now at 12thmanfoundation.com or roadto26.com.
Colorectal cancer is rising, especially in people under 50. At UTMD Anderson Cancer Center, we're transforming care to meet every patient's needs. Our new colorectal center brings together world-renowned experts in a healing environment, delivering innovative therapies designed to treat cancer and preserve quality of life. This is care that's only possible here. UTMD Anderson. We know cancer, inside and out. Learn more at mdanderson.org.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits It's all pork.
Hurt in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I was just telling Clint, I've been on Amazon Prime. They got this 10-part doc on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Oh yeah, you were telling me about that. I haven't seen it.
I arrived on the episode in which my man, who the GM came out, he said, "Yeah." He said, "I was looking for a quarterback. We needed a quarterback, and I just became enamored by Johnny Manziel. He was one of the top quarterbacks in the class." He said, I was really falling in love with him. We just kept watching his tape. And just watching his tape and watching his tape. And then he was like, then we quickly started to get really impressed by the guy who kept being on the other end of those throws. And he's like, and then became Mike Evans. And we just kept seeing him, and he was going up, and we started saying, well, hell, who's making the quarterback? Who's making these plays? It's the quarterback making the receivers, the receiver making the quarterback.
I'm a party boy.
And that's how old Mike got drafted, number 7 to the Bucks. And I didn't even, and they took a pit stop on Mike. I did not know Mike's story. I don't know how I did not.
Out of Galveston.
No, I knew he was from Galveston, but I didn't know his story about his father and his uncle and his mom and stuff. Woo.
Overcomer.
I mean, he just tell. Most
Aggies are.
Where did I saw the piece?
I mean, he just tells the story like
I caught the back end of a 30 for 30 or E60 or something where it was. They were highlighting the fact that he forgave his uncle pretty much and visits him in prison and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. hadn't told that much of it.
Yeah, well, the back end of that, I think it took him a while, but he eventually forgave him. And
I think he said he was 9. Yeah, he was young like that. I was like, dang, like this thing took a turn.
Yeah.
Old Galveston, old Mike.
It's his mom's brother that killed his dad, right?
Yep. Yeah. Mom's brother killed his dad. Yeah, I guess they were. I think both kind of in and out of jail and out at the same time one time. And
I think Unk's still in there for that murder, ain't he?
Yeah, for that. Yeah, so. Johnny Manziel. Boy, I was about to say, dang, they almost drafted Johnny.
They
drafted Hall of Fame wide receivers. What they got?
There's a bunch of them teams in the top that almost drafted Johnny, isn't it?
Yeah,
and he somehow fell to that one that just falls for the old okie doke every time.
It could have been so different if it was just almost anybody else with the Jets, but it could have been so much different.
Johnny Football had a bunch of people fooled.
I told you who wanted him. He got beat by the Browns. Andy wanted him in Kansas City. He was going to draft him.
Mm-hmm.
He got beat. How different do you think it would be for Johnny if he went to?
I don't know. He's pretty damn good. I mean, obviously he's not Pat, but I mean he was.
You think him being? I don't know how we got here, but I think Johnny was still going to be Johnny.
Yes, the dude was putting on fake mustaches and going to Vegas like when he wasn't supposed to with the Browns.
But
I don't think anybody was stopping that train.
Now, but to Andy's credit, he's had a lot of Johnnies that he has somehow found a way to get them to Sunday. Now, the quarterback is different, but I mean, he's got one right now he's trying to get to every Sunday, number 4, in Rashee Rice.
Yeah.
He's had a Tyreek Hill. He's had Frank Clark that he's trying to get to. He has had a bevy of guys who can't get right. The quarterback position is different, but I do wonder how different it turns out.
I think it would have been significantly different. I mean, you take a guy like that and put him in a functional system, not a place that is like Cleveland, where you feel like you have to. I don't dislike Cleveland, but if I were there, and particularly in a position where I was playing and it was just I was playing there, I couldn't wait to leave either. I would go to put on a mustache and go to Vegas too.
I'm a party boy.
But there's like had he been inserted into an operation that was legitimately winning and the people were doing winning things and I think it would have been totally different for him. Now I'm not saying he wouldn't have had some problems, some substance abuse problems and some discipline problems, but I don't think he would have completely gone off the rails.
It's been a daily fist fight with Eric Bieniemy every day.
Yeah.
Now he's found a career in MMA.
I don't know. Yeah,
mixed martial arts.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it is. There's some guys you wonder because obviously there are certain guys that you're like, oh man, if they got put in a different situation, like they would have been better.
Yeah.
But like Tyler said, boy, there's a lot to stop that train.
A lot of cocaine.
I'm gonna tell you, I had you want to by far my worst miss. I had people that are as close to him as they could possibly be. I'm not going to say who and how, telling me that, Clint, there is a lot going on behind the scenes. I'll be surprised. One cat told me I'll be surprised if he makes it to see his 25th birthday.
Oof! Thank God that happened.
Yeah.
And I still said, oh hell, it don't matter to me.
He's good.
That sucker right there, he's gonna kill it in the league, man. That sucker,
he looked sharp at that pro day.
Oh, it's over. Boy, was I ain't never. Meanwhile, he goes to Cleveland and
that didn't feel good and feel right to begin with going there.
No.
All right. This was Jalen Petrie talking about what really, man. This could be. We talked about this with Will a little bit earlier, but I think even this is different than what we were talking about with Will. You really hope that we see this because we heard this a lot. Seth talked about it yesterday when he was in with us. Multiple players, D'Amico talked about it, the competitiveness from both sides of the ball in practice and how that may improve this year.
Oh, for sure. Like, nobody trying to lose a rep. I know for sure none of the DBs trying to lose a rep. I know for sure none of the linebackers, like, nobody out there trying to lose a rep. And I know it's the same thing for the offense. So when somebody make a play, we looking like, what just happened? And if it's like, we got to figure it out. But that don't happen much. I know I said if they make a play, it's usually us making a play. But, yeah, we competitive, though. We trying to win every rep. And the offense is doing a good job of, challenging us with that. And we're trying to challenge them as well.
Clint, that is, to me, I hope it's something we see. I hope that's something we see. Seth said it yesterday. He feels like this year that it'll be more competitive from the offense and the defense. D'Amico talked about it as well. They definitely need that, Clint, because it was so lopsided that, I mean, it's hard to even gain any confidence, on one side of the ball the way it was.
They're going to have to manufacture it, Ron. And when I say that, I mean the coaches are going to have to design practice a certain way, or it's going to be another disaster. I just
so you don't believe just by the guys they have out there that they can just be competitive?
No, absolutely not. Not on a daily basis against this defense. I mean, you're just not. I mean, what are you going to do? Go out there every day and just line up in team drills and run the football every day and 3 yards in a cloud of dust on them? Is that what you're going to do? I mean, no. You got to get better with your quarterback. You got to throw the football around. Even if you want to be a 60% run team and a 40% pass team, or however you want to cut it up. I mean, you've got to get the run game is very easy to coach. The run game is very easy to practice. The run game is one where you've got a handful of plays. Most guys know their responsibilities. The difficulties and what needs to be repped and practiced more than anything for all players involved is pass protection and your quarterback actually reading coverages and seeing the throws and making the throws. That has to be repped. The run stuff is, most of it is, even if there's a run check, hey, we're going to check this to the 3 technique, or we're going to check this to the shaded nose, or we're going to check this to the away from the safety that's dropping into the box, or whatever it may be, away from the force player. However, those are all just kind of, hey, let's see it, communicate it, boom, snap it, and go put a hat on a hat. The pass game is the thing that has to be repped effectively, and you're just not going to do it against this defense. I mean, we're talking about a defense that one of the best quarterbacks in the game can't figure out. We're talking about a defense where, I mean, he had 9. Josh Allen had 9 completions in 4 quarters against this defense. I mean, it's not a the offense needs to bow their neck and do this and do that. No, it's this organization needs to make sure that they create an environment, particularly early in camp, to where C.J. Stroud and this offense can see success and feel success. First and foremost, more so than anything. If you want to unleash, if you feel like you need to unleash those guys and have them go make a bunch of plays in training camp, let them go against Davis Mills. Let them crush Davis Mills' confidence, right? Let them go out there and abuse Blake Fisher some more. Let them go out there and really get after Jarrett Patterson. I'm sorry,
Davis.
I mean, I'm just saying, let them go out there and really get after those guys and turn it up on those guys. The starting offense doesn't need that.
I hope. I do hope. There were multiple people, and Seth Payne, somebody who reports on the team and covers the team, that said they feel like it'll be more competitive. And maybe that is a lot of the guys up front, the Wyatt Tellers. Rutledge seems like be a competitive kid, and the confidence, Braden Smith, the confidence up front.
But Ron, this ought to be all right, we're going to do. We're going to let y'all go to class, and we're going to let y'all practice and get ready and prepare. And every Friday in training camp is game day. We're going 11-on-11, 1 versus 1 every Friday, and we're going to see how much progress y'all have made. Yeah. Right? So you're going to get 3 practices versus the 2s to really polish things up and get your calls made, and then we're going to show you on Friday what the best in the NFL can offer you, and we're going to see how you stack up. And then we're going to let you go back to school. We're going to let you go back to practice and practice for 3 days, and then we're going to show you the best at the NFL. We're going to unleash the hounds on you, and we're going to see how you fare. And eventually, they'll get better and better and better. But that whole just getting your ass kicked every day, that ain't going to get it. That is not. Your offense is going to be behind when the season starts again.
Robert Flores, RoFlo, Houston's own, and MLB Network's own, will join us and get his thoughts on the Astros. What are they? Is this a real move? Does he believe that the Astros are really ready to make a move in the West? We'll do that next.
Well, one thing you don't want to do is keep getting your tail kicked every single day.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Some people need to get those verbal hands every now and then. In fact, more often than not.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, we are feeling good on a Friday. Welcome into The Drive right here on Sports Radio 610. And we head to the phone lines here, and let's talk to our guy, Robert Flores. Roflo of MLB Network. Catch him and the crew on MLB Central every single weekday at 9 a.m. Central Standard Time. How you doing, baby?
Doing great. How are you guys?
We're good. What are you playing right now? Generally, when we're talking to you, you seem to be...
I'm usually playing MLB The Show. I just ended my Twitch stream because I knew we were about to. Sometimes I'll continue and I'll play the game as I'm talking to you guys, but I know we've got some very, very important topics and issues to discuss. So that's why I wanted to make sure I gave it my full 100% attention.
Okay, we'll get to if you feel like it's disrespectful that they haven't paid C.J. Stroud yet. We'll get to that. But what I want to know from you first is. All right, the Astros, they've crept themselves now. They're 6 games under 500. They are somehow 2.5 out in the awful AL West right now.
Yeah.
What are the Astros? What are they right now?
I don't think they know. And I think for much of the season, because they have been so banged up, I remember seeing a stat that the amount of games that Alvarez, Altuve, and Walker have played was like 9 or less than that. So you've got the tremendous injuries in the lineup, and then the injuries to the pitching staff have been a really, really big problem. So now you're starting to see that corner turn a bit and maybe the reversal of their fortunes as well.
What do you think about? I mean, there's so many guys individually that seem to be having good years. It's hard to believe that the Astros are in the spot they're in for multiple reasons. But let's start with Spencer Arrighetti. Pitched last night, another good outing. 8 starts. He's 7-1. One of the better ERAs in the game. I mean, he's obviously pitching like an all-star. Probably going to be in the early Cy Young conversations if he keeps this thing going. How what do you think that's real, or do you think this is a flash in the pan? And if so, how big is that for when Hunter Brown returns to have a guy like that at a 1-2 punch?
Well, it's very significant to have someone like Arrighetti once Hunter Brown comes back, assuming that Arrighetti can maintain this and assuming that Hunter Brown looks like his old self. I mean, he's coming off an injury. He's missed several days, several weeks. We don't know what he's going to look like. But going back to Arrighetti, I was kind of surprised. I know the Astros had depth. Mainly it was numbers that they had. But I was kind of surprised he did not make the rotation out of spring training, considering that, yes, I know he spent last year up. But when he pitched, he was pretty good. So I don't think that this is a flash in the pan. I don't think this is some sort of lucky streak that he might be on. I think this is kind of who he is and who he has a potential to be. Now, he's going to have some bad outings. I know yesterday he mentioned he's been dealing with a little illness for the past week, but he gives them a nice middle of the rotation piece, assuming that Hunter Brown returns to form. Tatsuya Imai starts to pitch like we saw him pitch on Monday. And I still have hope for Mike Burrows. I think that I know his last start didn't turn out the way he wanted, but I think him being able to give Joe Espada and the Astros some length in his last outing, despite giving up some early runs or maybe getting some runners on base, he was able to rally. So I think we're going to see some better outings from him as well.
Robert Flores joins us here. Catch him every single weekday morning on MLB Network, MLB Central. You can catch him. Is DeRosa still with you on that? And
Yes,
Yeah.
thanks for watching, show. I appreciate it. Yeah. Thank you. Can tell you're a big fan.
I'm a huge fan. You and Lauren. I enjoy it.
It's Dero and Lauren and myself and a cast of thousands Monday through Friday.
Yeah, so check it out and watch it like I watch it every morning, all of us together. As a prep. Hey, Yordan Alvarez is, well, he's being Yordan Alvarez again, but it feels like even to another level. Do the Astros have to be in real contention for him to be able to win the MVP? Because he is obviously on that track with his numbers.
I don't know about real contention. Look, if they're, first of all, as you guys were kind of hinting at, it feels like everyone's in contention in the American League. It's not a very strong league, especially the American League West. So I think that the Astros, even if they're hovering below or at 500, they're still in the mix. And if that's the case, doing what he's been doing, he is a very, very viable MVP candidate. Now, when your team is not, say, the Yankees or the Dodgers or has an exemplary win-loss record, maybe you have to do a little bit more individually to sway the voters. So that could be something that Yordan has to deal with. But he has gotten to a point where when you watch him, you're kind of surprised that he doesn't hit the ball hard or hit a home run every time. That's how locked in he has been really for most of the season.
You know, he's the best hitter. Obviously, that we've seen in Houston, but he has that. You know, several guys. We talked this yesterday. Several guys, Roflo, that have come through there. Springer, Correa, obviously Altuve. The knack for the big moment. You just, hey man, these guys are going to come through. There's just a clutch gene that's there, and now all of a sudden Yordan is that guy, and he happens to be one of the best hitters on the planet, one of the most powerful hitters on the planet, and it's a blast to watch. What about Christian Walker? I think that's one thing that's kind of flying under the radar again. He's one guy that I believe if there weren't so many injuries, the Astros weren't under 500, and obviously if he didn't hit behind Alvarez, there'd be a lot more talk about the year he's having. That's a big piece of this lineup as well.
It's really big. It's very significant. And when you consider really the Astros and how much they have struggled and the record that they have and what they were looking like, say, 3 weeks ago, the offense was never the problem. I believe they were among the league leaders in runs per game, and I believe that's still the case. And Christian Walker has been right in the middle of it. I felt like last year he got off to such a slow start, and it felt like he was playing catch-up all season. He came into spring training a little bit better shape. I think he retooled some things in the offseason, and you can just tell he just looks so much more comfortable at the plate, and he's a big reason why this offense is still something that you should contend with.
Roflo, what I want to know, because some of our listeners aren't able to kind of catch all the other teams around the AL, as we kind of talked about it. They're 2.5 out in the West, and the West obviously the divider is a 500. What kind of real opportunity and chance do the Astros have in trying to get to the top of the West, where they have been, even though they are in such started off in such a slow start to start the season?
Well, I think that a couple of things. One, I think that this is going to be something I don't see anyone running away with this American League West. As far as the American League as a whole, right now the New York Yankees are the class of the league. But I think that people should remember what the Cleveland Guardians did last year. I mean, they were 15 games back, the Guardians, and won the division. You know, they were 15 back in July and ultimately won the division. Now, that's a historic run and something you don't see every year, but it just kind of shows you that it's not, like Yogi Berra said, it's not over till it's over. And when you have a division where all the teams all kind of have their flaws and blemishes, I think that the Astros, if they can continue to hang around and maybe as they get healthy, maybe they can seize control of this of this division. And then once you get into the postseason, hey, we've seen it. Anything can happen. The Astros saw it a couple of years ago when the Tigers went into Houston and won the wild card a couple of years ago. So just get in, get hot, and let's just see what happens.
Didn't the Rays make a crazy run like that? They were awful and came back and won it all. Did they win it all, or did they win it that year? Didn't they make a big comeback, Roflo?
The Rays.
Was it the Rays back?
Well, I know they didn't win it all. They haven't won it all yet.
Well,
I'm trying to that run. They went to the World Series. Maybe you're talking about against the Phillies.
That could have been it in 2020. That might have been it.
I think they started out awful and climbed their way all the way back.
Yeah.
That's what we got to grasp onto right now. Hopefully, we can keep winning and change the conversation changes.
Roflo,
we got a big weekend that's coming up against the Milwaukee Brewers. I think the Brewers have a team that can win it all. Yes, the Los Angeles Dodgers are the overwhelming to heavy favorite to win another World Series, but the National League is stacked, unlike the American League, and the Brewers are right there, that cream of the crop there in the National League.
Roflo, do you trust CJ still? Are you?
No. I've been kind of. I have never been more furious. It's been a long time since I've been as angry as I was watching that postseason game against the New England Patriots.
I think I've got text evidence, Roflo. I think I've got text evidence. I feel like I'm your football, your escape.
Yeah. When I'm seeing things that I don't like on my TV during the football season, Clint, you're the guy that you're my muse.
You're unable to kind of turn the page on that and remember all the other stuff he's done.
Well, look, in all seriousness, I'm hoping he bounces back, because this is now 2 years where we're wondering, well, was the rookie year just an aberration? So this is a big year for him. He seems like a great kid, and obviously I root for him and the Texans. So I really hope that he can turn it around.
Don't believe it. Don't believe it at all. All right, Roflo, check him out. Every single
is good.
It is. Every single weekday, 9 a.m., MLB Network, MLB Central. Lauren Shahadi, and Mark DeRosa.
You got it. Look at you. That's a loyal viewer for you right there.
I'm telling you, every day, man. Every time y'all have Sal Perez in studio, you got me. All right. We appreciate you joining us, man. We'll talk to you later.
All right, guys. Y'all have a great weekend.
All right, Robert Flores. Again, check him out every single weekday, Monday through Friday. MLB Central, right there on MLB Network. What you got coming up?
The National Football Foundation makes a very, very, very good decision. I'll explain that to you. And the most important thing said yesterday after the Texans' first open OTA practice. Give you a quick hint. It was D'Amico Ryans. And, boy, it feels good to hear that he's on the same page with me. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Down here in his home state of Texas, so at least you can do slip.
Payne and Pendergast.
Since we, for the good of all Houston and our mental health,
this was your idea. It was a
protect you. That's why many people who have something to lose move part of their savings into physical gold and silver, assets that can't be printed, defaulted on, or voted away. Call Monetary Gold at 877-NOW-GOLD for their complimentary gold and silver guide and a no-pressure conversation. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Call Monetary Gold now at NOW-GOLD. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
I love. There's something beautiful, Ron, about not being an ass. I can't say that.
No, you can't say it.
I can't say the H part of that. There's something about.
Did I beat you? I got there.
I don't know, but
Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. Today's Dirty's Daily is powered by the National Football Foundation. Boys, they did a solid. This is common sense. I don't know if y'all remember this, but last year there was a conversation. Some may say it was a little bit of controversy. Mike Leach, rest in peace, R.I.P. coach, the Pirate. He obviously passed away sooner and unexpectedly than most thought. And the College Football Hall of Fame rolled around, and in order to be a coach in the College Football Hall of Fame, a candidate, you have to have, I believe it is a 60% percentage or else. If you're not above 60, you can't get in. His win percentage, I believe, is 59% something. Really? It was just under it. The National Football Foundation, they minimized or not minimized, but they decreased the win percentage enough to allow Mike Leach to be at least on the ballot and at least be a candidate. And so I tip my cap. It's the right thing to do. It's common sense. It's even if you're doing it on at the expense of just one guy, you're moving it. It's the right thing to do. Mike Leach is an absolute Hall of Famer, definitely a college football Hall of Famer. You're talking about a guy that literally changed the game, or was one of a handful of minds that created the air raid offense that literally changed the game. We see it nowadays changing the NFL. Cliff Kingsbury brought the offense from college into the pros. I think we've seen several coordinators, even Andy Reid with getting Pat Mahomes out of Tech. There was some air raid principles. Truth be told, there's probably already some air raid principles in Andy Reid's offense, but boy, he really infused those into his offense when Pat got there. And we're seeing it literally change the pro game to a certain extent as well. So the right thing to do was to allow Mike Leach to at least be on the ballot, and then let the voters decide whether he gets in or not, to keep him out of College Football Hall of Fame, or having the ability to get into the College Football Hall of Fame because of a small percentage, a win percentage, when you're a guy that literally changed the game by being one of the creators of an offense, I thought was ridiculous. Mike Leach is definitely a Hall of Famer, so I tip my cap to the National Football Foundation. And no better way to tip my cap than to allow you to power Dirty's Daily today. Well done. Congratulations, Mike Leach. Rest in peace. This is the right thing to do. All right, the Texans. The Texans they're on the field. OTAs have started. Yesterday was the first open OTA, so we could lay eyes on it. You saw a lot of videos, see a lot of social media posts flying around about the players that were out there. And I think the best part of it all is that we were able to hear from, good gosh, I mean, who was it? Kamari Lassiter, C.J. Stroud, Jalen Petrie, D'Amico, obviously. And so
Woody Marks.
Yeah, Woody Marks was on Texans All Access last night. And so we got to hear from several of the players and had some great sound bites. And look, I think the C.J. Stroud stuff, if you haven't had a chance to hear C.J. Stroud start to finish, if you're a Texans fan, trust me, you want to go listen to it. I thought it was absolutely tremendous. Well done, CJ. Now, D'Amico Ryan spoke as he does quite a bit in these moments. And D'Amico Ryan's said that what I believe is the most important thing that was said yesterday. Big picture, I think it's the most important thing that was said. Now, we'll see if they adjust or we'll see what they do from here. But the fact that the head coach knows this, acknowledges this, is a big part of why I think it's so important. Here's D'Amico Ryan's talking about what he's seen from Will Anderson Jr. $50 million a year. $50 million a year, highest paid non-quarterback in the league. Here's D'Amico Ryan's talking about what he's seen from Will Anderson Jr. this offseason.
Yeah, Will continues to wreck practice. I'm probably going to have to sit him out here soon because we have to be able to actually practice. So he just keeps wrecking practice. So just keep doing that, keep causing havoc. That's what he does. And I was showing guys that's what he does on Sundays as well. So it's no surprise that Will is the guy for everyone to watch of the intensity at which we operate. That's how Will Anderson plays. That's how I want everybody to be.
D'Amico Ryan spoke about it. They interviewed Jalen Petrie. He met with the media. He spoke about it. Similar vein, ha type stuff. That's who Will is. Kamari Lassiter spoke to the media, and it was, again, that's who Will is. And like I said, I don't know what they're going to do with that bit of information, but I think the one thing that's really stuck in my craw since D'Amico Ryan's got the job in Houston. For the most part, D'Amico is untouchable. For the most part, what D'Amico does is on the up and up, and even if you disagree with it, you can say, hey, man, that makes the team better, and maybe there's a method to the madness. I'm going to tell you, the one thing that I watched that is 100% unacceptable, I think is part of the problem last year with this offense, is that we went out there day after day after day and watched 11 on 11 to end practice, ones versus ones, whether they were pad zone or not, and we watched them unleash the hounds on a first-year play caller, a third-year quarterback, a rookie left tackle, 2 new guards, an offense that everybody involved was hearing for the first time. And we watched them completely destroy practice. And time and time again, day after day, the practice ended with that offense trying to get their footing, just getting destroyed by a defense that we already knew was that good. And, again, I don't know what that was the most frustrating thing for me. And then you watch throughout the season an offense that seems to be behind. It should come as no surprise if you were at practice every day, right? That was the most frustrating thing to me. To hear our head coach say, yeah, I mean, I'm going to probably put – and I know he said it tongue-in-cheek, ha, but now you know. The cat's out of the bag. You know how disruptive this cat is at practice. And you've got a young offense that's trying to help you get from the second round of the playoffs and beyond. These guys need to be able to install this offense. These guys need to be able this year to maybe even communicate the offense and feel and see some success. Ron, the fact that the head coach acknowledges it, the fact that the defensive captains are the leaders on the defense, at least 2 of them, acknowledge it. At this point in time, it's good to hear that they know how tough it is and how impossible it is to practice against that.
Yeah, to me, D'Amico is going to have to do what he has to do. I can't tell if he's serious or not. I can't tell if he's serious about when he was saying that, if he was just like saying it.
Like serious about having to pull him off practice?
If he was really going to do it. But to me, if I'm Will Anderson, it's not a funny joke.
I don't think it's funny either.
You should be able to understand and decipher when you should be turning it up at 100% and wrecking shop, as opposed to nobody's got on no damn pads.
Yeah.
And I am coming around the corner on pass plays that I know are pass plays with no pads, with the potential of, one, as you said, making it difficult to even install offense, which I think you speak from an understanding of, you've been out there in those scenarios when you guys are in jerseys and shorts, and this is not a let me see if I can come around and dominate and kick your ass type of setting.
Yeah.
This is we're trying to put stuff in. There's some competition. We're trying to put stuff in and make and you and the position that you play. This is a little different than corners and receivers going one-on-one. Like it'd be like if Kamari is going one-on-one on these drills with Nico or Higgins and then laying their asses out afterwards with no pads on. Like no, they extend this thing, and you're a leader on this team. Like, it shouldn't be a deal of understanding, hey, man, we got to take him off the field because we can't get nothing done. No, man, nobody else. This is a team full of dominant defensive players.
Yeah.
Nobody else is he having to say this about. Nobody else.
Yeah.
Danielle Hunter, I've never heard of some, we got to pull Danielle Hunter. Like, especially to me when you ain't got no pads on. Like, that's silly. There shouldn't be any wrecking shop in practice, and we can't practice when nobody has on pads. Just stop. One, to me, you're not allowing people to get stuff done, and you're coming like a bat out of hell on C.J. Stroud. And by the way, I would assume nobody else is probably going full speed 100% in this thing.
Yeah.
Like they're out on the field on Sunday. And you're bat out of hell towards legs, arms, whatever. It's just be smart and understand where you are.
Well, you're taking the Will Anderson approach, and I don't disagree whatsoever. We hear coaches all the time talking about being professional, taking care of yourself, take care of your teammates, and I don't disagree with that. But if you feel like there is some level of like, boy, I don't ever want to take the sense of urgency and the intensity away from Will, so I either have to let him eat or I got to take him off the field and get him off of practice. I'm at a point where I don't give a rip
how it happens.
Like as a coaching staff this season, this offseason training camp, the Houston Texans offense needs to be able to practice. They need to be able to go out there and have a good pocket for C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud needs to feel what it's like to go through a training camp without having people stepping on your toes. He needs to feel and see the ball leave his hand, and he throws it in a cover 2 window, and he needs to see Higgins and Jalen Noel and Brevin Jordan and Marlon Klein and all these new guys that attack that level of that zone and catch the football and run after. He needs to be clean. He needs to see success. He needs to have success. They need to install this offense so they can put it on film of them running plays, Nick Caley's plays, that you can go watch film afterwards and you can go, boom, that's exactly what that play's supposed to look like, boys. The protection was good. The receiver did this. He idled down in that window. Boom, CJ, you threw it in the right spot. Bang, bang, bang. Running back, you picked up the right dude. Boom, right? Instead, you're blowing the whistle earlier. CJ scrambling. They're talking about CJ scrambled around out there in OTAs yesterday. I mean, like it's just wasted reps for the offense, which is the one unit that absolutely has to get better if you're going to make that run. So they've got to manufacture it. They've got to set practice up for these guys to have success. They have to be able to go back in and watch film when practice is over of themselves having success in Nick Caley's offense for everybody to come and feel good about what they're doing.
You think anybody has said over the last several years, hey, man, chill out?
To Will or to the defense? To
Will. What has anybody said?
No, I don't. The only people that would ever do that is the offense, and I've said it time and time again. I beat the dead horse of like, you ain't got no alphas over there. Joe may have. I wouldn't surprise me if Joe Mixon at some point didn't say, hey, man, would you not step on my damn toes in this walkthrough? Like, Joe may have, but there ain't nobody else out there saying nothing.
Has Daniil walked over there and said, hey,
no,
man.
No, hell no.
Hey, man.
Daniil thinks it's funny. They sit around and laugh. They sit there. That's the thing is you guys. I'm gonna tell you this. Ron.
I think it's funny.
Do you think an offensive-minded head coach would have sat there and watched him practice the way we watched last year?
I don't think so. Not especially not trying to install what they.
Oh, they just started team period over every day. They just start a team period over every day. There's just no. It's not conducive to winning football on the offensive side of the ball. It's just not. And so, I don't know. That was the most important thing. I don't expect them to do a whole hell of a lot with it. But the fact that I know right now that DeMeco Ryans views it through the same lens that I view it from is you can't get nothing done in practice when he's doing that. right? I mean, that is because let's be honest, it wasn't what I'm talking about last year in training camp. What made training camp such a disaster for the offense? It wasn't just Will. It was that they were all pinning their ears back. I mean, it was the whole deal. But Will is obviously the tip of that spear. But it's the whole deal, right? This team,
but he's especially doing it like moments when they're in helmets, jerseys, and shorts. Like
it's even worse, right?
But that is the part that gets me, man.
I agree, but that's got to change, man. It just has to change. If this team, this defense is great. The players are in a position and proven enough to where they don't need to practice for 3 or 4 weeks of training camp at 100 miles an hour to be able to turn it on 100 miles an hour week one. I mean, like I said earlier, if it were me, if I were D'Amico Ryans, I'm telling you what the Texans need to do this training camp. They need to go practice 1, 2, and 3. It's classroom day. We're gonna go. You're gonna go. The ones are gonna go against the 2s, and you're gonna have a lot of success. You're gonna clean everything up, and you're gonna prepare for practice number 4. And practice number 4, I'm telling you, we're gonna do 11 on 11, and you're gonna get Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter's best, and we're gonna see where you at. And then they need to go back to the classroom for 3 days. 3 days of going against the 2s, 3 days of install, 3 days, and then we're going to bring that defense back out there, and we're going to hit you with the best that the NFL has to offer. And then you're going to go back to school again, and you're going to boom. And about 5 days throughout training camp, maybe 5. 5 days throughout training camp, we're going to get 11 on 11 for about 10 to 15 snaps, and we're going to see what you're all about. We're not going to go out there every day, Monday through Friday, and just destroy what little bit of confidence you may have.
Yeah, that is. Yeah, man. It's gonna be you're gonna get somebody hurt, and you're not accomplishing what you need to get accomplished. And they have got to slow that. Coming up, the Astros, they're getting ready for a huge series. You heard Robert Flores say it earlier. Huge series against one of the best teams in the National League, the Milwaukee Brewers. They're coming to town. We'll get you ready for that as the lineup is out. And are you like one of the members of this show? Are you, for the first time, having real hope in the Houston Astros? We'll discuss all that coming up next.
C.J. Stroud addressed his contract situation after OTAs.
Yeah, I mean, I'll let my agent handle it.
tires. Hurt in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and me.
All right, welcome back in. I ain't going to lie to you. Now, listen. Your boy is not a big coffee drinker. Over the years, the only time I've ever really drank coffee is just when I need to. Back in a former work life, when I had to work overnights, and that was all I had to stay awake, I would bang out the coffee if I didn't have anything else. Don't have not tried a lot of different coffees.
You're not a connoisseur.
No, I am not. I don't think I've ever been to Starbucks and had coffee.
Really? Yeah. Well, that's a little too expensive for you.
I mean, I would go. I just don't like it.
You wouldn't. You wouldn't be comfortable spending that.
I have gotten other drinks from there. They've got like a strawberry refreshing thing that I would get all the time. No whipped cream. Not a whipped cream fan. Only on
nipples.
Varsity Blues.
Is that legal?
That is. Yeah, you just can't say the other one.
Mm-hmm.
But they got a little coffee section over there in the old kitchen area.
In the new kitchen area back there, new cafe area that we got.
And I saw one Tyler said
I can smell it.
Vanilla latte.
I can smell it over here.
Hell, I've never had one of those. What is? I've heard people say I've never had one. Why not? This be the time to taste it. Taste it.
Never had a vanilla latte.
Yeah, never ever.
Huh.
That's my go-to. That's when I'm not sure what to order off of a menu.
This sucker's good. Like I just don't like the taste of coffee.
Let me get a drink.
I got to really doctor it up.
I just see if you let me do it.
Vanilla lattes are delicious.
You sniff your drawers.
Let me sniff it, man. Let me sniff it.
Got a nickel.
Like I can do this.
Well, hell yeah, you can.
Wow, that's good.
Why do you think they created it?
I might go for another. Wow,
yeah, that's good.
That is.
Did you put sugar in it or anything?
I didn't add nothing in it.
Really? That's usually my go-to. I stopped at Starbucks today because I'm not a big fan of the coffee we got over there.
That's what I was sipping on in our prep meeting yesterday from Starbucks, vanilla latte.
I can't believe it. I have never. Yes, this is my first one.
Now wait till your heart starts speeding up. You'll really like it.
So I shouldn't get another one.
I would.
Yeah, I don't think you're.
You have blood pressure problems, bro. You probably stick
my
with
medication.
Yeah, I mean, if a cup of coffee makes your heart race, you might have other issues going on.
Yeah, I don't know. It's not making
Tyler's
it race.
in there just hammering like tall boy monsters.
He's got two of them.
The lattes don't make my heart rush anymore, but since it's his first time, I thought it might give him a little kick.
I'm surprised we can't see Tyler's heart beating in his neck from over here.
Is this stronger than regular coffee? This is pure ignorance.
No, I don't think so. I don't think a latte. I think a latte's one shot. I add the extra shot of espresso in mine typically.
Well, that is the thing, though, is lattes. They usually contain espresso shots, one or two or however many.
How many you get, Tyler? What's the most you ever had in a latte?
A lot.
I feel like you've touched 4 before. Hey, can I get 3 extra? I want that vanilla latte grande with 3 extras.
Oh yeah. When I was working nights at that plant over in Baytown, I was getting 3 to 4 extra shots pretty often. Well, not extra, 3 or 4 shots.
I can't say anything because there's been nights where I feel like I've drank 15 Red Bull Grey Goose, but that when I was younger.
Yeah.
But god dang, man.
That 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. shift was killing you, boy.
I used to bang out 2 or 3 like when I used to drive. I used to take the Nashville to Kansas City drive a lot. Murfreesboro to Kansas City drive a lot. I'd bang out those amps. You remember them old Mountain Dew amp?
Mountain Dew.
I mean, that's got to be that's got to be every bit of 9.
Oh, easy.
I was sponsored Dale Jr.
Every bit of 2 of those. Every stop.
Probably good for you.
Probably wouldn't.
Yeah, but I mean, hell, it's better than falling asleep and driving off the side of one of them highways.
Well, yeah.
That's through Little Rock.
That, but
no, you didn't. You went up through Missouri on that one, did St. Louis.
Go through, you go through St. Louis. Yeah, hit Kentucky, St. Louis. Yeah, go through Paducah.
Paducah, Kentucky.
Yeah. Not too bad.
George Wilson was from over there. He ended up he was a receiver at Arkansas and a safety in the league for several years.
Damn, I don't know how the hell I've been missing out on this.
Change your life.
I'm not gonna lie to you. It almost tastes like there's like a Werther's or something in there. I can't describe it. I'm sorry.
Probably not sugar free, I guess.
I want to drop
No,
the Werther's in
Tyler,
there.
I can smell it over here. There's definitely some additives in that, but it smells good.
Additives. Maybe I just got a good one. Love it.
I love this for you.
I was wondering why they only gave me an option of 5 or 6 ounces. It's not letting you
that
throw a whole bunch
espresso.
in there. And not letting you throw a whole bunch in there, I guess. I tried to find 9. All right. The Astros, they will take on the Brewers tonight as Tang. Oh, Tang is getting the ball tonight. Yeah, man. Hey, and by the way, and I'll give this to Dana. I will crush Dana because I still believe Dana should be fired. But Dana said he felt like Tang. I mean, when you throw out a bunch of these, you're bound to maybe be right. He said he felt like Tang could be a starter, and Tang has gotten himself into that rotation by accident, and he's 3-3, and he's got a 2.19 ERA. So he has been pitching pretty well, but he's going to get the ball tonight, see if he can continue doing what he's been doing from a starting perspective. And, of course, if you are guessing and wondering at home, for the 4th straight day, one of the top bats are going to be out of the lineup. I wonder is Joe just going to do this every day?
That was a no-brainer for me.
Trammell is moving out from the cleanup spot to the leadoff spot tonight in left field.
Oh, Payne take it down?
Yep.
Oh, yeah, man.
Yep.
You should have just won 3 or 4 doing it, man. You damn right.
Why not? Yep. Paredes is at third base again. He is batting second. Jordan, though, plays every day. He's the DH, batting third. Christian Walker batting fourth. He's back in the lineup at first base. Cam Smith. Shoemake is at short tonight. And then Jake Myers returns to the lineup. And then Nick Allen, he is at second base tonight with Salazar as the catcher. Cesar Salazar as the catcher tonight. So that is the lineup going up against the Brewers tonight. Taylor Trammell, who's not just a cleanup hitter. He can lead you off too.
I like it, man.
Yeah, do you?
Yeah, move him up and down the lineup and move Shoemake all over the infield. It works.
Yep. So good.
I'm sure it's, hey, man, 3 or 4, man.
There you go. Just keep saying that. Hell, whatever. I mean, it's
5
working.
of 7?
It's working, Joe, I guess.
Or is it 6 of 7?
Do you think
6 of the last 7. We went 4 in a row, then we lost 1, and then it's 6 of the last 7.
Tomorrow, will we have all 4 of them in the lineup, or is he just going to do a rotation and now Jordan will get off?
Nah, Jordan don't take days off. He's on an MVP run.
Just wondering.
I'll tell you this with Jordan.
Right,
real quick, boys, I can tell you this with Jordan. I've seen enough of how well he hits in Globe Field or Globe Life Field or whatever the hell it is. Yeah. I mean, they were just ranting and raving about it. They threw up a graphic that I think the top 10 Ranger hitters with the most home runs in that field. I know it's a newer field, so obviously it wasn't the old Rangers, but Jordan is. I think Jordan was number 9 on the list of total home runs hit in that park. It was him and all including the Rangers players, by the way. I can't help but when that right now the way people have been talking about the Astros being sellers at the deadline, I can't even watch and see and enjoy those kinds of graphics and stats without thinking that he could end up in a Rangers uniform. I've heard enough of that crap for sure.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen.
I mean, if you're Jordan and they decide to sell and they're going to trade you, I believe I don't have to move far, move right up the street to Dallas, and I'll hit that way. I mean,
there's no chance in hell they'd trade him to the Rangers.
The home runs that cat hits,
I know he'd had to get to free agency and go there on his own.
Either way it goes, I don't want to see him in a Rangers uniform.
No, just let him go up there when he goes with the Astros.
I just find it very awesome and quite hilarious that in by far the worst Astros baseball season we have seen to this point in over a decade, we still own Arlington. It's beautiful. Yeah. Baseball runs through H-Town and the Great Lone Star State.
Yeah, with the exception of that ALCS. Hell yeah.
We had 7 of them in a row. It's all right.
You had to bring it up, didn't you?
Well, I'm just saying, just want to be accurate.
We have 2 trophies.
Also, to be accurate,
you had a green green Thursday.
Yeah, by Monday.
To be accurate, Spencer Arrighetti, he is. I thought the Astros were going to have one All-Star, and it was going to be Yordan Alvarez, one All-Star. No, they're going to give multiple ones, and that will be Spencer Arrighetti. The way he is pitching. Last night he goes another 6 innings, 3 hits, 1 earned, and That one earned was one home run, bad pitch. Even in, as Tyler said earlier, he struggled a bit and still did his thing. But he's 7-1 in 8 starts with a 1.34 ERA, one of the best in baseball. This was him on his own words, this recent stretch he's been on.
It's going to be a lot of road trips like this to keep winning. Granted, that was our last 3-team one, thank goodness. But, no, I think that this is really good momentum for the team. Obviously, just knowing and now seeing that we're capable of going on a streak like that makes the vibe in here a lot better. Our starting pitchers have been doing a really great job recently of taking some workload off of the bullpen, and those guys have been awesome when they come in behind us because of it. So I think that relationship change has been obviously a big reason for why we're able to do something like that. But then you look at the offense, man, they keep scoring. They keep playing excellent defense. Like things are kind of clicking in a way for the team, and it's really awesome to see.
Yeah, I think a big thing that's clicking is your ass. And this team is desperate need for somebody to pitch. We thought it was all downhill once Hunter Brown went down, and then we started to see, man, he's going to be gone till mid-June.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, I would not have guessed that Hunter Brown would have thrown up the numbers that he's thrown up. I thought Hunter would have been good, right? But 7-1 with a 1.34 ERA, I wouldn't even have guessed that Hunter would have done that. And Hunter is a Cy Young candidate, and so you could argue he's pitching in a way that's better than what the ace would be pitching like. So it is crazy what he has brought and how huge and important it is for the Astros.
Well, I mean, to your point earlier about the All-Stars, I mean, I think you got Yordan Alvarez, I think you got Spencer Arrighetti, and I think you got Christian Walker that are right there. I mean, to think that you got those three guys playing at an All-Star level and Josh Hader and Hunter Brown are not in that crowd is interesting. But you get those guys back playing at that level, and you can make a little noise.
Yeah, a lot of noise. It's just wild, man. They are making a move. We're making a move, and we'll see what they do against the Brewers as they have them starting a homestand here at the Daikin tonight for a 3-game set. Coming up, Adam Schefter. Wait till you hear what he says about C.J. Stroud and his contract situation. And this is Adam Schefter, maybe the most tied-in guy in the NFL, speaks directly on what he thinks is going to happen with C.J. Stroud's contract situation. You don't want to miss that. We'll play that for you next.
All right, y'all, look.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
From the itty and gritty text line. Now y'all like Trammell being a cleanup hitter in the order? Y'all are laughing your asses off the other day. Give me a break talking out of both sides of your mouth. Nobody likes Taylor Trammell as the cleanup hitter. No one.
You're the only one that took that comment serious, by the way. Serious enough to text that.
Talking out of nobody.
Bet his mom does.
Nobody didn't. He was surprised. That was, by the way, the longest head first slide I've ever seen in my life that he put forth on that double yesterday.
Inertia.
Well,
I mean, he slid for a long, like it just laid there after he got to the bag. Nah, man. Hell, I don't think I don't love him as a leadoff hitter. But I mean, I guess when you look at the order, I mean, the lineup, nowhere else. He seems like a strong 9 hitter.
That's right. 7, 8, 9, somewhere in there.
Help him out, yeah. Help him out there. Start a little speed. Start the maybe a second leadoff hitter.
Depends on if Diaz is healthy. Diaz has got a good hold on the 8-9 hole, so you can't do that. So it'd be 7.
What is the world? Little programming note, guys. This hot off the presses. Coming up Wednesday next week, 7:30. Next Wednesday, Nick Caserio, he is going to be on with Payne and Pendergast. Next Wednesday at 7:30, and I am assured they will confront him about a little something that Adam Schefter's been talking about earlier today.
Yeah, got to ask him about it.
Yeah, Sean and Seth will have the general manager on next Wednesday at 7:30. So set you a
reminder, huh?
There you go. Set your reminder there, and this I'm certain will at least be asked. I don't know what the answer will be. I got a feeling I know what the answer is going to be, but it will at least be brought to Nick Caserio because Adam Schefter, who is one of the most connected guys, you could say one news reporter in the NFL, him and Ian Rappaport.
Is it me or do they favor each other?
I don't think so.
I mean, they're both small on the smaller side, smaller white guys.
Ian and Adam?
Yeah.
Well, they're both nerds.
I want to see them because they are both working for ESPN. I want to see them standing right next to each other.
They don't like each other, do they?
No, they're fine. They're good.
Do they?
Yeah, it's no Jordan. What's his name?
Oh yeah,
Jordan Schultz.
Yes.
Yeah, Jordan Schultz. He's the one who threatened to whoop his ass in his dad's Starbucks
as he towered over him.
Yeah, he's the one who threatened.
Ian?
Yeah, it was Ian. Not Adam. Adam's a Michigan man. Wouldn't dare happen.
Adam's got a. Like I will say the difference between Ian, you almost feel sorry picking on him, like just the look. I don't know how. I mean, I have seen him in person, so he's small. They're both small, but
he's Hobbit-like.
Yeah, but Ian is one like you just. Hey man, I'd feel bad. Adam is one like you just like pretty punchable.
You want to give him one good one.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying I would never. But if I did, I think I'd feel worse if I did it to Ian.
Yeah, if you had to, you feel good about Jay Glazer.
Oh yeah, Jay. Yeah. Oh
you
no,
feel
yeah,
good about
Jay.
Throwing,
Yeah. Well,
throwing
but
right
Jay,
to Jay.
no, well, Jay, you got to be careful. There may be a little bit of a wrestling background there. He'll have been in a pretzel or something.
He's lifted.
I'm pretty sure that Ian and Adam don't have any wrestling or any kind of UFC in their background. I'm pretty sure I'd.
Nerd alert.
But I don't want to be physical with either one of them. But like,
if you had,
Ian, you would like if they both did something that made you just look. I got to slap the piss out of you.
Like Jordan
I
Schultz.
would feel bad about. I would feel bad about Ian. I don't know that I'd feel bad about Adam. I would feel like I was picking on Ian. Adam, I think I could probably live with.
I just want to beat them up and get all their contacts.
Steal their black book.
The contacts. Yeah, that's what. And then feed them to Tyler. Get them. God, those are valuable. All right.
Yeah, bring it to me.
But this was Adam Schefter. He was on the Pat McAfee show, and AJ Hawk, who is a co-host on the show, hit Adam Schefter with a question about C.J. Stroud.
The Texans going to pay C.J. Stroud? What's going on? I picked up his fifth-year option. What's the deal there? Is he getting paid before the year starts?
My guess is he does. That's my guess, that they've been paying their players. And if I had to guess and bet on the Texans and how they handle it, I would say that C.J. Stroud gets paid this offseason. And I would say by the time the season begins, C.J. Stroud has a new deal. That's my guess. That's my hunch. We'll see if it plays out. He got his haircut this week. That was big, too. But at least he showed a new haircut to people. I thought it looked very good. C.J. looked very sharp there with that new haircut.
Unnecessary. But
like I said, nerd.
Yeah.
I think he does look sharp.
713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, you can jump in on this as well. Does this change your thought process at all in regards to C.J. Stroud potentially getting an extension before the season starts? Because he said he thinks before the season starts, he said it's a hunch. Talked about they play their players and understanding who this is coming from. This isn't just coming from, somebody that isn't as connected. This is coming from one of the most connected guys in the NFL. Does this make you feel any different about him potentially getting an extension?
No, it doesn't. I don't think. I think that was a response to a question about C.J. Stroud, and I think it's a lot better to say yeah he will than hell no, they ain't gonna pay him. I think there's the national coverage of C.J. Stroud. I think is very different than local. I think the people that covered the team on a day-to-day basis and a game-to-game basis, practice to practice, I think probably see this thing a little bit different than most of the guys. The people that I'm talking about people that are covering the team, not the friends, the friends kind of deal and fans kind of deal. I'm talking about the folks that cover the team. I think probably see it a little bit different. Like he just said, that they're paying their guys. Well, they're paying their guys on the defensive side of the ball, and Nico, I guess, right? I mean, if you look at kind of where they've gone, they've paid guys that are playing at the top of their position on the defensive side of the football more so than anything. I don't think that pertains to it. It doesn't move the needle for me at all with C.J. Stroud. I may be wrong, but I don't think he's getting paid. I would argue that it would be silly for C.J. Stroud to be out there yesterday at all, taking a snap and taking a drop and throwing the football if he knew that he, a month away from signing a life-changing contract. It'd be silly for him to even be out there.
Yeah, it's the only thing, and for me, I take it at least a bit serious because of the source, but it is the only thing that we have seen that goes counter to what we've seen, that we felt like C.J. Stroud is still on a prove-it type of situation for the Texans. And it seemed like they were accepting of it. Now, I think what C.J. said yesterday in regards to the contract situation, I think let us know that he believes he is deserving of it. And this isn't just you know what, you're right, man. I'm with you, man. I need to prove some more. He clearly believes he's held up his end of the bargain, as he said yesterday. But yeah, there's been no real actions or words that would say, yeah, man, they're in talks. There's nothing that we've heard. Now, I will say we don't always hear the Texans in the works with situations that they just come up and they'll all of a sudden have come to a deal with somebody. But we've not heard anything at all, locally or nationally. That's the first thing we've heard. And they seem to have been pretty clear he's the quarterback for us this year. And now CJ even said it yesterday.
Yeah.
So both sides were really clear. And you're right, it's weird that the quarterback who you would look at as not just the most important piece, but also the most expensive piece, that you probably would be in the works to have gotten that done before you go into camps. And into the other side, as you said, if you were working on a contract, why would you be, on the field? So the only reason to me to take it serious, and I take it serious, that will make me look at this a little bit more is because this is Adam Schefter.
That's fair.
Adam and Ian. And it used to be Diana Rossini, but if they were to...
Yeah, she didn't make it this year, did she? She fell out of the rankings. Hard fall. Yeah.
When they would say things, when they would say things, it would scream like, "Oh, that's something you need to look out for," because generally down the line, it. But he had a date. He said he thought before the season. He said that's his hunch, and I don't believe Adam Schefter's hunches are not just things that he's pulling out of his ass. So I don't know. I'm at least watching this.
I guarantee when I hunch, there ain't nothing in or out of that. I mean, just being clear.
Somebody wants you to explain something to him, Clint, because what you're saying makes absolutely no sense.
Well, then I'm not. If you're not trying, if you think that, then you don't want me to explain it to you. You just wanted to tell me that it didn't make sense.
Why wouldn't he be on the field? He's under contract regardless.
Who?
CJ.
Because if you're CJ Stroud and you know you're 10 days, 2 months, month away from a contract to take the field and take the risk of
Will Anderson coming around the corner.
Yes, of anything. You snap an Achilles, that deal is off the table. They're not going to pay you $55 or $60 a year. If you knew it was and if you knew that you were just going to miss a handful of OTA days and you could stand on the sideline in your beanie and not and be in good graces, and everybody knew that, hey man, he's fixing to get a contract, it's going to be water under the bridge, then that's the only reason or the only way that I would say it would make sense for CJ Stroud to quote unquote hold out, or let's just call it a sit out until he gets his guaranteed money. That's why. If you were guaranteed a contract for $50 million a year tomorrow, would you practice today? No, you wouldn't. Be silly if you did that. Yeah. And if your representation said, hey man, we feel really good about getting this deal done next month, we might want you to lay up. We might want you to lay up in the movie room for a month or so to make sure we get this thing. Yeah. I mean, I'm just telling you that would make sense, right? Holding out right now to try to put pressure on a team to force a contract, I think would be silly. That would be a lack of awareness of kind of where he's at and what the team's been saying and how he finished the season and all that kind of jive, right? If there was a deal on the table and his agent knew there was a deal being worked out that he would potentially agree to, I think it would be silly for him to go out there in OTAs and participate. Personally, I mean, look, you can disagree, but it's not a bad take.
Kind of the way it goes. Yeah, nobody.
I am a practice at all cost guy. They came to me and said, "Hey, Clint, man, we got 2 or 3 OTA practices, but we got this contract. We figure we'll get worked out in the next 10, 12 days." I'd be like, "All right, I'll see you in 10 or 12."
Yeah, and as you're saying,
I wouldn't lift weights.
They never put Will Anderson in a situation where he had to make that decision.
No, that's the other part of it,
they
right?
They made that deal already on the table where he didn't have to. Because that was one you kept saying. If I were Will, I would not step foot on the field.
Not a chance. Because you knew it was coming. Because you knew you were going to get it. It was just a matter of a couple of million here or there. It was just a matter of guaranteed money. You knew it was coming. I ain't stepping on the field again. If I knew it was coming, and everybody was working towards that contract coming, I'm not stepping on the damn field. And the truth be told, the team wouldn't mind if you didn't. If D'Amico Ryans knew you had if he knew you had now if y'all had a conversation and everybody involved knew the team wasn't real interested, or y'all were $10 million a year apart away from an agreement and you decided to sit out, now we got problems. But no, shoot, I'm just telling you, you got life-changing money coming in the next month. Yeah, I'll be real careful.
All right, coming up, a little 5 o'clock fire. We'll get you ready for the Astros as they get set to come back home for a huge series against a really, really good Milwaukee Brewers team. We'll let you hear from the lieutenant who is trying to get his captain status back as he talks about the current status of his team and how they're coming back. The NBA, the conference finals, we will have a Game 7. We'll look at what happened last night and the feeling of the finals. And, whoo! Texas Tech get a little spicy. But is Joey Maguire really about that life, or is he trying to do stuff that he knows can't happen and make people look bad? We'll discuss all of that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I thought this was a grand slam by C.J. Stroud. He emphasized very
Headline, not after.
West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Tang's biggest role isn't in NASA's space program, it's right here on Earth.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, old dirty show, T-Mill have the latest. And the latest is the Astros. They're going to try to continue to stay hot. And it is very important that they continue to try to dig themselves out of this hole. They are now 6 games under 500, just 2.5 out of the Mariners in the AL West, coming off of taking 3 or 4 from the Rangers. They come home and play a really good Brewers team. We'll get you set up for the starters and the lineup. But first, here was Joe Espada, the lieutenant, going back for his captain status, baby. Joe Espada talking about how to sustain this current run they're on.
Consistency, how we prepare ourselves. That is the key. Pitching is coming around. Guys in the bullpen is starting to settle in, getting big outs for us. The guys are slugging. We're getting healthy. That's huge. We're getting some guys coming back. That creates momentum. Not just on team. Also, we're starting to feel complete. Our team is coming together.
All right, team's coming together, baby. Wait till they get some of the big guns back. And, he's definitely gonna have to believe that, and it is coming together. At least right now, we'll see this next stretch to continue to make this push will be big, because if you lose 2 out of 3 or something like that, and you're once you get yourself in that hole, you got to continue to try to make moves. And I think the big thing is he sat there that's really making a turn is pitching, and tonight. They get Tang on the mound, who has been really, really good. He started in the bullpen, and now he has taken one of those spots. He is 3-3, and he's got a 2.19 ERA, Clint. And the rest of this series
position and give us a chance to win, whether it's early on or they go deep into the game. If they give us a chance to win, then it's going to speak volumes for where the Astros are right now. I think if this crew, again, Tang, Lambert, and MI, if all 3 of those guys can put us in position in the 6th or 7th inning, 5th, 6th, 7th inning in that range to be within reach of a run or a couple of runs versus this opponent, then I think we're in good shape. I think it'll speak volumes for where the Astros actually are, and lend a little bit of validity to the run that we've been on so far.
Yeah, so that's what it is, and that's been the change, the pitching. Right? They played 4 games against the Rangers. 1 game they got blown up in the first inning and gave up 8 runs. In the other games, they pitched really well, and they were able to come out and win. And hell, you like you said, you stay close. If teams are foolish enough, Jordan he'll try to win the game by himself, and he has shown to do that. The lineup is out tonight, and behind Tang, Trammell, who has been up and down the lineup. He's been in the leadoff spot. He's in the leadoff spot tonight. He has been at the cleanup spot, the 5 spot. He is leading off in left field tonight. Paredes behind him back at third base. And Jordan, who is as hot as anybody in the league, he is batting third. And then Christian Walker behind him after a night off yesterday. As you see there, Jeremy Pena, he is out of the lineup today. So this is Pena today, Christian Walker yesterday, the game before that, Paredes. So he's giving those guys, well, I hope tomorrow doesn't mean Jordan's day off.
Yeah, we'll get them good and rested up, man. Make sure you get them boys good and rested up while we try to make this run here. So, look, it's day in, day out. I don't understand.
Just got to go with it now.
I don't understand the load management piece of the Astros organization and what they're deciding to do with guys. I hate it. It doesn't matter that the guy that fills in swings the bat well. That has no bearing on my opinion of the load management. What I think is excessive, especially in a time when you need to put your best foot forward to dig yourself out of this hole. You need to take control of it. You don't just need to get back in the mix. You need to take control of this terrible ass division you're in, and we're prioritizing rest days for guys that typically play damn near every game in a season. So I don't know.
It's a long season, y'all.
I mean, with Pena, you can argue, hey man, he's been injured and he's just kind of working his way back. Maybe I thought he's been back long enough now to get back to resume regular scheduled.
You're right. Those are guys like Walker, Pena, Paredes are guys.
And clearly Alvarez now.
But at least Jordan would get days off. Those are guys that play over 150.
Yeah. On this team, you had Los Correa, you had Pena, and you had Walker. Those three guys typically play damn near every night. And in a moment when you need to put your best foot out there, it seems like you got some load management priorities going on. But hey, to each their own. It's working now. They're obviously winning games and on this run, and hopefully we can keep it going against a one of the better teams in the National League.
Yep. And then the cliff drops. Cam Smith coming in at right field. Shoemate. And then Jake Myers in center field tonight with Nick Allen and Salazar. So, again, boy, those three down in the middle, boy, got to get it really going. Got to really get it going. And, hey, Taylor Trammell should see pitches.
Look, Taylor swung it well. The reality of it is, Cam, I know he's, some folks may be down on him. I believe you got to stick with Cam through thick and thin. I mean, he's a guy that there's enough there to commit to. I mean, if you're going to commit to Jake Myers the way that you have over the last handful of years, Cam Smith has got to get that love, no doubt about it. But Cam's a guy that can change the game with one swing of the bat as well. By the way, did y'all see the catch he made last night?
Yeah, good
God, what a play, man.
He had Todd faked.
Yeah. Yeah, hell, he had me fake too. I mean, I'm listening to Todd. I'm like, yeah, Todd, he doesn't like it. And he popped that thing out of his glove. It was
what is going on?
I mean, look, you're playing that kind of defense, and I know it's not always been pretty, but the ability to play that kind of defense and the ability to swing the bat the way we know he can swing it, the speed, the athletic ability, he's a guy that I think you got to see it through with him. But the point being is he's a guy in that lineup that has got the pop and the ability to change the game with one swing.
It'd be nice if they could get him really going again. Yeah. All right, that is what's happening at the Daikin tonight. Brewers in town to face the Astros, see if they can stay hot.
Tang, it's a kick in the glass.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the NBA playoffs, Clint. You and Tyler, and let's check out best bets. I'm guessing with Wemby's performance, little touch and go because the Thunder not to show, but I think you got in there just clear on them 28 points. That Wemby got last night.
You called the SGA rebounds prop probably not hitting. Damn it!
It was just up and down like what he's done. He didn't really hit anything. They as a whole didn't appear to want to be there.
It seemed like to me the refs decided they were going to let them boys play in the perimeter.
You little handsy.
Yeah, I mean there was just times with SGA out there, and they were. I mean, and a lot of times it was when they didn't even have the ball. I mean, the way that the intensity that what's the kid that starts with a V?
Vassell.
The intensity that he plays defense with and was allowed to play defense with.
It was pass interference.
Oh, no question. I mean, he had Chet. He had Chet and Pretzel last night, and they didn't call it.
No, when SGA now I believe Oklahoma City's Lou Dort's being able to do it too.
Sure, agreed.
But he's coming across. I mean, it's pass interference. Like you just can't two-hand touch. I mean, 2 hands in the chest, man. Yeah. As soon as he tries to go back.
The Allen kid made it so obvious that when he lowered his shoulder and hit SGA in the back on it, like trying to get a rebound or something. Like they had to call that one.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, here's the thing: if refs, which I don't think this is going to happen in Oklahoma City, obviously, but if the refs are going to allow them to play like that, and again play like that on the perimeter, I think they've been playing like that versus Wemby and underneath. I mean, they've been beating the hell out of Wemby and holding the hell out of Wemby. I think that's been well documented. But if they're going to allow them to play like that and that aggressive on SGA, that changes the entire game. That'll change Game 7, no doubt about it. Now, I don't expect that they'll do that. But if they do, man. I mean, because the Spurs got a couple of guys that it seems like they really, really like to be ultra aggressive and play that get in your face. And maybe bully ball.
They're allowed to. Yeah, Johnson and Vassell.
Allen.
And Castle is the one who's really – Castle would have been called for 12 illegal contacts or pass interference. He's Like, SGA's coming down, my man is. And like I said, they're doing it on the other side. My man, 2 hands in the chest. Right? Like, the hell with everybody talking about, they wouldn't be able to play in hand checking. No, they are hand checking in this series.
They're giving forearm shivers.
But anyway, the Spurs win last night as Clinton Tyler thought they would, 118-91. Wemby 28-10 and 3 blocks. SGA led the Thunder in scoring with 15, which is just – it was a 20-0 run in the third quarter that really blew it open, and the Spurs end up winning that quarter 32-13 to put the game away, which is why I said it was a bit dicey for Tyler, because Wemby didn't really have to play in the fourth quarter, and luckily he got to 28, which I think it was 27.5, and luckily he got to 28.
Nailed it.
I'll be honest with you, T. I was not thinking about your bet, but I was damn sure thinking, boy, I don't even know why he's playing in the fourth quarter. You're up 23, and I know you can't take your foot completely off, but the minute if SGA went on the floor, they clearly ain't trying to come back. I'd have had Wemby's tired ass sitting over there next to me, resting up a bit. Oklahoma City clearly in that fourth said, "Come over here, boys. Let's save us for Game 7."
Listen, man, I got to say, this series is going 7. This has been an awful series.
It's not what you wanted, is it?
Outside of Game 1, they've been
you're right.
Blowout.
Game 1, it's like it's going 7, and it's giving us something to talk about. I've been disappointed in the series. Game 1 set us off. It was like, oh, my God, we're going double overtime. Victor's hitting 28-footers to tie the game. SGA is making plays, and we're making plays. Every other game, as you said, Tyler, has been a double-digit game, and not just double-digit, not like one of those that just got away. In every one of these fourth quarters, like, you pretty much knew who was going to win the game. Just pretty much. And I'll be honest with you, I'm disappointed in the 2 stars. Every other game, somebody has a Harden-like performance.
Yeah.
Like every other.
They play a little better at home, don't they?
Well, a couple of them been at home. Some have been on the road. But like SGA last night, what was that? What the hell was that? I mean, he's 6 for 18 or something like that, whatever that was. Wemby the night before, 4 for 15.
He's tired, Coach.
And he's tired. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, man. I just like to have one game, again,
well, maybe the Game 7.
In the series, where both the stars show up, both the teams show up, and nobody just gets their asses kicked.
That is a good. On the east side, you got the Knicks beating the brakes off of everybody. I don't think anybody stayed within 11 points of them. Right? Their games were
except
all
for the first one. Except for the first one when they had nope. You're right. They won that one.
And then you got this right here. And then you got this right here, which it seems to be an even matchup, but one team just seems to take every other night off. So
it's a 7-game series that has not been a real interesting series. Like, I've moved off. I went to beat Bobby Flay last night.
Can I?
And she won with a fish dish. Go ahead.
Hey, the most interesting thing, not the most interesting thing, but by the way, I want to just go ahead and pat myself on the back. As we knew, C.J. Stroud has been on this TV about 15 times in the last couple of hours. Mm-hmm. He is definitely the lead story right now. C.J. Stroud at OTAs, no extension. Am I the only one that and I've thought this from jump. I meant to talk about it about a month ago. What is Jacoby Brissett doing?
Oh, I don't know. What is? He's holding out with the Cardinals.
I mean, what are we doing?
Hey man, this is his time to get money.
But it's not.
He said, this is my time to get money.
He ain't that guy.
Well, he's that guy with the Cardinals. I mean, what's their other option?
No, Gardner Minshew. That's all they're going to do is hand it to Gardner Minshew.
Yeah, Gardner Minshew. Listen. Go back and watch that final game again.
Look, I'm not saying I'm not saying that either one. I'm not saying it's ideal, but I mean Jacoby Brissett. I mean, literally,
this is his chance,
bro.
baby.
He's not at OTAs. You ain't that dude.
This
Jacoby.
is his chance. He is that dude for the Arizona Cardinals.
You're on this team and making $15 million a year, so you can be at OTAs and mentor these cats.
Yeah. No, he's out there. No,
I mean he acts like he's with the squad that plans on winning games next year.
That's what he was before last year. He is now the guy who
come on, show. You can't be the journey back that goes from dysfunctional organization to dysfunctional organization and be holding out. Chief.
You're a journeyman quarterback until you're not. Now he is the Arizona Cardinals answer. They traded Kyler and they got Gardner.
They got a rookie too. They got old buddy out of Miami last year.
Oh, yeah.
He can't play dead in a horror movie.
Yeah, he not only can he not play dead in a horror movie, he looks like he sleeps in coffins with Arthur Blank.
He does. Them dark circles.
His eyes sunken in. It looks like him. I feel like I see him, SGA, and Arthur Blank.
I mean,
all sleeping in coffins.
I hate to say it. I mean, at the first couple of times I saw him, I was like, "There's got to be some drugs involved." But I think it's just bad. I think it's just bad genes. I bet his daddy's got real bad dark circles.
SGA looks like he was in Vampire in Brooklyn.
SGA he got circles around his eyes.
He looks like a vampire.
I mean, I don't think I've ever noticed it.
Wait, he got it like it's a little sunken in the eyes right here, and oh boy,
do that again. Where's that?
Sunken in right here in the eyes. So sunken in.
Butthole eyes.
He looked like he was
butthole eyes.
He was one of the extras.
You talking about because they're kind of purple?
One of the extras on Once Bitten.
That's what I call
with Jim Carrey. Bite the hell out of your ass. What it
I
looks
never thought about it like that. That is old color, same color, isn't it?
Holy smokes! Got them old starfish eyes.
Why'd you say it like
chicken?
Starfish
chicken eyes.
Coming up next. D-Mill's best bets. He got off to a good start yesterday. See if he can finish a Friday off as well. And how you feeling about CJ? CJ, we are now starting to see CJ this year, and it feels like a different CJ. Not just from the haircut. We've heard from him now.
Haircut's good, though.
For the first time since the season started. But how are you feeling? Are you feeling any different about CJ Stroud now that you've seen him the start of this season? We'll discuss that next.
CJ Stroud addressed his contract situation after OTA. at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, T-Mill's best bets coming up. T-Mill's best bets coming up. I feel like I was violated, fellas.
Oh, no.
You were violated.
T-Mill 2 for 3. He's in the green. He's trying to finish off being in the green for Friday as well, a little baseball. So that's coming up.
How'd you get violated?
That's coming up here in just a bit.
Oh, you don't want to talk about it right now?
So you all may not know this. We're getting our floor renovated, and our restrooms are down. And the people on the 20th floor been so kind to give us access to go up there. And we've been having to go up there for, I don't know, a couple month here, or whatever. So I run it up there, take a leak. That latte is so good.
Ran through you?
Vanilla latte. Got a little water over here as well. It ran through me. Went in there, got a good one in.
Bowel movement?
Urine, one. And kind of pull up. Turn to go walk to the restroom, or go walk to the sink. And the door just busts through, and it's a young lady. She comes right in, 5 steps in.
Oh, no.
I said, ma'am? She said, oh, is there anyone else in here? I said, I don't.
Does it matter? Clearly I am.
Well, hey, boys.
I said, I don't think so. And then I went to go, and she goes, oh, okay. I think the women's one's out of order, so I need to use this one. I said, oh, okay. I'm gonna wash my hands here. Then
really.
I'll let you lady. I just washed my hands, and she was it. No, she didn't close the door. Like, she stood there with the door open as I washed my hands. And then I came out, and there's another gentleman coming in the hallway. He's like, what's going on? I was like, I guess it's out of order. So she went to go use that one. I guess you have to wait till she comes out.
I mean, I feel like if the shoe was on the other foot, that could potentially be a lawsuit.
Absolutely. I think
double standards.
She stood at that door while I was washing my hands. I said,
can we get a description?
Custodian.
I mean, not that it matters, but
jeans. Looks like she was late 20s, early 30s.
Not a custodian.
Oh, youngster, huh?
Mm-hmm. Brunette.
Did you get a name?
No,
it feels like a Stephanie.
I didn't. I'll be honest with you. Very much like when we were at that baseball game, Tyler, and I got shook up and I gave that bad response. I can't remember what I said to those young ladies who invited me to the restroom with them. I forgot what I said to them.
I already thought you were crazy the way you're reading those peanuts.
Yeah, I forgot. But I got shook up in that moment, standing there like, what's going on here? Is somebody gonna jump out here?
So 1 to 10, attractiveness.
Man, I didn't
those
look that
ladies
hard.
at the game had a few El Tiempo margaritas.
Well, I mean, you don't have to look hard to get a 1 through 10. Just a glance.
Would I in my heyday? Of course, but I mean, I don't.
Well, I knew that. He said in my heyday.
I couldn't.
I mean, 6 or better. You didn't get. You mean you sat there and had that conversation?
I didn't.
You can't give me a number.
It was not. It was a. I turned. I had just put my Johnsonville in, and I turned, and I'm stepping, and the door comes bursting open, and I'm like, "What's going on here?" So I wasn't focused on. I just saw she had on a black
6?
shirt. I don't know, man.
Higher or lower 4?
I think higher.
Okay.
I just don't. I know she had on jeans and a black shirt, and she's a brunette. And I washed my hands real fast and got out of there.
I mean, that's ballsy to just bust in the men's bathroom.
Keep the door open. That's the thing. She
You could have stuck your ear in there. Hey, anybody in there? I mean, just barging
in,
and then see you and just have a convo.
Text line. No, I did not get her phone number.
Damn.
Feels like a step.
In your heyday, you may not have needed it.
Feels like a step. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, I can't
share it all.
Wow.
You mean give you a tear that double wide? It's back in the heyday move.
Heyday, yeah.
Hello.
Heyday would have been a bit different.
Hello.
Yeah, that caught me off guard there just a little
Same
bit. There.
time tomorrow. Same place, same time tomorrow.
I'm gonna go use the restroom again. See what I can
see there. Get a better look this time. At least give us a number, man. Jeez.
I'm just kidding. Yeah, that was that caught me off guard there a little bit there. All right.
You think she sniffs her shirt or her drawers?
No, there's no chance. Yeah, I don't think so. All right. Before we get to T Mill's best bets, here was C.J. Stroud speaking about his off season and what he's committed to and how it's going.
Just being me. I didn't really switch anything crazy. I mean, I just kind of, got back home, got to work, and just, stayed around my tribe and my village and, just focused on, my family, my friends, and just getting myself away from football for a while, then picked it back up and, decided to work hard. So I think every year, every offseason, I kind of attack it better. And just because you're young, you really don't know better. You don't really get an off season in college. So, you get to the NFL, you have to learn every year, like, what's for you.
All right, there he is kind of talking about his off season. And Clint, we really heard from him for the first time because he has stayed, as he talked about there, he has stayed low key. We hadn't seen a lot of him. But it's clear by his look, his physique, he has been working on his body. There's been some improvements like he's in the quote-unquote best shape of his life. But we also heard from him for the first time really since the post-game in the New England situation, and he does feel different. It feels like a different C.J. Stroud, and I guess what I'm wondering is, has he changed how you're feeling about him? Has he changed your thought process about C.J. Stroud, just seeing what's led up to this point of his offseason and hearing from him for the first time?
Yeah, look, I don't love that soundbite, just to be clear. But yes, I think the overall press time he had with the media yesterday, I thought is, there's a chance that going to year 4, there's been some development, there's been some maturity, there's been some hardening. He's seen the mountaintop with his rookie year, that performance, and he's seen obviously how the league and people beat you up when you're at your lowest, and so I think he's seen kind of the ebbs and flows of a career of a season. I think he's had a lot of success through it. He's also experiencing being the quarterback of a defensive driven team and the challenges that come with that. And I'm hoping here that all of these things happen and we're getting a different version of C.J. Stroud. So. Yeah, I mean, it seems like it's a small sample size. I don't want to overthink this, but it seems like the guy that I heard in that presser yesterday sure seemed to be wired a little different. Than the previous C.J. Stroud. I loved what I heard from him overall, and I think there's definitely, there's no thinking to it. I mean, he's a good enough player, Ron, where if he shifts to a little bit more rough around the edge, a little bit more willing to ruffle feathers and kind of be his own man instead of repeat these company lines all the time, I could really get down with CJ, no doubt.
It almost feels like, and I know this may be a little too much. It almost feels like somebody who's lost their innocence, and we're seeing that personality move, right? I think it has probably been – I don't think he has gone through – and he's lost some big games at Ohio State against Michigan. I don't think he has gone through a period of doubt in how people are talking about him and a turn on probably to him some people have had on him in his life.
Yeah.
And as I think I said this earlier, it feels like this entire situation from the postseason and what people are saying about him, the doubt that people have on him, the what it appears how the organization looks at him right now in terms of giving him an extension, which they've given to everyone but him up to this point. It seems like all of this has hardened him and kind of made him feel different and in a different space.
I call it hardened, call it developed, however you want to couch it. There's there's definitely I've always thought that there's a certain level of insecurity associated with C.J. Stroud and kind of how he conducts his business. And you know, I think that presser, he exuded confidence and you know, again, professionalism and maturity, and it's definitely a change. Now we'll see if that's just a one-time thing, and once real football starts and the criticism cranks back up and the doubt cranks back up, or the good play and bad play and the ebbs and flows of a season, once that cranks back up, do we go right back to the other guy, or is that real? But I definitely think that it appears in that presser yesterday there was a little bit of a swing, a little bit of a hardening, which I think is a good thing for CJ.
All right, coming up, be ready. We'll do T. Mill's best bets to end the week as he tries to stay in the green. That'll be coming up right on the other side. And some news, and this is best bet, some news coming out of the Western Conference Finals that just came out. We'll discuss all of that coming up next.
Serta Pro Painters, y'all, I tell them about it all the time.
the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business. Dial 877-WEB-NOW-1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Orange Theory Fitness. Book your first workout class for free at orangetheory.com.
Like, oh my God, Tyler.
Good hell.
Oh my God.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, coming up behind us, Texans All Access. John McClain will be live with the fellas tonight, so stay tuned for that. Also, Area 45, Patrick Creighton and Tyler Milner tonight. Is that what we got here?
Damn, T-Mill in the building.
Wow.
It's a T-Mill takeover.
And
T-Mill on the mic?
Colin is producing that thing, but T-Mill and Patrick Creighton tonight, 7 to 11.
That is correct.
That's good, man. I have to jump on there, man. They'll have our guy, Hotel Lobby Bobby. Little vodka, just a splash of cranberry juice.
Just to pink it up a bit.
2 Chainz. Bobby 2 Chainz. Bob Nightingale will join the show tonight, and they'll also have the post-game show as well. See if the Astros can continue this run that they're on as they take on the Brewers tonight at the Daikin. Live and local. Coming up until 11 o'clock, and they got T-Mill on a Friday night with Patrick Creighton. Friday Night Delight.
Gonna get your weekend started.
Good for you,
right.
T-Millie. Get that, hey, hot mic that mug now.
I got to.
And I ain't talking about pushing that button back here, boy.
These takes better start coming out galore.
Oh, no question.
All right,
what do you got on the docket, man? What are you bringing fire on? You know yet?
Everything.
Well, I know you're gonna bring the fire on everything.
All of it.
Okay, fair.
Oh man, everything.
Hey, that's fair.
That's impressive.
I think you ought to really get creative.
You put me in a box.
I think you ought to get creative with that K-Way Tang. I think there's something there for you.
Little tang there.
Little tang.
He's a kick in a glass.
Yeah. You can't hide behind your drops now, baby. You gotta voice them bad boys.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
You can't press tang now. You gotta
use the old voice box tonight.
Use the word. Well, speaking of using your old voice box, let's do it right now. T-Mill's best bets. You can go to @T-Mill Real Deal. He'll have them posted there. Yes, once again, he went 2 for 3 in the green yesterday. He's got 3 more baseball bets. What you got for the people?
I got 3 going around MLB tonight. First, the Giants, as they get Logan Webb back on the mound. He's been injured here as of late. Had a terrible start the last time. I don't know if that was due to his injury that he eventually left with. But Logan Webb back on the bump for the Giants, so I like them to win it in Colorado at Coors Field against the Rockies. Odds at -150. Giants money line. Second best bet on a Friday, I'm taking the Rays money line as they're going to be hosting the lowly Los Angeles Angels, who you find in the basement of the AL West. And then your third and final best bet is old reliable. Like this one a lot, obviously. Yordan Alvarez over 1.5 total bases. Been a pretty solid wager for us this season with a lot of money in pockets. So bet that one, lock it in. Favorite one of the night. Those are your 3 best bets.
Hey, can I get in with you on that Yordan?
You sure as heck can.
I feel pretty good about it, man.
Maybe the Brewers don't know, let's not pitch to him.
Oh, well, I think they're confident enough to. They're not the Rangers. I think they're confident enough to at least to start the series and at least to start the game. It don't take but one swing of the bat for this hit to hit anyway. We don't need but one.
Their manager's a real hard ass too. So, Pat,
that's right.
Yeah, you got to look at him in his face. Looks like he's coaching the wrong sport.
Fun stat for the Astros fans out there: Yordan leads the entirety of Major League Baseball in OPS with a 1.073. That is quite amazing. He has 20 homers. That's That's good for second best in Major League Baseball, first in the American League. He can get this bet for you in one swing of the bat. Just put it down.
See if he can
Did
get
he
it
hit
done.
one last night?
Jordan? No, he didn't get it. He didn't
Always
get
a
a chance
question.
I thought he did. When I was watching at one point, I thought he did the opposite field.
No,
but
it was scary. What I know right off the bat, they walked him in the first inning, and then he came around on that Paredes home run. But they wasn't gonna let him do nothing. Not no more.
That old backup manager said,
that backup manager.
Not on my watch.
Hell no, man. not
Not on my watch. Not again tonight.
Described. At T-Mill Real Deal, you can find those best bets. You know what? We were talking about earlier the situation that D'Amico brought up yesterday with Will Anderson here, and I thought you had a really good idea of how to maybe go about getting the Texans offense prepared to face this defense and still be able to do the things they need to do to gain confidence and install things. But this is what D'Amico talked about with Will Anderson, and this is something we've talked about the last 2 years on this with this team, especially during training camp. This was D'Amico bringing up his thoughts about Will Anderson during practice.
Yeah, Will continues to wreck practice. I'm probably going to have to sit him out here soon because we have to be able to actually practice. So he just keeps wrecking practice. So just keep doing that, keep causing havoc. That's what he does. And I was showing guys that's what he does on Sundays as well. So it's no surprise that Will is the guy for everyone to watch of the intensity at which we operate. That's how Will Anderson plays. That's how I want everybody to be.
All right, I thought you had a good idea of maybe once a week is when you go ones versus ones. And that because I think you still want your offense to take advantage of, hey, you get a chance to go up against the best of the best potentially every single day or the opportunity to do that, and you want to see how your team stacks up against that because most teams they play won't be as difficult as what the Texans are bringing to the table. So you want to use that. But you also want to have your team to have confidence, to be able to install things, some good live reps, not just live reps that are just things you can't do nothing with. So I did kind of like the idea of maybe once a week potentially you running up against the one.
Yeah, look, I think when you look at the Houston Texans, I mean, it's obvious that the quickest way for them to improve as a team, the quickest way to put themselves in position to improve beyond the second round of the playoffs, to win the division, to potentially get a home field advantage for multiple rounds. The quickest way to improve your position and improve your team is for the offense to be better, and it's as common sense and as plain as day obvious that the right way to do that is to allow this offense to install and improve off of last year in an environment where they end every day or more days than not, they end in a really good state of mind with a lot of confidence, seeing success. Right? And the way in which you do that, it's going to have to be manufactured. You can't roll out there every day the way they did last year in training camp, which was absolute criminal with what they did to Nick Caley and C.J. Stroud last year. You can't roll out there and unleash the hounds with the best defense, the most chaotic defense in the league on your offense every single day to end practice and think they're going to install efficiently and think that they're going to progress confidently throughout the camp. You simply can't do it. And hearing the coach talk about how disruptive Will is and how he's going to have to sit him out of practice, I think is the tip of the iceberg. It's a start to acknowledge the problem. But the reality of it is I believe that you've got to these coaches have to set up practice for this offense to improve and this offense to see success. And I think the best way to do it is you create your schedule and you go the first 3 practices. Hey man, this is you're going to go against the twos. You're going to have a lot of success. You're going to have clean pockets.
We hope you do.
You hope you do. You're going to be able to communicate it. You're going to be able to finish with confidence every single day. You're going to be able to see score points on the board. You're going to see whatever play Nick Caley draws up. You're going to see it work. You're going to see all the timing and all the rhythm and all the chemistry you need to create. And then every 4th day, We're gonna unleash the hounds. We're gonna line up ones versus ones, and we're gonna have a 15 or 20 play script. One day it may be in the red zone. One day it may be play action. One day it may be first and second down. I don't care how you do that, but that is every fourth day we're gonna line up and see where we're at, and that's gonna be the bar. And then we're gonna go right back to we're gonna have 3 days of learning. We're gonna have 3 days of seeing success. We're gonna have 3 days of less chaos around your quarterback. We're gonna let your second year play caller settle in. We're gonna let all this work. We're gonna let your offensive line, who may have a rookie at center, have a bunch of newcomers on the offensive line. We're gonna let them communicate. We're gonna let them get good and comfortable, and then boom, that fourth day. We're gonna line you up against our ones, and we're gonna let them dogs eat and see where you're at and if you can have success. To line up with those guys them chase their tail with their head spinning every single day at the end of practice.
It'd be one thing if they were competing with them, and
it's not. You're competing with your hands tied behind your back. Last year they were. I mean, this year you can argue they are as well because you got so many new players, and it's really year 2 for these guys. And there's obvious communication problems, which D'Amico spoke about yesterday in his presser. I just think this needs to be the priority number one for the Texans in this training camp needs to be the environment in which Nick Caley and C.J. Stroud are installing this offense. Sure, you want to test them every fourth day. You want to test them every other day. Cool, whatever. But the majority of this training camp, these guys need quality reps with a clear – they need to be able to leave the practice field every day and go in and put Nick Caley's offense on the board with C.J. Stroud pulling the trigger and communicating everything and Keelan Rutledge communicating everything and go, boys, this is what that protection is supposed to look like versus pressure. Boys, this is what that route concept is supposed to look like versus a pressure versus a blitz. Boys, this is what that motion is supposed to look like, the timed up perfect, and boom, look at it. It busted wide open for a chunk play. That's what this team needs, not to be tested every day and get their ass kicked until they figure it out.
All right, that's the first week of OTAs. We'll see what happens next week. They feel like this offense is going to compete a little bit more. That's what everybody is saying coming out of camp. Great job today, Clint. Great job, Tyler. Shout out to RoFlo, Robert Flores, who joined us earlier. I am Ron, the show. Always, Houston, we love you, baby. Have a good weekend. Sunken in right here in the eyes. So sunken in. He looked like he was he was one of the extras.
You talking about because they're kind of purple?
One of the extras on Once Bitten with Jim Carrey. Bite the hell out of your ass.
I never thought about it like that. That is old color, same color, isn't it?
Got them old starfish eyes.
Why'd you say it like that?
Oh, chicken.
Starfish
chicken eyes.
Hey, thank you, Tyler Milner.
Have a good weekend, good golf, good tennis, or whatever makes you happy.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I thought this was a grand slam by C.J. Stroud. He emphasized very professionally that I've held up my end of the bargain. I'm looking forward to being the Texans quarterback this year. He's taking a play out of Nick Casario's book. I thought he did it with taste. I thought he did it with confidence. For me personally, this is the C.J. Stroud that I've been waiting on.
Ride home with Clint and Show, 2 to 6 every afternoon on Sports Radio 610.
From the attorney Steve Lee Traffic Desk 713, call Lee. Your traffic report is sponsored by West Point Lincoln. On the South Loop eastbound after Woodridge, it's an accident that has a right lane